I got it right. The G.
Yep, perfect. Good
Um,
job.
how are you doing today? I'm so excited for you to
I'm
join us.
good. I'm good.
Um,
I never know how to answer those. Like, I'm good. The country's on fire, but I'm good.
so me and my audience, I'm going to fast forward through a lot of stuff. I don't know if you're familiar with any of my online content at
Yeah.
all. A little bit. Okay. So I had a huge awakening where I think there were a lot of people who we in 2016 we hated Trump, and then maybe we felt like we got a little bit of Trump derangement syndrome. 2021, 2022 rolls around, and then at the urging of a friend, I pick up and I decide to read through the 970-page January 6th Select Committee report, and then I have this huge moment of, oh my God, everything was so much worse than I could have ever imagined. And then I'm sure you get a lot of people that do this. I don't do this kind of stuff often, but I really genuinely want to say I am so in awe that you and Liz
Thanks.
against so much of the world, right? Your entire world, your entire political party. I'm sure. I mean, you mentioned it. We watched the documentary that was made, The Last
Mm.
Republican. People in your personal life, people that I'm sure you never could have imagined fighting with, that you decided to take up that fight. It was just such an unbelievably heroic act. So I just want to say thank you genuinely for the first part of that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, thanks for saying that. And I appreciate it a lot. And it was hard, right? Like, I'm not downplaying that, but I think the thing that still kind of gets me on it is I always just assumed that the second I took an oath, like what I did was basically what was required of me. And it's always amazing, but also like extremely disheartening to see that so many of my colleagues just went along with it. And even though in the dark rooms they'd whisper, like, oh, yeah, I agree with you. But like, history is a real thing. People are going to read back at this time. And Kinzinger's a name that doesn't hide very well. So my son, if he comes to me and talks about, hey, what does it mean to do the right thing? And I, just went along with evil, it would be pretty hard to give him that example.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely intellectually understand what you're saying, but emotionally, I mean, obviously, we can look at the Congress today and see that it's a whole different ballgame in terms of what path do people actually take. So there's two big topics that I kind of want to hit on.
Mm-hmm.
The second one we'll get to later, but it's basically like, what do you think the country needs to do going forward to heal? Okay, so keep this in the back of your mind. And then for the first one, there's this like it's very hard to tell sometimes when I see people. There are people that I've got grouped off. I call these like the tier one kind of influencers and the tier two kind of influencers, where you have people that legitimately believe everything that's being said. I'm sorry, those are the tier two, and then tier one people are the people that are kind of like selling a lie and they know that they're lying about things. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you to call names or anything, but when you're in
Mm.
Congress, when you see how a lot of this stuff is going down with, like, I would say that the current administration is engaged in just so many blatant lies. When it comes to like the congressmen, the staffers, and the people that are actually at the Capitol, like, do a lot of them like how do they sell this to themselves? Do they genuinely believe it? Do they think the other side lies just as much? Do they see it as like a necessary evil or as a temporary bargain with Satan? Like, what is the thought process there? I'm curious.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's kind of all of it. So I think it started out. If you would have asked me after January 6th, like with that current Congress, what percent of the members of Congress on the Republican side actually believed the election was stolen? I would say 1% maybe. Nothing, right? But they were going along with it. And I'll get into how they can do that. Now, though, I think, you look at Donald Trump's been in our life 10 years, which is insane. And he has completely remade the party. And so anybody that had the ability to resist, the desire to resist, the desire for even independence, they've been either defeated, decided not to run again, weeded out, timed out, whatever, and they're being replaced by true believers, the people that were there on January 6th, at least in spirit. And so, how do people then that know better convince themselves? And it's like, look, and I'm not making the comparison to Nazi Germany, but I think Nazi Germany's it provides so many examples. Like, how does a guy in 1936 who works at a factory end up 7 years later guarding a tower in Auschwitz? Because the 1936 version of that guy never would. And it's just you slowly convince yourself over time that what you're doing is for a greater good. You convince yourself that you're in a holy war, right? I mean, if all of a sudden you're fighting on behalf of Jesus Christ, my goodness, then what do? Well, any white lie is okay. And then humans, as a way to cope with that inherent distraction or inherent conflict, you can convince yourself that what you're doing is right and what you're doing is okay. And look, the Democrats, they believe in these terrible things. And Donald Trump, yeah, he's an imperfect vessel, but he's who God sent now. And I think over 10 years of those tiny compromises, those tiny bargains, you get to a point where it's okay. And then eventually, once you accept January 6th, for God's sakes, then you can accept anything. And I think, I mean, we could do a 1 hour episode on different stories I know of people that have gotten to this position. Let's just take a quick example, Mike Waltz, who's now the UN ambassador. He was an anti-Trumper in 2016. He and I became friends. He gets elected to Congress. I thought that his addition to Congress was going to be great for a sane Republican. And he flies home on Air Force One, and boom, transformation complete. Presence to power, proximity to power changes a lot of people too.
I mean, in the J6 report you guys had, I remember when the Capitol was being broken into, and you've got the calls that are going back and forth between Trump and members of Congress. I distinctly remember the conversation that McCarthy was having with him about, your followers want to kill me, and he's like, well, they're more upset than you are, and I guess one thing that I really vibed with in the Last Republican, in the documentary that you filmed, was this idea that immediately after the J6 stuff, it kind of seemed like there was this moment of, okay, maybe this kind of stuff was not good and this is like a bad thing. I think McConnell really messed up not convicting in the Senate. My feeling at the time, I guess you would know, is I feel like the Republicans the lawmakers thought that Trump just couldn't run again. You can't run after losing. And so they're like, we don't have to worry about this. And my God, what a horrible gamble that was.
Yeah.
But to see everybody slowly hop back on the train, and then I mean, like I mentioned McCarthy, you bring up a story, like we've seen Lindsey Graham, make statements before. There's just so much hypocrisy. When
go ahead.
Oh,
go ahead. I'm sorry, please.
No, your words are more important than mine. Go for it.
I mean, the thing that always stands out to me about that, and I'm glad you saw that in the movie, because this is the thing that haunts me. Not that I didn't do everything I could. I feel like I did. Maybe I could do stuff differently. But after January 6th, I mean, so you go into what's called conference, and it's basically all the Republican members of Congress when we all meet up, right? Democrats have a conference too. And it's just like crickets in that room for 3 weeks when we go in. And people don't know what to say. They don't know how to act. I was one of the few that was like, guys, this is BS, man. We've got to break away from this. We have to apologize to the American people, say it got out of hand. And it's not like everybody in that room was booing me. They were kind of like, I actually made an attempt, and unfortunately it kind of fell flat, because the one criticism I'd give to the other people that voted to impeach with me is they were like, oh, it's over. It's time to heal the party. But I wanted to do a vote of no confidence on Kevin McCarthy and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, so that 3 weeks, it's crickets. I mean, keep in mind, nobody was at Andrews when Donald Trump left his last day of the presidency. He goes, gets on the plane, leaves during the inauguration. Nobody besides his family is even there to wish him off. And so that tells you where the headspace was. But 3 weeks later, without anybody taking leadership in that vacuum, and I tried, but I wasn't high enough rank, all of a sudden Kevin McCarthy goes to Mar-a-Lago. And the decision is made. We have to embrace the Trump people, because if we try to defeat them in this next year or so, I'll never become speaker. If I embrace them, it's harmless, because Trump is certainly gone and never going to happen again in our life, and I don't create fissures. And though there are so many points in this history that I can look back and say, if only, and that is clearly one of them. We were ready to crap Donald Trump out of our butts into the public toilet of history, but just nobody had the courage to actually do it.
It's so funny, because as politics has gone on, I say funny, it's actually really depressing. I've switched from kind of political analysis to more just kind of, I call it influencer analysis, because I really do feel like the politics of DC and the United States in general now are just, they can all be seen through the frame of how do YouTubers or online personalities act. And it's funny, because one of the huge complaints that I'll have sometimes is there will be a large internet figure, and then they will do a thing, and their community will have a response where I feel like the community response is not good. And as an influencer, YouTuber, streamer, whatever, you always have two choices. You can either go with what they're demanding, and so you kind of follow, you let your community push you around, or you can push back. Usually you'll lose a couple people, but you're shaping a better community, and then in the long run, hopefully you're shaping more. And one of the big frustrations I have with the Republican Party is kind of what you just said. There would be some friction to dump kind of the MAGA movement. Like, it would be a little painful for a little bit, but ideally in the long term it would be good. But if enough people are willing to say, let's just ride this out and kind of like follow the wave and see where everything goes, you just end up in this scenario where instead of being a leader, you're constantly just following the loudest person in the room, which if it's Donald Trump, I would say is a really bad idea.
And you put a layer onto that, which is, we do look at politicians, in particular the president, as our leaders. We like to, as Americans, pretend like we're, politics is crazy, but, we're all independent. No, leaders do set the tone for the culture. And I've looked back, like, just in my head, the last 30 years, and you can see who is president and who sets kind of the tone. When Obama was president, there was kind of this feeling of optimism and hope. Obviously, Trump brings crazy with him. But underneath Trump, you have your senators and members of Congress who have some influence, not as much influence as Trump, but some. So all of a sudden, Trump is in kind of like persona non grata mode. And instead of these secondary influencers, actual influencers or members of the House and Senate coming out and saying the tough thing, they just relinquish that. So the only voice left in the room, not just the loudest voice, the only voice is Donald Trump and his loudest supporters. And that's where, like, people, if you go into politics as a job, people are relying on you to bring your leadership with you. That's what they hire you for. And if you simply are there to get reelected or to take the easiest route, it's like a car, you're going down the interstate, you make a tiny turn on your steering wheel, it's fine, but eventually you're going to go off the road if you're not correcting it. And that's exactly what happens. And so, you go on Fox News and you're watching Senator Lindsey Graham, who you have some respect for as a base voter, and he says Donald Trump is awesome. He says Donald Trump didn't do anything wrong. You're like, well, I guess he didn't do anything wrong, because everybody I give any trust to all says he didn't. So I was actually surprised, not really, but like looking back, I'm surprised that anybody broke from Donald Trump, because there was nobody besides like me and Liz to say otherwise.
Something that I've noticed between the left and the right, on this thing of like loudest voice in the room following them, can you tell me if you have this impression, or if it's true, why does this exist? It feels like on the left, I would say the messaging apparatus is not there. It doesn't exist in terms of this, like, I feel like the right right now has this top-down, like, resonant, reverberating, like, one thing is said and every part is ringing the exact same tone. Like, an example that I'll always give is if you're watching the news and you hear somebody say something like, this candidate, this leader has horrible messaging, that will only ever be said by a left-wing news host, because on the right, their job is the messaging. Sean Hannity would never say, like, Trump messaged very poorly on this issue. Sean Hannity would message for Trump on the issue. Is there like a and again, you don't have to expose or whatever, but like, is there like a big signal group, or is there like a big like email list where it's like, today, this is how we're defending the Preddy thing. This is how we're defending the war in Iran thing. 47 years, guys. Everybody get on this talking about it. Because I swear there's such uniformity with the messaging. It's insane to me sometimes. Why does that work on the right so well?
Yeah, I mean, and the funny thing is, like, when Obama was president and I was in Congress, we kind of felt like it was the other side. And we're like, the Democrats are so good at messaging, and we just fight with each other. Part of it is a function of who Donald Trump is, right? He is hate him or love him, he's a powerful personality, and his messaging can cut through. He says something crazy, and that gives permission for everybody under him to say something crazy. I wish there was a big signal group, because we could infiltrate and disrupt it and expose it. But really it comes down to, when a party has the presidency, they have a huge advantage in all kinds of levels. Then the GOP has built a very solid group of loud influencers, right? You see them on X and everywhere else. They've got, the podcast. You're one
Twitter.
of the few highly ranked podcasts on the good side of things. They have so many of the bro podcasts and whatever else. And Donald Trump comes out and makes a statement, and everybody gets their marching orders from that. And so, the other thing, look, Biden, love or hate Biden's presidency, he was not a great messenger, right? Not necessarily in saying what he said, but he was not forceful. His voice didn't cut through. If the Democrats in 2028 can end up settling on a candidate that has solid cutting messages, that is not fake. Can I say this again for a bajillionth time? It's fine if you say something stupid or bad or dumb, as long as you're saying what you believe. Democrats, this is one thing I noticed when I joined the January 6th committee and had my first real expose into how Democrats operate different than us. They're very poll tested and very scared of offending. And part of that is, obviously Democrats are made up of a bunch of disparate groups with different interests. And so they have to try to keep them together. But this is a time in America where people, I think, value genuineness. They want to know that what you're saying you believe, even if it's... Look, Donald Trump is not articulate at all, but he's an effective messenger. And so Democrats will be at this disadvantage, I think, for the next 2.5 years. The key is who is going to be their standard bearer and presidential candidate, and I think you could see that flip. The other thing, too, is, look, the Republicans have become pretty good, which is funny because it never was like this. They're pretty good at keeping the circular firing squad generally within the family. Democrats, you have the moderates hate the libs hate the moderates, the Israel-Palestine battle going on. Try to keep that in-house, because otherwise you just, look, if you're going to fight with a team in a fist fight, you want everybody fighting the same people,
Yeah, I agree with that. The story I use for that is it always feels like a Republican will walk into a room with 10 different people and try to find one reason for each person to support their candidate. But sometimes it feels like a left person will walk into a room with 10 people and find one reason why everybody shouldn't vote for the left-wing candidate because they're in the right position on something. It's very infuriating sometimes.
Well, and I'll give you another quick example. I get sometimes, and it's not much, obviously I'm functionally a Democrat now, and I'll still get occasionally somebody that makes a comment, well, you used to be a Republican or you voted this way before. And I'm like, I'll tell you what.
The reason he switched is because he's bought off.
To get Democrats in office.
I hear that a lot.
And this is the thing you're going to
annoying.
focus on.
So stupid.
If you really believe democracy is at stake, if you really do, we're going to take any ally we can get right now, as long as they're within a moral, right, whatever. If you don't believe democracy is at stake, then you have the luxury to have differences on every little opinion. But I really think democracy is at stake.
I feel, do you know who, have you ever heard of Brad Palumbo?
I've heard the name. I don't know him.
He does YouTube content. I have 2 or 3 friends who are Republicans who are legitimately solidly conservative, but they are not, they're not Trump supporters. Mm-hmm. And it sucks because in their life, they are pro-life. They do have strong conservative beliefs, which is, not good for a group of liberal friends. But you can't be friends with a MAGA person if you're just a solid, Republican, whatever. So these people are always in the weirdest area of life where all their liberal friends are kind of hoping they'll just join their side, but they're not quite. But then they don't have any other conservative friends, so it's a very awkward position to be in.
It is. It is.
So there's a huge fight right now, kind of in my circles on the internet. And then it'll come to the Democratic Party, if it's not already being discussed, of what does it look like to heal or to move forward from the last, it'll be 12 years, because somehow Trump was still, on everybody's minds, even in the 4 years where he wasn't in office. So after Trump is finally out of office, assuming he doesn't run and win for a third term or whatever, right? In terms of moving forward, is it best to forgive and forget and pretend things never happened? Or do there need to be, large committees? Do we need to bring back the charges for Trump and, go back to the trial stage? To actually get to the trial stage for, the January 6th case, the Mar-a-Lago case. In your mind, I guess, where are you, or where would you be on that? What do you think is a good, should it be retrospective? The Democrats come in and they're like, okay, we got to do something to hold these people accountable? Or should it just be, we just have to build and move forward and not focus on the past? What do you think?
Well, let me tell you what I would do if I was president on day one. The first thing is my first executive order would strip the name Trump from anything, right? Trump Kennedy Center, gone. If Trump built something, gone, unless it's finished, whatever, but then we just rename it. Everything. I would even, and I'm not even joking at this, I would have you can send in, because now Trump is signing all the money. You can send in your Trump money and get new money, replaced it from the Treasury, all of it. I will take him down from the Walk of Fame that he put up. I'll put up Joe Biden's real picture, and I will take Trump down. I think we have to erase him from our history. And I mean that only joking, slightly sarcastically. Everything he has done has got to be pointed out to the American people that this is absolutely unacceptable. So I'm on the side of swift and severe, within the law, within the Constitution, justice, right? If something has passed the point of, where you can charge somebody with it, we don't want to make up charges. We don't want to fine charges for somebody just because we don't like them. But if somebody violated the Constitution, they absolutely should be held accountable to it. If somebody, violated the civil rights of Americans, they absolutely should be held accountable to it. And I'll go a step further, and this is something I think Democrats should be saying right now, and particularly on this part, which is if you're a foreign government and you are engaged in corrupt practices with President Trump, you will be held accountable for that when he's out of office. Qatar, you're going to give him a $400 million jet for free that the taxpayers spend $1 billion to turn into Air Force One, and then Trump takes it with him. First off, I would seize that asset back as property of the United States. And secondly, I will find out everything that Qatar did and promised, and I will hold them accountable for it. El Salvador, you are putting Americans in jail that don't deserve to be there. You will be held accountable commensurate to that. I think that is essential. We will investigate what were the ties between Russia and Trump. I get it. People hate talking about Trump and Russia, but this dude has never once said anything bad about Vladimir Putin. So the point is, I want to heal the country, and I think we need to heal. But the first step to healing and preventing this from happening again is swift justice. Because if, once again, Merrick Garland, who is, in my mind, probably well-intentioned, but I'm angry at him. Because,
we all are, trust me, yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine. If he would have started his investigation of Trump when our committee did, and he had far more tools, Trump would be in an orange jumpsuit right now. But he waited. It was literally our first day of hearings when they go, oh, shit, we should probably look into this. And then they started their investigation. It's not, I love the quote about Abraham Lincoln, malice to none, but that's not this case. And probably looking back at Abraham Lincoln, we probably should have been a little more severe to the Confederacy because it appears they never truly died.
When you look at how, well, let me back up. So I firmly believe that there are things that the public has to be aware of to hold people accountable for. So not voting for people that are, promising to destroy the Constitution or whatever else, exaggerating a bit. But sometimes I feel like there are issues that, unfortunately, the civics knowledge in this country is just not that great. It really wasn't even that great, for me. Like, I didn't really truly learn how presidential elections worked until doing the Jan 6 stuff, right? But man, sometimes, I'm sorry, I don't want to fixate too much on this, but I have doctor friends who are, they're doctors, and their families no longer believe in vaccines. And they're like, you're not going to trust anything I say. I can't imagine when I talk to people about anything related to the J6 stuff, and it's like electoral certificates, fake slates, what does that mean? And no one has any idea. It's just insane. And the craziest thing too is, like, people believe all these insane conspiracies and everything, but for the J6 stuff, it's all out there, right? And there are so many hilarious, every deposition with Hirschman, I think, was hilarious. That I want there to be a movie made of that January 3rd meeting in the I think it was in the Oval with where they were trying to get Clark to replace as the attorney. There's just so much crazy stuff in there. I'm sorry, but kind of on that, for the civics part, there are some things that I feel like congressmen just have to defend because the public just won't ever really understand it that much. Like, probably nobody, unless you're a nerd who watches C-SPAN, what is the blue slip rule? Like, nobody knows this. So you kind of need the congressman to be in on defending things. I used to have this feeling that politics was you guys would go out and you kind of say things, and they're like a little wacky and it's a little bit performative, but then when the cameras are off, you go behind closed doors and you actually like hammer out legislation. You guys know that you're kind of like performing a bit, but like you have to do the work at the end of the day. And a friend used this term, the mask has melted onto the face now, where I'm not sure if it's any different now. I look at the ineffectualness of Congress. Why is the Republican Congress right now so impotent? They have
Yeah.
so much leverage in terms of how they could regulate Trump or what they could do to end the IPA tariffs or anything else. Why do you think they were so eager to just totally give all of that up?
Yeah, it's amazing because, I try to remind people because, yeah, is Trump authoritarian? Yes. But he's the real fault lies in Congress because Congress could take their power back. Congress could stop the war in Iran if they wanted to. Congress could stop ICE if they wanted to. Why are they so impotent? Because we have replaced, first off, over that 10-year Trump time period, we just generally have created this environment of fear that exists, right? That fear of being primaried. And let me tell you, if you get as a Republican congressman, if you get on the wrong side of Donald Trump, the literal death threats you get, the anger, the hostility, the friends you lose, because this is a religion now. So this is literally like if you said that Jesus was wrong in Matthew when he said, boom, the Christians wouldn't be too happy with you. This is their religion. And so what does that create? It creates either I'm here to be famous, in which case you can if you want, right? Or it creates hey, I really care about, let's make some air traffic control reform. That's my thing. So I'll go along with all this other stuff as long as I can make my difference in air traffic control reform. And all of those different reasons exist. And then again, what do you do in a cult? How do you create a cult? Well, one of the best things to do is to make an example of people that leave the boundaries. Liz Cheney, me, whoever else, right? We leave, you proverbially execute us in front of everybody, and you say, that will happen to you if you do the same thing. That creates immediately putting them in line. And then Trump is really good at welcoming people back into the fold. I mean, who's Michael Cohen, for God's sakes, who spent the last, Trump's fixer, then spent the last 3 years going after Trump. Now he's got a pro-Trump podcast with Laura Loomer. He's very good at forgiving and bringing you back in the fold. But the rules is I'll bring you back in the fold, but you can never turn your back on me again. That is a lesson, I think, by the way, that Democrats can learn, which is we have to be willing to bring people into the fold that recognize the errors of their way. Now, they can't come in with excuses. They have to come in and say, yeah, I was wrong. I got a good friend that runs an organization called leavingmaga.org. And it sounds funny, but it's a support group for people leaving MAGA because you lose all of your social contacts because it's a tribal identity. But I think all of that fear out there and then the incentives, I got to tell you, Donald Trump knows me well. He was always obsessed with me because he never won me over, and it drove him nuts. And he would bring me into the Oval Office, tell me how great I was on television, all this manipulative stuff, so that I would be like, oh, I need to impress Donald Trump. He does that very well, too. Everybody competes to get on Fox News. Even cabinet members compete against each other because if Donald Trump sees you, you might get invited to the Oval Office and you can show somebody that you have his number on your phone and it's pathetic. It's pathetic. And they wear the same freaking shoes, dude. He bought them all shoes and they're wearing, it's a call.
I remember when one of the times Biden was walking up the stairs, I think to Air Force One, I think he had a stumble. And of course, on Fox News, it's like a 3 or 4 or 5 day, news thing until they find the next, trans person to obsess over, whatever. And then I remember Trump had a stumble. I think it was about a year ago. I think Trump had a stumble, and Rubio was walking up right after, and then he did a fake stumble to kind of like lighten the mood. And it was like, oh my God, is this like? I wish some days my party had the unity here that somehow the Republicans seem to muster behind every single issue. Yeah.
You don't want that unity.
No, I know. At some point it's too much, but
maybe a taste of it. But dude, listen, for them to sit around and I know these meetings and it just drives me nuts when they're like, sir, these cabinet, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your leadership. We are so fortunate that you're here. and he just sits there. If I was president and they were doing that to me, I'd be like, guys, knock it off. I mean, be nice to me and all that, great, but knock it off.
It's so
pathetic.
and it's so transparent too. I think that's the thing that bothers me the most. Like, some people
Yeah.
are very manipulative in a very sneaky way, but I mean, you see Trump with the way that he conducts himself with the media, right? Somebody asks him a difficult question, who are you with? You're a nasty person. Somebody asks a nice question, like, oh, you're so nice. You know, when you put somebody in the room with him who's intelligent, I say intelligent, but just like baseline, you know, like your 6-year-old will look at you with puppy dog eyes to manipulate you for a candy bar. I looked at Mamdani speaking to Trump, and I guarantee you, Mamdani probably walked in there with one similar New York experience, and it seemed like Trump was just enamored with him immediately, and came out, and he was like, "Oh, you can call me a fascist. It's okay." And I'm like, "What? You guys? You were just calling this guy a communist like 2 days ago, saying this guy was evil. What happened?"
This is the most misunderstood thing about Donald Trump, and I'm glad you brought it up. He is the easiest person to manipulate out there. I mean, this deep depth of narcissism. So I don't know if Russia has anything on him, but I will say at least Putin, who is a KGB agent, knows how to manipulate him. And he'll call him, tell him, oh, you're doing such great things, Donald. Did you know the Ukrainians attacked us? Oh my God. And then Ukraine has to call, and then Europe has to call. The best thing that happened recently, I mean, it's bad that it had to happen, was Europe has finally started standing up for itself. And what I learned with Donald Trump is if you stand up to him, he respects you more. The second you start dropping to your knees in front of him, he may think he likes it, but he loses all respect for you. I use it as like, you know, when you're a high school kid and you're like a shallow guy when it comes to dating girls, and you like ask a girl to the prom and she says yes, you're like, oh, ugh. And if she says no, you want to go out with her so much more because you're a teenager with a teenage brain. That's who Donald Trump is. So easy to manipulate.
I always think it's funny too that like after Trump has a conversation with somebody, it's very obvious like who he's been speaking with. I remember when he was in the U.S. and he started talking about how the border between the United States and Canada is like very straight, and it seems kind of arbitrary. And I'm like, this is like such a Putin-esque like talking point about arbitrary border. Like, when have I ever heard somebody speak to the arbitrariness of the border between Canada and the United States? Like, it's like you just got off the call with them and are sharing the ideas with the nation. Yeah.
Or you see the one thing, like, what was it? There was Alcatraz. He wanted to, out of nowhere, he's like, we're going to reopen Alcatraz as a prison. And then somebody traced the fact that on cable TV at Mar-a-Lago, the movie Alcatraz was on at the exact moment he tweeted that. So he like saw the movie Alcatraz and it's like, like, dude, oh my God. And he's the president of the most powerful country in the world. That's the frightening thing.
That's one of the things that drives me so insane, is when he's doing reports on things, or the White House will publish things, you know, about illegal immigration or whatever else. In the sources, they'll have like Fox News. And I'm like, bro, you have the most information of any individual human being in the history of the entire planet at your fingertips. Why are you going to Fox News for your sources? I remember people would sometimes post like, this is a tweet that Donald Trump makes about some issue. They did this in his first term, and they would go back and they would look at what was on Fox and Friends like an hour earlier, and it would just come right from the TV shows.
Yep.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
the dude got rid of his National Security Council. Generally, basically, it's gone functionally. And somebody had asked him once, "Who's your advisor?" He goes, "My advisors are mainly myself." Okay, dude, I got it.
What
You're yourself.
in terms of so one thing that I'm very sympathetic towards, and I feel like this is a very invisible thing to MAGA and then to the entire left, is one of the reasons I feel like it's important to fight against MAGA in a good way, in that you're fixated on just MAGA, but not necessarily all conservatives, is because I feel like one of the things that would be helpful if there was a better fight against kind of the MAGA movement isn't just getting rid of MAGA, and it isn't just winning as Democrats, but like as a strong center-left to far-left person, like I do think it is important to have a strong right-wing movement in the country to fight over you know some policies on. And what do you think? Like, are there any Democrats that you feel, or like, what do you think is the strategy for fighting against MAGA in a way that also kind of like carves out space for conservatives, or can that space even be made for conservatives to kind of fight against MAGA, kind of with the left, but also still separating themselves from the left because you don't want to be a rhino or anything else? It just seems like such an impossible needle to thread right now.
It is. Look, I would love to have a third party. I would love it. It's not going to happen, but I would love it because it gives flexibility to work together to create alliances. One of the things I think, as I advise Democrats, that I think Democrats can do to be the party that's never defeated again, is to make space for conservative Democrats again. And you're not going to agree with them on stuff, but listen, I live in Texas now. A conservative Democrat has a better shot at winning in Texas than your typical kind of cookie cutter left-wing Democrat, because it's a Republican state. Now, that doesn't mean I think they should run conservative Democrats in New York City. It's like, it is much better to fight in the tent your policy differences and actually be able to have policy differences. Whereas with what the right wing is taking us down, you're not going to be able to have a difference with the president eventually. You're not going to be able to rightfully have your own opinions. And so I think it's, and even if it's not like, I'm not talking hardcore conservative Democrats, because it's just different than who Democrats are, but like center right, there's got to be space, even if they don't run, just to like join the team, right, and help vote and see what the bigger picture is. I don't think there's much more. Like, I think MAGA is just going to have to be crushed for the GOP to have like kind of a come to Jesus moment, to realize that this isn't going to work, because there's nothing like losing that wakes people up. But the other thing is this, and this is just a piece of advice, is as Democrats, and I'm separating MAGA here. So MAGA to me is not part of this. I don't even consider them small L liberal at all. They're illiberal. But among conservative thinkers, thoughtful conservative thinkers, you actually want conservatives to have a role in government, because what I've learned, and this is the benefit of having been in politics a while, the benefit of leaving my party and being able to see things kind of anew, is like, it's important to have forces that hold stuff back, and it's important to have forces that push forward when you're uncomfortable. And that dance between progressiveness pushing forward and conservative kind of like, whoa, let's think this through, actually leads to the proper, I think, advancement of society. Not always, we don't always get it right, but I think generally that works. And so respecting conservative thinkers and taking them into account, not necessarily having to believe them, but recognizing they're part of the process is brilliant. Because trust me, if you start getting rid of anything on the right, you've just made basically Donald Trump. It's just a left-wing version of it, and it's not as fun as you might think it would be.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Well, hey, thanks so much for chatting.
Yeah, dude, this was great.
One more random personal question. I just think it's so funny how much crossover there is. Well, it's horrible between the online world and the Washington world now. One thing that I appreciated a lot that I grew to hate, maybe more than almost any other thing as a semi-public figure, was whenever there was some bad stuff going down involving you, where there's a ton of heat on you, sometimes you would get people that would, they'd send you a message privately. They'd say, hey, listen, I really support what you're doing. Like, I really appreciate you. Like, good job. And at first I was like, this is awesome. Or like, it feels good to get those messages. Like, thanks, I appreciate the support. But then at some point I'm like, why are you messaging me this privately? If you want to support me, do something about it. Say something publicly. Like, I got 20 people privately, but then you're on an island publicly. Yeah. Do you ever have that feeling, I guess, for the...
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
There's two things that piss me off. Number one is that it's like, I mean, I'm glad when people message me good things, but if they're like, I'd have so many people, I'm glad you're saying it. I can't say it because my district, I wouldn't get it. I'm like,
well, y'all go run, you fucking little shits.
And then
you fucking worthless cocksuckers.
So I'm very strict with my friends. Like, I'm happy to talk politics, but politics doesn't come into our friendship. Because I have 50-50 left and right. I've had people like my co-pilot in the war when I was in Iraq that sent me a text and said, I'm ashamed to have ever flown with you. And the thing, it's like, yeah, that's hurtful to get, but I'm like, why? You woke up this morning.
Keep running, you fucks.
And you thought, I am going to send Adam this text to hurt him. You're not going to influence me. I'm not going to be like, oh shit,
wait, he's right there.
I'm stupid. That is like, I don't understand the brain rot in people where they're just dropping grenades, destroying relationships over politics.
I agree. Well, thanks a ton for the chat. I hope we see more of you in the future. Hope we chat more in the future. And yeah,
I'd love to do it. I'd love to come back. Thanks.
Cool. Good luck with everything. Yeah. Do you want real quick? Do you have a book? You said you're working on a future podcast. Anything you want to plug while people are listening?
Well, look, actually, the big thing is my Substack. So go to my adamkinzinger.substack.com. I put out one today about how we're not prepared for military conflict that's actually coming our way, and I got a children's book coming out. It's called That's What Heroes Do. I don't have a copy here, but it's good. It's really good, actually, and I'm not just saying it because it's my book.
Awesome. So, I'll buy it and I'll put it next to my Kash Patel trilogy for the King and the Hillary Clinton and all that. So cool.
Yeah, perfect.
Thanks for the time for the chat. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet. Take care.
Bye.
It's time for more Chris Hansen. This is one you guys have been.
Shut up.
Great channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on, sit down because today we're going to be talking about urban exploration. Most people can appreciate the thrill of going on an adventure, but what that means can vary depending on the person. Not everyone wants to go on a simple hike or beach trip. They prefer to travel to places with a much more rich and fascinating history, like Hobbiton, like Frodo going to Mount Doom. That's an adventure. Would going to an abandoned asylum also be an adventure?
I think so. You never know what's in there. Ghost?
If you're going on an urban exploration, what do you want there to be there? Nothing?
I think you just want to be spooked. Like, it's the thought of someone might be here, but you don't want to encounter someone because then that's scary.
Alrighty. Urban exploration, or urbex, is a simple act of venturing out into man-made structures that have since been abandoned, carrying a unique history preserved for people to explore and admire, or to go in and hope someone's there, but having no one there because they don't want to get too spooked. It's not just about what you find, but the risk you take getting to the location itself. You're going to find out that the world of urbex is quite a unique and interesting one, though there are all sorts of dangers to be aware of during. Though there are all sorts of dangers to be aware of along the way. So mask up as we trek through the world of urban exploration. God. I've only I urban explored once accidentally, and it didn't even end up being urban.
How do you accidentally do
There was. Okay, when I was younger, we lived like out in the country, and we take all these back roads and stuff, you know, country roads, and there was this house that it was abandoned, and it was always a thing where it was like, what's in there? Who knows? You know, you're a kid, and it was really dirty. There were cans everywhere, and then we went in there, and there was a bed, a bed frame, very recent McDonald's, and we were like, oh my God, someone lives here. So we leave, and as we're doing that, basically as we leave, we're going down the road, and someone pulls in. It's like somebody's house that just looks abandoned. So we just broke into somebody's house. To be fair, the door was unlocked. Not even shut, really. The door did. It was a dilapidated house that someone was living in. Is that urban exploration? It's kind of urban exploration. I think so. Great that it is breaking and entering, but still. I always wonder if the guy walked in and if you just know. You're like, someone's been in here.
Yeah, he saw his McDonald's cup tipped over.
He saw his high C from McDonald's. He's slightly moved, ever so slightly. While urban exploration has become trendier in recent years, it's surely been a thing for a long time. After all, the concept of wandering around dilapidated structures is by no means a modern concept. In fact, most people probably have experiences doing this with their friends when they were young. If you're watching this now, man, I'm sorry I went into your house. I really didn't know. I was a kid. I don't know. I was 13.
I don't think I've done way worse. So,
You ever go into someone's house and tie them up and just fucking tickle them? Nick's urban exploration. In the 20th century, for example, post-war battlegrounds were often explored by locals who were inherently fascinated by the structures damaged by bombs or the abandoned factories, bunkers, and air raid shelters. The name, however, came from a 1996 edition of Infiltration magazine posted by a man named Jeff Chapman, who essentially set the groundwork for the hobby by writing an instructional book before his unfortunate passing in 2005. Do you think it was from urbex?
yes.
All right. Hey, we want to give a quick shout out to our favorite sponsor, GamersUp. Video with you. I think you'll like it. Back to the video. There's a lot of reasons to enjoy this particular hobby. It's like a treasure hunt to find the most fascinating location left alone by modern society, where nature seems to take over what once was. There are tons of overlap with the aesthetics of urbex, and things like backrooms consisting of liminal, lived-in environments are both intriguing and yet terrifying. It plays with the surreal nature of it feels wrong to be here, yet at the same time it feels like something I've seen many times before. It's very uncanny, we'll say. It used to be back in the day, it was asylums and older shit. Now you know I see a lot is old movie theaters. People go into old movie theaters or rich people's homes. That's another thing. I've seen people be oh, this is Nellie's old house or something. I don't have no idea if that's really what it is, but that's what the video is saying. But it's a big mansion that still has stuff in it, but it's obviously been abandoned. It's very odd. It is very odd. It seems like it's the element of danger and rule breaking.
On a first Tinder date, we did some urbex, and it was very sketchy because.
Mostly for the woman.
Well, that's.
You wanna crawl into an abandoned hospital for a couple hours? We can be as loud as we want.
She was telling me that she was big into urban exploration, and then she's like,
That's not a first date thing to
I know.
say.
I suggested of like, you want to go, go to an abandoned building on the first date, and she's like, sure. And then she was like, can my friend come along? And I was like,
Yeah, his name's Enrico.
And then I thought, well, that's the thing. I was like, oh fuck, I'm gonna get mugged.
Yeah.
But then it turned out, no, it was just 2 girls, and they were also. She said she brought her friend because she thought I was gonna be a bad man.
God, editor, please cut around. God, my lord. I will say, like I guess in like your like a Tinder bio or something saying urban exploration, I like doing that. But like, I don't know why, but I get a little bit of the ick when if someone was like date 1, yeah, I love urban exploration. To me, I'd be like, what the fuck are you crawling down like abandoned buildings for?
I had to break up with her because we went to the beach and she wouldn't eat and she was vomiting, or like she was sick all day and it ruined the beach day.
You broke up with her because you ruined a beach day?
There's many factors. Her friends drove there and they were really horrible drivers. They kept looking back to talk, and then they would like swerve to like correct themselves in the lane. And then on the way back, the boyfriend drove home and he was just as bad, like riding people, like stopping and going. So I was like, I can't be friends with these people.
Weren't you also like 26 and she was like 18?
No.
That is actually so true.
23.
Okay.
She was 19.
And she was 17, sure. Some people who document their urbex experience. Oh God. Oh, editor, save us. Some people who document their urbex experiences stumble into buildings that are indistinguishable from that of videos from backrooms content. I mean, it looks like they're in these weird. That's like such a weird thing to me too, is businesses that abandon, or like a business goes bankrupt and these giant buildings just stay isolated for so long to the point where it's like, well, no one's going to be in there. We're just going to leave it, because I think people are just waiting for someone to buy the property and they'll be like, you deal with it. But it creates this just like a time capsule. It's so odd.
There was that school. They just left all their records. Or it was a hospital or something. They didn't
Yeah, how is that not illegal? What? I don't want my medical records being sifted through by some snotty ass kid. Look at this. What's his name? Hunter? What a fat loser, guys. Ah! That's what. That's what happened at my hospital. Through word of mouth and tight-knit communities, people are able to discover and visit these places. Others create entire apps and websites for the purpose of spreading the word about them. Some people will even make lifelong friends in the search for urbex partners to aid them in their travels. Which, I can see it being a nice. To me, it has the similar vibes to spelunking, to cave diving. Have you heard of this?
I hate
kid?
that
We
word,
gotta go
spelunking.
do
It
this.
sounds
It's in this
sexual,
weird niche community.
like a
I
weird,
don't know.
nasty sexual
Granted, it's
thing.
definitely not as physically intensive or really
Hey,
scary.
you wanna go
You're kind of just
spelunking?
walking around a dilapidated building, but it is. I wonder what is the core fascination with it though? Besides, there has to be more. Besides, we can't be here and it's scary. There has to be.
It's the adrenaline rush. I'm telling you.
You're saying that's the same thing though. That's the fear of the adrenaline rush, the fear, and that is it just that, or is it people? At first I thought it was people going to be like, we're going to steal some shit. Some of these like movies, because that's what I've seen a lot of people say, like urban exploration, you're not supposed to take anything, because it's a weird thing where people are like, oh, because I think a lot of commenters are like, they just left that camera there, or they left that projector there. Like there's like a weird rule of conduct. Like there has to be something about there's got to be something more.
I honestly think it's also, it makes sense that younger people are into it because
Sure.
they're bored.
I mean, yeah, you're not going to see a 48-year-old guy, or maybe, I don't know, there's probably a YouTube channel with like a 48-year-old guy. Hey, what's up, guys? We're gonna look at this dilapidated theater. Which at that point too, when you're younger, it is kind of exciting, and it's like, well, yeah, I guess you forgive a kid, but yeah, if it's like a 48-year-old dude, you're like, what the f doing walking around a dilapidated movie theater, dude? Go home. Around the world, there are tons of abandoned buildings rotting away. Thankfully, many of them are known hotspots for urban explorers who take pictures for the public to admire. In massive city sprawls like LA, there are abandoned places on every corner. And one of the most popular urbex locations in the entire city is the Griffith Park Zoo. Originally opening to the public in 1912 and closing in 1966, the Griffith Park Zoo is particularly loved by urban explorers because many of its exhibits feature giant cages, as well as fake caves and grottos that are fun to explore and have fun in. Do fentanyl, and I guess be scared. Oh, I'm so freaked out that we're down here.
I've just found another reason to go urban exploring.
What is it?
It's a spot. You bring your chick, because if you got roommates or something, you go urban explore, make love in the cages and the grottos, away from family and friends.
I really like that you say this too, after as if like that's not immediately what I thought that you were saying when you're like urban exploring on our first date.
That's no,
Mrs. 15-year-old girl.
no, that wasn't my intention.
Looking like Pooh dipping his hand in the honey jar, dude. Oh,
Bother.
oh. Today, the entire site is covered in graffiti, and nature has slowly taken over the rest of the grounds. There are also tons of bats and massive spider nests, but despite this, tons of people love hiking through and using the location for photography and Halloween events, which I will say is pretty cool. I would like to go there. No one asked me to go urban exploring.
Maybe we'll go after this video.
Shut up, Nick. I don't want to go with you. In other cities, there are entire abandoned amusement parks with some rides and lights still functional, complete with half-broken animatronics and other creepy yet interesting sights. Movie sets are also popular spots to explore. Popular films and television series like Big Fish, Patriots Day, and Salem are still standing to this day and are filled with prop creatures and half-built stage homes, which I do. You know what? I think that like a lot of that shit I wish they would leave up. Like, didn't they tear down Minas Tirith?
Oh, did they?
I think so. I think they did like some stuff, but they tore it down. I'm sure a lot of it was in miniature, don't get me wrong, but I'm just mean like I thought that a lot of the Lord of the Rings stuff, I don't know how much they've preserved, and yet they've just rebuilt somewhere else for their studio or like the walkthrough or something.
Well, I know Hobbiton was like just a facade for the Lord of the Rings trilogies, tore it down, and then for the Hobbit, they actually rebuilt it for a tourist attraction since it was so big. But yeah, I wish they would have just kept the original up.
You give me Isengard. Tell me those fucking movies made how much money? Give me kind of one Isengard. One Isengard, please. Along the coast of Croatia are 5 massive resorts now sit abandoned after the People's Army of Yugoslavia attempted to recapture the country when it declared independence in the 90s. Jesus Christ. Each
I
hotel
think that was in
bombed and
Baki.
nearly leveled. However, what remains has been reclaimed by nature with vines and wildflowers growing on the concrete, overlooking the blue waters, which I will say it's really pretty. Horrible. Horrible monstrosity, or like, you know, I'm sure that it was terrifying, but in Hutuan, China, there's an entire fishing village covered head to foot in bright green vines. Urban explorers visit every year to take pictures of the crumbling homes.
Holy shit.
Which, would you go all the way to China to urban explore? You have to go really, I mean, I'm trying to think of one reason I'd go to China. Would you go to China?
For the virgin piss eggs.
The key to these eggs is the urine of young boys
Wait,
under 10.
I think I
Young
remember the
boys'
piss
urine is
eggs. I
collected
think
in schools and markets around the city.
Me and Candy
in
made a
buckets
video about
placed
that.
by their street vendors.
It was gross.
Eggs are boiled until the urine. Eggs are boiled in the urine until hard. The eggs are then cracked and continue to boil for several hours to let the urine soak into the egg. The golden egg smells strongly of urine, but the taste has been described as delicate, salty, and addictive.
If I did go to China, I would have one. When in Rome. When in Beijing. You tell me if you flew all the way there, how long is that flight? It's a long flight. One time in my life, I don't plan on coming back. And a guy has a steaming hot plate of piss eggs. I might dabble in one.
I'm good on the piss eggs.
Really? Eat just one time? People have been eating them forever?
Nope. I will.
I've seen you eat horse.
That's different. It's not a child's pee.
I've seen him eat dog. Nick will eat any meat that's cooked in front of him. He's like, I don't care, it's good. Oh, but a little piss on an egg. Ooh, now I'm above it. Would you eat the bollet? What was the one where it's like the egg fetus thing?
The mallard ducks are incubated for 2 to 3 weeks, boiled inside, and then served from the shell. The warm, gooey, gamey liquid is referred to as the soup of the duck. How do you eat it? The amniotic fluid is drunk straight from the shell and the yolk, as well as the duck embryo, and then eaten straight from the shell, the bones and the beak still being soft enough to be eaten.
God, yeah, I'd have to. I couldn't.
You're gonna have to eat one.
Except for that, I'd eat the balut over the piss egg.
You'd eat the balut over the piss egg? I think I'd eat the piss egg over the balut. I don't think I could handle like that in my mouth. Like
yeah, no, I'd probably throw up. Either way, I'm throwing up.
You would only make me throw up. This is kind of to say. The only thing that would make me throw up is that I went there, I bit into it, and I'm like, oh my god. I don't know why. Don't judge me on this. If I saw a guy take a bite of it and put more salt on it, that would make me throw up.
What color pee do they want the virgin's pee to be? Like,
I mean,
bright
every
yellow?
one that I've seen, it is copper. I mean, it's rancid. But at the same time, too, if I want a piss egg and they're like, oh, these are just really hydrated and you couldn't see the piss kind of like coloring on it, I'd be like, is this really even a piss egg? I kind of want it a little yellow.
You know, I am curious what a pee egg does taste like.
Oh, look who's come down off his throne. Been a big. I'm just saying. When in Beijing.
That's what I felt with the horse too.
Oh
Saw
my
the horse.
God. Don't bring the horse into this beautiful, majestic creature. And you know what? I'm gonna say there's a difference between a dumbass cow and a horse. I'm not gonna get into that. But I'm just saying. And then when you ate dog, what about dog?
I went in Rome. It's already cooked and killed. Like
You can. I mean, do you fight for nothing? I mean, come on. Well, what about this? If the boy was there, would you eat it?
no. I
Not the
wanna
boy.
look
I'm
at
saying
it.
the egg.
Oh, the egg.
Yeah, not the boy.
Oh, what? No.
Actually, you would 100% eat a child. Yeah, well, it's already cooked.
I would watch you eat one.
Well, I was gonna say if the little motherfucker's there, I'm not eating one.
Well, why?
I need these to be faceless boys that I can eat the piss from. I don't know. It makes it too real. I don't know.
I would eat one if you took a bite and you said, "Oh my God, this is amazing." Because
That's bullshit. If I ate one, you should be like, all right, well he did. It should be a follow the leader kind of thing. Well, yeah, I would choke back every tear I had. I'd be like, damn, that's good.
if you said it, and I believed it.
Good stuff. All right, well, better not catch us in Beijing. That's all I gotta say. Them eggs will be. What if we made our own piss eggs? I pissed in one and you pissed in one. I ate your pee, you ate my pee.
No.
You did. I have clean pee.
I would eat my own pee egg. I wouldn't eat someone else's pee.
I wouldn't eat your pee egg. The things I hear and not even like the farting and shit sounds, but just the noises in the bathroom that you make are just atrocious. It's a lot of like grunting and moaning and like large amounts of water leaving you, and then it, like the little like.
I pressed the gooch, let all the pee come out.
Here we go again with the. Do you actually do that? You actually press your taint and let all the rest. Why? How much extra piss do you have in you towards that
There's a
uncomfortable?
lot of pee. There's been multiple times where I pee, I shake, I'm like violently shaking.
What
Why
the
are you-
fuck
why
are
are
y'all
you whipping your
doing?
dick
Get the
around
fuck
somebody?
over
I'm
here.
trying to get everything out, and then I go, whoop, put it in, and then it's like
Put it in where?
in my pants.
Oh, okay.
I put it in my pants, and then like it's like a floodgate of pee. Like
You pissed your pants?
yeah, multiple times. I'm just like, and then my pants are all wet. So
You guys should put a couple of eggs in those pants and make yourselves some piss eggs.
I saw this on a Reddit thread where it's like hack, and someone's just like, after you pee, take your 2 fingers and press your gooch and like tap it, and then like it'll release all the pee.
I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm just saying that I very rarely hear you wash your hands.
Wash me.
I never hear the faucet. We hear everything under the sun in that room except the faucet turning on. I'm gonna start hearing.
I've never mind.
What?
You know how? Did you know men can squirt?
Why? Why? What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing?
Why are you telling me that? Are you saying that you squirted?
Yeah, it was pee.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I was without getting off. I was able to pee involuntarily.
Ah, God! And now we have to jump back into urban exploration. Who gives a shit? Oh my God! You beat your. That's just.
No. I don't know how to explain it without being. I wasn't jerking off. I was just like rubbing the top of my head, and it wasn't. I just peed. I just all of a sudden just peed.
Like, why are you petting the top of your head?
I don't remember. I just remember it happened. I was like, oh my
cat.
God.
Good cat.
And I tried it again. And
Whoa, Whoa! It's like Spider-Man shooting his web for the first time. Well, during the 1970s, Japan opened a sex museum, which closed 2 decades later due to low tourism. Yeah, right. Why? Japan? They're a horny country. The entire interior is filled with sex shrines, sex toys, mannequins, and various sex positions and giant phallic stone statues. Urban explorers frequent the sex museum because its halls are made of artificial caves, and the pitch black interiors make for a haunted experience. Searching through urbex spots, you're bound to reveal a lot of strange objects, whether they're items with deep history or simply things left behind by other explorers. For example, some explorers have found gigantic statues of President's head left alone in the middle of a random Virginia field, which were moved there after the closure of a park they belonged to, which I don't know if you've ever seen that. It's pretty sick. They used to all belong to some kind of like amusement park or something, and then like one day they're like, F it. And now they keep sinking into the mud. But it's like a very weird, it almost looks like a set in Dune or some shit. It's very weird. One group over in Victoria went to an abandoned wildlife park to find a 16-foot great white shark that had been left behind since 2012. God, that'd be so hard not to be like, we have got to get this out of here. We got to put this somewhere in my house. Other discoveries are far less fascinating and much more depressing, like one man who found an abandoned house lined with endless lotion bottles and what appeared to be
Can we like fucking kill these things? Holy
Maybe.
shit.
I think he just broke into some guy's house too, I'm telling you. If you see a dilapidated house on the side of the road, someone probably lives there. One 16-year-old explorer was looking through an abandoned warehouse only to find that it was stocked with broken down NASCAR vehicles, as well as an absurd amount of Red Bull energy drink pallets. In situations like this, it's imperative as a member of the urban exploration community that you do not steal or tamper with environments of any spots you come across. It's often frowned upon when people go out of their way to move things around or decorate areas like abandoned churches, as it takes away the experience for new explorers who want to visit an untouched location. See, that's what I'm saying. Some people have found as much as $6,800 in abandoned homes, while others have stumbled into fully stocked video game stores easily worth thousands of dollars. I mean, if I found a video game store, come on, I'm a human. I know I just went on I just went against what I was saying. I guess I mean, like, if it's a church or something like that, like I don't know. There's a difference, probably for no reason in my mind, between like an old dilapidated church or something like that versus like, I don't know, like a video game store that's just like, well, what are these video games gonna do, sit here and rot? Which it just depends. Are you gonna add them to your collection, be like, it was the greatest find of my life? That's a cool story. Or are you like a reselling who's just like, we're gonna make so much money? I don't know.
I would take one. Yoink. And leave the rest.
If I'm taking one, I'm going to take all of them.
I would 100% take the money, though. Nobody needs it. It's just money. I need that money.
Give me that money. I wouldn't want to take the money because I'd be like, this is a trap. I think that's also why I feel so kind of like apprehensive, is because if it feels too good to be true. Someone has like a red dot on me right now. Most experienced urban explorers will give you a laundry list of equipment you should bring. For starters, most explorers wear some kind of mask to protect against mold and asbestos that are in some of these 100-year-old plus buildings, right? Next, you'll probably want to wear long sleeves, jeans, closed-toe shoes, because you never know what you could brush against in these places. Never know what kind of thing's gonna be sticking out, even like rusty metal, all kinds of shit. Cut yourself, uh-oh.
Yeah, a little tetanus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You ever have a tetanus shot?
Oh yeah, I stepped on a rusty nail in a construction site because I was urban exploring.
Were you? That's awesome. Feels like jello going in your arm.
Yeah. Also,
it's
I had a weird bug jump into my finger. I don't know if I was hallucinating. It was after getting stepped on the nail. It was either a splinter or a weird bug, but I went to reach out for like a wooden those stakes that come in the ground, and a bug like jumped into my finger and was like trying to crawl into it. Nobody believes me.
Believe it or not, there have been multiple instances of radioactive material being discovered in abandoned buildings. In one case, a man stole radiotherapy source material from an abandoned hospital, leading to 4 deaths and the contamination of about 112,000 people. Holy shit! If he doesn't die, how long do you get to go to prison for life for that, right? 112,000 people? You'll also want to bring a flashlight and even a backpack with medical supplies or food, because with all the pitfalls and crumbling infrastructure, you can be trapped for long periods of time in the worst case scenario. Abandoned, like stuck inside of a building, which also I'd freak out. My claustrophobia, I'd freak the out. There's no way. I feel like if I'm in a room. Some explorers even recommended bringing air tanks, especially mine shafts, and this is because some locations have dead air, meaning there's no airflow inside, and once the oxygen is used up, you could suffocate. It's really fun, really cool too, that cave explorers have to worry about that. Can you imagine crawling somewhere and you're like be such a crazy experience. While there are plenty of dangers within the walls of every abandoned building, on the outside, the police can sometimes patrol in order to capture anyone caught sneaking in. This is why stealing is frowned upon, as it can turn a potential trespassing charge into one for breaking and entering. That's if you're lucky. On more than one occasion, people have been caught inside abandoned buildings and are essentially swatted with multiple police cars arriving to put out what they think is a serious threat. Some people even get burglary charges and are sent to prison for simply taking random items that they found along the way. All right, dude, I'm not. The video games, I'm leaving. That's what the pigs are doing though, dude. They're sitting there, they're just like, get it, fatty. Pick up turtles in time. Like, watch me from their SWAT car or whatever.
Yeah, they know these apps and they probably patrol the areas.
Oh yeah, well definitely. Like all these apps that people are like, it's a cool new app. Like the authorities have got to have some kind of like presence on it. Hey, someone sent us this. Okay, cool. We're just gonna go to this location and like arrest people. One of the more popular urbex photographers, who goes by Drift, was arrested in 2025 by New York Police Department after they tracked him down because he posted pictures of himself at the top of the Empire State Buildings without any permission. It's just like, we need a pretty popular fucking landmark, dude. You know, at least be a little more subtle. Blobbyland was a theme park modeled after the fictional world of Crinkly Bottom, home of the fictional characters for Mr. Blobby, an iconic character that just so happens to be nightmare fuel for many of the children from the UK during the 90s. I have no idea what the Blobby is. If you're a UK person, please let me know if you know Mr. Blobby, because I've never heard of that before in my life. Have you've heard of it? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think he goes like...
Use that audio and then I guess show Blobby. Is that accurate? I don't know. The theme park ran for 3 years and was noticeably underwhelming, even for children. And over time, the novelty faded, and so did ticket sales, resulting in the park being shut down for good. For years, the structure stayed up, their colors fading over time as nature began to take over, and urban exploration videos would showcase what was left of the place. And the deep-seated fear people had of Mr. Blobby made the environment even more creepy. It just made it so much creepier. People would tag the building, throwing insults at Noel Edmonds, or even just writing claims like, Mr. Blobby touched me here. Once again, I guess we could include that, but many people would come to host all-night drug-fueled raves where people turned up while they lit parts of the buildings on fire, shattered windows, or stole animatronics. And finally, in 2014, the illegal activity pushed people to do something about it. It was completely demolished, with one polka-dotted toilet prop being donated to an art gallery to keep the history of the park alive.
I actually remember that on Reddit. I think people were very upset that Blobbyland got destroyed.
Really?
Yeah.
One of those things is too, it's just the hindsight.
Jesus,
it's not popular when it's active, but it just becomes so infamous to the area that it becomes a landmark. Kind of a weird balance too, because it's like, well, we're gonna just let this place rot. But I guess if people are doing a bunch of, activity there and you can't maintain it, then maybe it is just worth better just.
Well, yeah, many kids are going over there doing drugs and having sex and having fun.
Make it sound awesome. Swanson Funeral Home had to be shut down in 2017 after a failed inspection. Nearby neighbors complained of a horrible odor coming from the building. And when inspectors arrived to find the source, they discovered multiple unrefrigerated bodies stacked against a wall inside a cardboard box.
Nice.
Following its shutdown, the funeral home became a local favorite for urban explorers, and in 2022, a group of 3 decided to venture in. And inside, they found the typical dilapidated ceilings and dusty furniture, but as they went deeper inside and down into the basement, they stumbled upon another horror. Underneath the casket lift lay an arm reaching out towards a cell phone. A man broke into the funeral home to scavenge copper. While inside, he accidentally cut the elevator cable, thinking it was scrap, and the elevator fell on him. The group quickly left the building and contacted the police, letting them know what was inside. Police discovered that this body had only been down there for 6 days and that he was likely alive for some of that period, because there was an indication that he was attempting to claw his way out from under the elevator. This is not the first death to take place in an urbex spot. One man named James Fenton went on a trek that ended up blowing open a previously dead police investigation. The UK man was exploring the White Hill Industrial Estate along with his brother and both of their girlfriends. Everything was fun and games until he noticed a strange looking object.
It was just white, dull, kind of bony type material. So I went over, not thinking anything of it, because it was the last thing I thought I would actually discover. Kicked one of the boxes off the top of the body, and that's when I seen like the skull, the rib cage, and the foot coming up the side of the wall.
After calling the police, further investigation was done, including a facial reconstruction that identified the man as Ian Coots, a 60-year-old Army veteran that mysteriously went missing a year prior. What almost ended another dead end turned into a massive breakthrough after the exact same type of soil found around Ian's remains was also discovered in the car of David Barnes. David was a painter and decorator who had been working on his home at the time of the disappearance. He reportedly told Ian's neighbor that Ian simply went to live with his sister in England despite having no sister living in that region. In court, it was unearthed that David was using his identity after his murder to make out with thousands of dollars. Urban exploration has revealed many cool, forgotten rooms and items that otherwise would have never seen the light of day. It has also led to the discovery of one of the most disturbing laboratories on the planet. In 2023, a YouTube video showed a Chinese man exploring what appeared to be an old hospital. And as he explored the dark rooms, he entered one that held a bunch of concrete vats. When he looked inside, he saw dozens of rotting children. Apparently, these bodies were deep underground inside a bomb shelter, and all of their corpses had major parts missing. In a second video, he returned to explore other parts of the hospital, where he found more body parts and bottles of random liquids, along with high heels and children's masks. And in a third video, he shows more bodies stuffed inside boxes and medical bags. As he explored further, he walked through what looked like fat bergs created from rotting corpses in room. People who viewed the videos were able to find the building's location on Google Maps, and to their surprise, the building is barely visible in satellite imagery, making it seem like someone was trying to cover it up. To this day, no one's really sure of what was found in these vats, but no more videos have surfaced of the location's exploration. Yeah, and I don't know, you know, this could be like a weird internet
what the
thing.
fuck?
The whole thing could be bullshit, but it is very fascinating, and it falls into that line of it opens the world of like possibilities of just like what is hiding in all of these places. I don't know, but it could be bullshit. I don't know. It is. I mean, it's very odd that there's no other.
Well, it's China. Maybe they.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. They could have covered it up. I don't know. If it's a huge ring, I'm not sure. The videos are. It's very odd. But I don't know. Urban exploration is certainly an enticing thing to get immersed in. It's not just the adventures, but the fascinating discoveries one can make when revisiting a place frozen in time, or a bunch of Chinese baby bodies that are stuffed in cement vats. Cool! It's not something to take lightly. However, whether it's mold, asbestos, police intervention, or meeting with a potentially dangerous squatter, there's plenty of reasons why you should take extra precaution if you ever want to participate in this sort of pastime. If you're going out and you're wanting to explore all these places, just be mindful of where you're going, and for the love of God, don't take anything, you know, and if people are squatting there, just fucking leave. Don't mess with them. Just, I don't know. Also, if you're in China and you find a cement vat full of people, I don't know, do whatever you can to make sure that that gets found out about. I don't know. I don't know. Editor, do you tell the police? Until next time, guys, keep exploring. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat.
No.
I can't stop thinking about killing myself.
Jesus.
So I hurt myself instead.
I wish people would leave me alone. It's my body, and I'm not really hurting myself anyway.
I just wanted to feel something, even pain.
Everyone lies to me. If I die, it don't matter anyway. No one cares.
What the fuck am I watching?
Some children are abused, traumatized, or neglected.
Fuck this shit.
Channel, how you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because we're talking about something that's
Today we're going to be talking about the most haunted locations in America. Now, a lot of these locations I've heard of before as well, but I've never actually dove into some of these. Like some of these we're going to be talking about have movies based around them or whatever. But I was actually curious to see some of the most haunted places in America. I mean, I believe in ghosts.
Cringe.
I know. All the scientists, all the elite, very, very smart people who watch this channel and
leave wonderful comments
are going to say, Hunter, what are you talking about? I've come in contact with a few ghosts myself.
Yeah, when? When? What ghost?
Well, I couldn't see him or anything. It was. But let me know. I'll say this: is that I hate going into a building and feeling that little. What did you just experience a ghost? He just shivered. You just shivered. Did you just experience a ghost?
I have to pee.
You you have to be, well, you better hold it. So just know that I've had my own little run-in with ghosts sitting, laying down, and my friend, it kind of sounds like I'm having gay sex with my friend, laying down at sleepovers with my buddies, and then you hear something creak. Oh, what? And I hate when people are like, it's just the house settling. Really, dude? It's a 23-year-old house. It's just settling. The tectonic plates are shifting. If it was like a house from the 1800s, I'd be like, sure.
What if the house is built on burial grounds?
No, go ahead and say Indian burial grounds, dude. What, Indian burial grounds? That's offensive, dick. All right, first up, we have Amityville. We want to start with some of the heavy hitters so that people can be, I know that. Amityville is like the most popular haunted house, and I think it's even recorded to be the most haunted house ever, which I don't know how
This
you
game's
clarify
kind of pissing me the fuck
which
off
I'm
right
guessing
now.
they
Holy
just
shit.
mean like the most documented hauntings.
Notorious.
Notorious haunted house, whatever. It started its legend in Amityville, New York on November 13th, 1974, when 23-year-old Ronald DeFeo Jr., good guy, shot and killed 6 members of his family.
Jesus.
Jumped the gun on that one a little bit. This included his mother, father, 2 sisters, and 2 brothers. Got the whole goddamn cheaper by the dozen family in there, don't they? Armed with a .35 caliber Marlin rifle, DeFeo shot his family members as they slept. How do they all stay asleep? Oh, it's a big house. Or do you think he like put a pillow over it? You ever played like Max Payne 3? There's like a level where he puts a plastic bottle over the tip of his gun as a silencer, and I'm like, would that work?
I think that's Mythbusters.
They said it didn't work. It's a cool idea, at least. Just like a thing of Mountain Dew. He shot most of them in the head and a few of them in the back. That seems cool. Even from a guy who's possessed or something, just shoot all of them in the head. If you're gonna, come on.
I think the ones he hated the most, he shot in the back.
Oh, he definitely shot his family in the back. Dad's like, oh, he'd probably take a couple shots in the back to kill somebody. Originally, DeFeo blamed the murders on a mob hitman. It was the Italians that killed my family. The Italians. But as time passed, Ronaldo DeFeo confessed to the murders himself. DeFeo told investigators that he heard voices urging him to kill his family. I was hoping my life would go on this trajectory, dude. That angels or demons would tell me. The angels came and told me to shoot my dad 3 times in the back. This is the day after your sister, like, I don't know, broke your sick Lego collection. Like, I just got the Eye of Sauron Lego set and she broke it. Angels told me to kill her, told me to throw her down the well. I don't know. Way back in the 70s, people got to be way more susceptible to being like, wait, what? Angels told you to do this? Not a bad fall plan. But later, during the trial, he admitted to being drunk and high on heroin, and his parents were abusive. Okay. There it is. The little angel, the little demon on my shoulder was a bag of H. Heroin. Oh, he's drunk and he's high on heroin. All right, I'll be honest. I had a couple brewskis, a couple syringes of heroin, and my dad hit me with a belt. What am I supposed to do? Wait! Today we want to thank today's partner, Bad Dragon. If you Bad Dragon for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. DeFeo was found guilty of 6 counts of second-degree murder and was sentenced to 6 consecutive life sentences in prison. Never understood the consecutive life sentences.
It's in case you're immortal.
Well, especially if he comes back and maybe he possesses someone and they're like, we know it's the ghost of DeFeo. Get him in prison. He's like, no! In the years since his claim of hearing voices, he has admitted to the lie, claiming, quote, there was no demon. You know who the demon is? I am the demon. To be fair, that does sound like something a demon would say.
He's just admitting that there is a demon.
No, there is no demon. I'm the fucking demon. They're just like, what? He's like, no, the entire altercation likely stemmed from DeFeo's theft of $20,000 from his grandfather's car dealership. Fuck this kid. He was tasked with depositing money to the bank, but ultimately had a friend stage the robbery. His father eventually grew suspicious and questioned him, earning a death threat that his son followed up on. So literally his dad was like, did you take $20,000 from Pop Pop at his Toyota Camry dealership? And he's like, no, Dad, I'll fucking slice your throat. He's like, okay, come on, man. And he's like, I'm just like drunk. He's like, I'm gonna get high on heroin and kill my dad. To be fair, though, yeah, I hate to say this, Nick. I hate to say this. If I was already drunk and high on heroin and I was planning on killing my dad, I'd probably just follow through with the whole family.
Oof. Fuck, dude.
Come on, man. If you're going down with one shipper, you're not gonna just go down with them all?
But he didn't kill himself either. That includes you. If you're gonna kill your whole family, kill yourself.
I'm not so self-centered, Nick. I don't think I'm my family. But
A year after the murders, George and Kathy Lutz bought the Amityville home, and they abandoned the property only 28 days after purchasing it. They were in such a hurry, they reportedly left
what
all
the
of their
fuck's
personal
going
belongings.
on? Holy shit.
I like that. Coming in here, it's like, what happened? Like the idea. I was gonna speculate. It's like, do you think a lot of the horror movie tropes, haunted house tropes today, stem from the Amityville house? But there's haunted house fucking movies before the 70s. House on Haunted Hill.
Maybe they were copying.
That's what I'm wondering is the Lutzes were like, hey, let's buy this house where all these fucking, that heroin addict killed that Toyota dealership owner, and we'll just say that it's haunted and we'll make a killing off of it.
Oh, you know what? They did buy it 1 year afterwards.
A year after the murders? Come on, dude. Usually in movies, the haunted house thing's like, the old DeFonte house up on 12th Street? That thing's been empty for 10 years. Or something, you know what I mean? Something like that. And then you walk in, there's sheets over everything. You whip them on, there's big dust. A year afterwards? Come on. Come on. You're right. They claimed that demons drove them out. What if they just found like his heroin and they were just high? They were too embarrassed to, yeah, it's demons. I swear to God. And they offered up tales of green slime in the walls, fly infestations, mysterious cold spots, a red room, and strange voices in the night. George Lutz reported waking up at 3:15 every night, which is the approximate time of the DeFeo murders, which 3:15 is very close to 3:30, which is the demonic witching hour. Kind of ties in a little bit. He also claimed to hear voices urging him to get out, and saw a face in the fireplace with red, glowing eyes. Kathy Lutz reported feeling as if she was being embraced by an unseen force and levitating off the bed. Jesus Christ, Kathy, goddamn. She's like, something's holding me and I'm flying. Can you imagine her around the, like, she's like laying in the house, she's like, like flying around the house. George! Oh my God, my wife, I just saw a Apache man's face in the fireplace and I don't even know what the hell's happening here. The youngest child, Missy, spoke to her imaginary friend Jody, who appeared as a demonic pig with red glowing eyes. Okay, first off, stop saying glowing red fucking eyes, dude. The more people are like, and it had glowing red eyes. That's why I'm like, no, it didn't. You're lying. Why? She had me on imaginary friend who is a demonic pig. A demonic pig named Jody? Are you fucking kidding me? That's creepy. You ever have a younger sibling, or I had a buddy who had a brother who used to like point up at their kitchen ceiling. He'd clap. And we'd be like, dude, stop! What are you looking at? And he's like, my friend. That kind of I hate that. I don't give a fuck if you're a believer or not. A little kid, like, he's like, we're going to our hiding place. Like that. Orphanage. I don't give a fuck. If my child did that, fostering him up. Send him up the hill to the orphanage, dude. He can clap up there. All the kids who are cool, who aren't fucking psychopaths with imaginary friends, you get to stay. Not you, little Missy. What's kid's name? The Lutz family supposedly hired Father Pecarero to bless the home. He went on to say that he was told to, quote, get out. By an invisible voice and was slapped. Get out of here, you son of a bitch, and just slapped him in the face. He's like, the Lord has abandoned this home. And a man named William Weber, who was DeFeo's lawyer, admitted to fabricating the story with George Lutz over a bottle of wine. But a polygraph taken by Lutz in 2000 revealed that he wasn't lying. Who's telling the truth? I don't know.
Polygraphs are 100% truthful.
Polygraphs are very unreliable, except when you ask me how big my hog is. I say it's very big. And it does, and I'm like, no, it's huge. A seance was held at the house in 1976 where parapsychologists, psychics, and noted demonologists Lorraine and Ed Warren would appear. Yes, the people from The Conjuring. I was wondering how long it'd take till they showed up, those old fucks. I wish movies would cast, we were talking about this the other night, cast more freaks. Lorraine and Ed Warren were tough on the eyes. Greasy, old, like, German couple. I'm pretty sure, something like that. Yikes. Instead, you got Hottie McGee and Hottie Magoo over there playing. Making a Conjuring in my pants. Okay. That was not a good joke. Which, when they all, this fucking, I guess, like, Avengers team of the paranormal showed up, and nothing happened. Nothing happened at all. And at 3 a.m. in the sewing room, which was said to have the worst reputation, nothing happened in there either. Like, the sewing room was apparently the place where it was the most haunted. Nothing happened. The psychic did say this, though. This is as close to hell as I want to get. Which feels kind of weird, because it's like, if nothing happened, what does that mean? The drive up here in upstate New York was truly devious.
Maybe he was being sarcastic.
Yeah, oh, this is as close to hell as I want to get. What if there's just like a Puerto Rican guy walking around the house? Oh my God. the 70s. Jesus Christ, the help. The house still stands to this day with no further incidents happening, which is very disappointing. How the fuck can that be the most haunted? That's the most haunted place, or supposedly the most haunted place? Which also, it kind of reads, in my opinion, that the guy who killed his family, DeFeo, seems like he killed them, and then the Lutzes moved in, and they were haunted by DeFeo's family.
I agree.
Even if he's like, I lied about the whole thing, maybe he inadvertently caused ghosts to spook the house.
Yeah, the people that he murdered are haunting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. All right. Oh, okay. The Lutz family experiences were later documented in Jay Anson's 1977 book, The Amityville Horror, which became a bestseller and was adapted into a film in 1979. Which I will say, Amityville 3D was the first horror film I ever watched, and I have a poster of it in my studio. At the end of that movie, a weird sewer goblin pops out, burns a guy's face, and drags him into a watery portal, and the house fucking like explodes. He like freezes up and explodes, and it scared the shit out of me when I was younger.
Do you want to watch an even scarier version of Amityville Horror?
You talk about the one where I get all fucking bricked up watching Ryan Gosling chop wood.
Oh, Ryan Gosling's in it?
He's the dad. He's the dad in the 2005 one, or like the 2006. When was that remake?
2004.
I'm gonna say 2000. I'm gonna say 2006. Amityville, 2005. Fuck. So close. All right, well, fuck. Next up, we have East Maritello Fort in Key West, Florida. It's not necessarily a place, it's more of a doll, but it's more so the doll. Wherever the doll is, it's haunted, so we went ahead and included it in because it's a very notorious doll, which the doll is called Robert. Robert the fucking doll. Manufactured by the Steiff Company of Germany around the 1900s. The doll was given to a young boy named Robert Eugene Otto, which people usually just called him Gene. Should have called him Bob. I love when guys are called Bob. There's no name you can age in better to Robert when you're younger than you're Bob. Bob is such a good old person name.
I feel like it's so generic.
Test the guy. Your name's Nick, dude. Your name's so many Nicks I know in my fucking life. Unbelievable amount. The doll was given by his family's Bahamian servant. The Bahamian servant was rumored to be skilled in voodoo and black magic. That sounds racist. He's like, is the doll, little boy? Oi! The Bahamian servant went, Oi, Gene, take this little doll and put it in your knapsack now. Going to be your best friend, you hear? And Gene's dad was like, my God, the help knows voodoo.
Fucking damn it.
What cost did you bring upon the doll, servant? Upon receiving him, Gene named the doll after himself, calling him Robert, which is one of the creepiest things I've ever heard. Imagine getting a doll and you're just like, me. Hello, my doll's name's Hunter. And your parents aren't like, you're not a psychopath, you're my beautiful boy. There's no way. I think he's freaking out. My screen's freaking out.
Is that Robert?
It could be. Jesus Christ, it's like giving me a fucking epilepsy attack over here. Look at this. Robert the doll is approximately 40 inches tall and is stuffed with wood and wool. He is dressed in a sailor suit that is believed to have belonged to Gene as a child. Once again, gets even fucking creepier. You could have him wear my little sailor suit. This used to be mine, Robert. The doll's just like, kill me. Put me in a wood chipper immediately. The doll's face is painted with a disturbing, almost human-like expression. He has large, beady eyes, a painted-on smile, and is holding some kind of weird stuffed toy lion or dog. Gene became extremely attached to Robert, treating him as a companion and a confidant. Kids just creep me the fuck out. I always hate when kids are just like, I tell him my secrets. You ever hear kids say that? I had cousins who were much younger than me. He had like a little doll too, and he'd be like, I tell him my secrets. And I'd be like, what secrets could you possibly have? Wouldn't be a secret if I told you. And they always drop some shit like that. You're like, holy shit. It is said that Gene would often blame mishaps on the doll, saying, Robert did it! Gene's parents would often find his toys mutilated or destroyed. Rooms would be found in disarray, with furniture overturned and belongings scattered. Gene would wake up screaming in the middle of the night, claiming that Robert was moving around his room or trying to harm him. Doesn't really sound like a friend to me, dude. Robert keeps giving me Charlie horses. Robert keeps playing tap out with me. He's just like blacked out on the floor. Robert suplexed him into the fucking ground. He also blamed the doll for causing him to have terrifying nightmares and sleep disturbances. And he believed that the doll had a malevolent influence and could cause physical harm to him indirectly.
So that's like, I think like he tripped. Robert did it! Robert did it!
Be honest, if you were the parent of Gene, how much of this do you put up with?
Oh, I'd get rid of the doll.
That's what I don't understand is that's the obvious. Well, you know what he's probably doing? No, bring him back. He's my best friend. It seems so far like a child who is desperately wanting attention from his family. And the only person giving any kind of attention or love was the fucking Bahamian servant. He sees him like crying. He's like, hey, I wish I had for my dad. Never wants to hang out with me. He's like, don't worry, little boy Gene. Wipe your tears. I give you a new friend.
His name is Robert, like you.
His name going to be Robert, like you.
Thank you, Bahamian servant.
Cut your hand.
All right, strangle this chicken to death and cut your hand and put it into the bowl.
You want Robert to live, right?
Do you want Robert to live or do you want to keep crying?
He's like slicing it up. You're like, Jesus Christ. The Otto family and their servants reported hearing Jean having conversations with the doll. And sometimes the doll would respond in a different, deeper voice. Robert, do you think I'm pretty? Oh, yes. The Bahamian servant's like,
What kind of gift did I give to this child?
or if you're the dad and you're like reading the paper, Robert, I don't know if I should look at that.
Come on, Gene. It's not a big deal.
The dad's like, Robert, I don't know if I should look at that.
Not a big deal.
Turns the paper.
Do you think that's what inspired The Shining?
Come on. Oh, probably. Red rum, whatever. There's like a lot of tropes of that kind of stuff, where like kids being like, I don't know. Here you go. There were also claims of Robert changing expressions and moving independently. That didn't happen. That's like some slappy goosebump shit. Gene's parents and later his wife Anne noted that Gene's behavior would change dramatically when he was around the doll. How long did he have this doll for? How old was he when he got married? He has to be an adult, right? My best man's gonna give you a kiss, honey. Takes the doll and puts it to his face. In her ear, he's just like, don't forget it's for both of us here. And he's like, okay, you thank God you're rich, or else I wouldn't fucking be here. So yeah, Gene's behavior would change dramatically when he was around the doll. He would become more agitated, irritable, and at times even aggressive. Seems like he kind of has a fuck relationship with the doll.
He would hit Anne and then blame it on Robert.
Yeah, there.
Robert, why would you do that?
Yeah, Gene punches her as hard as he can in the chest. Gene gives her a fucking dead leg. She's like, what the fuck, Gene? He's like, oh, it wasn't me. It was Robert. Robert, you give me so much trouble. It's like laying on the floor or whatever. He's like wrapping like chains around his like wrist and shit. And he's like, what are you gonna make me do, Robert? Even as an adult, Gene continued to believe in Robert's supernatural abilities. Gene's a fucking psychopath. He's scaring the shit out of me. When he and his wife Anne moved back into the family home, Gene placed Robert in a room of his own, often referring to it as Robert's room. Seems like a guy back in the day, like way back in the day, he's like, that's like his jack-off room. You don't want to go in Robert's room. No matter what you do, don't go in there. Respect his privacy, Anne. Anne reportedly experienced the same unsettling phenomena and grew to fear the doll, insisting it be locked away. Despite her efforts, Gene would often find ways to retrieve the doll and keep it close. If I was the wife, I'd be like, put the fucking doll up, dude. He's got to be mentally gone. He's like, he told me he was scared in there. I had to come get him. He told me he was scared. Like, you're 43 years old. You need to fucking thwart giving it away. After Gene's death in 1974, the house was sold, and the new owners reported strange occurrences, such as the doll moving to different rooms, giggling, and unsettling accidents happened around the house. Visitors reported feeling uneasy in Robert's presence, and many claimed that the doll's expressions changed in response to things being said around him. That's so crazy. After he's dead, they still just have the fucking doll out and about. They like guest her around. They're like, hey, can you put up the fucking Victorian like weird voodoo doll, please? And they're just like, we can't. It's in the will. Gene's ghost is here haunting us. We can't do it. After changing hands a few times, Robert was donated to the Fort East Martello Museum with claims of him moving about. Cameras and electronic devices supposedly misbehave around him, so we unfortunately don't have any footage of Robert moving. Damn, I really thought that we were gonna see a puppet move. Oh my god, wait, we do have one caught on camera from Jonathan's Other Adventures. Thank you, Jonathan. So I went to Key West, Florida in 2018 to meet Robert the doll. After I viewed my video footage, I was shocked to see that Robert had moved his foot all by himself. What? As well as captured a ghostly orb next to his arm. So I'm showing you guys what I've captured. Here's the footage. That is a creepy fucking doll though, if I'm being honest. It's even creepier knowing that like a Bahamian servant was just like, I got this for you. Are those feet? That's his feet? Boy's got some club feet, dude. He's got some fucking like elephant feet. Jesus. He said there was an orb by his arm, right? Oh, right there. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Did you see it? On the left side of the door frame.
Gene definitely had to fuck Robert once, right? Watch this foot. Watch, it's the chair moves back and then forward. Whoa. It looks like his foot moved all by itself. Please tell me what you guys think. I think that the fucking chair moved back. Robert's legend continues to grow to this day. And it is said that anyone who disrespects a doll or takes his photo without his permission will be cursed. So hopefully none of you guys took a screenshot of my video or you're gonna be fucked. Technically we're cursed because we're technically capturing his deal. And my really sick Logitech monitor just spazzed out, or Samsung. Letters from previous visitors apologizing for their behavior and asking for Robert's forgiveness are displayed near his case, often often recounting misfortunes, such as accidents, illnesses, and financial troubles that occurred after visiting him. Imagine they're just like, well, we're going bankrupt. Thanks for that, Robert. After he was moved during the last hurricane, he was tied down to the chair he sits in with a fishing line. After the change, movement stopped being reported, but comments that he twitches his head and swallows remains. The swallows one. Oh, Robert swallows. Yeah, no. Next up, we have the notorious Winchester House, which is just this story is very odd. If you guys haven't heard this one, it's pretty funny. The Winchester House is a sprawling mansion located in San Jose, California, known for its bizarre labyrinth-like design, because the bitch who owned the place is crazier than all hell. She's crazier than a shithouse rat, which is one of my favorite expressions. My grandpa used to say it a lot. My mom used to say it a lot, because they're white trash. It was the personal residence of Sarah Winchester, the widow of William Winchester, the heir to the Winchester Repeating Arms Company. It's a gun company. Bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. Sarah built the house after she inherited a vast fortune from her husband's death. Just like Bezos' wife did. Just like Bezos' wife. She also lost her daughter Annie just weeks after her birth due to malnutrition. Jesus Christ. The successive losses of her daughter and husband deeply affected Sarah, leading to prolonged periods of mourning and isolation.
Basically, that's what made her crazy.
Yeah, definitely. Extreme depression and trauma. She's probably just like, ugh. Well, especially like that far back, because this is like 1800s. You definitely would be like, oh, I'm cursed. We're cursed. The Winchester name's cursed. Legend has it that she was advised by a medium in Boston that she was haunted by the spirits of those killed by Winchester rifles, and that she needed to continuously build a house to appease these spirits. That seems like that should be illegal to say that to a billionaire widow. Especially like a manic woman who probably shows up and she's like, yeah, I'll give you all the gold. Just tell me what's wrong. She was told that if she stopped, she would die. If you stop building your house, you're gonna fucking die too. Construction on the mansion began in 1884 and continued non-stop, 24 hours a day until Sarah Winchester's death in 1922. That's fucking insane. The construction was guided by her own designs and was influenced by her superstitions and desire to confuse the spirits she was believed were haunting her. I mean, the actual labyrinth of this house is unreal. Like the way hallways end or connect with each other doesn't make any sense. It's an actual labyrinth, which I always thought ever since the beginning of time that people thought that spirits could just float through walls.
Well, that's the thing. Spirits think they're alive.
Oh, okay. That's right.
Also, apparently, it only cost $5 million in 1884 money. So who knows?
$5 million in 1884 money. So that's got to be like what?
Oh, so
$20
$71 million today.
God, $71 million today. That's insane. The house is an architectural marvel with 24,000 square feet, 10,000 windows, 2,000 doors, 160 rooms, 52 skylights, 47 stairways and fireplaces, 17 chimneys, 13 bathrooms, and 6 goddamn kitchens. The house is famous for its unconventional features, including staircases leading to nowhere, doors that open onto blank walls, and windows overlooking other rooms, and secret passages. One of the house's most famous oddities is the door to nowhere, which opens to a sheer drop to the second floor. That's pretty funny.
See, that's gonna get the ghosts. They're gonna open.
Do you think that was, she's just like, the spirit who's haunting me right now, he's gonna walk through and die again? Do you think that she was probably crazy enough to believe that she could kill a ghost?
That's what that was. It was a trap.
I think if she did believe that, I think that she would probably invest into like Winchester making some kind of ghost gun. Or she has the thing, she's just like, in her house. Another peculiar feature is a staircase that leads directly into the ceiling, ending abruptly without any purpose. Which, going in this house, this would be fucking creepy. This would be an actual, like, Jesus Christ. Well, it would be like you're on, like, a set or something, or like...
It'd be like that Escher painting, or you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. But seeing that in real life would be odd, especially if everything was built soundly. You're just like, what the fuck? Because you'd almost think the house is, like, moving. There's a scene in that movie Grave Encounters where they, like, go up a staircase and it just leads to
That
the
was
wall.
such a
Because
good movie.
The actual asylum is, like, shifting. It's kind of like the movie Cube a little bit, too. These elements were purportedly designed to confuse and trap spirits. Visitors and staff have reported various paranormal activities, including hearing footsteps, whispers, and seeing apparitions.
So she didn't want to kill the ghost. She just wanted to confuse them.
And trap them, which I think is fucked up.
Yeah.
You're a trap, and what are you going to do with them?
Oh, you know what? That's what it is. Okay, imagine staircase to nowhere. They walk up, they phase through the door. They don't know how to go, they don't know how to get out.
Here are some of the specific hauntings of this house, though. Many believe that Sarah Winchester herself haunts the mansion. Of course she does. If ghosts are real, that bitch's spirit is definitely wandering around. Especially it's like a mentally unwell person caught in like a purgatory loop, definitely. Visitors and staff have reported seeing a woman in a black Victorian dress roaming the halls and disappearing around corners. This figure is often seen in rooms that Sarah frequented, such as her bedroom and the seance room. The seance room. That's a bitch is fucking creepy, dude. Some of the ghosts are even some of the people who built the goddamn house themselves. Some of these workers have been seen or heard toiling away to this day, still building on to Winchester's large labyrinth.
That'd be hell.
That is hell. That's actually hell. You have to do, a construction worker has to do the same job forever and it never ends. There are reports of disembodied footsteps echoing through the hallways and the sound of hammers and saws in the dead of night, despite no ongoing construction except for the Red Robin being built across the street. One of the most haunted rooms in the house was the seance room. Sarah Winchester used a special room in the house to communicate with the spirits she believed were guiding her in the construction of the mansion. Oh, so she believed that the spirits were like, you need to add this.
She'd go in her seance room and sit down and be like, spirits, what should I do?
Spirits, where should the staircase go above the fireplace?
Said KFC under the couch.
Yeah, the workers are there. They're just like, a titty bar room, men only room. She's like, I hear you, spirits. The titty bar will happen now. Sarah would lock herself in the room from midnight to 2 a.m. and consult with the good spirits on how to continue the construction. She's like, all right, good spirits, come on in. Bad spirits, stay out. You think she ever? You don't need to include this in the video, but
yes, she did get her by a ghost.
Oh, I was actually gonna ask that if she was gonna get her, if she got her pussy ate. How did you know that? How did you know that? Am I that predictable? I swear to God, that's what I was gonna ask. This room, known as the seance room, has no direct entrance or exit. It can only be accessed through a series of secret passages. That is fucking weird. Visitors often feel a sudden drop in temperature, hear whispers, or see flickering lights when they go near this room. Some have even reported feeling an unseen presence or light touch their shoulder.
Those are the good ghosts.
Those are the good ghosts. They're just like, hey,
I'll suck your dick.
you want me to eat your pussy? I tell you where to put a staircase at in your house? Or how about we talk about the wheelbarrow ghost? Barrow? What's a wheelbarrow? One of the most famous ghost stories involves a spectral figure known as the wheelbarrow ghost. The apparition is often seen pushing a wheelbarrow full of coal or ashes down the long hallways. Staff and visitors have reported seeing him in the basement along with various winding corridors of the house. He is described as wearing overalls and a cap, appearing solid at first, only to vanish into thin air upon closer inspection. Or how about the crying lady, aka every woman? In one of the bedrooms, there have been repeated sightings of a ghostly woman who appears to be crying. She's often seen sitting on the edge of her bed or standing by the window, looking out as if waiting for someone. How tragically romantic. This apparition is usually accompanied by the sound of soft sobbing or whispers that seem to come from nowhere. I hate that, dude. I'd be like, grow up. How long are you gonna do this for? Fuck. But there are many cold spots or eerie drafts in this drab mansion. Throughout the mansion, there are numerous reports of sudden cold spots and unexplained drafts. These temperature changes are often accompanied by feelings of unease or the sensation of being watched. The cold spots are particularly prevalent in rooms where tragic events are believed to have occurred, or where Sarah spent a significant amount of time. Either somebody was bludgeoned to death, or Sarah just kind of stood there sometimes.
Or maybe she was getting her pussy eaten out.
Or she's probably getting her pussy eaten by ghosts, dude. I'm just saying that we can't count that out.
That's the first thing I would do.
Oh, because his song Count Me Out? Okay.
Get some ghost head.
I was like, why did they play his song and then show Kendrick? But yeah, I forgot.
The mansion
That's a really good
is now
song.
a popular tourist destination, offering daily tours that exploring its history, architecture, and paranormal stories. Special events like flashlight tours and Halloween events are still hosted to this day. I wouldn't mind going. Yeah, I would actually be scared though. I'm not gonna lie. If I would definitely. If I went there, I'd be like, what? I'm such a pussy when it comes to that stuff. I would go to this place, I'd be, what, hello? I'm like in a huge group. Did you guys hear that? Like, no. Next up, we have the Villisca Axe Murder House. Located in Villisca, Iowa, it's the site of one of the most notorious unsolved mass murders in American history. In 1912, the Moore family, along with 2 friends of their children who were staying the night, were brutally murdered in their sleep with an axe. That's one thing I've noticed a lot with like a lot of ghost stories and history stuff. A lot of axe stuff. Everybody was probably cutting wood back then or whatever, but still, brutal. That'd be a brutal way to die.
They say it's one of the worst ways to go. Yeah.
All the victims were found in their beds, having been bludgeoned to death with an axe. And the axe was found in the guest room where Stillinger's sister was sleeping. The killer appeared to have covered the mirrors and windows in the house with cloth and clothing. If me memory serves correct, I'm pretty sure they say that demons can come through mirrors. So sometimes you cover them so they can't see you or something like that. I'm pretty sure there's some kind of...
Was that in Constantine? He like jumped out in the mirror and the dude...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that scene actually rules. The Constantine movie is actually fucking sick. All the victims' faces were covered with sheets after they were killed. And the ceiling in the parents' bedroom and the children's room showed gouge marks, presumably from the upswing of the axe. He's a fucking like 7'5" like ogre man. Yeah, he gets stuck.
How did they all sleep through this again?
Well, I mean, if you get a fucking axe to the back of the head or whatever, you're probably not waking up. Yeah, I don't think they were like, he was like, hey, wake up or anything. I think he just went in and probably just fucking did a one and done, I'm pretty sure. If I was a betting man. The investigation saw several suspects, but no one was ever convicted of the crime. But once again, you know, it's 1912, so they're just like, did you do it? The guy's like, no. And they're like, all right, go ahead. The Villisca Axe Murder House is now considered one of the most haunted locations in the United States. Numerous reports of paranormal activity have been recorded, and the houses are a popular destination for ghost hunters and paranormal enthusiasts like Sam and Colby, who did a video with Joe Rogan because they were on his podcast.
Would you ever want to do a video with Sam and Colby?
Would I ever go to his haunting with Sam and Colby, a haunted house? You know, no. You do not understand. I would be too scared. I don't know if you've ever seen one of those videos. It induces a goddamn panic attack. They're like, yo! Yo! I mean, it flusters me up. I'm like, what? I don't think I could do it. Visitors often report seeing shadowy figures, especially in the children's room and in the attic where the killer's believed to have hidden before the murders. I thought it was weird that the guy hid in the attic before the murders and he climbed up the fucking house. God, my fucking shoulder.
Wait, are you the axe murderer?
No. Apparitions of the victims have been reported, particularly on the Moore children. Disembodied voices, children's laughter, and cries have been heard. And some visitors have even reported being touched, pushed, or scratched by unseen forces. Paranormal investigators have even captured EVPs that seem to respond directly to questions. These recordings include children's voices saying, help me, play, or simply calling out names. Josh. Jamal. Aquarius. I don't know if that queers his name. Other EVPs feature sounds of distress, such as moans, cries, and pleas for help. Morty. Many people report feeling an overwhelming sense of dread or sadness upon entering the certain rooms, particularly the attic and the children's rooms. Probably because they know that people were fucking murdered here. I feel sad all of a sudden. There's like blood stains all over the walls. I feel bummed. I think I'm being haunted. It's like, no, you probably know that like, fucking kids were murdered in here. Several mediums and psychics have visited the house, claiming to communicate with the spirits of the victims. They often describe the spirits as being in distress and seeking closure. And some mediums have even described playful interactions with children's spirits, such as feeling small hands tugging at their clothes, or sensing a playful energy in rooms where the children slept. You guys feel like playing? I just feel, all of a sudden, I feel like playing in here. Anybody else? Not me? Okay. Yeah, they're all just adult babies. Anybody else want to play with this cool righty horse or whatever the fuck it's called? Puts underneath their pussy or their balls and just like hopping around the room. Mediums have sensed the presence of Josiah and Sarah Moore in the house. Josiah is often described as having a protective energy, trying to watch over his family and even in the afterlife. Sarah's spirit is said to be deeply sorrowful, mourning the loss of her children. Sarah's spirit has reportedly communicated the pain and horror of that night, expressing feelings of helplessness and an overwhelming sense of loss. Yeah, why are you so hung up, dude? It happened. Get over it. Here's the thing. This is gonna sound fucked up. If I was a ghost and it's been 100 years, I think I would have been able to process the kids fucking passing by now. If they're all spirits or whatever and you're reliving that thing, how many times do you have to fucking relive it before you're just like, it happened? What am I supposed to do, dude? Unless they're in a perpetual time loop where it's new every time. Unless they're in a perpetual time loop where it's new. Some psychics have described sensing a replay of the events of the murder night. They feel the terror and confusion that the victims must have experienced. This includes feeling the sudden fear, hearing sounds of the attack, and even feeling a heavy, oppressive atmosphere in certain rooms. That'd be kind of fucked up. Imagine if being there and you're just like, I feel like killing someone with an axe. Another person's just like, I'm feeling like I'm going to get attacked by an axe. It's like people, each person is experiencing different people in the house. There have been accounts of mediums feeling physical sensations such as tightness in the chest, difficulty breathing, or sharp pains,
which they believe correspond to the experience of the victims during the attacks. And many psychics have focused on the attic, believed to be where the killer hid before committing the murders. They often sense a dark, malevolent presence in the space. The energy is described as heavy and oppressive, causing the feelings of dread and discomfort. And in the attic, it is also reported to contain the residual fear of the victims. Psychics sense the terror and panic that emanates from this area, believing it to be a hotspot for paranormal activity. The children's bedroom is often described as the most emotionally charged area, and psychics feel the innocence and playfulness of the children's spirits contrasted with the horror of the final moments.
Do they think a demon killed them with the axe? They think the attic is the most haunted?
I think that they're saying that the guy spent the most time up there brewing these dark thoughts that he was going to do. So maybe he like left behind this like horrible evil energy or something. Like, I'm going to fucking kill you as soon as I go back. You know, like that kind of thing. So that's just like that energy's left over there. I don't know. But there's so many more mysterious, weird, haunted places in America. We just scratched the surface, but I have to leave you today. Did you get titillated? Did you get scared?
No.
I don't know. I think haunted houses are kind of interesting. I think everybody has like a weird ghost story somehow. Even non-believers, I think, have a little brush with fear every once in a while. And haunted houses are just weird artifacts to horrible, horrible things that happen. And it is just weird urban legends standing as monolithic, weird structures that still remain haunting to this day. And I think that's pretty cool. So maybe we'll cover some more again in the future, but for now, I'm a little too spooked to continue. Until next time, y'all, stay haunted. I don't know.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray.
What the fuck? Alright, I am gonna go use the bathroom. Then I might get something to eat. Ugh, fuck.
Welcome back to Creepcast. Today we are looking into the creepypasta stratosphere. We're looking high into the creepypasta clouds, and we're reading a story called Necrosleep, which won a Pasta of the Month on Creepypasta Wiki. Back when is this? 2014?
It was written 2014, but it won January of 2015.
Okay, cool. So that is we're doing looking back on or looking on the website. We were looking for a story to read today, and we saw this one and thought it was pretty sweet, or interesting from a glance, and it seems like it has like a bunch of really awesome comments and stuff. And we just got done doing the Japanese episode that had like a bit of the like the post, like the guy who's like commenting and stuff. And I think this might be
the train station.
Yeah, I think this one might be somewhat similar, of a man making post or like or at least trying to reach out to people via online or something, or maybe even just talking about a website. I'm not sure, but it seems similar, and I really like the vibe of the train story, so I figured we'd read this one too.
Yep, this story was written by Limnaskate64. He wrote this back in 2014, and it seems a lot of people are pretty hyped about it. If you go to this website format is not the best. But if you go to his Creepypasta Wiki profile, you can see him talking to other users, and one of them is friend of the show, Imperial Invective, or Travis.
Love Travis.
And it looks like he reached out to him all the way back in 2014 and was like, "Hey man, good story." And then Limnaskate said he was writing another one, but at least on the Creepypasta Wiki that never came out. So it looks like this guy had a one-hit wonder that won Post of the Month. A lot of people really hype about it. And then he hasn't posted in 12 years. So.
Is that one-hit wonder, or is that a man batting 1,000? Flawless
That's true.
victory.
That's true. That's true. If you get onto the Yankees once and hit a grand slam and quit, everyone will remember you.
I think you will. I mean, if that's the only thing that you've ever hit was a grand slam, I think it's pretty good. Pretty good.
Well, just in case Limnaskate's still out there, sees this, and wants to continue writing, we're gonna link his Creepypasta Wiki profile in the description. So if Limnaskate's out there and wants to update with something new, or wants to remain the mysterious Shadow Man, we'll throw the ball in his court. But this one looks pretty cool. If you scroll through because the Creepypasta Wiki, I'll be the first to say, has some real losers in there. But if you scroll through Post of the Month, you'll typically find cream of the crop in a lot of cases. This one sounds cool, so we're going to check it out. And again, Imperial Invective is known for excellent stories back to back. So if he likes it, I think I'm going to like it.
And also just want to shout out our audio listeners on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Please give us a nice rating there if you want to listen over there. And also to our beautiful patrons who get exclusive stories and just get everything ad-free as well. So if you want to support the channel, feel free to check it out and check out all the other goodies that we have there. Now, Isaiah, without further ado, are you ready?
I'm ready to get into it. Are we really starting this early? No meandering, no.
I know. Well, I think this is. I think we're keeping a good pace. I think that this is the. I'm excited to get in. I will say looking at the wiki page here, there is one image that is of the necrosleep.net webpage, and I don't know why. I keep thinking fear.com. It's giving me like similar vibes. Remember that?
What was fear.com? Was that like the website with all the
it was a movie from 2002.
Had like creepy videos.
Well, fear.com was I'm thinking of just the website or the movie from 2002.
The movie?
Yeah. It was during like the .com kind of boom thing, and they're just like, what if there was a creepy website where you died? I don't really remember I don't remember the movie actually being that good, but I will say the poster or the cover of the movie scared the shit out of me when I was younger.
Oh, of the distorted face?
Yeah, it freaked me out.
That is a classic early 2000s distorted face. Look. It's got Natasha McKellone, I think that's her name. She played the wife in the Truman Show, I think. Is that right? No, she played the girl that Truman actually loved in the Truman Show. Yeah. Laura Linney played the wife. That's right. Yeah.
And the guy who played Frost in Blade. Can't remember his name. Wanted to say Ethan Hawke. Definitely not Ethan Hawke. can't remember his name.
Steven
also,
Dorff.
Yeah, Steven Dorff. He's also in those. Like,
Yes,
you know,
yeah.
I tried to quit smoking, but I had to get on this. Whatever.
Right. He's the
on
cop that keeps chain smoking the whole time, and he's like, "Oh, so like a."
No, I mean, I think Steven Dorff is in a legitimate medical commercial where it's like, I use this patch to quit smoking. That's how I also remember him from.
Oh, of course, his grand slam of the quit smoking commercial. He's a dude. I'm looking at his IMDb right now. He's in one of those guys who's in movies that can't be real. Like there's a movie called Felon, where it just shows two prisoners. There's one called Gunslinger, where he's holding a gun. Mobland, where that's John Travolta. That's an AI John Travolta holding a gun.
He reminds me of like an Ethan Hawke. It's like the cool guy, whatever. You know, it's like the guy he's in a little more of the edgy stuff. Where he's kind of in he's in a bunch of like horror films, and he's also in a bunch of like other random movies. I feel like Ethan Hawke, like Steven Dorff and Ethan Hawke, are just in a bunch of shit. It doesn't matter. Who gives a shit?
But every now and then, Stephen Hawke's in something like First Reformed, and it's like, oh well, that's fine. You can do whatever you want now. All right. Anyway, yeah, Necros. There we go. Now I feel better. We meandered a bit. I diverted. It became confusing. Now I feel like I can start the story. Excellent. All right. Necrosleep. Cold case file. Necrosleep.net. April 18th, 2023. The following account is the only surviving evidence supporting the existence of Necrosleep.net. The blog data was downloaded by a concerned reader just before it vanished from the internet in 2014. The data was not recovered until 9 years had passed. These are the final days of Reed Murdoch, written in his own words. Okay, so this was posted in 2014, so at the time 2023 was just saying 9 years from now someone's going to find this, right?
That I don't know. I can't tell. It's hard to tell with. Sometimes it's hard to tell with how Creepypasta Wiki is like.
I'm pretty sure this was posted. Everything I've seen, it looks like it was posted in 2014. I don't think that was an addendum made.
So this is okay. So this is just a. Do you think
at the time it was 9 years in the future? People find this.
Okay.
I think.
I see.
So the only details for our story now is that these are the final days of Reed Murdoch. So.
Great name, by the way.
My Disconnected Life. Blog by Reed Murdoch. October 16th, 2014. Hey guys, so I've decided to start. Should I do this in a YouTuber voice before it goes bad?
No.
Okay. Hey guys, so I decided to start. All right. Hey guys, so I've decided to start a blog about my new life. Most of you reading this are probably my friends and acquaintances. For the rest of you, I'll expose a little bit about myself. My name's Reed. I just moved out of my stupid parents' basement, thank God. And now I'm pursuing my own life where no one can push me. Okay, I'm sorry, I have to. Hey guys, so I've decided to start a blog about my new life. Most of you are reading this are probably my friends and acquaintances, but for the rest of you, I'll expose a little bit about myself. My name's Reed. I just moved out of my stupid parents' basement, thank God. And now I'm pursuing my own life where no one can push me around anymore. Technically, I'm the one who ditched the place, but they all kicked me out beforehand. Nobody gives a damn about a crackhead like me, not even my parents. Not that I care.
Okay, so we are under the assumption here that Reed's a bit of a fractured character. He's a bit of a broken man, a crackhead who was living at home who definitely got kicked out of his parents' house probably for smoking crack.
Well, is he an actual crackhead, or is that in the way? Is that like the white girl, like, oh, I'm such a crackhead way? That wasn't really a term in 2014, right?
I don't even think I've heard someone say, "Oh, I'm such a crackhead." I mean, how?
You've never heard that?
No,
I feel like all the time it's like, my second coffee today. I'm being such a crackhead. Yeah.
Well, maybe it is then. I am under the assumption that this is a full-blown drug addict that we're going to be.
How would people call someone else a crackhead?
Yes, I would agree with that. I don't think if you like stay up till 11 p.m., your parents are like, on the street, go, be gone. Anyways, I'm doing my own thing now. I had to give up a few luxuries.
Fucking
not worthy of being called a luxury. I'd rather live off discount ramen noodles anyways. Sometimes I'll even have corn on the side when I'm feeling extra fancy. Speaking of fancy, I'll admit my apartment is anything but. It's the cheapest one I could find, in fact. I find the saying, you get what you pay for, to be especially true when I'm trying to sleep to the lulling sound of what I can only guess is some old lady getting mugged in the dark alley next door.
Hell yeah.
My ghetto sanctuary consists of one living room, a kitchenette, a bathroom, and a closet. The walls are practically made of cardboard, and the carpet is stained with God knows what. But it's good enough for me. Living with me is my poor excuse for a cat named Twig. She's one of those weird hairless breeds, and in turn, a real conversation piece. I'm often asked why the cat's turned inside out, or if she was a victim of some perverse taxidermy project gone wrong. Shoddy as my life seems, living on the cheap has its benefits. My cost of living's next to nothing, so I can make enough money to survive by doing odd jobs on the internet without ever leaving the house. I spend half the month writing bogus reviews for products I've never used and filling out surveys on political issues I know nothing about, then spend the other half surfing the web and watching pirated reruns of The X-Files. I don't even have to pay for internet service thanks to my neighbor's complete failure to secure their Wi-Fi hotspot. I bet their data overages are through the roof now. Oh well, not my problem. I'll be updating this blog every day or two if I'm up to anything interesting. Thanks for reading this boring crap. Hopefully my life will get a little more exciting in the days to come. Read.
End of
I feel
blog
like all
one.
the stories you talk about, like pre-YouTube,
Yeah.
I feel like that could just fit into any one of them, and I wouldn't bat an eye.
What do you mean?
Just one day you could just be talking and be like, yeah, so I was in this this one room apartment with my hairless cat. I had a hairless cat named Twig for a while, and the neighbor didn't lock their Wi-Fi, so I did that. But I just watched the X-Files all day and did fake surveys for money.
I did have a horrible apartment experience when I was living in LA.
Look at that. Go ahead.
I lived in this, like, they said it was a 1-bedroom, which is like the biggest lie. I mean, it's so stupid. It was this tiny apartment, and they're like, oh, it's 1-bedroom apartment, and I was like, well, that's fine, it's only me. And then I went in there. It's half a wall, so it's like there's not even a full wall. It's like almost like a bar, you know, like a bar countertop.
Yeah.
So they just put in like half a wall, and they're like, okay, well, this is your bedroom, and you're like, okay, here's my half privacy wall. But the biggest thing with this was that there was this like huge, I was caught in the middle basically of a rivalry between families. There was these 2 Indian families that lived in the apartment complex, and I had no
Now we're in the meat of this. That was the appetizer. I was like picking at the dumplings. There's a few chips, but now the steak's here. All right.
Well, I lived on the first floor, and across from me was this Indian family, and I would say predominantly in this apartment complex. I mean, it was a lot of Indian families, and just like a lot of people living in their apartments. Like, I mean, it might have been 2 bedrooms, but there was maybe 8 people living there. It was just a lot of people.
What the fuck?
Just a lot of people. And across from me, there was one family, and then the people who lived above me on the second floor, they hated each other. I don't know really to what extent, but I would hear them screaming. I just had war flashbacks because this guy was like on the cardboard walls. That could not even be that's legitimately what it felt like. And there was this one night this guy came out, and there was like absolute pandemonium, whatever. And in these like kind of like LA apartments, it's like kind of like not a compound, but it's like you go out, and it's whenever you step outside of your apartment, you are outside, even though you're still in your apartment complex. You know what I mean? So they would be yelling at each other, and they were like throwing all of their food, and they were throwing wet towels and all this stuff at each other, right? And it kept hitting my door, and it hit my window. So I had like all of this food and wet clothes, wet towels all over my door handle, my windows. And instead of X-Files, I was just I went through this weird period where I kept watching Pimp My Ride. So I was like watching Pimp My Ride like super loud, trying to drown out this thing. So it's Exhibit being like, you know, damn, you're very nasty. And then above me it's people being like, do not look at her, do not look at her, over and over. over and over again. I was not. It was like that, back and forth. It was absolute pandemonium. And the reason that the half wall is important is because I didn't have it doesn't go up the ceiling. So then the living room window, which saw out into the like the common area, or like, you know, like the sidewalk that would go like the pool and all that stuff.
Oh, what the fuck? Huh.
It was there, and I just would be trying to sleep, and you would just see the silhouettes of these people screaming. And once again, the wet towels. I know I keep saying wet towels. Yeah, I cannot emphasize the amount of.
Why did they have wet towels?
I don't know. At first, I thought
was there
it was
a pool.
Yeah. Well, there's the pool.
Oh, okay.
But it was as if they washed it. There was only there's like a common, you know, like a washer and dryer room in the apartment complex.
So it's like on the way
but
back.
the people above me, I think that they washed all of their stuff in their apartment, probably in their bath or something. I don't know. But it wasn't just it's not like it was just like one or two, I don't know, beach towels to like dry off with. This was like bathroom towels.
This is like an entire family's collection of towels.
And imagine like a full, not like a hand towel, a full bath towel that you dry your body off with, soaking wet, balled up, and then like thrown as hard as they can at a guy's like window or door. It's a goddamn. It becomes artillery after a while. But it was a very chaotic time. I went broke though, and I had to leave that place. So I would have stayed.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Where'd you go from there?
Utah. I was too embarrassed to.
Yeah, that's right.
I was too embarrassed to go back home. I already went broke before. I had to go back home.
That's
so I was
right.
like,
I remember you telling me about this.
Yeah.
And you worked with a bunch of Mormons over there. It was an installation center or something like that.
No, it was a solar panel company.
Solar panel, that was it. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, they all took the Mormons I worked with.
Okay.
It was like a national holiday, the day Avengers Infinity War, whatever came out. They because I mean they're all Disney adults, you know. And they all freaked out, and they gave us the day off to see it. The day, by the way, just want to say it's a hour and a half, 2 hour long movie, and they're like, better take a full work day off to figure that one out.
Okay, all right. Hold on, go back. What would the families fight over? You said like don't look at her like their daughter.
I told you I don't know. It would always be big blanket statements like that where there's obviously some kind of
there's been
conflict
build up leading to it
that I have
something.
No idea about. I'm like,
right.
You know, and this is also happening. I'm bringing home groceries. I'm coming home from work. You hear these exchanges there. I might be watching Pimp My Ride in my apartment, and then you hear the kind of like the random things. It would just be like big. That was like, I remember calling my mom one time being like, I don't know what the conflict is. It would make so much more sense if it was like you cheated on my wife, or you know, like, or you slept with my wife, right?
Yeah.
It was either don't look at her, which I was like, okay, well that could be maybe, I don't know, Peeping Tom or something.
Could be wife, daughter, or something.
But then the next day it would be give that back. Give it back. And you'd be like, well, what did he even take? You know,
there might have been like a Romeo Juliet scenario going on. Like they had a couple. One of them had like a teenage son, the other a teenage daughter. You know,
I guess I don't know. It was a lot of people. I mean, like it was like, I mean, like a family of people. I mean, it was like a wife, a dad, kids, grandma. I mean, it was a lot of people in the.
It was a generational conflict. But you would just see the explosions when they would pass each other going to laundry.
I mean, in the most.
That's probably why the one family washed their towels in the bath so they wouldn't have to see the other family.
I mean, maybe, I don't know. It was chaotic. If any of our listeners who's existing in an apartment right now, I really do salute you. I do not want to go back. Every apartment I've ever lived in, I always had some kind of issue. I hated it.
I've never lived in an apartment. Closest was when I was dating Kayla. She lived in the dorms at college, so I would go stay there and stuff. But obviously, everyone's same age going to classes. There's not nearly as much like familial drama. There's drama with like people getting drunk and parties and stuff, but not that kind. Not just throwing stuff or whatever.
We always just had a bunch of always had a bunch of very creepy, weird. Apartments are just such a weird place to meet people. But anyways.
Gosh, it's so good. Okay, yeah. So anyway, back to the story. Necrosleep.
Well, and, at least so far we have at least understood this about our main character. Person, it seems like newly on their own, doesn't go out a lot, is a homebody who basically exists on the internet all day. That's pretty much what we've found out so far.
Right. Well, he got kicked out because of smoking crack. That is the difference between you and him. You didn't smoke. I don't think smoked crack at any point in this.
I have not smoked crack.
Scenario.
If I have, I would admit it.
You would talk about it. I don't
think I would
if you
judge
shot
anyone.
meth
I don't think
or
I would judge anyone who smoked crack maybe once. I think if they're like, well, I've done it a couple times. I'm like, well, what did you miss the first time? Like what was the unanswered question?
This would be my question. What was the gap between the times? Because if someone does crack and then 3 years later they do it again, I think they're still yeah, exactly. When they do that, it's like, all right, so you were crack addict for a little while, which again, clean, totally fine. But there's a big difference between spacing them out and like grouping them all up.
Dude, I have my own personal vices with fucking food and who doesn't drink a little too much. You know what? If someone's just like, you know what, I'm on a bit of a fucking crack binge. I mean, I would say, I think I'd get it taken care of, but God bless you, is what I'd say.
Yeah, it's like, this isn't good for you. You need to do better, but I'm glad you can't see the things that I'm not great at. So must suck that, I can see yours. So I get it. October 18th, 2014. I've decided to do something unusual. It's 3 a.m. and I intend to stay up all night. Caffeinated beverages at my side. Why am I doing this, you ask? Because I'm permanently switching to a nocturnal sleep schedule. In other words, I'll be sleeping during the day instead of the night. I have a number of good reasons for doing this. Number one, there's less people out at night, so leaving the building won't be such a dreaded thing. Number two, sunlight gives you cancer, right? Number three, screw social norms. Number four, the internet speed seems to increase substantially after midnight. Number five, it's a free country. I don't even need reasons. I like how his fifth reason is that the reasons are needed. So the first point's interesting. He's dreading leaving the building because of people. So it may just be because of his addiction. But he also may be a bit agoraphobic of like running into others and stuff. Also, I ran into this cool
Isn't that
forum
just
called
antisocial?
Nocturnal Underground. Naturally, it's full of sun-loathing recluses and cynical misanthropes like me. How perfect. I registered straight away and found the forum dwellers to be very welcoming. It's not the most famous of internet destinations, more of a tight-knit hole in the wall for a very obscure subculture. We all seem to share general appreciation for societal disconnect, which is cool because I really thought I was the only whack job who can't stand dealing with normal people. After all, it's these normal people who are telling me I don't have the right to smoke whatever substances I damn well please, as if it's their business. I'll let you all know how this whole nocturnal thing works for me. Peace out. Have we done, I feel like we have we done stories before where the protagonist is an addict of some kind?
No, I mean, I don't think that this guy's a crack addict, actually. I think that you're probably right. I think it's him just being like, oh, it's my crack addict. Because already he's starting to show like, kind of like what you're saying, like, oh, I stay up all night. I'm as twingy as a crackhead or something. Like, I'm just
yeah, but then he had that line where he said,
yeah, but it's just weed or something. Like, you smoke, whatever.
Well, yeah, I mean, it could be. It could just be weed or something like that. But he did get kicked out of his house. So, could be actual crack. I don't know. But he clearly doesn't like other people. Which I imagine this forum is where, like, he's going to find whatever necrosleep is and stuff. So, October 21st, 2014. I'm adjusting very well to my new lifestyle. I can already tell this is the way I should have been living all along. The internet is a far more...
Do these fuckers even do damage? Like, holy shit.
Everything has been fairly normal lately. Except for one thing. Yesternight,
what?
Yes, yesternight.
Oh, because...
Yesternight, I received a mysterious private message from Nocturnal Underground. Here it is. copy and pasted for your reading pleasure. To Readman 07 from Revelation 666. Subject, necrosleep.net.
Congratulations, Readman07. You've been invited to an invitation-only website that will change your life forever. Discover what society doesn't want you to know at necrosleep.net. Use your exclusive invitation code to enter DCLXVI. Find out what you've been missing your entire life. necrosleep.net.
That is Roman numerals for 666 too.
Okay, so DCLXVI is?
DCLXVI is 666.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
666. Yeah.
I see.
So, and there's also the name was Revelation 666, so you know, probably fine.
This episode is sponsored by Warby Parker. Buying glasses does not have to be so complex. Why are they?
Back to the episode. Sounds like a total scam, but it piqued my interest. I couldn't resist going to the site just to see what the hell it was. So I went there and arrived at a completely empty blank page. I noticed a text cursor blinking in the center, indicating that I could type. I presumed that this was where I was supposed to put in the invitation code, if I presumed correctly. When the homepage loaded, I immediately noticed that all of the text was in Russian besides the title header, which simply said necrosleep.net in English. My web browser automatically detected that the site was Russian and offered to translate it for me, so of course I clicked yes. Now, the site was clearly on the shady side. Whoever made it was certainly not well versed in web design, as it had more in common with a notepad document than a good web page. The background was black, the white text was written in the oh-so-generic Courier font, and under the title header was a row of red hyperlinks labeled as follows: Main, Purchase, Secret, and Credit. Here's an excerpt from the main page.
Welcome to necrosleep.net. This website is invitation only. Selected visitors have exclusive access to our special product that will change your life forever. Necrosleep is a product that safely negates the biological necessity of sleep. Thanks to our miraculous secret formula, with 1 pill a day, you will never feel the need to sleep again. Try it for yourself by clicking the purchase link. If Necrosleep doesn't change your life, we will offer you a complete refund. Your astonishment is guaranteed. I like that. That's
interesting.
That's really fun.
Yeah, this is Russian sleep experiment territory with the whole, if you stay awake long enough, you know, you unlock something, or you quit staving something off you didn't realize you've been staving off your whole life. That's cool. What a bold claim these people are making. There's no way this stuff actually works. Otherwise, everyone would be taking it. Obviously, I was skeptical, and still am, but I snooped around the site a bit more, just out of curiosity. I clicked the secret hyperlink, which took me to another page. Here's the text from said page.
Necrosleep is comprised of special and rare ingredients, which we cannot disclose in order to ensure that our formula stays in private hands. In order to keep our product available, it can only be distributed through alternative means on an exclusive basis. The active ingredient in Necrosleep has been sought after for years by doctors and scientists intending to displace sleep with wakefulness. Only we have managed to do what others could not, as permitted by the will of our master. We can assure you with full confidence that our product will change your life, and you will never feel the need to sleep again. Feel free to indulge in our secret.
I'm assuming Master is the devil or something adjacent, given all the 666
I
stuff
hope not.
so far.
I hope not. Probably, but
I mean, the name of the account was Revelation 666.
I mean, I get that. I'm just saying,
I agree. It'd be more impressive if it doesn't, or if they never, allude further as to what Master is. But I'm just bear trapping right now. That's probably the direction.
It's not a fucking bear trap when 666 is plastered all over the page. But okay, I guess if you want to call that a bear trap.
Well, no, I think that would be a bear trap because that requires some previous knowledge of what 666 means, and I also had to read Roman numerals, which is hard. And it said Master, so I'm just putting pieces together. It can be a beaver trap. Have you seen beaver traps? They're like bear traps but smaller, and they don't have teeth.
I have not.
Alternative means more like black market. Whatever's going on here doesn't appear to be legal exactly. Not that I care about the law. The vibes from this side. Anyways, I continued on and clicked the credit hyperlink. My heart skipped a little when I was confronted with honestly the most uncanny photo of a living person I've ever seen. It was an old black and white photo of a tall man in a doctor's coat. If he wasn't standing upright, I'd say the guy was dead. But my guess is that he was just cadaverously unhealthy and probably blind from the looks of his pale, lifeless eyes. Not a trace of emotion could be found in his face. There is a small bit of text below the photo which reads as follows.
Credit for the pioneering of necrosleep goes to the brilliant Dr. Hale A. Sate. Oh my God. Please, Lord, don't do this. Lord, are you drinking near me? It's Hunter. Please.
Hale A. Stan.
Please, Lord. Okay. Brilliant Dr. Hale A. Stan, proxy of our master and founder of the Ukrainian Institute of Occult Medicine. His work lives on.
Ukrainian Institute of Occult Medicine. Okay. It is. I was gonna make a joke before the Hale A. Stan about like, oh, look at our brilliant leader, and it's like a corpse just stood up. Hale A. Stan. All right. Proxy of our master, occult medicine. Maybe I've watched too many horror movies, but this isn't your typical snake oil sales pitch. Maybe they're part of some deranged religious group or something? I admit I was slightly creeped out, but more fascinated. Click the purchase hyperlink out of mere curiosity once again. Turns out each pill costs some absurd amount of Russian currency, which I found out was equal to about $130 US per pill? Ridiculous. Not that I would buy them, even if I could. I immediately left the site. At this point, I'm guessing it's probably a lousy foreign credit card scam or some weird cult initiative. Either way, it made my day more interesting than it normally would have been. Next blog post, October 22nd, 2014. I posted a thread on Nocturnal Underground about the mystery user who sent me the strange PM. I found myself wanting to know more about this whole necrosleep.net thing. So as part of my investigation, I sought to find out who the user was. Here's a transcript of the forum thread. Hey guys, I hope I'm not disrupting the order of things by posting this in the trolling and harassment section. I didn't know where else to put it. I figured this incident of mine might qualify as a spam case if other people are getting the same advertisement message I am. Basically, the other day, I got a PM from a user I've never seen before called Revelation 666. The message was an advertisement for some supplement. Has anyone seen this user on the forums before? I sure haven't. If you have any information, that'd be great.
Cosmic Trash Bin says, I don't recognize the username. Must be fairly new or just inactive. What were the exact contents of the message? We could probably get an admin to ban him for advertising.
Here's a screen cap of the message.
Strange. Did you actually go to the website? I hope not. It's probably infested with viruses.
Just tried going there. It's just a black screen. The invite code didn't work either. It just gave me a pop-up box that said invalid IP.
Of course I went there. I couldn't resist.
Doesn't work for me either. Invalid IP. If it only works for Readman07, maybe it's bound to his IP somehow. Can you get some screenshots of the site? You've sparked my interest.
Here you are. The page was initially in Russian, so I had my browser translate it.
Looks shady as hell.
Wow. Don't even mess with it. You're asking for trouble just by clicking the link. It's probably being keylogged as we speak. Not to mention the product they're selling is probably laced with cyanide. If he's stupid enough to buy it, well, the gene pool is better off without him anyways. Never trust a Russian.
I'm Russian and I find that offensive.
You just said you were Asian last week. Make up your damn mind.
I'll leave this thread for 5 minutes of chaos.
Oh.
Everybody calm the expletive down. Of course I'm not going to mess with it. These supposed miracle pills are $130 each anyways. Who do you think I am, Johnny Cash?
Just because his name was Johnny Cash doesn't mean he was rich or had lots of cash or whatever.
What? Of course he was rich, you dumb son of a bitch. He's Johnny's fucking Cash.
Whose bright idea was it to equip this form with a profanity filter anyways? It's stupid.
Before this thread deteriorates any further, let me just say, I've put tape over my webcam, just in case something slipped past my antivirus, but it's probably just a credit card scam or something. I'll do some research on it tomorrow, Sun's been up for 3 hours and I'm running low on energy drinks.
I'll contact one of the admins about this. Spam isn't tolerated here. I ought to see if they're willing to install the profanity filter plugin as well.
I got a message later on from HG Wishing Wells, that's a good name, one of the admins, saying that the user Revelation 666 doesn't exist in the database. That the only way I could have received the message is if the mail client was bypassed somehow. In other words, somebody hacked the system just to send me a spam message. What the hell?
You know, so far, I like the idea of, well, first off, the kind of like the comedy that they're adding to the story is funny, but then also I like that the idea of somebody contacting you via the internet or this forum page or website just to be like, hey, we have this awesome product. Like, if it didn't have all like the obvious Satan stuff, I feel like the idea that it's like that beat right there would have revealed that it's okay, well, either somebody's hacking this thing or it's almost like a fucking ghost is contacting me or something, like a little more paranormal or something. I think it's pretty cool. Or even if you take out the paranormal in general and it is someone just being like, they bypass and they want to talk to you directly, and instead of that that mystery is
For
fun.
some reason, right when I made the decision to start sleeping through the day, I'm contacted by this person who says I don't have to sleep anymore. I think that would be pretty cool. The Satan takes a lot of wind out of the sails.
I'm not gonna be a previous hunter would be rolling his eyes and huffing and puffing.
You literally did that.
Well,
you did that exact thing.
I mean continuously, and I would be like, this is bad, blah blah blah. I'm saying that I'm having faith that this is going to course correct, and that it will pay off.
Now, what changed in you? Why are you not previous hunter right now?
I think after one, you read so much stuff that you just after a while, not that you become desensitized to it, but I think that you have to have some semblance of faith that something is going to be better. You know what I mean?
Right. You have to hope.
And also, who just wants to listen to a fucking Debbie Downer the whole time? It's like, you know, like we're having fun reading it. I don't think that this story is like bad so far. I think it's kind of cute. We'll see.
All right. We'll see if you keep this positive disposition. October 23rd, 2014. I finally got around to Googling necrosleep. The results were mostly irrelevant YouTube channels and defunct 90s screamo bands from the looks of it, but I noticed among the garbage results a link to a post on fastmd.com. The preview said,
does anyone know if this necrosleep stuff actually works?
So I clicked on it, only to be directed to a page stating the post you're looking for has been deleted and no longer exists. Should have known. Nothing could ever be easy or predictable. I returned to the results and had to scan over several pages of them before finally running into an old gaming forum thread where the website necrosleep.net was mentioned. This time, the post hadn't been deleted. In the middle of a conversation about maximizing crop production in some medieval strategy game, one of the users claimed to have taken necrosleep in order to tend to his virtual farm 24 hours a day. Needless to say, the other forum patrons were highly skeptical. The guy posted a link to necrosleep.net in an attempt to back up his claim, ultimately failing to convince him because, you guessed it, the site was bound to his IP address. He also had the same invitation code as me, DCLXVI, leading me to believe that it's just a formality intended to make you feel special. But that doesn't explain why and how my IP, and apparently someone else's, got singled out. Again, it's like finding people who have made the determination to not sleep. To not sleep.
And I think that's pretty fun. Also, this idea too of the chronic online culture, or even like a guy being like, I need to tend to my video game for 24 hours a day. It's almost like it is almost making like a deal with the devil, you know. And once again, it's like that concept would be so much funnier or so much funner if it wasn't Dr. Haley Stan.
Hail A Stan.
Yeah.
It'd be I would respect this story pretty big if that was all a misdirect.
Maybe it is. You know, maybe it is. It's just so on the nose that I'm hoping it's just like it's misdirect. Yeah.
Hail A Stan. The braggart then claimed that there was irrefutable proof of his ceaseless wakefulness in his in-game score. In relation to the length of time his account had existed, his score was excessively high. So high, in fact, that it would be impossible for him to attain so high a score in so short a time frame, unless he was playing the game for at least 21 hours a day, which leaves practically no time for sleeping. Despite all that, they attributed his accomplishment to an automatic bot program that operated the game for him during the night. Since cheating in this way is against the game rules, his account was promptly banned, according to the moderator at the end of the thread. Sure enough, in little red letters below his forum avatar were the words, "Banned for bot abuse, 8/12/2006. I couldn't find any more relevant results for NecroSleep or NecroSleep.net other than what I just told you about. It's like these online dope dealers are pretty stealthy. I'm just dying to know what their real motives might be, because I could think of a million better ways to steal someone's credit card number or peddle quack remedies. Could be a prank, but evidently this has been going on since 2006 at least. Perhaps some jokes just never die.
I kind of read that ending as him also being like, I think he's starting to come around to like something, like I think he believes that this thing is not just a scam. Like I think that he's like,
yeah, he's starting to be like, ha ha guys, funny joke, ha ha.
Actually believing that there's some kind of project or something. This idea too, though, of yeah, I really like. I love this idea of like, or why do you think they let that only? That's the only thing. Or let me rephrase what I'm saying. Why do you think that they have that still up? Like, if they're being this shady and like, there's no other cases of NecroSleep, why do you think that there's only like that guy, like the gamer guy? Why do you think that that's still
If
up?
they're not actually supernatural, they might have just missed it. Maybe. If it was just mentioned in a thread in 2006 about a farming game, right? Then he got banned.
The only thing
or
I
there
can
could
think
be
of
other
is-
accounts like that out there. It's just so buried. Because like he said, NecroSleep sounds like scary YouTube videos or metal bands and stuff like that, you know? There was a bunch of results covering it. So maybe if you do dig deep enough, you will find random, maybe people can't make a post about it, but maybe the phrasing is mentioned in comments around the internet and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because I think what's churned his mind is like the fact that it grabbed his IP and it like basically hacked his site so that it could mail him this like offer to buy a product, and it's been doing that for nearly a decade. So I think that's why he thinks this isn't just a scam.
It's also the thing, why would a ghost even give a fuck about the pills costing anything versus usually if you just sign up for it, it's like, does this sound interesting? All right, we'll send you some, you know? So I'm wondering the financial aspect to it of, I feel like it's a ruse, or it maybe just makes it sound more mystical than what it is.
I don't think it's a ghost. I think cult's more likely. But also
that's what I mean.
the
I guess
money
I'm more-
makes it.
Yeah.
Because if you got a spam ad, it's like free, just click here and give us your address. It'd be like, okay, you know. I feel like the money legitimizes it somehow. Hooray, hey, ghost gotta make a living. If me and you invented a pill that lets you stay up all night, are we gonna sell that for free? No.
I need 25 ghost dollars.
Yeah, well, which is the equivalent of like $300 USD payout.
It's 4 Bitcoin per ghost dollar.
It's, oh my gosh, it's like it's like $350,000. And that's what we would sell it for, because good YouTubers know when they have a product on their hand. October 25th, 2014. I got another PM
I have a
from
good
Revelation
product on
66.
hand. My
Am I
day.
the only one who gets creeped out by that name?
Yes.
Knowing what I know now, it makes me uneasy to think about the great lengths this user went to contact me specifically. For some reason, they stealthily bypass the system just to send me these messages and make me this offer. Here's the message I received. To Readman07 from Revelation 666, subject necrosleep.net/backdoor.
Congratulations, Readman07.
I'm scared.
You've been selected to receive a free 30-day trial of NecroSleep. Claim your exclusive reward at necrosleep.net/backdoor. Find out what you've been missing your entire life, risk-free. necrosleep.net/backdoor.
All right, there it is. There you go. There's your why would they not just give it to you. Make you think it's a free product, and then they slide you the offer. Once again, my curiosity got the best of me. Bracing myself for whatever scam was coming my way, I clicked the link. I was taken to a page asking for my address, nothing more. Thought about it carefully, knowing full well that these people likely have malicious intentions. But if I entered my post office box, what's the worst that could happen? Them sending me some junk mail or faulty pills?
Oh, right
The point
here.
is that I'll
Alright.
finally know what they want from me. I entered the address. October 28th, 2014. I decided to go back to the thread I posted on Nocturnal Underground and let people know what's up. Sure enough, their reactions were amusing. Conversation as follows. Well, guys, it happened again. Look at the attachment.
Don't tell me you clicked on this one too.
I did. Then it asked me for my address,
Alright.
but don't worry. I only entered my P.O. box.
My plan is I'm gonna send these guys in first to kind of soften them up, and then I'm gonna send
Apparently they got a huge
them
kick of
all
watching us
in.
quarrel over it.
I wouldn't be surprised if HG Wishing Wells sent me these weird messages just to stir up some controversy around here.
Neither would I.
The mystery has been solved. Everybody go home. In all seriousness, I had nothing to do with this. I swear on my great-grandmother's life.
Swearing on the life of a dead person isn't exactly the most convincing way to plead.
I think the joke's gone far enough. HG, did you do it or not? I really didn't do it. The admins and I genuinely perplexed when we saw where the message came from. Or should I say, where the message didn't come from. It was certainly not from any registered user on the inside.
If they actually send you the pills, are you gonna take them? You couldn't pay me $1 million to try that shit.
Why do the rockets in this game just suck fucking ass?
Nothing can make you stay awake forever. I agree with Cosmic. Don't take this any further.
Even if they do send me the pills and it's not just junk mail, I'm not gonna take it unless I find some more information on it. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Chill out, guys. I probably won't update this thread anymore. Just follow my blog if you want to know what's up with me. Links on my profile.
I hate this idea of him saying, I hate the idea of him being like, okay, even if I got the pills, like I'm not going to take them unless I find more information on it. It's like, why just don't take them? Even if you feel like
I'm not gonna take them unless I look at them and think about it and then take them. Then I'll do it, and you can follow on my blog. Link in the description.
This episode's sponsored by Hollow Socks. Throughout the day.
Exactly, yeah. If you want to see how I'm dying and I'm like bleeding from the inside out, check out my blog. I'll be writing about it.
You can watch me go through complete organ failure on my OnlyFans. Link on my profile.
Yeah, goatsy, put all the pills in my asshole, take a picture of it. It's on my blog. It's on my OnlyFans.
You know, OnlyFans was originally intended to be like a Patreon competitor. It was just supposed to be like creators do their own thing, but they didn't moderate nudity quick enough, so here we are. Do you remember that time that OnlyFans was like, we're going to remove all adult content from the site? And then they had a meeting and immediately were like, we are not going to remove adult content.
I feel like it was like for like 20
site.
minutes. I'm like, you would lose all of your revenue.
Yeah, so they walked into that board meeting. Someone said that at the company, and then they had a board meeting, and it's like, okay, so we are going to be making 0.05% of our current revenue if we do that. So.
What about
this? I don't think this softened anyone or anything up. It softened my wiener, but.
What were you about to say?
Shit.
I heard you say something about a guy shoving something. You can. There's a thought. No, I think you should continue with whatever that was. Well, we pretty much ruled out the possibility that it's a prank by the admins. I don't think HG Wishing Wells would carry on a joke this long, nor would he lie so blatantly. And even if one of the other admins would prank me, I can't imagine they would do it with some Russian supplement pitch. It's just all too strange. I also want to point out that as soon as you figured out that guy was an admin, you switched into that voice.
Well, it's also like, oh my god, I have 3 voices I can do, and I'm like, now they're bringing in a 4th guy. Oh boy, here we go.
here we go. He better be the
Go,
stereotype.
like, nerd kind of the.
October 30th, 2014. Last night, I had a buddy of mine deliver the mail to my doorstep in exchange for some coding work on his Flash site. I'll do just about anything to avoid leaving the building. But that's not the point. The point is that I received an envelope with no return address, and I immediately knew who it was from. That's interesting. The little side notes about him being afraid of people and stuff like that.
Yeah,
he didn't really present it in context. It just kind of comes up.
It feels like it's very intentional the way it keeps getting jabbed in.
Yeah. It was old. Very old. Like it'd been sitting in a dusty attic for decades. I opened the stained envelope only to find a smaller manila envelope inside, also rather old looking. Inscribed on the small envelope was the word necrosleep and a word of advice on storing the packet in a cool, dark place for maximum potency. The words appeared to have been stamped onto the envelope rather than printed. I opened the small envelope. Sure enough, there were 30 black pills inside. More crude than what you might get from your local pharmacy. Now, before you all start freaking out, I'm not going to take these. At least not until I can dig up some more reliable information.
I hate him.
There it is.
I hate you so much, Reed.
Now, I know that these Russian dope dealers weren't just trying to send me junk mail. The question is, why would they send me the pills if they don't actually work? Surely they must want my money, which they wouldn't get after a failed 30-day trial. What if they're trying to kill me? I never did have a good feeling about any of this, but the curiosity is killing me. This guy just needs to be shot. I can't stand him.
Also, I like that they're black pills. It does make it seem like Reed's just going to become an ultimate doom pillar.
Yeah, like he takes
it,
one.
He's like, what the point?
Billions must die. Yeah.
What's even the point of us even trying to put that to sleep?
What's the point? Nothing ever happens.
This is just, we might as well just give up.
Nothing ever happens. We might as well. Billions must die. I mean, October 31st, 2014. Halloween. It just occurred to me that I completely overlooked something. I never researched Dr. Hale A. Stan. Oh, perfect. Here he comes. The guy who apparently had something to do with necrosleep. So I did a quick Google search and found, much to my surprise, that he had his own article on Wikipedia. The article states that Dr. Stan was a Ukrainian scientist and physician. He claimed to have been directly involved in the experiments portrayed in a 1940 motion picture which documented Soviet research into the resuscitation of clinically dead organisms. Here's an excerpt from the article. This is this thing about the dog heads is real, by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm looking at it right now.
The video is a real video they did, which this is kind of graphic, but they took dogs' heads that had been decapitated and they pumped them with blood to get them to temporarily be alive, or at least look alive. And they reacted to noise and they flinched.
It's pretty unsettling. It's a very unsettling video.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's decapitated dogs, I would say. It's kind of creepy.
Well, yeah, but just the flinching and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, the way they're moving and stuff like that. Yeah, it was, the idea of the experiment was that eventually if we better understood, like, what keeps people alive, resuscitation, there could be a way to save people. There was a theory for a while that if someone had like a chronic disease, like a cancer or something that was riddled their body and they die from, could there be a way to perform like a head transplant if this worked, right? Stuff like that, which is an interesting idea, but pretty macabre experiments. So anyway, the motion picture Experiments in the Revival of Organisms depicts various disturbing medical experiments conducted on canines, one of which involves keeping a dog's decapitated head alive with a primitive auto-ejector machine that supplied it with oxygenated blood. The operations in the film were credited to Dr. Sergei Brukhanenko. However, Dr. Hale A. Stan incessantly claimed to be the one who really conducted the experiments and invented the auto-ejector, and that they only credited Brukhanenko because Stan was sentenced to life in prison for illegally conducting gruesome experiments on humans. You know, like you do. He believed that because he had consent from his test subjects, albeit through bribery, he had not committed an immoral crime. The Lenin Prize was awarded to Brukhanenko for the auto-ejector, while Stan remained in permanent imprisonment. It wasn't until they discovered the lost footage of his morbid human experiments that they had him executed by lethal injection. His last words, spoken in an unidentified language, died with him. Dr. Hale A. Stan was rumored to have pioneered a variety of cures for major conditions such as narcolepsy and epilepsy. However, the results were not published in a scientific manner, and therefore the majority of his alleged accomplishments were unverifiable, as well as seemingly occult in nature. The number of people he apparently cured of various incurable afflictions between 1930 and 1940 was in the thousands. Attempts to replicate his documented remedies ultimately failed, leading most to believe he was practicing pseudoscience. It's believed by some that Dr. Haley Stan has a following to this day, and that his miracle cures are still being practiced and peddled from Russia and Ukraine. Some claim to have received mysterious emails and offers pertaining to Dr. Haley Stan's work. All investigations revealed no evidence to support these claims. So I imagine the idea there is that he was a healer through witchcraft or like occult worship and stuff like that. And that's why it can never be replicated, because the missing ingredient was the magic or the witchery of it.
Mama, wipe my butt because this is stinky.
What?
Did you like that?
What was that?
Just a kind of a way for me to signify that I thought that was just stinky. Didn't really like that.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're being good. I will admit, this is good, Hunter. Compared to Old Hunter, this is good, Hunter.
I'm trying to keep the. You know what it is I'm legitimately pretty interested in this weird, dark web. I don't really know if the dark web is. How do you think the dark web is really that touched upon in terms of like horror stories? I know that there's some that we've done, but not enough, right?
I do like no damage to tanks. Holy shit.
I remember the hidden web page and stuff like that, but no, we haven't read a ton.
Totally untouched, but I'm just saying that this idea of this idea of like a dark web forum is legitimately creepy. Also, it's a thing too that's like this is a real thing that could happen in real life, every time that I see the word Dr. Hale A. Stan, I want to drive my fucking fist through my monitor. So I'm just trying to juggle these emotions I'm feeling.
Right. That's fair. And again, I'm going to say again, you're doing good. And I'm proud of you. You're being very brave right now. And I know this is hard for you. But your monitor didn't hurt you. And the story has good elements, like the email, stuff like that, right?
I feel like you could get rid of all the doctor stuff, and if it was just if it was all anonymous people on the internet, to me that's just so much scarier.
Hunter,
with what kind of
I want you to do something. I want you to put your hands forward, like on the size of your keyboard, and I want you to close your eyes. Okay. Are you doing that?
Yep.
Okay, now I'm doing the same. So it's like through the screen we're holding hands right now, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I want you to imagine looking into my eyes.
I'm doing it.
And I'm saying this isn't you. If we could build the world together. Did that help?
It did.
Make you feel better?
I feel better.
That's good. All right, we'll continue the story. I can't wait to watch the recording back, and you're just like, when I did that, just completely bent over, pants pulled down.
Yeah, I'm goateeing the camera.
No, I'm looking. Yeah, I'm looking. No, I'm definitely looking for real. I'm looking.
I was doing that. I had my pants down. I spread my ass cheeks open. My asshole was there, and I was singing that song from Looney Tunes that Frog does. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my rock girl. That's what I was doing. Yeah. And I was puffing on a cigar too for my asshole.
Perfect.
I was doing that.
Perfect. Yeah, I couldn't tell a difference. So November 1st, 2013. I'm holding the pill in my hand, ready to take it at a moment's notice.
I hate you, Reed.
Here he is. Here he goes. I've been thinking hard about this. I know it's not the safest thing to do, but I'm a risk taker. If this turns out badly, I don't have much to live for anyways. Life's nothing without danger. And I want to know the motives
also,
of these people more than anything.
Don't you stay inside all day?
Life's nothing without danger.
Life's nothing without
Says
danger.
the man who won't step outside of the house.
He's afraid to go outside. Dude, fuck yourself, Reed. Fuck this guy.
She's
fucking
a maniac on the floor.
Life is nothing without danger. and I want to know the motives of these people more than anything.
He's listening to Kenny Loggins on his bed wearing sunglasses. Life's nothing without danger.
I woke up today. Danger.
There's a bed sheet stapled to the window. Life's nothing without danger.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick my nose and put it on my booger wall.
That's like Asmongold's blood wall.
Ew.
I think about that all the time. Do you remember that?
No.
He posted a photo of like his old bedroom. He's like, can't believe I started here, and there was blood all over the wall. And someone was like, what's with the blood on the wall? And he replied and said, I used to have a condition where my gums would bleed, so when I woke up in the morning, I would just wipe it on the wall.
Pretty gross.
Like,
pretty,
what the?
Pretty nasty.
The blood wall.
You like that, Isaiah?
It's like, are you an animal? What are you doing?
Yeah,
It's like,
kind of.
That's the kind of thing I would worry about, like a pet rabbit doing in its cage all day. It's like, oh, it got more mouth blood on the wall. What is wrong with you? Oh, I need to know what they want from me. I need to know what I'm missing. There's only one way to find out. November 3rd, 2014. I can't believe it. It's actually working. I haven't slept in 3 days and I don't feel remotely tired. Holy hell. I've never felt so focused and stimulated in my life. I don't know what's in this stuff, but it works. I don't know how long it's gonna work exactly, so I'm not gonna get my hopes up. But the claim is that I'll never need to sleep again, ever. So far, so good. So, okay, is he just staying awake nonstop in his room, in his one room, just not stepping outside?
I mean, I think that's the assumption, yeah, is that he's just like, I'm just awake every day in my apartment.
What a cool reason to stay up for nonstop, to do nothing.
Well, life is dangerous. It's not life without danger. So.
Yeah. Highway to the danger zone. No. As he scrapes blood on the blood wall. Take me under your mind. Just thinking about a guy who wakes up, like smears blood on the wall.
It's fucking disgusting.
To the Top Gun. He's listening to the Top Gun soundtrack, and he just like for 48 hours straight, he's just sitting up on the side of his bed, like bobbing his head, and like, yeah, life's danger, yeah.
It's gonna be a good day.
Gonna be a big day, good day. Get no sunlight getting in. Entirely like strobing LEDs flickering to support his stupid little life. He's making me so mad that that's funny. Like,
we really don't even know. I know that he does like odd jobs. I mean, I guess
he does surveys. He does
surveys. He just gets to like stock up on doing a bunch of like odd jobs, I guess, is his motivation.
I guess he's like, wow, I made $110 today. We're balling now. I'm moving up in the world. I got kicked out of my parents' house for smoking crack. Under your mighty wings across the sky. It's like throws up on himself, just leaves it. Take my breath away. He's got aviators on, cut off sleeve jean vest with no shirt underneath. Just like, yeah, rise and shine, time to grind. Gets on this board to talk about how excited he is to do nothing. I hate him.
Reed is a hard to like fella. I will say he gives off David King vibes is the problem.
He does. There's a lot of that where it's like, what is all this energy for? What are you doing with it? Nothing. And then like he's like, I'm not gonna take this pill unless I find more info. I'm not gonna take it. And he keeps talking about finding more info. Never typed in the name of the guy, the only information he has to go with. He talks about, yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna Google. What are you doing today? Nothing. You can't type this into Google. And then he does. He's like, yeah, someone was playing a farming game. I don't know. And then 2 weeks later, he's like, oh, yeah, I should probably look up the name of this guy. I wish I could find more info about it.
Dr.
And then
Hale
he gets the pill.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm not going to take this unless I get more info. Oh, I found more info. This guy got executed for doing death experiments. Good enough for me. I'm going to take it. And then he's just setting up nonstop. Like, under your mighty wings across
Also, to be fair, he didn't say where he found it. He said, "I'm holding the pill in my hand." So it's just after after he found out about the doctor, it was like, well, what did you even find that made you?
He found
say,
out the
okay,
dude
that
was
sounds
like
good."
an occult practicer. He's like, yeah,
Yeah.
that's okay. I'll take it. That's fine. So I can
guess
stay
you
up
could
and
argue,
do nothing.
I guess you could argue that the Hail A Satan supposedly healed thousands of people. So he's like, well, I mean, he did do good work, I guess.
Yeah, in pseudoscience, that's almost definitely right. And here's what gets me: if this guy had a motivation where it's like, oh, I'm trying to take care of my family, and I just need to, I'm gonna lose one of these jobs if I can, and I've been
There's only so
working
many
double
hours in the
shifts
day.
and I can't sleep, only so many hours in the day, something like that, right? Then I would kind of be like, well, yeah, he sees this pill as a way to take care of himself, take care of his family, things like that. But this guy's doing nothing.
What are they?
Being a
What?
chronically
Except he
online
doesn't
guy-
like the sun.
Being a chronically online guy who admits that he's like, I really don't have a lot going on. Kind of just.
I ain't got a lot going on.
Yeah.
But also, his whole reason for staying up at night is because he fears day and he fears people. Now he has to be awake during the day.
Rule number 5. I don't need a list. My friggin' ways.
I
It's just
don't
a
need
free
rule
country.
number 5. Who needs rules? Not me. Not this guy. My gosh. Okay. I can't stand him. Or his blood wall. November 4th, 2014.
That's hot.
Still works like a charm after 4 days. But lately, the light's been really bothering me. So I duct tape a piece of cardboard over the window. I never liked that window anyways. At night, I get this feeling that I'm being watched from outside. And it's been making me anxious more than usual. It's easy to think you're seeing something uncanny out the window until you realize it's just your own reflection distorted by the cheap glass pane. Anyways, that issue's been resolved. I also found something interesting when I was taking my nightly pills. Until recently, I failed to notice a symbol stamped on the side of the small manila envelope. Yes, the inside. I know I've seen the symbol before, but I can't remember where exactly. It's a downward pointing... Oh my god. It's a downward pointing pentagram with what I think is a goat's head inscribed within it.
Oh, kill me.
Wait, this next sentence is even better. Maybe they just reused an old envelope and turned it inside out or something. You know, the people who have the goat head, the satanic pentagram seals from Hail A Stand. From Hail A Stand. That thing I said earlier about just scroll and find pasta of the month. In 2014, this was special. In 2014, this was like, ooh, the devil did it, because like we didn't have a lot to work on. But now,
also like on November 4th, he was like, anyone else hates seeing their reflection? Anybody else hate looking in the mirrors? I better put a piece of cardboard up so I can't see myself. Like, what is this? A pentagram with a goat's head from Dr. Hale A. Stand? Oh, jeez Louise. We better check this out. Oh my god. I just read the first sentence. Read the first sentence of the next fucking post.
November 5th, 2014. Thanks to one of my followers for finding out something I didn't realize, the emblem inside the envelope was actually satanic symbol. Yeah. Needless to say, I'm definitely not taking this crap anymore. Alright. Alright. You know what this is? You know what this is? You know what this is? This is cosmic mockery to me. Because in the Delorier invitation, it was like, it was the way I want the satanic, you know, like the right angle, speaking through technology, like the higher order stuff. Like that's what I'm all about, right? But the universe was like, oh, you like that? You like that? Well, how about Dr. Hale A. Stan? And how about he finds out that the pills that make you awake forever is satanic, and his response is, yeah. Needless to say, I'm definitely not taking this crap anymore.
Whatever. I'm dead inside.
What? Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. Needless to say, I'm so mad at him. Not even the story necessarily. It's like I was around in 2014. These were the hits people were listening to. We didn't have a lot going on. I'm not even necessarily mad at him. I'm mad at the character. I'm mad at Reed as a concept. So that's what's got me fired up. This sort of thing really creeps me out. I'm done. I wish I would have read that message before I took it tonight. I'll just quit tomorrow. I mean, it hasn't harmed me thus far, and I feel great. So maybe I'm just being paranoid. It's just a symbol. Probably a printing mistake or something.
What does that even mean? What is it?
The printer accidentally printed a goat's head in a pentagram. I'd be more scared if it was a printer
That's
mistake.
already scarier.
That's way worse than someone doing it on purpose.
Hey, what the fuck? Yeah, I was trying to print out Crazy Frog, but it just printed the pentagram with Baphomet's head. What? Boom, boom.
Ding, 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 ding. You know what? Now that you've said that, that's what I imagine this guy knows this time. He said he gets up. He doesn't get out of bed. He sits up in his bed, wipes blood on the blood wall, opens up his laptop, pulls up Crazy Frog, and then listens to the Top Gun soundtrack with shades on. That's his whole day. That's what he needs to stay awake for. You know, some grace I'll give the story. That I think I'm reaching here. But maybe with his mention of paranoia, like looking out the window and stuff like that, maybe he wants to stay awake because he's afraid that someone will watch him or come to him when he goes to sleep, right? Sure. So, maybe. But screw that. I'm not messing around with demonic affairs. No way in hell. Oh, get it? Hell's capitalized. Get it, Hunter? Get it? Like hell, like the place, because now it's demonic. Get it? You get it. November 6, 2014. Over the past week, I've been taking one of these pills at exactly 10 p.m. each night. I planned on stopping the pills tonight, but around 10:30, I started getting this horrible headache, and it got progressively worse. I was thinking maybe it was just me adjusting to suddenly going off necro sleep, so I waited another hour, and I just couldn't take it anymore. I took another pill. I know I could quit if I wanted to, but I'm starting to think that there's no reason to. I mean, I don't have to sleep anymore. I've been feeling energized. I should just man up and stop being irrational. Yeah, you're being irrational now. I like this. I know it's demonic, but I'm starting to think there's no reason to. I'm starting to think I don't care about that. That's fine. November 9th, 2014. I've been making a killing with all this free time and newfound focus. I've made $5 grand in a single day of trading virtual property. It's not including my online poker proceeds over the last week, which are through the roof. Suddenly, I have this intuitive grasp of numbers that I never had before. I've been living my life in a daze until now. They were right. This really is changing my life. So it's like it's like
pill or something.
The limitless pill. It's like the Hail A Stan limitless pill with a little goat on it.
Yeah, the Slender Man limitless pill is what is pretty much is what this concept is. Pretty fun. Also, November 11th.
November 11th. Here's a rather peculiar story for you guys. I was sitting on the couch, minding my own business, when I noticed a couple of gleaming eyes staring at me from the dark corner. Please be the devil, and he just writes it off. I thought nothing of it, knowing it must have been Twig skulking about. Oh yeah, he had a cat that hasn't come up this whole time.
I totally forgot about the cat, the bald cat.
Yeah, he hasn't mentioned it once. He set it up in the beginning because there's going to be some payoff with it dying or being one of the headless dogs or whatever, but he doesn't mention it until now. I thought nothing of it, knowing it must have been Twig skulking about. Cats have reflective eyes. Who else would it be? I looked away, and at the very same moment, I felt it. Twig's wrinkly little self curling up next to me. I looked back toward the corner, his beady eyes still fixed upon me with Twig clearly at my side. I blinked, and the eyes were gone. Man, my brain's really trying to screw with me. It had to have been mental, yet I remember it with such lucidity. Come to think of it, I should have known it wasn't Twig from the start. Cat's eyes don't glow red. Red glowing eyes. He just didn't think anything. You know, lucidity's a big word for Reed. That took a lot. I'm proud of him for that one.
Lucidity is a big word for me too, so me and Reed are in the same boat.
Anyways, let's hope it was just a freak brain malfunction. After all, what else could it possibly be?
Could it have been my little person neighbor that just snuck into my house? Like, what are you talking about, Reed? Sorry, my brain's kind
the
of
leprechaun. He keeps asking for my pot of gold, and I'm trying to gamble it away. November 12th, 2014. I'm gonna run out of food eventually. Obviously, I could go to the store and restock myself, but the thought scares me. The thought of leaving the safety of my apartment, the thought of social interaction, I now dread it more than I ever have. I never have preferred going out to staying in, but I've never dreaded it this much. I wasn't always so terribly afraid. None of my instant messenger friends have been online lately, and they stopped upvoting my blog post.
Jesus fucking
I'm
Christ.
just going to get my groceries.
Bro.
If I have to go out there.
Wait, it can't? Right, yes,
this,
it can. What the
honestly.
fuck is going on?
Being stupid. Stop panicking, you idiot. Stop panicking, you idiot. Stop panicking, you idiot.
I just want to say that that little section of character development or understanding Reed is significantly better than anything. Like, even this idea of a guy getting drugs off the dark web and like going insane in his apartment is more interesting, in my opinion. But once again, it's not over. I don't know where it's going.
I think
Therefore I am.
third. My brain completely just shut out. I was so checked out of this story.
November 13th.
Yeah, November 13th. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, that was more impactful than any of the demonic Hell I Stand stuff we spent time on or anything like that. November 13th, 2014. My friend Jake came online. It was a temporary relief that lasted about as long as it took him to say,
I'm not dropping off the food until you agree to get out of the house.
That was his offer, telling that I'll leave the house and go clubbing with the guys in exchange for help. I declined out of pure fear. He was worried for my health, apparently. I can't blame him for thinking I'm becoming a feral hermit, doomed to die alone in this pathetic slum. But he just doesn't understand. Nobody understands me. At least I'm pretty sure I got enough food to last till Thanksgiving, if I stretch it. November 15th. I need to tell you all about a strange experience I had yesterday. I've been leaving my TV on lately so that the silence doesn't irritate me. That children's show Bucko's Garden was on. You know, the one we all watched as kids until we were mature enough to realize how mindless and nonsensical it was. Yeah, that show. It was playing in the background on my boxy old TV in the corner. Eventually, it distracted me and I found myself zoning out into it for lack of better things to do. It must have been a Thanksgiving episode, considering Bucko, a guy dressed like a deer with a human face. Huh? Bucko's Garden's not real, right? This is made up for the thing.
I have no idea. I can look it up if you want.
A deer with the... No, it's not real.
No.
A deer with the okay. Was in the kitchen preparing sweet potatoes and cranberries. This is about as intelligible as the show gets. Things got a bit weird when he decided to let the anthropomorphic cranberries go into his garden at the last minute, as if they were captive insects. Potatoes weren't so lucky. Bucko sent his bird friends to retrieve a pumpkin pie from the pie tree, and his squirrel friends to collect gravy from the gravy cow, who coincidentally regurgitates mashed potatoes to boot. I told you the show was weird, but that's not even the start. I didn't realize something was off until Bucko pulled out a knife. A full-fledged razor-sharp knife that you wouldn't expect to see in such a benign show. With his other hand, he opened the oven and pulled it out. Not a ham, not a turkey, a roasted human fetus.
Oh, ew.
Mother of God. I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. How on earth could this be allowed on television? Were my eyes deceiving me? I don't know, but I turned it off as soon as he started cutting into it. The gore was too much, even for me. I'm still having a hard time believing what my own eyes clearly saw. I couldn't have been dreaming. I haven't had so much as a nap in 15 days. I don't even know. Maybe something's wrong with me. I've been forgetting my PC login password. Even after I changed it to something else and wrote it down, I forgot where I wrote it down. Where I wrote it, forgot it down. I can't even think properly now. I like this so much more than the demonic stuff.
Yeah, I've been writing down
like
some
him seeing
notes
stuff
of this
in the
just to keep
TV.
This is a more interesting thing. I've been writing down some stuff, but I didn't want to derail the story.
Okay, all right. November 18th, 2014. I'm not gonna lie. I'm scared out of my mind right now. I walked into the bathroom planning to take my first shower in weeks. I never imagined I'd open the door and see anything more than my own reflection in the mirror. Instead, I saw it, standing behind me, staring, completely motionless. I froze and panicked more than I ever have in my entire life, I swear. You don't know true fear. You don't even have a clue. I can still see it, engraved in my mind. The face, it was demonic. It was gone as soon as it came. I'd say I was just imagining things, but it felt all too real. I'm not going into the bathroom ever again. I'll just go in the kitchen sink or something. I can't handle this. I wonder if these pills are screwing with my head. I need to stop. I need to stop now. I don't even feel safe in my own apartment anymore. The shadows are watching me. November 20th, 2014. I tried to stop the pills again, but I had a change of heart at the last minute. Something told me not to, like a voice in my head. I just feel like it would be wrong and somehow my life would fall apart if I stopped. I don't think this is normal, the way I'm living, but I can't imagine it any other way. I can't imagine stepping out into the light or even the moonlight for that matter. All of my instant messenger contacts have been offline since Shake talked to me last, and I don't know if my food will last another week. Twig's getting pretty skinny since I've been eating her cat food to stretch my supplies a bit, but she'll be okay as long as someone comes online by Thanksgiving. Speaking of which, nobody invited me over for Thanksgiving dinner, not even my family, but that's okay. I hate my parents anyways. Screw them. Yeah, this is an infinitely better story right now. November 22nd, 2014. I've been hearing more voices inside of my head. Horrible voices. It's really scaring me and I don't know what to do. Is it some sort of side effect or something? I can't hear myself think sometimes, like I'm losing control over my own thoughts. And these thoughts I have are so dark. It's not like me to think that way. I would never hurt anyone. I'm not like that. I tried going to necrosleep.net again just to see if there's something I missed about side effects. It said the domain's no longer in use. The site was shut down. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm terrified of myself. November 24th. Knock, knock. I yelled through the drafty door asking who it was. It was my friends, Jake and Douglas. Apparently they wanted to help me after seeing my blog post of distress, but sure enough, it was only under the condition that I open the door and come out. Very suspicious. How do I really know I can trust them? I know I've trusted them for years, but what if they were just earning my trust so they could pull something more sinister later on? What if they give me drugged food? What if they stab me when I open the door? It just occurred to me that I have no real proof that I can trust them. I can't even trust myself anymore. I don't even know who I am. Maybe my whole life I've been a sadistic freak and I didn't even know it. Maybe my true self is just now coming out. Maybe everyone's evil. This is so much better. This reminds me of what was the story of the guy who everyone had been replaced by aliens or whatever?
Yeah.
And he was in his apartment. You know the one I'm talking about?
Yeah, I can't remember which one it is, but I know which one you're talking about.
Psychosis. That's it, yeah. This is very similar to Psychosis. Yeah, I like this a lot more. It'd be so much easier if you just took out the Satan stuff, like all mentions of it, and then you just throw in earlier in the story, there's a blog post where he says something like, I'm afraid of what happens when I go to sleep. I'm afraid someone will come. Just give him a bit more paranoia and let him say something like that on the internet before the invite shows up, as if it detected him say something like that, you know?
I think, yeah, I have a bunch of stuff written down. I'm just going to wait again.
Okay. November 25th, 2014. The voices won't stop. I used to think they were malevolent, but now I'm not so sure. Sometimes it feels like they're trying to liberate me. They want me to listen to them desperately. They show me things, horrible things, and yet these things don't seem horrible to me anymore. I'm numb. I don't feel anything. But I know there's one thing I could do to make me feel again. Part of me says it's terribly wrong, but the voices tell me otherwise. The voices are friends now. The demons are my friends.
Jesus.
Our final post, November 26, 2014. Twigs in heaven now. I had to do it. I had to know what it tasted like. It was good. It was satisfying, but I need more. I thought I'd never leave this room again, but I don't have a choice anymore. I need more of it. The face is getting angry. The voices are getting angry. My head hurts so bad. I need more. It hurts so much. I need more. They're hurting me. I need to feed them more. They need more. I need more. I have to make it stop. I need more. I need more. Make it stop. Police report, part 1. Thanksgiving, November 27th, 2014. Victim, Paul Murdoch. Aggressor, Reed Murdoch. Police arrived on the scene after a frantic 911 call from Margaret Murdoch, confirmed to be the aggressor's mother. The victim, Paul Murdoch, the aggressor's father, was found in the process of being mauled and cannibalized by the aggressor, Reed Murdoch, whose face and mouth was covered in blood and brain matter.
Nice.
Reed was shot dead after refusing to stop eating his own father, whose skull was torn open entirely. Drug use is suspected to be involved.
Nice.
Police report, part 2, November 29th. Reed Murdoch's
Wait, is this already almost
was
done?
inspected thoroughly by investigators.
Jesus Christ.
A hairless,
How long have I been
headless,
on this
disemboweled
fucking map?
cat
Holy
carcass was
fuck.
found on the kitchen counter. The cat's blood and bodily fluids were spilled throughout the house, while the head was found crushed, the brain having been completely removed and nowhere to be found. The apartment was clearly inhabited by an utterly insane individual, given the foul and uncleanly nature of the place. An old TV rested in the corner, turned on, displaying only static and white noise. It had no antenna. A suspicious packet of unidentified pills was recovered. The resident's computer and other personal effects were confiscated and await further analysis. Okay, that's from Candle Cove, but I like that. That's awesome that he was watching a static screen, but the pill was showing him.
Yeah, the actual
the kid show with the blood.
nightmare.
Yeah, that's a point pulled from Candle Cove, but I like it. Autopsy report, December 4th, 2014. Subject, Reed Murdoch. Contents of Reed Murdoch's digestive tract were a disturbing mixture of human tissue, mostly brain matter, and cerebrospinal fluid. Examination of his own brain, however, was even more disturbing and perplexing. It was clearly and visibly deteriorating. The tissue was black and red rather than the usual pinkish gray, and riddled with holes throughout. Closer examination revealed thousands of small black parasites to be consuming the brain.
That's hot.
This was undoubtedly the cause of the man's insidious psychosis. Testing on the parasites was inconclusive, as they didn't match any known species. Further testing is required. The unknown pills recovered from Murdoch's apartment have been tested and confirmed to contain a vile plethora of uncommon substances, including obscure, highly addictive euphoric drugs, human hormones, and parasitic eggs, presumably meant to remain dormant in a cool place until introduced into the body, allowing them to hatch and eventually invade the brain. It's unclear how Murdoch acquired the pills and where they came from, although whoever concocted them surely had malicious intent. Police report 3, December 6, 2014. Two friends of Reed Murdoch, Jake Fairfax and Douglas Lopez, were questioned at the police station. Immediately, they referred to his online blog, where he allegedly recorded his path to eventual insanity. It was found that the blog had mysteriously disappeared off the face of the internet for reasons unknown. They were aware of the unknown pills Reed was taking, claiming they originated from the website necrosleep.com. Investigators later confirmed the website does not exist.
That is the end of Necrosleep. Isaiah, I mean, like, at what point, I mean, we were kind of clowning on it a bit. I mean, from very early on, I was kind of like, I don't know. I feel like this is one of the few times a story has had shaky ground and kind of course corrected for, like, kind of stuck a little bit of a landing. What do you think?
Yeah. It did course correct, I think. I think all the demonic stuff weighs it down. And here's really why the demonic stuff weighs it down so much. It's so uninteresting.
Yeah.
When you make it just demonic, but it's not a story about demons or witchcraft or the satanic, because then it's like, oh, well, the thing that is causing all this is the icon of evil. So it doesn't need motivation or purpose or mystery. It's just bad. It's like the essence of badness is what's doing this. So it's like, okay, well, that kind of defeats anything interesting or in depth you could do with it. If I pretend like the Satan stuff doesn't exist, then it's very effective. I personally really like the detail that the pills were parasite capsules. I think that, and it's because imagine this. Imagine they got the weird invite from the website, keeps you awake. He's super awake, then he dies. And then they do the investigations, he's full of parasites. And if we didn't know who sent it, that raises all kinds of questions. It's like, oh, is this a group that's trying to maybe create some drug to turn people into psychopaths? Or maybe this is an occult practice, or maybe it's an experiment done by some secret facility to see what the parasites do to people, and because they know it keeps them awake, but they want to see if there's any side effects before they sell it. Or you could take so many different options with it. But because we have the occult setup, which the occult thing doesn't even tie into the satanic setup, like why would an occult group just send out parasites to people? It makes more sense without that addition.
I would imagine this was,
but I
written
like
with
the idea of the
intent.
pills being parasites.
I imagine this was written with the intent that like the occult angle gives it a bit of mystique, or it gives it like it gives it the quote unquote horror element that maybe the author feels like it needed. You know what I mean? Like it's the kind of cherry on top of visual is what I would assume. I think personally, the pills being parasitic or whatever, I think it's okay. I think like this
How do you
could
feel
have
about
been
the
a really,
cannibalism?
this could have been a really interesting story, and of course hindsight's 2020. This is also from 12 years ago, so a different landscape to an extent, but the extreme isolation leading to mental insanity angle I think is a more interesting character archetype of kind of where I think a lot of people now, even with people doing like stay-at-home jobs and it becoming more and more hard for people to communicate with each other, and I think even just the rise of like almost like the hikikomori incel kind of just like chronically online at home, not wanting a lot of actual physical interactions with people, isolation, and loneliness, like the loneliness epidemic and stuff. I think like an angle like that could have done really well with this show and with this story. And I like the format of the story being a person doing blogs. It's a person so obviously trying to connect with somebody that they feel like they cannot connect with. I think they're kind of like, it's like kind of throwing it out into the void, even if they aren't consciously trying to like reach out to someone. It's like a perfect little setup for somebody actually wanting to have someone connect with them and like understand them in a really fun way, where them being in like a, I was saying like dark web, even if it wasn't dark web, it's like another fun, and I'm always obsessed with, I've been really obsessed with this idea of like, there's that movie that's a remake in the 70s. I think it's a remake of this movie from the 50s, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, which is like kind of gives the it's the theme of a movie being, do you know the people that you surround yourself with is the kind of concept or theme of the movie. And I think that like translates really well today with these people that you're befriending online. Do you really know who they are? And I think like who you associate with and the things that you consume, albeit media, but this could be an actual physical like metaphor for the things that you're consuming that are like rotting your brain, or it could be a thing that's like becoming the parasite that's growing inside of your head. Something like that could be kind of cool. I mean, on the surface it sounds a bit maybe stupid, but my mind was kind of going to those places like, oh, that'd be kind of fun. And then if it is a thing where it's about a guy transcribing his insanity, trying to like reach anyone through his own means of the way that he would conversate with people, which is avoiding outside. All of the parts where he was talking about the little peppering of like, well, I'd prefer not to go outside. These little character moments of made the character a lot more sympathetic to me, of like, this is just like a very fragile person who who's like pretty like injured right now, has a strained relationship with their family, obviously, and then even the ending, I thought it was fun, where it's like, well, then the only like real victim of the story is his dad, to where we're not really given the whole context of like, was he actually kicked out? I don't know. Was his parents just kind of like, were they trying to like include him into his life? There's just a lot of stuff that you could really roll creatively with these like little hints, but all these little character moments make for such a stronger, more impactful story, in my opinion. But that was just a lot of the stuff. I mean, I kept writing down stuff like, you know, just when outside sources come in, or like basically like if his friends came in, if he's going insane, all these things. If you wanted that visual of like, oh, there's eyes looking at me, or something, could these be things that your brain is tricking you into thinking? You know, like are these innocent things that are actually in the real world, but he has manifested them to be more evil, or he can't like see clearly with how far he's gone. You know, I think like little things like that I think could have been really fun. A grounded story into something like that I think is really fun, versus it's really and it's probably just because there's so much of it, but it's really hard to stick the landing on a like, this is a satanic story, just because it's been done so much that it's like, it just takes that, like you were saying, it just takes the creative wind out of it, and you're just like, oh, okay. Versus, you know, having a fun character story of a clearly socially awkward person trying to navigate life and then falling deep into a pit is something I think a lot of people could find relatable, and also it's just like a true thing. It's like, this is like a nice, almost like Greek tragedy or cautionary tale of that. I'm done rambling, but my mind towards the end really did start being like, ooh, this would be fun. This is kind of cool. Yeah. You know, and obviously we're too far gone to be able to like course correct entirely, but my mind was like, oh, that's like a fun idea, or this is like a fun way we could have gone. So all in all, you know, one of the few times a story has started off and you're kind of rolling your eyes a bit, to getting to a place where you're like, oh, that's actually pretty sweet. So I definitely will give it points there.
I think this is a very good first draft. I think that it needs to lose the satanic stuff because it defeats any complicated or interesting motivation. I think you hype up a little bit more that he wants to stay awake earlier, and he makes a blog post about it, about why he doesn't want to sleep. It's because he's paranoid of what happens when he does go to sleep. I think you use the friends a bit more in the story. You introduce them as people who come to check on him more often, but like you said, he refers to their eyes. Maybe that night he looks out the glass pane and thinks he sees someone looking back. He thinks it could be his friend, showing that he doesn't even trust his friends. I think you mentioned the cat more often. I think eating the dad goes a little far, but I kind of like eating the cat. I feel like that is a step.
I thought the eating the dad part went really hard.
He tries to kill people because he's so hungry.
The cat could be I think the cat could have been a really great bridge between, almost like it could have been something that's like his trust with the outside world or something, or like it's the only thing he's communicating to in the story. Like I think that should have been the how is the cat almost showing us like the level of insanity of where he's at, and even his like distrust in himself or other people. Yeah, because
or maybe like near the end when his friends come, they're like, hey, where's the cat? And he keeps not addressing it, and then you find out he had eaten the cat, but
yeah,
we
I do
don't
think
know that
giving
till,
him
like, the
more
police report or something.
I do think giving him more of a reason to be like, well, why do I need to cut out the need for sleep? What does he feel like he's missing out on? I think would be like a good question to answer. And of course, you know, listen, I mean, 12-year-old story. I think we're just saying this in terms of like, for anybody who might be writing something now, or even just like food for thought of just a thought experiment. It's just kind of fun to bridge this together to be like, what would make this just a funner story? So,
yeah, of course.
Yeah, but
I think all in all, I think it was interesting, and I think it has legs. I would just like to see it go a little bit further to be a bit more interesting.
Finally,
because like I said, all the LA stand and the stuff just kills any potential or imagination for complex motivation.
It's hard,
and
man.
Makes it very simplistic.
It's hard to land, you know. And I love that kind of shit. I mean, I'm always a big sucker for it, but it needs to be there needs to be more. Like
It needs to be a story about
be an
it so
actual
that you can
character.
build on it.
Yeah.
Rather than it being an unrelated story to occultism, and you're like, oh well, the devil, as like as like a throwaway explanation of why. It's like we really don't need that.
Yeah,
So.
and also just in the importance of character and story. You gotta care about. You gotta. You have to have a character where you're like, I want to root for this person, or I want to know more about this person and stuff, and you know all these things like you're saying of why does the person want to avoid sleep? Why, like all of these like little personal touches of like, you know, the families. There's a conflict between the families. There's this incessant need to never want to go outside. Like this is an interesting character you're setting up, but it ultimately just doesn't take you anywhere where I learn really much about the character besides, hey, I'm not going to take these pills, and then the next day, all right, I'll take them. Like that doesn't really hook me. But you know, fun idea. You know, but yeah, that's our episode for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you were listening on Spotify or Apple Podcasts or anywhere you listen to a fucking podcast, be sure to give us a nice rating if you enjoyed it. And if you want some extra shit to look, if you want some extra stuff to watch, or if you want to support the channel, consider going to our Patreon and supporting us there. Until next time, guys, don't take any pills from a Russian website. Or if you see, just if someone's offering you pills, don't take them. I would say in any regard. I would like if you're on a website and someone says,
Do I want to go faster?
No, I'm okay. Thank you though. And especially if you receive
fuck it, I'll just go with this.
A Baphomet thing. I would just kind of steer clear of all that. So until next time, we'll see you later.
You know what I say? I say take whatever you want, because rule number 5 is who needs them. And also listen to the Top Gun soundtrack and smear blood on your
Holy shit. I'm kinda surprised they don't have 1 million subs yet. What the fuck? That's cringe. That's cringe. What? I didn't watch this one, did I?
Welcome back to the Welcome back to Creepcast. Today we are going to be reading 2 beautiful stories. The first one being, which I thought this was a pretty sweet title. Me and my friends are using a Ouija board for the first time. It keeps asking people to leave the room. Last time I was around a Ouija board, it was actually in Tampa with Isaiah when he refused to mess with it. You don't fuck with Ouija boards.
I don't touch them. It's a bridge too close to me.
I mean, I feel you. I have met the amount of people that I have met that do not fuck with Ouija board. It's a large people don't like those things. People do not like Ouija boards, I'm finding.
I mean, it's like, I understand it's like a board game that's made by like Mattel or Hasbro or whatever. Like, I understand the thing itself is just a piece of board, right?
Yeah.
But it's more so, I don't do any like ritual thing that is in an attempt to contact spirits. Like if someone was breaking up animal bones or doing little sigils and stuff, wouldn't mess with that either.
Right.
Like anything that looks like I'm trying to make a phone call, not interested.
Well, that's fucking, you know what? It's your choice. I have done Ouija boards many times, never had anything happen. Except when I was younger, my mom did it and she tortured me with it for like, I'm not even joking, a whole weekend. She did this, put on this whole elaborate ruse to scare me, and it was very rude. Just kind of brought some bad memories.
How did she torture you with it?
She kept fucking with the light. She'd go to the breaker box and kept like turning the breakers on and off, all kinds of stuff, slamming doors, and like it's truly like a child raising a child is what it felt like. I was bullied, needless to say. Well,
right. I think that's good of her to do that, and I think she should have done more of that. I think
we don't have to get into it or anything, but I just know that, you know what, treat your children with respect. Don't intentionally scare them. You know, that's just me. And I will say, Isaiah gave me the gift that keeps on giving, which Isaiah sent me a video of himself crashing his
We
motorcycle.
don't. No.
Go ahead and
no,
roll
we
that
don't
now.
need to- No, we don't.
Oofed.
The funniest part of this too is we were talking about it, and he says, "You know, I was only going that slow because the battery was dead." As if he's Travis Pastrana driving around his house.
No. Okay.
Bunch of Red Bull drones flying around your property, watching you hit your dirt bike, I assume.
This had to come up because I have to explain why I'm wearing these.
Yes.
Okay. The motorcycle battery was
Which also,
dead.
for people who don't know, who are listening on audio, what is on your hands right now?
Bandages, a bunch of gauze and tape and stuff like that. Because what happened is I was trying to drive the motorcycle, but the battery was dead. So you have to do what's called a rolling start, where you kick it into first gear with the key turned over, and then once you pick up speed, you flip it into second while the motor's still off, and then you gas it. So you're trying to force the motor to turn over without the starter. So what that means is you go from idling, like messing with your gears and all that, to second gear all at once.
And
right?
I'm sure,
and gas on.
and I've said this before, for people once again that are in audio that can't see the video, that is just definitely on repeat right now, that I'm gonna have them just repeat entirely.
It looks like a very slow.
It could not look like more of like an 86-year-old man on like a French moped going around a corner and then just having a heart attack and toppling to the ground is what it looks like. And then what happens is Isaiah sent me it's like a 6-minute long video. The rest of that's 10 seconds. The rest of these 6 minutes is spent with Isaiah just pacing around to the point where you're like, where the like it's what's like that important that he showed me him being like, yeah, so this is me really just kind of feeling it out.
No, I clipped the minute. I clipped the minute of the wreck.
It was only
on
a
the
minute.
Security camera.
Oh my god! It felt like eternity watching you
Okay, well,
walk
it's
back
me.
and forth.
I clipped the minute and I sent it to you. Sorry, I didn't edit it for you.
You should have.
Because as soon as I wrecked, I stood up and I was bleeding from my hands and leg. So I paced for a while, like, you're okay. You can feel your bones. You're okay. You're okay. Like, trying to walk it off. Yeah, like, I don't
my
have any
bones are still there.
numbness. I can flex my leg all the way. I was doing that whole thing.
Slow as
Did I
fuck,
send
boy.
you the video of the injury?
No, I haven't seen any of the actual injury so far. I am curious to see your little Arby's roast beef mitts.
Yeah. Hold on. I got a couple pics of that. We can't put it in the episode.
Yeah, it's
but
definitely too. Well, the fact that you need bandages, I'm very curious to see what it looks like here. Oh, and then also, by the way, we're reading Ronald McDonald House afterwards. That's the second story. Ooh, owie. Owie, ow.
Yeah, I cut myself on my hands, and then that left hand skipped. And while I was bleeding, I was looking down on it, and I could see little striations under the skin. And I'm like, oh, those are muscles. That's awesome. That's great. That feels great.
This is actually it's so funny. This is funny. Given the context of the video, it's very funny that this is actually a very looks like fucking for people that don't. It looks like Freddy Krueger's face is what his injuries look like. We'll put it up on the Patreon. Which also hey, thank you to the patrons.
We'll put it up on the Patreon.
Put it up on the Patreon. So if you want to see some blood and gore from Isaiah, feel free. But thank you to our patrons for supporting us and getting some extra.
Why the
content
fuck
on the
was I
side.
zoomed
And
in
then
so
also
much?
thank you to audio listeners who are listening to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, anywhere you can listen to podcasts and giving us a nice rating. We appreciate you. Isaiah, you just want to jump right in?
Yeah, did you even say what the second story we're reading is?
Yeah, I said Ronald McDonald House. I said it.
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't hear you say that. Okay, I also want to say to match the cast, I'm wearing a Five Nights at Freddy's t-shirt that I found at a gas station.
Wow.
This game's
in rural
broken.
Appalachia. So,
wow.
It got the whole fit going.
It really is quite the
Done.
Wow. Drip check, definitely.
Our first story, me and my friends are using a Ouija board for the first time. It keeps asking people to leave the room. Was written by World Away Tweety. World Away Tweety actually writes a ton of stories for No Sleep. They write, it says in their bio that they write spooky stories and screenplays. So they've got a ton of stuff, some of it written for No Sleep, some of it written for the screen. They've been writing for years, it looks like, and there's
Wait,
dozens
no,
of
I didn't.
stories on their page.
Not yet.
So we'll have that linked in the description. Be sure to check them out if you enjoy it. And our other author today we'll talk about, but it seems that the story we'll be reading from them is the only story they've posted, and they haven't posted in 13 years. So that's a great sign. We'll go ahead and get into it with the Ouija board story. Hunter, are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
Let's begin.
Also, if anybody has a Ouija board while we read this, I would say put it out.
I'd say don't do that, but you know what? You're an adult. Hypothetically, so
you do what you got to do, but I say bust out that Ouija board.
Yeah. Get that Ouija board going. Okay. Me and my friends are using a Ouija board for the first time. Keeps asking people to leave the room. I'm using this post to chronicle the events of this evening, as they've been truly fascinating. Some quick backstory. The small section of the city that me and my friends live is generally known to be haunted. And even if you're not a believer in the supernatural, it's at least a bit eerie. I'm not going to dox myself by stating the location, but let's just say that creepy sightings, murders, deaths due to unexplainable circumstances are our bread and butter. For most people, this means you move away as soon as they can. For folks like me and my friends, who absolutely love all things spine-chilling, it generally makes for a pretty good time. Our Halloween parties are awesome. Most of our drinking nights have some sort of spooky game interlaced into them. And if you have literally nothing to do on a Friday night with your friends, you can always go on a tour of some of our haunted locales, graveyards, abandoned buildings, creepy forests, you name it. So with that background established, let's cut back to tonight. Did you when you were in college and stuff like that, did you ever do all that? Because like I would go to like abandoned buildings and like there were a bunch of after parties on like spooky, in the woods and stuff like that. Did you do anything like that?
No, it was more like when I was in middle school. Middle school things, we didn't really have much to do, so then you just wait for your, like, if you're at your buddy's house for their parents to go to sleep, and you get, like, walk out into, like, the country or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, do that kind of thing.
Oh, we're gonna go out to the river. Oh, it's gonna be spooky.
Yeah.
I told you Kayla and I met ghost hunting, right?
Yeah, dude. It's a magical, lovely tale. Very romantic.
Like the sarcasm with that.
Very romantic, and I would love to hear it again.
There was so much sarcasm baked.
No, man, I would love to actually have to sit through that one more time. It'd be great.
You are such a jerk.
No, I don't know. Have you ever told it on the podcast though?
I don't know. I don't care anymore.
No, dude, it's actually like it's a pretty phenomenal story. You should say it.
I can't take you and your stupid little pics.
No, I'm being honest. I'm not being facetious at all. I'm saying that it's legitimately like really, really good. You should say it.
I'm just gonna keep reading. I can't stand. Kayla and I met ghost hunting. That's the whole story. That's all you need to know. That's all Hunter's gonna get out of me right now. I can't do this right now.
No, you guys are missing out. It's a real tearjerker. So.
I'm gonna say the text that you sent me earlier.
You don't need to say that. That's a joke between friends, is what that is.
Yeah. Okay. Me and my closest three pals decided to try our hand at using a Ouija board. Were we going to be normal and try the Ouija board in one of our family attics? Nah, too basic. We instead decided to trek up together to what, I shit you not, is an abandoned tree house left in an elevated section of our city, surrounded by forest. What could go wrong, right?
Don't like that. I would do it. Just stick to my living room. I would be too much of a pussy to go up and be like, you know what? Hey, let's go to that abandoned tree house in the middle of the forest. No, sir. No.
It's in an elevated section of the city. I guess it kind of means like, you know how like in LA, there's like, the like wooded hills in the midst
like
of the city.
outlook.
I guess that's what.
Yeah.
I guess that's what it means. We climbed up to the treehouse, set down a spooky themed rug, lit some candles, and brought out the Ouija board. Despite my pretty extensive resume of dealing with all things creepy, I never actually tried a Ouija board before, so I was really excited to see what would happen. We went into this excited to break every rule in the book. We weren't going to do a seance, we were going to ask whatever we want, and we didn't need to worry about being respectful to the spirits, etc. We figured if something interesting were to happen, it'd be more likely if we went in as carefree as possible. We sat in a circle around the Ouija board and got started, asking the simple question,
is there a spirit with us?
With all of our hands placed on the planchette. No real response. We fluttered the planchette in a few different directions, but we could tell we were kind of forcing it. We asked a few other questions.
What's your name? When did you die?
But nothing really came of it. After trying for the next half hour and not really getting anything in the form of a response, we decided that we probably didn't have any spooky luck tonight. and opted instead to share scary stories in the treehouse. We left the Ouija board out just in case we get luckier later in the night. Amidst a break in our storytelling where everyone was grabbing drinks and snacks from their bags, I decided to give the Ouija board another quick go. Placed my hand on the planchette alone and whispered the following question.
Will you please grace us with your presence tonight?
That's what does it when you skip into like the old English dialogue vernacular. That's when it happens.
That's what you have to do. Will you please grace us with your presence tonight?
Yeah. Yeah, you just have to sound like an oil man from the 20s.
You know what I do? I try to put something in the backpack and just like leave it open, so then the ghost would have to kind of like peer and like, what's in there, and have something a little tempting, to where then it would be like, oh, okay, I want to start messing with them. I want to start interacting with these guys. They're pretty cool.
What do you mean by tempting?
I don't know, man. What would you tempt a ghost with?
That depends on the ghost, I guess.
Just the way you said that.
I mean,
it just depends on the ghost, I guess.
No, I have that in front.
I don't know, some Kit Kats or some Twinkies. I don't know.
You are laying into me this episode.
I think, you know what
I did.
I would do a couple different things.
What did I do that made you so upset? No, don't deflect. What did I do that made you so upset?
You know what I do? I take a naughty picture of myself, a little Polaroid, and I'd put it in the bag and I'd leave it open.
See, I knew when you said something to tempt the ghost, I knew it would be in that direction.
So then why did you fucking go Mr. Rogers with it? If that was well, I don't know. It depends who the ghost is.
Okay, what did I do? Why are you mad? What did I do?
I'm not mad. I'm just saying the way you.
I forgot my mic was down or up or
it really
whatever.
is. It's like a goddamn ring pop.
Between this and me bringing up like that's how you kill it. I bet ghost town. You're like, wow, really? Like what has got your goat right now?
Nothing.
All right. I guess I would tempt a ghost with the chocolate bar. How's that? That's wholesome, right? The ghost is like, ooh, chocolate. I like that. How's that?
I mean, you're setting yourself up for all these. Yep, chocolate's good. My hand. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, what were you gonna say? Go ahead.
Just the idea of I tempt a ghost with a chocolate bar.
See, there it is again. There it is. You're just looking to use that voice and to be.
You're the one who's doing it. You're intentionally doing it. You're fucking with me. You're definitely fucking with me.
No, okay. No, Your Honor. I attacked him because he was asking for it. He was.
First off, do you think it should? What the fuck do you think a ghost wants with some chocolate? If he's sitting there,
what does the ghost want with your naked Polaroid?
Because imagine me on a jet ski, dude, Speedo on, and I'm spread open. I'm talking like you can't even believe that a human could be. I'm like a goddamn wishbone. You spread me open. I mean, I'm flexible. Bend to me before I snap. I'm saying that you're telling me a ghost. If a ghost is on Earth, first off, is the ghost logic that we're using is that the ghost is in like a purgatory? do ghosts because they realize they don't know that they're dead, right? That's the idea.
No one's established that, but sure.
No, I'm just, but in general, if there's a ghost, well, I'm just saying in general.
If a ghost is interacting with a Ouija board, they know they're a ghost or a spirit or whatever.
Okay. Well, I didn't know that because sometimes what people say is that ghosts don't realize that they're
So
dead.
hold on, you think a normal guy who doesn't know he's dead is going to come across a Polaroid of you and be like, hello, Hunter?
I think a lot of people would, yeah, dude. I'm not saying that, listen, I would say that as a whole package, it's not impressive, but there's a couple of ham hocks I think could turn some heads.
More than would be interested in chocolate.
Honestly, and I hate to be, I'm not trying to peacock, but yes. I think I could bust out. I think I could I would bust a nut over myself over than like a Hershey or a Ghirardelli. I guess what I'm saying. Like I would turn heads.
All right, I have nothing to add to that.
They call me that. My nickname was Chinese Finger Trap for like 2 or 3 years.
All right. We don't need to get into that nickname story. I liked it better when your mom was turning the lights off. That was better. Chinese finger trap. You're just constantly on. You just it's like
true.
The little chatter teeth that just run around like.
It's true. People
like there's always some like
get stuck
horrible
in it.
bit or something.
No, people get stuck in it. I'm like, you gotta squeeze and push if you want to get out of this. What was the dragon's name in Mulan? That's what they called me. That's what they do. I do an Eddie Murphy impression, but I can't anymore. It's just
wasn't it Moosh?
I forgot they called it. God.
So it was, yeah, it was Mushu. Mushu.
God damn. I forgot Disney was holding back. They're like, yeah, it's about a Chinese girl. Yeah, the drag's called Mushu. We're going to call her Sweet and Sour, but we decided against it. God damn. Holy hell. We should call the little dragon General Chao.
Dude, the cheddar teeth. Gosh.
We should restart this paragraph because I'm lost.
Okay, well, I ended the paragraph. You said, you said, will you please grace us with your presence tonight? So now it's a new paragraph.
Oh, okay. All right. So, okay, we're good.
Surprisingly, the planchette started moving. It's hard to explain, but you kind of know when something is moving on its own versus you sort of subtly and subconsciously moving it with your hand to force an answer. This felt real. A tingle went up my spine. It was cool as hell. My hand was moved to the following letters. Y-E-S. Awesome. I looked over to the group and told them that the Ouija board was working again. Excitedly, we all huddled around and placed our hands on the planchette. I followed up with another question.
Where are you from?
We sat there excitedly waiting for something. Instead, nothing. The planchette was still. The lack of any sort of external force with us was very, very obvious. Disappointing, but I had an idea I wanted to follow up with. I turned to my friend Kevin and asked him,
"Do you want to try doing it solo? It worked for me."
Kevin was confused, but he decided to give it a try. We all backed up to give him some space with the Ouija board. He placed his hand on the planchette and repeated my question.
Where are you from?
His expression changed to shock as his hands started moving with the planchette. He turned to all of us and mouthed,
"I'm not doing this."
To which I excitedly mouthed back. I pulled out a notepad and recorded the answer as the planchette went from letter to letter. It recorded the following. Not important. Love it. A spirit with some sass. I asked Kevin about, I'll also say this. A lot of the times we get annoyed by like casual language and stuff like that in a story because it comes out of nowhere or it isn't fitting. But this is like a group of friends in high school or whatever going out with a Ouija board. So like the vernacular feels fitting, you know?
Yeah, they're also idiots.
Yeah. It's just them being dumb and like, oh, play with the Ouija board. So like it's
also,
not.
this thing is actually moving. Okay, this thing's actually moving, and it's just like, okay, a ghost with some sass. God,
I don't understand why I constantly just have phlegm like in my fucking system.
It's like the perfect juxtaposition. Oh my God, this guy has some sass, and then later his dead corpse is gonna be flying around the room. Exactly. He shouldn't have offered him chocolate. Drop the chocolate bar, it'll break the spirit's power.
Meanwhile, the spirit's showing them like every death and every murder, like just blood pouring from its eyes, screaming, "Get the chocolate bar!
Get the goddamn chocolate bar!" It's like the scariest ghost, just.
It's like there's like hellfire and like animal sacrifices, and they're treating it like the Goonies. Like,
yeah,
the chocolate.
Goonies never die. One-eyed Willie. It's like you have no grasp of how serious the situation is.
It's like you get a hold of yourself. You have no idea what you're up against.
Lord,
you're speaking to the Lord of the Flies. You gotta get it together.
Because there's been times when I was a kid where it's like, even if somebody's faking it, I have lost my mind every time. When I was a kid, I was like, oh my God, I was freaking out. So just having this happen several times, I would be like, okay, cool, we're done.
And we're going home. I'm done.
Also, he has sass. Is he a character in like a Tyler Perry movie? I'm like, this is a fucking ethereal being. Like, well, how about let's boot scoot and let's get the fuck out of here. Good Lord.
We in college one time we were playing with a Ouija board around campus,
right, that's
and
how it
there
goes.
was one building that burnt down years ago, and there was a legend on campus that you'd see a woman in a dress like Civil War era dress, walking around in the building that was built in the remnants of the old one. And I remember we went up there to the hill, and we were like, "Who are you?" And two people were playing, and it spelled out like. It's like girl, and we're like, oh, the girl in the dress. And then one guy was playing by himself. He's like, what happened? And then it spelled out fire.
and I just left.
I don't blame you though. I do not blame that
clearly
response.
that one guy messing with me, but I just left.
Yeah,
I just
I said I would be. I'm a giant pussy. I'd be like, no, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it just, even if it says something like nice, love. Actually, that's even more threatening. Love. I'd be like, okay, come on, bye. Get the fuck out of
Well,
here.
I thought that was your whole strategy with the Polaroid.
No, I like to tempt. I don't like to act.
Oh, okay. You like to be a little tease.
I like to be a little tease to the paranormal, but
I see.
Little window shopping for him. That's about it.
I see. I got you. Other side of the glass.
Yeah, exactly. Every kiss begins with K is what I say. Looking in.
Love it. A spirit with some sass. I asked Kev to back up for a sec as I approached the Ouija board, prep for one final solo question. I asked,
why are you only responding when it's one of us using the board?
Yet again, the planchette moved effortlessly within my hand. It was faster this time, so I said the letters out loud and had another one of my friends, Eleonora, transcribe onto my notepad. The answer was, one at a time. Fair enough. I thanked the spirit, my hand still on the planchette.
I appreciate your answers, friend.
To my surprise, in a strange synergy between me and the spirit, I felt compelled to move the planchette again. It was the fastest it had ever been this time as it covered the following letters. Tell everyone else to leave. Huh. Huh. That's a little weird. That's a little quirky.
First off, I should say, tell everyone else to leave. I mean, I would be shitting bricks right now. Huh.
He's gonna be
kind of a bit
like
awkward.
he's gonna be like the guy at the end of Hereditary where he's in the treehouse, just like getting possessed and there's headless bodies everywhere.
Is that one naked?
Everyone's headless and naked, like bowing.
That trumpet music. Yeah. Huh. That's a little peculiar, don't you think, Eleonora? And she's just like, she's skinned alive,
She's
like crucified on the wall. That's a little weird, don't you think? What you doing up there? How'd you get
He
up
hasn't
there?
played
You
a
can't do
joke
that.
on me.
His buddy, he looks to his buddy who's like, his mouth's in a scream and his head's spinning. And he was like, that's a cool trick. The ghost teach you that?
I love the idea too of this happening to you. You run outside, get on your motorcycle, and immediately crash it.
just like all of it is from one camera angle of me slowly going down the ladder, getting on the bike, can't start it, tries to roll it, crashes.
Well, see, it was actually
immediately.
so slow because I had to do a rolling start. So
Yeah, I had to
you
do
have
a
to
rolling
start.
start. Well, you
go
see,
to the
I had to
whole
do a
thing.
rolling start because the battery doesn't. Yeah, I just explained the whole process.
Yeah.
Oh. Probably should change that battery. I like the idea of someone being confronted with like actual like scary demons, spirits, whatever, but it's like a Scooby-Doo movie. Like,
Oh, yeah.
jeepers, it sure is a
And I want to say
fright.
so far, I did like that little turn. That was kind of that kind of fucked me up a little bit.
Yeah,
Tell
yeah,
everyone
yeah.
else to leave. Fuck that, dude.
I love those. Huh. That's so good.
Yeah, I just couldn't hold in the laugh. It was just the literal line. Huh. Yeah.
Huh.
That's a bit peculiar.
I kind of like it's kind of campy, like being confronted with the real horror with such casualness to it.
It's time to talk about something scary.
Your health.
I know I don't
True.
So, my friend looked at me skeptically as I said the letters at a time.
Are you sure you didn't force that on purpose?
Asked Eleonora. I assured her I definitely didn't. That was definitely from the spirit. Which that's one of the, I think I mentioned earlier, but that's one of the big deals with like Ouija boards. You can't play it by yourself because the whole point's like connected energies or whatever around the planchette. So if you're playing it by yourself, it's a one-way between you and the spirit. So the spirit wins every time.
Oh, I see.
At this point, this had been the most clearly supernatural phenomena I'd ever experienced in my life, and I was excited to keep it going. My friends, usually unflinching and made of ice, were a little bit thrown. Eleanor and Martin looked ever so slightly spooked, but Kev was willing to go with it.
Might as well see where this goes.
Kev said as he started climbing down from the treehouse. With a slight bit of hesitation, Eleanor and Martin followed suit. Sweet, an actually creepy night. I embraced the quiet amidst the lighting of the candles and the power of the Ouija board. I geared up for my next question. I wasn't going to hold back.
Spirit, how will I die?
brother is just dying.
I know, dude. Good.
The horse.
No hesitation, no surrender. Literal fucking Goonies. Fucking sloth shows up and rips him in half.
Because it's not like he's like, oh, I don't believe this. Like he thinks he's talking to us something beyond the veil. Something we can't understand.
Beyond the veil. But you know what's more fucked up is that he does not care what is behind the veil.
No.
He doesn't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if you're God or the devil. How the fuck am I gonna die? You're like, come on, man.
Just immediately diving into like a thing that you should never ask one of these things.
Ever. What kind of oh, sick. Okay, great.
How will I die?
I'm glad I know that now. Thanks, man.
Yeah. Yo, I mean, what do? The Ouija board's like car, and you're like, great.
What?
Time to be scared forever.
No shit.
I took in a deep breath, waiting for some movement. Slowly. Depends. Interesting answer. This is literally Fred from Scooby-Doo. Like, come on, game. If not a bit underwhelming, I geared up for my follow-up.
Oh, come on, Spirit. What about something a bit more specific? I've never wanted people to die so badly, honestly.
He's about to get ripped out of that tree house.
It's gonna be so satisfying.
It's gonna look like, have you ever seen a sky hook? The way they used to pick up people in the military where they put a balloon in the air and a plane hits the balloon and just rips them off the ground. It's gonna look like that, straight out the wall of the tree house.
It's gonna look like that little kid in fucking Harambe's pit being dragged from that goddamn river. That's what it's gonna look like.
Yeah. What do you do if you're like, oh, something more specific, and it's like gorilla, and you're like, oh god, and then you turn around and there's a gorilla in the tree.
Yeah. In the jungle, the mighty jungle. That's in the distance, getting louder. That'd be so frightening.
You hear your friend outside be like, is that a gorilla?
Just the thundering pounds of gorilla's fucking fist into the earth. Sounds like a horse galloping towards you.
Uh-oh, you asked the gorilla question.
Uh-oh, you said the magic word.
My hand moved with the planchette to the following letters. I try hard to focus and connect the letters since I didn't have anyone to transcribe with me. What is your name? Weird. Completely dodged my question. Completely dodged my question. Completely dodged my question and asked me my name. Okay, all-knowing spirit. I assumed you'd already know that. I decided to try tricking it.
My name's Belle.
Movement from the planchette on the Ouija board took me to the letters. Do not lie.
My God.
Well played, spirit. It takes him back to the previous question. It says 2 gorillas. Every time he's too quirky, it just adds a gorilla. I gave the spirit my actual name, Jennifer, and continued to see the follow-up response. What is your favorite food? Honoring the spirit's rules, I opted to tell the truth instead of following up with another lie. Your girl loved the writing. I like it. It's charming. It's charming with what's going on, but man. Your girl loves Dawn Air, and the spirit deserves to know that. What is Dawn Air?
I don't fucking know. Dawn Air? Let me see.
Sounds like an airline.
Dawn Air is a popular Canadian food. Oh god, originating in Halifax.
Okay.
Nova
That looks
Scotia.
good as hell.
Creation of doner kebab featuring spiced ground beef, sliced from a rotating cone, served in a pita bread with tomatoes, onions, and unique sweet. So it's just like it's a
taco.
Yeah.
It's a gentrified taco. Got it. Okay. The Ouija board's response? Correct. Before I could take in the affirmation from the spirit, who's asking who questions?
Ooh, yeah.
Followed up with yet another question. What is your biggest fear? Do not lie.
I would not say. I would. Nope. I'd be done right there.
Of like, okay, I'm definitely going to die this way. What's your favorite? What's your favorite food? I don't know, just like a kebab. All right. What's the worst possible way you'd want to die?
I don't know, maybe 3 gorillas?
Yeah, I don't know. Getting attacked by a colony of gorillas?
The tree just starts shaking. It's like, oh, what's that? This question took me back a bit. I wasn't really afraid of anything, or so I thought. So I struggled with it. It took me a few moments. I really, really thought of it. I kind of cringed at the answer, but it was my truth.
Something horrible happening to my little brother. I'm sure little brother's gonna be fine.
Homegirl just sent her brother to the shadow. That kid ain't never coming back.
Exodia! A bullet
raid! That thing off Evangelion's gonna show up, the giant triangle with the laser beam. Yeah. Or that, or 2 gorillas. No movement from the Ouija board. Seconds turned into minutes as I kept my hand. Yeah, the time it was taking these minutes to kill your little brother. Seconds turned into minutes as I kept my hand awkwardly placed on the planchette. Then finally, thank you, send Eleonora. Well, I obliged. I thanked the spirit for its time and decided to climb down from the tree house where my friends were waiting. Passed on the spirit's message and told Eleonora that it was her turn.
I do like this idea of having to kind of like take turns going up. This like this ritual of having to climb back up the treehouse is like pretty fucking unnerving. And then just being up there, obviously with like some kind of other entity, is creepy.
Yeah. I said Hereditary earlier as a joke, but in the early scenes of Hereditary, how the sister would sleep in that treehouse.
Yeah.
Up the ladder, and there was an uncanniness to how different it was in the space around it. It's what it makes me think of. It's also fun to imagine Eleanor gets there. It's like, what's your biggest fear? And Eleanor's like, probably something happened to Jennifer's little brother. They're just stacking the curses on this kid. Martin, Kevin, and I spent what must have been 15 minutes standing outside the treehouse while Eleanor was up there. We pulled drinks out of our bags and were discussing my experience with the Ouija board so far. Both were incredibly surprised when I told them that the spirit was asking me questions.
What kinds of questions? Generic stuff like my name, favorite food, you know. Weird.
Both Kevin and Martin seemed a bit thrown off by it, but I was excited. We looked up at the treehouse as we heard the sounds of someone climbing down. Eleonora had finished her session. She looked traumatized.
Was it? Weird. All it did was ask me questions. Questions like my name, my favorite hobby, my biggest fear. That one took a while for me to answer.
Kev turned to me.
That's a little bit eerie.
I agreed. Didn't look like Eleonora was loving it either. But still, spirit asking us questions? This has been one of the coolest, if not the coolest, paranormal experiences I'd ever experienced in my life. Eleonora turned to Martin.
I said that you were up next.
It's funny the casualness that they're approaching.
We'll see. Also, it's I like that it kind of is a bit goofy at the beginning, but there is a turn happening. Like that's There's a realization, albeit slow, very slow, but it's a fun revelation nonetheless.
Yeah, it's like it starts with like, well, haha, funny demon, but now it's like they're all like, oh, this is kind of a little weird.
Yeah,
kind of a little scary. It's also funny that they're not more freaked out by it, where it not only knows all their names, but it's asking them the same questions, and they're not really attributing a weight to that yet, like they probably should be. I'm sure that will bode well for them in the future.
It'll be fine. Yeah,
they'll be okay. Martin's session seemed longer than the others. We stood outside, drinking, talking about the happening so far, and pulling out the occasional snack.
That was a little bit traumatizing,
said Eleonora. Kevin pointed to her, and then up to the treehouse.
Agreed. This is kind of messed up. Yeah, but that's the point. We seek out spooky happenings all the time, and we never get lucky. This is an actual, legit supernatural experience. I feel like we have to take advantage of it. Even if it's asking us personal stuff. What does it want that for?
Followed up Eleonora. I shrugged. While the biggest fear question was pretty weird, I didn't feel too worried that a spirit knew what my favorite food was or what my name was. Our conversation was interrupted by the sound of someone climbing down from the treehouse. Martin had finished up his session. It felt like it had been 30 minutes, which topped the rest of our sessions. We bombarded Martin with questions as he reached the ground. He looked more shell-shocked than Eleonora did.
That was pretty fucked up. What did it ask you? My biggest fear. It's weird, but it felt like it didn't like my answer to that one. It almost seemed annoyed. So was it just silent for a while after that? No, it asked me way more things after. What's the happiest moment of my life was, who I was most jealous of, what my biggest life dream was, all that stuff. There's a lot of questions. Then finally, I just wrapped up with thank you, and that was it.
He said his biggest fear was like spiders or something, so it did a psyche eval on him to find out who it would hurt the most for him to lose.
God.
It's gonna send them to the stratosphere. It's also funny to be like, yeah, I made that ghost pretty mad. Anyway, Kevin, your turn.
Hey, Kev, sorry, you're up, buddy. Yeah.
Yeah, when I left, everything in the room started floating and the drumming was getting louder, but I'm sure you'll be fine. Martin turned to Kevin.
You're up next.
Kevin turned to all of us.
Here goes nothing. It does feel like there's a giant asteroid heading towards Earth. Right
I know. It's like, I keep thinking about that idea of like Kevin getting shot out of a cannonball out of the side of the treehouse. Just it's like they're playing hot potato with it.
Yeah.
Or not hot, Pop Goes the Weasel.
Yeah.
Like they're each like handling like, would this be funny? Would this be funny? And then the last guy up is gonna get obliterated. He sighed and started climbing up to the treehouse. We watched him make his way to the top. For the first time in the evening, I had a knot in my stomach. Yeah, you're right about there's a shift all of a sudden where it's like getting more serious. Only 5 minutes had passed since Kevin first went up, but he was already climbing down. He was shaking his head as he made his way down the ladder into our group.
Fuck that. What happened?
We asked him. He just shook his head.
That shit's dangerous. We need to get the fuck out of here ASAP.
I've never seen Kevin like this. He was uncharacteristically shook.
You have to tell us more.
Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button.
What did it say?
Kevin ignored all our questions. He started packing up his bag.
You guys can play with fire if you want, but I'm out of here. I suggest you guys come too.
I watched as Martin and Eleonora started packing up as well.
I have bad feelings about this whole thing. I think we should leave. Guys, what the hell? Just because it's unsettling doesn't mean we have to pack up. We could just hang out up there and do something else. This doesn't feel right,
said Eleonora. I watched them as they took a few steps away from the treehouse and towards the forest.
You coming?
Asked Kevin. I stood my ground. Kevin just shook his head and started heading out on his way.
Suit yourself.
I had no idea what could have possibly happened up there that would have shaken him this much.
God damn it.
He had already started walking as Martin and Eleonora pleaded with me to come with him. I said no. Begrudgingly, they all left. You're probably wondering, wasn't I scared, especially now that I was alone? The answer was yes, but something in my soul told me that I was up next. I spent my whole life waiting for something that was truly supernatural to happen. And now it was in front of me. With my fingers jittering, I climbed up to the treehouse as my friends departed. Something in my soul told me I was up next. Yeah, the demon.
Yeah, no shit.
It's in your soul now.
It's kind of fun of like almost like it's planting a little seed in her mind.
Yeah. Something tells me I should go back up there. There's like a 40-foot tall goat behind her.
You should go back up there.
Yeah. Okay, if you say so, demon. It took me a moment to pull together the bravery to put my hand on the planchette. The candles were still lit. The setting was just right. Finally, I spoke
What
to
is
the
this?
spirit again.
Getting
Why are
romantic?
you asking us all these questions?
Nothing for a few minutes. Then my hand moved with the planchette, slower than usual. The answer? To confirm my suspicions.
Confirm your suspicions of what?
Movement from the planchette on the Ouija board. One of you is not who you say you are.
Oh, sick. What are you talking about?
I heard blood-curdling shrieks coming from the forest outside the treehouse, like nothing I'd ever heard before. What the planchette was moving on its own now. I watched it go from letter to lever. That is not Kevin. He is coming back for you. Run. And so I did. The small section of the city I live in is generally known to be haunted. I think I know why. It's time for me to leave.
Ah, what a fun end.
That was great.
Wow, what a little pepper at the end.
sick.
I love that. This is definitely one of those stories where you wish that you had more, but at the same time, what a fun little, you know, I do wish that there was just a little more to see.
Oh,
But
are
this
these,
causes
damn
a
it,
nice, fun question of,
small
let me ask you
horror
this,
stories
do you think
and
the ghost is
compiled
telling the
into.
truth?
God
Can you
damn
trust
it.
this ghost?
Dude, I want more of
So what I think
that.
happened at
Oh,
the end
man.
Is it mentioned at the beginning and then there again at the end that the whole city like has a history of ghosts and spirits and stuff like that, and it's almost like this ghost is interrogating them to make sure they're all normal humans, right? That's why with Martin, when he answered the question about fear wrong, it had a lot of follow-up questions. Like Eleonora and Jennifer gave questions that made sense. It's like, oh, well, my biggest fear is this, I like this, and the Spirit's like, yep, all checks out, you're good. But then when Martin gave a weird question, it became like, okay, what about this? What's your fear, desire? And then he checked out. But then we don't know what it said to Kevin, but we can assume that because of this, Kevin was possessed prior or had some spirit inside of him. So he's only up there for 5 minutes. The demon or the ghost figures it out and sends them on their way. So then Jennifer goes back and it's like, you need to get out of here because that's not Kevin. Like Kevin's been possessed and now the mask has been revealed.
It does a great job too.
That's pretty cool.
It does a great job in the story too by isolating the people, so you don't know who's saying what. There's a level of deception that happens almost immediately, to where now you've been trusting these people coming down and saying, well, what are the things that they're saying, right? You've had this level of like acceptance of that. Now you're like, wow, has the things that people have been telling us even that true? I don't know. Really, really fun. Really fun way to set up that. See, this is the kind of thing too where it'd be fun to explore more of these characters. I like the kind of, with that, I liked how goofy it kind of was. It was a little cheesy, but at the same time, I think it did that intentionally because my guard was lowered almost immediately. Like, I mean, I was just kind of, we were just having fun with it. It's so obviously something horrifying, but then just switch it at the end where, oh shit, it's maybe someone in the group. That makes it a lot of fun.
Yeah. Also, I'm reading the replies right now. Someone said perhaps the ghost is the real Kevin, who's died and now is in the afterlife, and this thing's just assuming his identity, which I feel like it would know right away. Then wouldn't need to ask the rest of them questions. But I mean, there's so many fun theories, like stuff.
Yeah, just let your mind run with it. I really like that. That's a fun little. That's a very fun bite-sized story.
Yeah, it was a nice little piece of like mini horror that had like, it was a fun payoff, like kind of goofy. We were joking with it, but at the end there was bite. It was good. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, sometimes it's nice just having that sting. You know, it's just nice to have that little, just a little flash of lightning right at the end. That's fun.
Yeah, like I said, World Away Tweety on Reddit, they have a ton of stories. Most of them seem like these little bite-sized horror. We'll certainly come back and check them out at some point.
Yeah,
actually,
I'd like to.
Can I see what their
top
voted of all time was?
That one has 7K.
The top voted of all time is a story called "A Message Appeared on Everyone's Screen in the World. Hide." Oh, that's cool. It's like the same length. It's neat.
Didn't we read that one?
No,
we didn't. Isn't that the one isn't that the one where all the people they're in the apartment and like they hide in the, they have to go play. They like everyone's hiding in their own spot. Remember in the apartment, all the friends are over there hanging out. I'm pretty sure we read that, man.
What are you talking about?
This is it's that story where it's like all the buddies are hanging out at this apartment, and then the thing flashes on the screen. It says hide, and they're like, "What?" And they hear the other people in the apartment, and they have to like somebody hides under the bed, somebody hides in the closet. Do you remember? Do you not remember this?
I have no memory of this story.
Maybe I read that.
You may
for
have read
Patreon.
it without me.
Maybe that was one of the Patreon stories I did. I just remember it was really good. It's really fun. But yeah, trying to recollect a story. Good God! But I feel like I'm almost positive we read that on Patreon. Editor, put it up here. Did we do that? There you go. The next story we're reading is called Ronald McDonald House, and what I want to say here, this is on the Creepypasta Wiki. I love that. First off, I just want to say it says in is in the categories. It says mental illness, places, and weird. So you gotta love that. Which also, if you don't know, Ronald McDonald House is also a charity. So hopefully they hopefully they address that.
Don't sue us.
And they don't know, because this is actually a charity that they do. So I'm curious. The first line they say literally say it. Okay.
It's like last week, right, when we did the 3 stories. We didn't say what the connection was, but there was like a hidden connection where it's like, oh, these are all about rituals or like spells and stuff like that. So there's like a hidden connectivity. You don't have to say it, but you pick these stories. Is there a connectivity between the last story and this one?
That I don't know. We have like a little spreadsheet of stuff that's organized. It was under, and I might be wrong here, but I believe this was under the categories of trapped or something like that. But I don't know. I'd have to see again, but these are just some of the ones that were recommended, and I just thought that they sound like, I really like the title of the Ouija board one, and then I thought the Ron McDonald House one was just kind of funny. So
no, it's just stuff for grab bags. Okay, all right. Because I'm sitting here like, what does the Ronald McDonald House have to do with the Ouija board team? Okay, but that makes more sense. All right, so this story, Ronald McDonald House, was written by a user named D. Kingsbury.
These nuts got him.
Who, looking at least their Creepypasta Wiki account, they posted this in 2013, so 13 years ago, and never did anything else.
Love that.
They have 12 edits, which I think they're all edits to the one story, I'm pretty sure. Which, I think I did this earlier, but I don't think they have any other. Yeah, they don't seem to have any other social media presence, at least none that I can see right away. So, yeah, this is their one and done. We'll leave a link to their Creepypasta Wiki in the description to the original story, and then if they ever do post in the future, you can check it out or know about it there. But I think this is the only thing they've ever posted, so that could be really good or really bad. Well, there's been a couple times we found like one-off stories that have been awesome.
Yeah, who knows?
You know.
I mean, don't get me wrong, just calling something Ronald McDonald House, if this turns out to be a banger, I'm going to be so excited. It happens very rarely. You know, I still love the My Little Pony story that we did. Loved it. So who knows? But God forbid, we'll see.
Cupcakes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you love that for.
It was brutal. It was brutal. You have to admit it was brutal.
It was, but that was probably, we loved it for probably what was not the author's intended reason.
That's fine though. I still loved it.
I think it's fine. I mean, hey, I'm on this podcast. I obviously think it's fine. But we'll see. We'll see how this goes. I want to take a moment to thank today's sponsor, Ridge Wallet.
No.
All right, Ronald McDonald House.
I love how he was
Ronald
just staring at
McDonald
the
House
screen.
Charity.
So
They
disappointed.
provide housing for the families of sick kids when they're in the hospital. Seems pretty innocent, right? Well, there's another side to the charity. There's another type of Ronald McDonald House, one that not many people know about. There's one in most big cities. You won't find it by looking for it. It doesn't have an address. It doesn't have a sign above the door. It doesn't even have windows. No, the only way you'll see it is if you're taken there. That's how I found it. The way it was described initially, I thought it was like I thought it was supposed to be like a battered woman's shelter where it's like, no, the address is kept hidden for a reason, so people can't find it. But no, it's like it's a kidnap thing. We're like Ronald
is definitely stealing people. Yeah.
I remember when I was in high school, I was a part of this group where we did a bunch of charity work for the county, and there was this one organization where their whole thing is they have like houses set up, and if there's ever a call from like a woman or a family who's like being beaten or abused or whatever, there's this group of people who will take them to one of these like safe houses effectively and keep them until the trial's done and stuff like that. It's a pretty cool service. But I remember we really wanted to get like play stuff for the kids. We were like, oh, we'll put a little like playground in the backyard so, you know, the kids don't have to be miserable or bored while they're there. And I remember it became this huge argument because everyone was like, no, if we put playground stuff in the backyard, you know, the abusive partners are gonna recognize that immediately.
Jesus.
They're gonna see. And it's like, why aren't these in houses like on the other side of the county? And they're like, yeah, but they'll be looking. It's like, well,
good fucking lord.
They won't be the only house in the county that has like
no
a slide in the backyard. Like, it'll be okay. And I remember it was like a 6-month argument.
They intentionally don't want them to have fun.
Yeah, I remember like they kept being like, well, can't we give them some coloring books? It's like, we can do that too, but it's like they're not going to find them because of a swing. And at one point, someone was like, well, I would understand if, you know, the house didn't have a fence And like maybe your fear is that, you know, the abusive person in question sees the kid from the road. And then the person who was arguing correcting was like, no, all these houses have like tall fences. And we're like, oh, well then what are we doing here? What's the problem? Which we did eventually, I think, if I remember correctly, we did eventually win the argument and get like playground supplies to them. But I just, that reminded me of that whole argument. Like, nah, if a house has a slide in it, immediately abusive partner's going to recognize that. He's going to smell that from a mile away. So,
Jesus Christ.
Anyway, after that fun anecdote, I've never met my real parents. I've been in and out of foster families and group homes here in Detroit since I was a kid. I'm 15 now, and I'm what you refer to as a bad kid. Always causing trouble, always getting thrown out and placed with another unsuspecting do-gooder who thinks they can help me, and I always prove them wrong. My caseworker sat across the black metal table, looking weary and frazzled. On the table between us was a thick, letter-sized brown envelope, a case file.
Well, your reputation has preceded you. And now, you only have two options. Military school in Lansing, or the Ronald McDonald House, which has miraculously cleared you for acceptance.
I didn't have the patience for drill sergeants and 5 a.m. reveal. And how bad could a halfway house named after a fast food clown possibly be? Ronald McDonald House it was. Dark clouds loomed above me the day I climbed into the back of my caseworker's town car. My few belongings in a backpack and the clothes on my back, that was all I could take. One of those few belongings was a photo album filled with pictures of all the foster families I'd been with. It was nice to remember some of them, even though I'd royally screwed it up each time.
I've had a few cases who went through Ronald McDonald House.
Caseworker said from the front seat.
Things went so well for those kids, I never had to transfer them anywhere else. In fact, the house took over the case files and everything.
Can they do that?
No, it's a, no.
I don't think it works that way.
No, the kids die, and I never see them again.
The kids are dead, and not my problem, most importantly. We drove into downtown Detroit, past all the familiar landmarks. I'd been thrown out of one foster home just outside town because I snuck into downtown Detroit with some neighbor kids to sneak into a dive bar. Good times.
Nope. Here we are.
Car came to a stop. We had parked in front of a tall, gray, windowless building, sandwiched between two other industrial buildings on a narrow city street. I don't think that's what the Ronald McDonald houses look like. I don't think they look like brutalist architecture in the middle of downtown. I noticed there's an address on the building to my left and one on the right, but none on this particular building. Not even a sign.
Are you sure?
I asked, hesitating as I opened the car door and climbed out of the back seat. I slung my backpack over my shoulder, clinging tightly to the strap, and followed the caseworker up to the windowless metal doors. She pressed a buzzer, spoke to someone inside, and the doors clicked to unlock. We walked in. As soon as the metal doors closed behind us, I noticed the pin drop silence. It was that sort of silence that's so oppressive and empty it almost deafens you. Across the dimly lit lobby, there was a glass window with someone inside, a secretary. She was turned away, typing something intently. We walked over to the window. The caseworker rang a bell on the counter, and the secretary spun around in her chair. Her face was painted like a clown, like Ronald McDonald.
Nice.
Bro, get me out of here. Hey, so
military's cool.
Way to scare me.
The military's really cool.
Easy.
Easy. That is this one. You know, I always wanted to support my country. Actually, I always felt like that was.
He looks cool.
She even had the short, curly red hair. Otherwise, she wore a typical white nurse's dress. Oh my god, what you got there, Billy? I wanted to laugh at how bizarre it was, but I couldn't. A chill swept down my spine. Something was not right. I watched as the nurse and my caseworker interacted. Paperwork was passed through the window.
To the window, to the wall, to my balls. I wanna. How do I menu or? Fuck it. Or no shit. Well, God, I should have. Fuck me. Why didn't I save it? After I did the intern thing, fucking the whole reason I went to the main menu to put the volume up is because I wanted to hear the storyline and shit. Whatever. Should I just do auto resolve? I don't know if I should. Fuck it. Let's try it. Let's go. Before I start, actually, I'm gonna go use the bathroom.
caseworker slid my case file into the glass as the nurse slid her some papers to sign. As my caseworker signed the papers, the nurse looked at me. Her smile should have been warm and welcoming. And all I saw in her eyes.
Only thing you need to do is shut the fuck up.
Although the local workers never realized it, the mines of Cronus' Hyperion Peaks featured powerful ore refining machines left there by the tech priests of Mars. These ancient ore processing and field manufacturing plants took on a more martial aspect during the Dark Crusade. Indeed, these same devices could, with relative ease, be made to produce military structures, or the processed materials needed to assemble them in the field. Those in control of this facility thus gained the ability to rapidly build forward bases as they pushed across Cronus. The peaks were a difficult
Ow, why the fuck is my eye burning after that?
Isolated from standard supply lines, those trying to take the mines were forced to send in a single armored column, ordered to wipe out all enemy structures. Without reinforcements, the tank commanders were on their own.
That's so gangster, dude. Alright, anyways, what the fuck am I doing? Enemy buildings remaining? Oh, I just gotta kill a bunch of it. Cool, alright. Oh, I feel so cooked and I don't know why. Holy fuck.
I was hungry. Excuse me?
I can't stay here. Take me to the military school.
What? I missed,
Oh my god. What you got there, Billy? I wanted to laugh at how bizarre it was, but I couldn't. A chill swept down my spine. Something was not right. I watched as the nurse and my caseworker interacted. Paperwork was passed through the window. The caseworker slid my case file into his glass as the nurse slid her some papers to sign. As my caseworker signed the papers, the nurse looked at me. Her smile should have been warm and welcoming. And all I saw in her eyes was hunger. Excuse me?
I can't stay here. Take me to the military school in Lansing, please. What's the matter, sweetie?
The nurse asked, her voice muffled slightly by the glass.
Afraid of clowns? Yes, motherfucker, I am.
That caseworker, like, please just shoot me in the head, please. Just kill me right here. I looked into her hungry eyes. I don't like how the eyes keep getting described as hungry. Now there was a malicious glint as she laughed. A caseworker laughed too, obliviously, and said,
Now, don't overreact. You'd hate the military school. Besides, this will be good for you. Yeah. This will be good for you.
Before I could object, I heard a slam behind me. I spun around to see an open door in the far corner of the lobby, to the left of the front desk window. There was no one there, just some light that flooded in. Then, creeping shadows. Shrill, echoing laughter and crowing shadows along the wall inside the door.
Oh! Here comes the welcome committee.
As I stared in horror, clutching the strap of my backpack, my caseworker patted me on the shoulder for the last time.
Don't worry, honey. It'll be different this time. You'll feel right at home here. I promise.
She turned to go. I felt bile churning in my stomach.
No! You can't leave me here! Oh, no. I've got to get going. I never did like clowns. Me neither, bitch. God, help! That's what I was saying. Like, get me the fuck out of here. I thought it was gonna be cheeseburgers.
She's getting
holy hell.
She's getting into the car and he's pressed up against the glass like, please, God, help! And you see like a bunch of Ronalds pulling him off the window. And with that, she left me there. Metal doors slammed behind her and I was alone. I faced the open doorway by the front desk again. The shadows had almost entered the room and the piercing laughter was filling the lobby with sound. I ran for the front doors. I pounded and yanked and pushed and screamed. Screamed for help, screamed for my caseworker, screamed for
anyone, please, God!
I turned to see the nurse behind the glass smiling at me again. Then they entered. A whole group of laughing nurses with clown faces and red hair. Some were male, some female, but all had the same terrifying Ronald McDonald makeup. And in the dim light of the lobby, I could see the glint of metal tools in their hands. Bringing up the rear was a pair of clown nurses rolling a metal table, complete with restraints.
Get the fuck away from me!
I screamed. I pounded at the metal doors again.
Let me out of here!
They surrounded me, grabbed me as I thrashed and screamed and tried to tear myself away, laughed as I kicked and squirmed. They slammed me onto the rolling table.
I'm kind of surprised that
down.
they're
Looked around wildly. I was surrounded.
Let me go!
or they were taking it as good as they were.
They rolled me through the open doorway and down a seemingly endless white hallway. They laughed and laughed and laughed. They waved their shiny scalpels and razors and needles mere inches from my face just to make me flinch and scream.
Well, what the
Made
fuck?
them laugh even
Whatever.
harder.
I don't care.
Last thing I remember, before one of them finally injected me, was the hands. Gloved fingers prodded inside my mouth and pulled at my lips, distorting my screams and forcing an unnatural grin onto my tear-streaked, sweaty face. Hot, rancid breath was in my face, and a whispered, perverted voice spoke the words.
We love to see you smile.
Then as the maniacal laughter seemed to warp and wind down like a dying record player, everything faded to black. I feel like this is someone venting a lot about like a deep fear of clowns, I guess.
Well, I mean, it goes from, here's the thing. It's ridiculous. It goes from 0 to 100, a 0 to a million.
Yeah.
So quickly. At the same time, though, it's at least it's going for it.
I mean,
you know?
it ain't boring.
No, exactly. I'm just saying from the happy shit, it's just like, at least it's like, it's just being like, I mean, we're fucking here. We're in Ronald McDonald's fucking murder factory or whatever. I mean, at least we're here and going, you know?
Yeah, we're doing something with our time, I suppose. It is insane how quickly it goes from, oh, well, I was a bad kid. I got moved from house to house. Anyway, a posse of Ronald McDonald clowns strapped me to a table and injected me.
Oh, absolutely.
But, yeah.
No, I mean, absolutely. It's a 0 to 100 for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I opened my eyes and was blinded by bright lights above, shielding
That's
my
it, though.
groggy gaze from the fluorescent bulbs. I turned on my side and looked around. A cell. Tall white walls covered in scratch marks and stains.
I'm just
There's a
scooping
small
and
drain
gaffing.
in the corner of the floor. My toilet, perhaps? A door with no windows. And on the floor by the door, my backpack. I tried to sit
Why
up.
aren't they moving?
My
Fucking
body
move.
ached, and the moment I was upright,
Oh wait, they
my
were
vision started spinning.
or whatever.
I wondered what they drugged
They're
me
in
with.
viz. Oh no.
I realized I was shivering.
Fuck.
I looked down.
Why
I
are
wasn't
y'all
wearing
not
my own
moving?
clothes
Let's
anymore.
go.
I was wearing a dirty, ripped hospital gown, bright yellow with a pattern of Ronald McDonald heads all over it. Nothing underneath. I heard faint, muffled sounds from somewhere in the building. It sounded like screams. I tried to stand, but couldn't keep my balance. My vision was beginning to stabilize, but my body still felt like rubber. I sank to my knees and crawled over to my backpack.
My body.
Before I got there, I tried to open the door. As expected, it was locked. I slumped onto the floor beside my backpack and unzipped it. All that remained inside was the photo album. They'd taken my notebooks and pens and my cell phone. Of course they had. I wearily opened the photo album. Instead of the photos that had been in there, ones of myself with my previous foster families, photos where I'd attempted to look happy and hopeful even though I knew I wouldn't be there for long. Instead of those photos, they were crime scene photos. And in each one, I recognized one of my former foster families brutally murdered and covered in blood.
Hell yeah. See, you know what though? We didn't say that this story was written back during kind of the peak. So I'm glad though it was almost a hyper-realistic blood meme.
It
all right?
was
I
close,
love
but it
that.
is an actual crime scene. So I guess the clowns murder everyone you've known, all the foster families you've known. That's their strategy, I guess. My heart raced and my stomach churned. I began to turn the pages quicker. Each page, a new photo, a new family, new carnage. I recognized their faces and the inside of their homes. I'd lived with these people, and now they were all dead. I came to
Nice.
the last few pages. There was a photo of a house at night, then a window of that house. Then inside the house, a dark hallway with light coming from one doorway. Then a photo of my caseworker, brushing her teeth in the bathroom mirror. Then a photo of her looking at the camera in horror. Then a photo of her naked, covered in her own blood, contorted into an unnatural position in her bathtub. I turned to the last page. Written inside the back cover of the photo album were 3 words. You never existed.
Hell yeah. They fucking just a naked woman covered in blood in like a goddamn origami pose in some bathtub, and Ron McDonald's just like, you never existed.
This was the thing with a lot of the old ones where it's like, it's a story with just the most brutal like the idea of a naked woman brutally murdered, like that's heavy, right? But yeah, the brutality is delivered by a 14-year-old who treats it with the same gravity as he does clown makeup. So it just doesn't matter. It's the equivalent of kids who are like, yeah, like I set bugs on fire and I hate my mom, I wish she was dead. It's like that kind of verbiage, but in a story. I felt bile rising in my stomach. I threw the book to the ground, crawled over to the hole in the floor, and vomited. They were right. There was also a lot of vomiting in these old stories too.
Oh yes,
they were right. Having killed everyone who ever knew me, it was as though I never existed. I heard more faint screaming in the distance and knew I had to get out. I wiped the vomit off my face with my hospital gown and crawled back over to my backpack. Hopefully, they hadn't found my secret weapon. A Glock.
No shit, I'm like, what?
I unzipped the front pocket and reached down to the very bottom, my fingers scraping the fabric. Sure enough, there they were, flush with the seams in the bag, nearly undetectable. The pins I used for picking locks. I told you, I'm a bad kid. Oh yeah, let's go. Let's go. That
kid's a badass.
That gets the NCIS like, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I told you, I'm a bad kid. I leaned against the door and listened. I could hear footsteps approaching, but just as soon as they arrived, they faded in the other direction. I knew I had to. So, also, again, this was written 13 years ago. A highlight of creepypasta days. This is definitely written by a kid, and you can tell because they use a lot of like set pieces from cartoons, like listening to the door, hearing the footsteps get close and then go away. Pretty sure that's in The Incredibles, you know, stuff like that. And then like the thing earlier about like, oh, all the clowns come and then like you fade to black as it sounds like the voices are getting more distant. These are all cartoon motifs that they're using. I knew I had to work fast. I jiggled the handle with one hand and picked the lock with the other. It was surprisingly simple. Holding the handle, I slowly pulled myself to my feet. I could maintain my balance now. I pulled the door open just a crack. A clown nurse darted past. My heart almost stopped, but his footsteps didn't slow or change and soon faded. He didn't notice me.
Oh, I didn't.
I poked my
Oops,
head out the door. There were seemingly endless white hallways in either direction. The distant screams were louder now, coming from all around. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the hallway and closed the door behind me. I decided to go to the right, passing doors identical to the one I had been in behind. I heard screams and sobbing. I stopped for a moment at one door and heard the crying of a child inside. I jiggled the handle to see if I could let him out. Locked. I kept moving, looking behind me every few seconds to make sure no nurses had come into the hallway. Then I passed a set of white double doors. I stopped again. The word "play place" was written in tall, thin letters across the width of both doors. I heard more screaming coming from within, the screams of multiple people, and laughter. The insane, shrill laughter of the clown nurses. I shuddered. I was afraid to find out what sort of torture was happening inside, and I knew I had to keep moving. I saw a door ahead with a stairway symbol and headed for it. As I opened the door, I glanced behind me and saw two clown nurses emerging from the play place room. Their white nurse outfits were covered in
Did those not count as buildings or
I quickly
something?
shut myself into the
My
stairwell,
God, what?
hoping they hadn't noticed me. The stairwell was dimly lit, cement walls and rusty railings. I looked at the door I had just closed. There was a red number 5 on it. I must have been on the 5th floor. I decided I had to get to the ground level. Each footstep echoed as I began to descend the stairs. I couldn't hear the screaming anymore, just a low, deep humming sound, like pipes in the walls. It was a welcome respite. It was a welcome respite is such an out-of-place sentence in this story. Respite feels like it came out of left field. To hear that word get thrown in with the bloody Ronald McDonald costumes. I finally came to the door numbered 1. The staircase seemed to descend a few floors lower, but I stopped here and slowly peeked through the door. More white hallways.
You're looking the wrong direction.
Okay. So far, so good. I stepped through the door and walked into the hallway. I noticed I couldn't hear any screaming on this floor. Just the buzz of the fluorescent tube lights above.
Dogs.
Not to derail off of this, but I knew the respite thing reminded me of something. Do you remember the story about the slips that we called polyamorous hell?
Yeah.
Okay. In that story, I think the word crestfallen showed up 3 times. In the midst of like the
crestfallen, dude.
Yeah, in the midst of the Reddit fan fiction, it uses a word from like the 1700s out of nowhere.
It's a damn good word.
That's what that reminded me of. Respite in the Ronald McDonald Killer Clown Asylum story. I came to the end of the hallway and another set of double doors. A large red cross, the kind you'd see on a lifeguard stand or first aid kit, was painted across the width of them. I pressed my ear to one door. All I heard was a slow, rhythmic pulse, like a machine at work. Faintly, a beeping sound, like you'd hear in a hospital room. Please be the original Ronald McDonald. Please be the first one tied up to a chair kept alive by machines, like House from Fallout New Vegas, please. I knew I shouldn't have opened the door. I knew this wasn't the exit, that I should keep looking. But I had to see. I turned the handle. It wasn't locked. I peeked inside. It was a cavernous white room. Fluorescent lights flickered and buzzed. I saw wires hanging all around. And hanging from the ceiling in rows. Kids. Ah, dang it. I want to be Ronald. Kids in hospital gowns like mine, attached to white wooden crosses affixed to the...
Jesus. God damn.
Crucified children.
Good Lord. The Ronald McDonald house? All right.
So, do you see what I mean by the, like, I set bugs on fire, like, kind of idea in the midst of this?
He's a bad kid.
I'm a bad kid. I read about other kids getting crucified on the ceilings of the Ronald McDonald house. Which like when we started the story, I was gonna make a comment about like, do you think it's kind of bad to like take an actual charity and tie them to this? But this is so like, it's whatever you want, dude. Oh, call it the Wounded Warriors Project for all I care. Kids in hospital gowns like mine, attached to white wooden crosses affixed to the ceiling. Literally crucified. They were silent, their heads drooping forward, their eyes either closed or staring at nothing. Some seemed to twitch a bit, but most were still. Their crosses swung back and forth very slightly. And the hanging wires, they weren't wires. They were intravenous tubes attached to the kids' wrists. Tubes sucking out their blood.
That's hot.
I almost vomited again right then and there. There we go, vomit. In the very center of the room, amidst the rows of hanging crosses, I could see where the rhythmic pulsing sound came from. A huge steel cylinder which seemed to be collecting the blood from all the tangled tubes that dangled from the kid's wrists. I could still be right about the Ronald thing. It could be it. I opened my mouth to scream, to cry out in anger. All I could say was,
what the fuck?
And my mom can't stop me from typing that here. Because
What
she
the
doesn't know
frick?
about Creepypasta Wiki. She saw my Instagram account and made me stop there. But she doesn't know about this website. That was when the alarms began to sound. Loud and piercing, like the police sirens of hell. They must have realized I was missing. I shut the doors and frantically glanced around the hallway to see if anyone was coming. No signs yet. I ran for the stairwell. As soon as I entered it, I heard laughter from above, echoing and reverberating. The clown nurses were coming. I stumbled down the stairs as fast as I could. I must have gone another 3 stories before I reached the basement.
The
I
fuck
found
does this
myself
game
running
want
through
from
a
me?
dark,
What?
sewer-like hallway with small light bulbs overhead every 10 yards or so. The smell of decay and rotting flesh grew
So
more and more
fucking-
pungent as I ran. The laughter continued behind me. I managed to glance over
Oh,
my shoulder
wait.
and see a group of them running after me. I saw them come into the light, then become silhouettes again, their smiling faces, gleaming knives, and needles pushing my adrenaline to the max. I ran past alcoves full of stacked, rotting corpses, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't think of anything but escape. Again, the flippantness that just children's bodies are inserted into the story, just literally piled up in the sewers.
It's a classic. It's a classic trope.
Oh man. I turned a corner and found myself facing the metal rungs of a ladder in the wall. I climbed until my head smacked the ceiling. Below me, the shadows and laughter grew closer. Their footsteps slowed. They were close and they knew it. I pushed at the ceiling above me, heaving upward and panting and screaming.
Jesus.
The clowns were below me,
Feel
laughing
bad for
and
this
waving
dude.
their scalpels. Something cut my leg. I screamed and pushed one last time. The ceiling gave way as the manhole cover slammed onto an asphalt above. Circular opening. I climbed down and frantically pushed the cover back over the hole, blocking out the laughter of the clown nurses below. I lay there on top of the manhole cover for a few minutes as I caught my breath. Rain fell on my skin. The turbulent night sky above was a welcoming sight. I looked around. Abandoned buildings, broken glass, no lights, no cars, no signs of any life at all. A police siren somewhere in the distance, then silence. I climbed to my feet. Pain shot through my leg. I looked down and saw the cut on my ankle where a clown nurse had slashed me. Bastards. Limping the best I could, I started to walk.
Hello?
I called out. The only answer was a distant roll of thunder.
Somebody! Help me, please!
My foot fell on something soft and mushy. I looked down. A newspaper. I peeled it off the wet asphalt. Most of the ink had faded, but I was able to make out the date. July 13th, 1992. What?
The time travel thing? I don't know.
Easy.
What happened July?
Now what?
Wait, why did he time travel? What?
Well, we don't know yet. We'll see.
What happened on July 13th? Why did that? Okay. All right. I dropped it. An icy dread filling my stomach. I kept walking.
Can anyone hear me? Please. Anyone? Please.
My words faded into delirious sobs. I stood still for a moment. The rain had soaked through my
Wait,
thick
did I?
hospital gown. I shivered as the wind blew. Then I saw a light in the distance. It was a big yellow M
Oh, I
in the
did.
sky.
Yeah, cool.
A McDonald's, of course. I limped toward it. When I got to the place, I saw that apart from the M, the rest of the building was completely dark. I walked cautiously toward the broken windows and looked inside. Darkness. I turned and surveyed the place outdoor playground. 10-foot-tall structures of colored tubes for kids to crawl through. Sitting at one of the benches was a familiar figure, a Ronald McDonald statue. You know, the one where you can sit beside him and it looks like he's got his arms around your shoulders. Every kid's seen it. I shuddered at the sight. The doors were unlocked. I walked in, out of the rain, silence, darkness. I noticed that the decor wasn't like the modern McDonald's you see. It was the same as it was in the 80s, with white plastic booths and red and yellow tiles. The wind seemed to whisper through the broken windows. I noticed something on the front counter, a black rectangle. I got closer. A laptop, a nearly new laptop. I let out a soft, delirious laugh. I knew what I was supposed to do. I took the laptop outside and sat beside the Ronald statue. I opened it and began to type the story. The rain is falling on the keys, but I don't care. There's nothing left to do now but wait. Because I've been noticing, out of the corner of my eye, Ronald is trying to look over my shoulder. He's laughing now. All I can do is join him.
Dun dun dun. You know what? For a classic creepypasta story, doesn't make any I mean, like, it's so random.
Yeah.
But there's just that charm, man. I always love when we kind of come across these old classics from over a decade ago, and it still just has like a little bit of charm. The children crucified on the ceiling is the true cherry on top.
That's so good. And I choose to believe that I was right, and the thing inside of the cylinder was the original Ronald McDonald.
Yeah, like he's like a little embryo kind of, yeah, some kind of weird thing. You know what? All in all, pretty fun.
Also,
a fun day of.
You have the exact same Ronald McDonald bench.
I do.
He
I
has the
have a
statue.
1985 Ronald McDonald statue, and it's. I'm looking at it right now. He's beautiful.
Yep. Yeah, and
I
the
love him.
bench and the bench. So you could go. You could be the kid and you could join Ronald.
I will make my own Ronald McDonald house, and before too long, I will crucify children and put them up on my ceiling. That just has to be
These
done.
are just so interesting to me because it's like, what was the train of thought that led to it? It's
I
like,
don't know.
did this kid
that's what I don't
see
know.
an image of like an 80s McDonald's with like the old booths and stuff, and he got kind of like the liminal feeling that's been, super, played out now. But
I think kids just write things from what they know. I mean, like, it's just this idea. It's the same thing of why there's a Squidward suicide, and it's just these things of they just know about it. They know other kids know about it, and it's just there's just the level of innocence. It's so funny too. It's just like what's the weirdest, most fucked up thing I can think of to put into a story. And I love that the story doesn't really have like any real purpose besides being like, what if there was a place where the people dressed up like clowns and they tried killing you? But there's no real explanation, anything. It's just like these little vignettes of like crazy thoughts, and there's like an interesting charm to that. It's just from a different time, that's why I like it. It's fun.
yeah, I like the how it goes from like, oh, I was a bad kid, so anyway, here's the crazy nurses, and it's a giant building, and the kids are crucified. Anyway, I'm time traveled now for some reason to July 13th, 1992, which as far as I can find does not mean anything. Like, that date has no significance. And I'm in an old McDonald's, and I'm now part of the McDonald's collective, something that's not been brought up or mentioned at any point.
I can't tell if that's supposed to be an extension of the Ronald McDonald house, is what I'm thinking. It maybe is. Either that or time travel, and we just don't know. I don't know. Regardless,
it was fun.
You know what?
So it's a close one. It's a close one between the two, but I gotta say I think I like that first story a touch better.
Yeah, the Ouija board one was fun.
Yeah.
That's our episode today, guys. Thank you for joining along with us and hanging out. Be sure to check out the links below and support the authors. We really would appreciate that. Thank you to our audio listeners over on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, anywhere you can listen to an podcast. Thanks for giving us a nice rating. And also, thank you to our patrons. And if you want some extra content, check out the Patreon. It helps us out. Until next time, guys, stay creeped. We'll see you next week.
Stay creeped. Appreciate you guys. And the motorcycle wreck was very cool and scary and brave of me in the time. The video just didn't do it justice, and Hunter's wrong for making fun of me for it. So just remember that I'm special. Bye.
Anyhow, sure, why not?
Welcome back to Creepcast. Today we're going to be doing something pretty special. This is the some of the best Japanese cultural creepypastas out there. We're doing a big grab bag, all Japanese creepypastas. Very, very excited. And I know that
Went to Japan today.
We are going to.
I'm already being attacked. Nice, let's go. Love it. Love to see it. Let's go.
On here that I know that are pretty.
Hell yeah.
I would say pretty popular, or at least like some of the more well-known ones. Like I know the first one we're going to read is Tamino's Hell.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's like a pretty well-renowned one. I feel like I've seen that one a lot on like the creepypasta websites and stuff. Well, it's been reoccurring.
Yeah, so I don't know the story of it's so muddled now. I don't know if the legend around the creepypasta is true, but supposedly it's not a creepypasta.
Wait, I don't even have
1910s.
enough. Oh, what the fuck?
So, and it's just like made its way into creepypasta culture. But that could also be the creepypasta just saying that. I don't know. But yeah, there's a bunch of weird Japanese ones that it's interesting because a lot of the more popular American ones are long, kind of goofy about a killer. A lot of the Japanese ones are like, yeah, this is a spirit that kills you. Sucks for you. Good luck.
I really don't know if there's anybody better at which may be a controversial take. I don't know. I don't know if there's anybody better at like folklore or folk horror, urban legends than Japanese storytelling. I always feel like it's always the best. At least
You know what? Some things might be destroyed and shit,
Anytime I
but
read about like
I could just
like a
rebuild.
Japanese cryptid,
It's fine.
or like
It's
a
cool.
Japanese
It's
story
awesome.
of a town or something. It's like, yeah, well, the devil lives here and it's gonna kill everyone you've ever met.
Fuck they
Get
doing?
ready.
I love how
they don't pull any punches.
I love how superstitious the culture is in general. Like it really adds like that kind of belief system. I think really translates really well into all of the writing and art that they do. So I'm very excited. I mean, even this first one here that we're reading called Tomino's Hell, it's literally about a Japanese poem that like you are not supposed to read out loud. It's like, and like that within itself, I'm sure fucked up so many people because they're like, what? You know, like that's like very superstitious. Of like, I'm not gonna do that.
As with most of these stories, me when I was 12, yes.
Yeah,
it's like, huh? What?
But how fun is that? And I love that. I feel like a lot of these are pretty old too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of these are. We're doing a big grab back today. I mean, a lot of these, like the read time is very short, but you know, I think with the kind of obvious detours we normally take, it'll be fine. But the yeah, a lot of these, it's just like that classic old creepypasta, very short, very punchy format, which I do think lends to these very quick folktale, urban legend vibes that that the Japanese stories tend to take. So I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. And you have some, you know, background with Japanese horror because you murdered a Japanese woman.
That is what I see. I see that a lot in comments now.
Right.
My trip to Japan.
Well, you posed a very
bloodshed.
weird you posed a very weird hypothetical to me that sounded kind of suspicious. After murdering a Japanese woman, have you encountered any spirits?
That has yet to happen. When I was in Japan, though, for people who are a fan of my channel, Papa Meat on YouTube, please check it out. I did.
Did you just plug yourself?
No, definitely not. But on YouTube, YouTube's.com/PapaMeat. What did happen though was, for people that don't know, I did go to Japan. Wow, almost 2 years ago now. Good Lord, time flies. And when I was there, I had, I would say, kind of a ghostly experience.
Oh.
Yeah, and we were in Osaka, and we were at this intersection of this like basically shopping market area outside, you know. And we came across this man who kind of came up to us with this IKEA bag. I forgot what he said. What did he say? He said, oh yeah, that's what he said. He said, I sorry. That's what he said. He came up to us, big crowded area. We were all just standing in like a circle, just chatting. This man walks up to us and he looks at us dead in the eyes. He looks at Harry dead in the eyes, I should say. And he says, I sorry. Like that. And like as if like, excuse me, you know, in a weird way. And we were like, oh, you know, no problem. And it was just very haunting. And then he like kind of like barely walked past us. Shh, shh, shh. His like sandals scraping on the ground. Shh, shh, shh. We kind of looked at each other and we were just like, what the fuck is this? And I'm not even joking, Isaiah, when I tell you that we turned and he was gone. And it wasn't like a busy, like big crowd. I mean, like gone, not there anymore. Blown away in the wind. I have no idea where the fuck he went. But that really stuck with us.
One time in New York, I saw a Chinese man throw a cigarette at a seagull and it died.
Which one?
So it's kind of like a spirit.
The seagull died?
Yeah.
That must have been a powerful flick.
Well, no, it just kind of bounced off him and it just kind of fell over. That's what I mean. It was kind of spiritual, you know. So is it possible that the Japanese man recognized Harry as Korean and was like, "Oh, I'm sorry for what we did to you."
No,
yeah, like
no,
this is an apology on behalf of the country. Or,
No, it seemed-
or alternative, he mistook Harry as a Japanese man and possibly thought he was related to him and said he's sorry. Or third option, that was actually Harry's grandfather, and he just doesn't know.
As fun as all of these hypotheticals are, I think that you're going to be disappointed to find that I think it was a man where we were just in his way, even though it looked like he walked out of his way to be inconvenienced by us, and then said, "I sorry." We were baffled for maybe a second, maybe two. I'd give it 2 seconds, and then looking back over it to be completely gone was still, even if it is those things of him coming up, even if it was into these hypotheticals you said, where did this man go? How could he have moved so fast without us knowing? I don't know.
The red tide, more like the
know,
green tide, bruh.
Somewhere and a group of Americans came up, and I was a Japanese man, and I was like, "Oh, excuse me," and they just stared at me dumbfuddled. I'd probably be like, "You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna disappear so they think I'm a ghost."
There is well, first off, that would not happen in Japan. Every time in Japan, no one really talks to each other. It's not a very social society. If you go into a business, it's different. Well, possibly. Well, then if anything, then that's the case then too. It'd be weird that they would do that. But I would say that, like,
it's true.
Also, I don't think that we were being disrespectful in any way. And also, I think that the only thing that we were looking at that was a bit odd was that he got so close to Harry's face, which is also very odd. That kind of
I'm
close
telling you,
human
man,
contact.
Harry knows that guy, and he's lying to you. And
Well,
you should interrogate him about this.
If he is, then that is downright cruel, because he sold it very well. I mean, it was so...
Yeah.
I mean, an inch or two from his face, and then to say "I sorry" and then scuttle off. It was, you know, I don't know if it translates well, but I will say it was a very. I mean, it shook us. It shook us. I was shook.
That's a pretty supernatural experience. So you don't have any like ghost stories or anything from like the Suicide Forest. It's just an old man said,
I didn't.
Sorry.
I didn't go to the Suicide Forest, but I did get a Blu-ray of a movie called. Hold on, let me grab it.
Hot.
What's the Logan Paul? Oh yeah, I've made a severe and continuous lapse in judgment.
It's a Blu-ray called Fuji Jukai. Pretty sure that's how you say it. Fuji Jukai.
Is that your a hentai?
No.
If I type that in, is it going to be a bunch of like naked?
Fuji
Is it gonna look
_
like Nick's office?
Fuji _ Jukai movie. It is about a girl who tells other girls in her school that she wants to kill herself, and these other girls in her school are like, "We want to watch." It's a cool concept. The movie itself is all recorded on an iPhone, I believe, and it's like at the very beginning of the movie, they find the iPhone in the at the base of the woods.
Suicide Forest.
Yeah.
Come on,
a lot of interesting ideas. It's definitely not like a super great movie, but you know, if you like found footage horror movie, you might dig it. I don't know. But I wouldn't say it's anything spectacular. But
Kill
it's a really
it,
cool concept. There's
you
a lot of fun
fucks.
things. They just
Thank you.
doesn't make it all the way.
Goddamn.
Fuji Jukai. I thought it'd be a fun shout out for this episode, so here it is.
Very cool. That's a lot better than you know, that was very respectful and like kind to Japanese culture. It's a lot different than we started this podcast. And I was like, hey, we should do the Japanese episode. And you're like, oh, you mean the anime people? That's what you said.
You've got to reel in the racism.
I haven't said anything. I'm referring to what you said.
I don't think I ever said the anime people.
That's what you said. That's what you told me.
All right. Well, Tomino's Hell, Hanako-san, the Toilet Ghost.
That's hot.
I've noticed it with a lot of Japanese horror storytelling. There's a lot of they are not happy with being disturbed in the toilet. That's like a real. It's a real.
See, there you go.
horrifying
I
thing.
didn't say anything there. That was you that made that point.
What?
I had nothing to do with that. The point you just made. You just said that all their stories are about toilets.
I didn't say all of their stories. I said that
That's
there's
what
a
you
lot
said.
of them.
That is what you said.
All right.
That is what you said. And I had nothing to do with it. I'm defending them. You're the one coming in here with your problem. Like, old man bumps into you and says, "I'm sorry," and you're like, "Was that a ghost?"
All right. The toilet ghost, an old urban legend about the ghost of a little girl that haunts the toilets of schools. Hashako-sama, which is an urban legend of a tall woman in a hat that brings about generational doom. God damn.
Well, yeah, we'll get started with Tomino's Hell. Thank you so much to all of our patrons and all of our supporters. It really does mean the world. You can listen to these on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, anywhere you listen to podcasts, and we really appreciate your all support. Thanks a bunch. Love you guys.
If you want to check us out on audio platforms, be sure to check us out on Spotify and Apple Podcasts.
I just
give us a nice rating there.
I just
You
said
just said
that.
you
I
only
just
said you only said Patreon. That's all right.
I said Patreon, then I said, and you can listen to us on audio platforms like Spotify and Apple Podcast.
Okie dokie.
I think there's a mutiny going on here. I think you're trying to make a
The
case
fuck are
that
you doing, bro?
I
Hit him. Do
am,
something. Fuck. He's just like,
mentally
oh,
unfit
ooh.
to continue to host this show.
Well, I would hate to comment on that. I'm not going to comment on that.
I bet you would at this time, but there'll be a lot of comments made about it later. And you're trying to replace me with Nick. This is all coming back to your collective IP where there's just a bunch of shows and stuff that you and Nick's gonna come to my house and he's gonna dress up as me and he's gonna sit in my room.
He's gonna raise your
and
daughter.
That's just yeah.
No,
he's gonna have to marry my wife.
The ultimate goal is to find this Asian man this Japanese man who said "I sorry." He's gonna be the new host.
He's the new host.
He's replacing me.
I come home one day, like I go out to get milk, and I walk in, and like this 70-year-old Japanese man's wearing my clothes. I'm like, what? And Kayla's like, who are you? And she's like freaking out on me, and she looks at the Japanese man. She's like, Isaiah, stop him.
And she says,
Japanese
Isaiah,
guy just smiles.
She says, Isaiah, were you in a house fire? And you're like, no, I just wrecked the dirt bike again. That's why these layers of skin are off my face and hands and arms.
All right. Okay.
She's like, is that Seal? Kiss from a rose? You're like, no. It's me, your husband.
We were having fun.
Okay.
We were having fun.
All right.
Okay. Tamino's Hell.
So real quick though, this is I just want to read this little part. It says, this is us. I'm on David Bowles' website, davidbowles.us. So just saying, this is a thing that he put here. I just wanted to read. Apparently, the story of a young boy's damnation for unnamed acts, Tamino's Hell, was published, I discovered, in a 1919 collection of poetry by Saijo Yaso. Is that how you say that?
I think so.
Titled Seiken, or translated to Gold Dust. The poet was a university professor and lived in France for a time, studying at this Sorbonne. His work is heavily influenced by French poets, especially symbolists like Arthur Rimbaud, Stephanie Mallarmé, and Paul Verlaine, with whom he became friends with. Though Saijo's later work was ostensibly for children, it was filled with strange symbols and wordplay that could be quite unsettling. So, just thought that was kind of interesting. So, now you're saying though, from what we were saying earlier, you think that might not be true, or you do think it is?
I don't know. Okay. I think it might be real. I mean, obviously, the way to check it out would be to look up Seiken, Gold Dust, but I don't know if I want to do
I
that.
will say David does something kind of interesting here. In the next part, he says, here's my rendering of this dark and disturbing poem with footnotes of important matters. I've not actually read the thing aloud, so I can't speak to whether the curse is real. I'll leave that to your own discretion. I think that's kind of
interesting.
Motherfuckers.
Well, we'll see if I get cursed. Yeah, we'll see if I get cursed, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm praying for no speaking parts.
Yeah. Well, it's a poem, so I think you're good. So I'll also read the foreword on the Creepypasta Wiki, because in every version that was circulated around online, it had this intro.
Okay.
Tamino's Hell was written by Seijo Yaso for his 27th collection of poems, Seiken, or Gold Dust in English, in 1919. There's a Japanese legend surrounding it which states it should only be read with the mind and never out loud. It's uncertain how this rumor started, but it goes on to say that tragic things will happen if you do. The story used to be very popular on 2channel. Many users said that nothing happened after reading it and uploaded pictures and videos as proof. There were also posts where the user did not come back to post any results. And then it says, if you were to read this out loud, it'd be better to do so in Japanese, which I'm not going to attempt. You're welcome. An alternative, more accurate translation by David Bowles can be found here, which is the one Hunter has pulled up. There's also this image that's always passed around with it, of this girl that looks like it's drawn with these very harsh strikes, like these like dark reds and bright whites and stuff. It looks like a girl with a nose who's been scarred or burned. And at the bottom of the page on the Creepypasta Wiki, it says the image associated with this story is a cropped version of a painting by Yuko Tatsushima entitled I Can No Longer Be a Bride. It was supposedly made after the artist became a victim of sexual assault. The title refers to how, according to Japanese tradition, women who are often have ensuing difficulties with marriage and reputation due to the perception of them having lost their innocence. That is depressing.
Fuck, what did I need the pile of guns for?
Are you ready for me to read the poem that curses me?
Yeah, very ready. Also, there is a translation at the end that is in the original Japanese that I could attempt to read if you want me to.
You want to sit here and do the whole thing in Japanese afterwards?
I could, if you want.
Hold on. Let me do it first. Okay, you want me to read the quote unquote more accurate David Bowles version?
Well, in the David Bowles, there is okay, yeah, just go ahead.
Because when I was a kid, I read like the creepypasta version that's passed around, but maybe I didn't get cursed because that was less accurate.
So this is different. So wait, this is different than what you read?
Yeah, well, it's the same poem. It's just the one that's circulated around like on creepypasta websites was apparently not as accurate of a translation.
I see. Okay, so this is
this is the
David
real one is like the real one. So we'll see if I really get cursed this time.
Right.
Here we go. Elder sister vomits blood. Younger sister breathing fire, while sweet little Tamino just spits up the jewels. All alone does Tamino go falling into that hell, a hell of utter darkness, without even flowers. Is Tamino's big sister the one who whips him? The purpose of the scourging hangs dark in his mind, lashing and thrashing him, but never quite shattering. One sure path to Avicii, the eternal hell. Into the blackest of hells. Guide him now, I pray, to the golden sheep, to the nightingale. How much did he put in that leather pouch to prepare for his trek to the eternal hell? Spring is coming, to the valley, to the wood, to the spiraling chasms of the blackest hell, the nightingale in her cage, the sheep aboard the wagon, the tears well up in the eyes of sweet little Tamino. Sing, O nightingale, in the vast, misty forest. He screams he only misses his little sister. His wailing desperation echoes throughout hell. A fox peony opens its golden petals. Down past the 7 mountains and 7 rivers of hell, the solitary journey of sweet little Tamino. If in this hell they be found, may they then come to me, please. Those sharp spikes of punishment from Needle Mountain, not just on some empty whim, is flesh pierced with blood-red pins. They serve as hellish signposts for sweet little Tamino.
Wow.
That's what
It's
I
actually
wanted.
like a very
All right.
beautiful poem. I got it.
remember.
It's like a child is.
I remember.
It sounds like he's in like a miserable place where it starts with elder sister vomits, younger sister breathes fire, but he just spits up the jewels. Now it's like he dies and falls into hell. So he's going through hell, but there's almost a hopefulness for it. It's like, you know, he goes through the red rivers of hell, and there's like the needles, but there's signposts for him. It's like wishing him well as he walks through the underworld.
Yeah, almost feels like almost kind of like a Dante's Inferno kind of parallel of.
I love Dante's Inferno.
Well, that connects.
Hell,
That connects to Buddhist hell, I believe. That is all layered. I think it's 10 layers. I'm pretty sure.
Also, David had a very interesting footnote thing that I thought was interesting that we should probably go through. His first point here is the term here translated hell is Jigoku, the Buddhist hell complex. The Buddhist hell complex into which very sinful people can be reincarnated. Note also the poem follows a 7-7-7-5 syllabic pattern, evocative of most traditional Japanese verses.
Interesting. Yeah, so I looked it up. Buddhism has 8 hot hells and 8 cold hells. So when it talks about him walking past the 7 mountains, it almost sounds like he's going to the very bottom of hell.
It's kind of interesting too. At the beginning, we get all those descriptions.
I did not know that.
Tamino's sisters basically suffering while he is not. Is the second point that he made. The third point is apparently the lashes Tamino is receiving on his way to hell are deserved. Although the reading of the Japanese might be the purpose of the scourging worries him, suggesting possibly that he doesn't know why he's being punished. To me, it seems he knows. It's kind of interesting. Like the translation of him knowing is also just like a person living with that like guilt or sin or something is very pretty fucking horrifying.
I like this this part where it says the poem reveals that Tamino is headed to Mujin Jigoku, the Japanese translation of the Sanskrit Avicii. Avicii is the lowest of hells in Buddhism, one whose torment lasts so long, eons and eons, that souls seem to be trapped there for eternity. There are 5 horrible sins you can commit to end up in this place: creating a schism within the community of Buddhist monks and nuns, shedding the blood of a Buddha, killing an enlightened person, or intentionally murdering one's father or one's mother.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, so when it's talking about Tamino going down there and the relation to his sisters, perhaps that's implying that's what he did, and that's why he goes all the way to 8.
Yeah, the fifth, which is this is all once again in relation to David Bowles.
Yeah.
Is it Bowles or Bowles?
Bowles, I think.
Yeah. One of his 5th points is, it strikes me that the sheep and nightingale are symbolic of Tamino's sisters. We see them like dancing around a lot and singing and
wasn't I gonna be playing DarkTide soon or some shit?
The 7th post.
Whatever happened to that?
This is interesting. By 7, we're looking at the points that David has outlined underneath the poem. He says another possible translation would be, not just on some empty whim will I pierce with blood red pins the marks upon the body of sweet little Tamino. Either way, the conclusion is chilling. Now, given that the poet has a predilection for symbolist poetry, it's very likely that all this talk of Tamino's descending into hell is mere metonymy. Yeah, metonymy. I think it's metonymy. Whatever that word is. And that some other sort of earthly hell of interpersonal relationships is being described. The Japanese Wikipedia article of Seijo suggests that he wrote this poem upon the death of either his sister or father, given the aims of symbolist poetry to avoid describing things themselves and instead describing their effects. It strikes me that the poem is meant to show Seijo's emotional distress upon someone's death, comparing his survivor's guilt to a journey into hell. And that would relate back to the point where he's going to the 8th layer reserved for those who killed their parents. It feels like perhaps maybe he wasn't there, whatever happened in the poet's life. He's attributing Tamino's suffering as if he killed his own parent.
My God, look at the comments, Isaiah. Look at the 4th comment down.
I pooped my jammies.
Good God.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, very, very interesting. You know what? This is gonna sound so fucking stupid, so please don't hold it against me. This is like what I want 2-sentence horrors to feel like. 2-sentence horror stories to feel like. You know what I mean? Which is obviously impossible because they're only 2 sentences long. But it's so short, and it's just so simple of talking about one thing. Yet, I feel like it really you just get so much out of it. It's very I don't know, very enlightening.
Well, how would you want 2-sentence horror to feel like that?
I guess in the way that, which once again, I know it sounds so fucking stupid. I don't even know why I said it out loud. God, it's so fucking dumb. But I guess it's just the idea that it's like you want the 2-sentence horrors to just be like, it's something that's that short and has that much of an impact. But once again, it doesn't make any sense. I'm a fucking idiot. It's obviously more than 2 sentences. Never mind, I even said it. Just forget I even said it. I'm a fucking idiot.
I think what you mean is like
usually all the 2-sentence horrors are so stupid.
Fold in on yourself is so funny.
Well, it's because it's such a fucking stupid thing. It's the most like it's just the most like, it's just so fucking dumb. What a dumb thing to say. It's unbelievable that I have a microphone. Fuck my life. I guess it was, if I had to justify it all, it's probably supposed to be something along the lines of like, every 2-sentence horror that we, or even outside of 2-sentence horror, I think a lot of things that are this short, it just ends up being like, oh, it's a monster. Oh, this is the entire payoff is like, it's a spooky monster, versus these things of like something that's this short yet packs in all of this emotional weight while also giving us like, there's almost no exposition. It's like you're handed everything on this like beautiful platter and you're able to like run with it in all these different directions. I just think is really, really fun. Also probably, I mean, so, I don't know, must be so difficult, have something with just no fat like this is it's very admirable. And also too, it's just a beautiful translation too. But at the same time, here's my 2-sentence horror story. Man with podcast opens mouth. That's my fucking 2-sentence horror
That's
story.
A pretty good one. I got it. That's pretty creepy. I looked up Japanese 2-sentence horror stories, and they're all just normal 2-sentence horrors.
Of course it is. It might be the dumbest thing I've ever said, and I apologize for it. I know that I'm gonna get absolutely railed.
I heard a woman laughing softly behind me, but when I turned, there was only my reflection smiling back.
Man with thought.
The koi fish in the pond stared up at me.
The mouth's moving as if chanting. It's just a koi fish.
Here's mine. Hunter had a thought. He thought it was good. That's my 2 cents worth.
No, I get what you mean. The idea of like having a very short, concise thing that means something more than just what the sentences say.
You're kind. You're sweet. One of the dumbest things that's ever been said on this podcast. Easily. Should we move on to Hanako-san? It's time to talk about something scary.
Your health.
Episode.
Let's move on to
True,
Hanako-san. All right, so
I'm on a website, by the way, that says JapanMakesMeScared.com.
Yeah, this is where Nick goes as soon as he clocks out.
No, that's the opposite. Nick would say the JapanMakesMeHappy.com is what it would be.
He just looks at the page upside down.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm reading off of, again, our source here. These are the sources Harry provided to us, so I'm just the messenger. Harry said, which you may have got him from the old man in Japan, who knows?
Possibly.
It says Hanako-san is one of the most well-known Japanese urban legends, and the name of the girl that appears in the story. Because she usually inhabits a school toilet, she is often called Torei no Hanako-san, which means Hanako of the toilet as well. The original story is said to be an urban legend called the Third Hanako-san that appeared in the 50s. Then it spread to children in the rest of Japan in the 80s. In the 1990s, it came with the occult boom and appeared in pop culture, including films, manga, and anime, making it even more well-known. Since then, her popularity has continued to be passed on to future generations. That's all according to this website. Don't know how true that is, but now, would you like to read the story?
Yes.
One day, A-chan, a primary school girl, attended a school committee and stayed in school until late afternoon. When she returned to her classroom, the sun had almost set. She was the only one in the classroom. A-chan wanted to hurry home, but suddenly wanted to go to the toilet.
Toilet. Oh no.
Oh, that's such a good toilet. Oh no. There was a reason why she hesitated to go to the toilet. It was because there was a rumor going around at school that a ghost called Hanako-san with bobbed hair and a red skirt appeared in the toilet. She thought she wouldn't make it until she got home. With no other option, A-chan decided to go to the toilet. It was the nearest toilet to the classroom, on the 3rd floor. There were 3 private stalls. A-chan hurriedly entered one of them and breathed a sigh of relief. When she finished her business and washed her hands, she looked in the mirror and felt uncomfortable.
Did someone come in?
When she entered the toilet earlier, the doors of all the private stalls should have been open. Now, the door of the 3rd toilet at the far end was closed. There was no sign that anyone had entered.
Could it be Chan from the next class?
She thought about it. B-chan also attended a committee with A-chan. She wanted to make sure, so she knocked on the door.
Knock, knock.
A reply came back. Apparently, someone was there. Relieved, A-chan called out to her inside.
Ah, B-chan, isn't it? Let's go home together.
No reply. Wasn't it B-chan? Feeling awkward, A-chan put her hand on the outside door to leave the toilet.
It won't open.
It should open easily by pulling, but the door wouldn't open, even if she pushed or pulled. The sudden change reminded her of the rumor about Hanako-san in the toilet.
Don't tell me it's Hanako-san in that stall.
With a bit of hope like that, she asked fearfully,
Is that Hanako-san in there?
Then,
dun 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 dun.
The door was banged on from the inside with a tremendous force. A-chan, terrified and panicking, tried to get out of the toilet while screaming, but the door didn't budge.
Please let me out!
A-chan broke down crying in front of the door. Then the banging on the door suddenly stopped at the door of the private stall, which had been locked, opened, and inside, a girl with bobbed hair and a red skirt was floating.
I love that.
Yeah, that seems like a classic, like middle school horror story. Like,
Well,
oh, there's a ghost.
This is literally the cartoon I made, which is just like being afraid to take a shit in public is like the most universally. I mean, like it's.
I don't know why
culture,
people are so
no one
afraid
wants
of
to
that.
take a shit in public.
Why
it's
not?
Like the haunting idea that someone is listening to
You
you
got
do
shit, you
this
got
like
shit,
thing that
like
you're
what?
like fucking embarrassed by. No one wants to hear your pooping, your farting sounds or anything like that. this idea
that's how
this
you
bathroom etiquette
show
and this,
dominance.
like, bathroom invasion is,
dominant.
I love this idea too that it's from this. They said
Dominance?
as early as the 50s
Yeah,
is
sure,
when
why
this
not?
was
I
written.
think that's the word.
Yeah. Even
or that's when the legend started to make the rounds.
yeah. I bet you even the fucking Romans that had the aqueducts were just like, hey, hold on, don't come in, that kind of thing. I mean, it's it's forever, you know. I mean, it's so universal. But no, I mean that kind of just fun urban legend though is really fun. There's this great anime I saw at Alamo Draft House that it flowed like this. It wasn't like a toilet spirit, but it's just this idea of like, did you hear that there's a ghost here? And then somebody is like, oh, that sucks. And they immediately go there and are immediately haunted by said ghost. It's like there's really no build up or payoff. It's just kind of like, here I am. Like in this story, it's here I am, I'm washing my hands or I'm taking a shit, whatever, and all of a sudden it's like, oh God, I hope it's not that ghost. Are you
There's
that
nowhere
ghost?
else on earth I'd rather
That's like the payoff. But in this like style, or like, it just works. I don't know. Like the one that I was referring to, I cannot remember the actual title of the story, but I do know it was a Kazuo Umez, I believe is how you pronounce his name. He's like a Japanese horror mangaka like legend. It's like the guy that Junji Ito was inspired by, but it's just.
Oh, is he the guy that did the classroom one that Ito talks about all the time?
Yep.
Yeah. The dissolving, the melting classroom or whatever. Yeah.
Or I think Ito did that one, or at least he did a rendition of it. The drifting classroom, I think, is what you're referring to.
Yeah.
But that's Anyways, those animes or those like kind of like horror. Japanese storytelling. It's just I don't know why. There's something really satisfying about just like I'm gonna tell you exactly what's gonna happen and it's going to happen. That's to be fair, that's true with almost any ghost story. But I just love how to the point it is here. It's just kind of fun. And to just
reading. Yeah. Oh no, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Cut you off.
You're good.
Reading down the description and some of the like stories around it, it says that Hanako-san is normally associated with the number 3. So in most stories, she'll either be the third stall, or it will happen on the third floor, or she'll respond to the third knock.
I love this
so
idea
details
too.
like that are fun.
Ideal I love is she is the third thing that happens in the bathroom. You either take a number 1, a number 2, or she is the number 3.
She's the number 3.
That's
That's what
awesome.
the number 3 is.
Yeah, and it has to be. That has to be in reference somehow. I love that. You're either taking a piss, a shit, or you're getting killed by a ghost. That's the number 3. If there was ever a horror movie rendition of this, I would hope it would just be called like number 3, or it would just be called
3.
Yeah.
It says in most renditions of the story, when she replies, she opens the stall door and drags in the person who knocked. It says there's different, depending on who you ask, there's different origins to her story. One is that she was a girl who was in the bathroom at school. When class started, she did not return. They go to look for her, and she was found dead in the toilet. She had been murdered. Another one is that she was a victim of a family suicide. Suicide's a recurring topic with a lot of like Japanese stories.
Yeah. Well, depending on what time period it is too, it's all reflective of just what's happening in the country. I mean, there's that great
cultural.
There's that great Japanese movie called Club, which is about like a J-pop song that makes you. When that movie was made in response to the economic crash and people themselves over that kind of economic crash. Do you think that also because we see a lot of ghosts in bathrooms in a lot of like just cinema or storytelling in general, do you think that is just because of like in a school setting especially do you think that has anything to do with like bullying? I feel like so much of like old movies and storytelling, you hear so much about people getting like, what's it called?
Swirlies.
Swirly. Like you get a swirly, that kind of stuff of like people like talking. It's like a private place for kids to talk and like openly bully people without adults being there to supervise or something. I'm wondering if that has anything to do with these kinds of things popping up too.
I think potentially it's also because when you're in school, the bathroom's the only place that you're by yourself typically.
It's the only form of privacy you have.
It's also the only place you have privacy, right?
Yeah.
So if anything were to go wrong to you alone, it would have to be while you're in the bathroom. Also, like some of the details with this, when you scroll down, it says if Hanako-san appears, there's in some stories there's ways to ward her off. You can show her a test paper with a perfect 100. When asked to play with her, you say no.
say sorry over and over again, or show her milk and yellow food, which is said to be something she doesn't like.
Yellow
I like little
food?
details like that, little things that flesh out the
Like
story.
corn? Yeah.
There's also this fun note that is really weird but cool. It says, strange as it may sound, the belief in a toilet deity was popular in Japan from the Edo period to the early Showa period.
Wow.
This deity was called Kawayagami, and it was worshipped by offering a red and white female doll and beautiful floral decorations in the toilet. The worship
Smash.
of Kawayagami gradually declined after World War II, but remained afterwards. The theory is also supported by several similarities, such as the fact that Hanako-san is dressed in red or white, and her name is Hanako, which consists of 2 Japanese letters meaning flower and child. That's fun. That's pretty cool. The idea that it's like an iteration of a god that has no longer been worshipped, that people have forgotten about, so it appears on its own now. That's cool.
I hate to always be this kind of person too, but there's just so many things. It just made me think of all these different kinds of. It's just I love the. I guess I love how once again, this is probably true with every culture or whatever, but the way that they pass down this storytelling is just really fun. Like it just even made me think of the there's this game I have on my PC called World of Horror. It's like a point and click black and white horror game. Very, very good. Very like reminiscent. People kept calling it look a lot like Junji Ito or like horror mangaka type style, but I always wanted to get it on my wife's Switch, which does make me sound like a cuck, but it would be a sweet release to get on that. And her boyfriend really likes it too, so it'd be nice. But but it does make me think. I just love that the way that like these things. It's so funny from the Edo period all the way up now. It just still like finds new ways to invent itself, or it just is like a fun thing that's always passed down and it like always remains relevant. It's just really fun.
Yeah, I agree. It's fun too how like so much of, and I think part of it is like obviously as Americans we have like culture and stories taken from Europe, and you know like
I mean we're a melting pot
of a lot of
it's just a melting pot of cultures that are
there's so many different stories that have been brought in from different regions of the world, and like obviously there's a lot of Christian influence, there's a lot of stories related to like demons and stuff like that, but Japan has existed for so long like continuously that their stories like build off each other and change and adapt, so everything feels so rooted.
I know, I'm always so jealous.
Their stories have so much context to it.
I'm always so jealous
there's so much
of
you
other
can do
cultures that have such a long lineage of history and stuff. It just must be, it's just such a different world, you know what I mean? It's just fucking, it's insane. It's like, I think that's what makes everything so fantastical. It's just that we
fantastical
we just get the scraps of those kinds of bits and cultures of things passed down. You know what I mean? Nothing ever really rooted, but. Should we move on to go ahead.
Yeah, we'll move on to the next one. So it's called Hashaku Sama, and I look it up, and she's also known as the 8 feet tall lady. And I gotta say, looking at some of these pictures of her, you know, she kind of.
I like this reoccurring thing in Japanese storytelling as well, or at least Japanese horror storytelling, where it's like a simple figure and all they do is like walk, or they exist in like in this. In a lot of cases, it's like. You see them through the fog. Usually they walk through a park, maybe like a road or of some kind, and it's just like slightly unnatural enough to where it becomes like a creepy urban legend or something, like the woman who walks alone or something, you know. It's just like and I love when people put characters in these scenarios where they emerge from fog or something, as if it's like using your own weather or climate against you to kind of like trick your brain to being like, fuck, did I just see that? What did I just see? I don't know what I just saw. That's really fun.
See that real quick, yeah. Just to, you know.
I think
that's pretty fun.
That is
I think that's pretty fun.
Definitely spooky.
I'm real frightened right now. All right. My father's parents' house was a little less than 2 hours away by car. It was a farming house, but I liked that sort of thing. So when I started high school and got a bike, I often went on trips there by myself during the summer and winter holidays. Both my grandfather and my grandmother happily welcomed me.
We're so happy that you're here.
However, the last time I went there was just before I started the 3rd grade of high school. So I haven't been there in over 10 years now. It's not that I won't go, but rather I can't go. It was the start of spring vacation and the weather was perfect, so I got on my bike and went to my grandfather's house. It was still a little cold, but the veranda was pleasantly warm, so I relaxed there for a while. Then I heard this strange sound.
It didn't sound like a machine. It sounded like it was coming from a person. In addition to that, it was kind of like it was both a voiced consonant and half voiced at the same time. What was that? I wondered. And then I saw a hat over the top of the garden hedge. There's no reason it would have been put up there. Then it started to move sideways. And once it reached a gap in the hedge, I saw a woman. Ah, that woman was wearing the hat. She was also wearing a white one-piece dress. However,
One piece?
the hedge was about 2 meters high. If her head could pop out over the top of that, just how tall was she? I was shocked, but she started moving again and disappeared from view. The hat also disappeared. Then at some point, the po-po-po sound also stopped. At the time, I didn't think much more of it than perhaps an already tall woman wearing some high-heeled boots, or perhaps a tall man dressed up as a woman in high heels. Afterwards, I was in the living room drinking tea when I told my grandfather and
Sipping
grandmother
tea
about what
in your
just
hood.
happened.
I saw this really big woman. I wonder if it was a man cross-dressing.
I said. They just replied,
Oh, yeah? She was bigger than the hedge. She was wearing a hat and was making this strange sound like... Oh, 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 oh.
The moment I said it, the two of them froze. Like they stopped moving at the exact same time. After that, my grandfather's face contorted and he threw a barrage of angry questions at me.
When did you see her? Where did you see her? How much taller than the hedge was she?
I answered his barrage of questions and then he suddenly fell silent and went to the phone in the hallway and called somewhere. The sliding door was closed, so I couldn't hear what he was saying very well. My grandmother was visibly shaken.
Fuck me up.
Having finished his phone call, my grandfather said,
You'll stay here tonight. No. There's no way we can let you return tonight. Have I perhaps done something awful?
I worried, but I couldn't think of anything. It's not like I went to see that woman by myself. She was the one who appeared to me. Then my grandfather said,
Grandma, I'm leaving him to you now. I'm gonna pick up Kason.
Took off in his truck. Timidly, I asked my grandmother about it, and she said in a trembling voice,
It seems you have been possessed by Hasaku-sama. Your grandfather's gonna do something about it. There's no need to worry.
After that, she told me bit by bit until my grandfather returned. Man, to not hear there's a monster outside, but you've already been possessed.
I know.
My gosh.
I would look at her and be like, "Word? Hey, Grandma, roll that back again. What the fuck do you mean I'm possessed?" I do like this idea though. It's like,
Grandma, what the frick?
I do like this idea of like knowing that you see this person. People are like, "Oh yeah, really? How big was she?" And you think it's all cute until it's just this specific detail, and then it's like, "Oh fuck, he's possessed." Ah shit.
Oh, he's possessed. Dang it. There it is.
Also, shot that Resident Evil village,
Hot.
Resident Evil Village woman.
Oh, Lady Dimitrescu.
There's no way in hell that was not referenced. You know what I mean? That they had to have been referencing this.
Oh, I'm sure it came from it.
Oh yeah.
I can't tell you, by the way, what it was like being, because I love the Resident Evil games a lot, and then to be like so ready for 8's reveal, and then to see like the 9-foot tall woman, I was like, Capcom.
God damn, dude.
You beautiful animal.
My boy's been bricked these past couple weeks. I'll tell you what.
I just appreciate the arts. That's all it is. That's all it is. I want to take a moment to thank today's sponsor, Harry's Razor. For often, like her name suggested, she was about 8 feet or shaku tall and had a strange, manly laugh that went. Depending on the person, she might appear as a young woman in a morning dress, an old lady in a formal kimono, or even a middle-aged woman in farm clothes. While her appearance was always different, things she always had in common were her incredible height, the fact she always wore something on her head, her strange laugh. In the past, there were rumors of her being a possessed traveler, but nobody knew for sure. She was sealed in this area. Now it's a part of O City, but in the past it was part of a larger section of X Village by Jizo statues, so she's unable to leave. When you are possessed by Hoshaku-sama, you were killed within a few days.
Nice.
The last time Hoshaku-sama hurt someone was 15 years ago.
Nice.
It kind of reminds me of what's that Japanese movie about
Oh wait, what the fuck?
No, that's the found footage one.
What's the one with
the
the dad who's a cop? Wailing. Yes, the Wailing. Yeah. Yeah. Where it's like his kid's possessed and he doesn't know what to do about it, so he's going out to try to find help.
Right.
And a part of the horror of it is like how
Alright,
helpless
well.
they are against all of this that's happening.
Yeah, I love those kind of movies though, man. That act of faith kind of movie, love that shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Except at the end of that one, I mean spoilers, but at the end of that one, it's kind of like, well, you tried.
Yeah, but no, he broke he broke the rule. He didn't have faith that the woman was telling the truth, so he like ruined the.
He left.
He ruined,
yeah, you're right.
He ruined
yeah.
the seal and broke it. Yeah.
I heard this after the fact, but the reason she was sealed in by the Jizo statues was because Ushaku-sama could only leave the village by certain
No,
paths. Nobody
they
knows
have to
why.
go around. I forgot about
And
that.
so they enshrined the Jizo statues on those particular paths. They were to prevent her leaving, but apparently they were placed in 4 locations on the boundaries of the east and west and the north and south. As to why they would even try to keep Ushaku-sama trapped here, apparently there was an arrangement with the nearby villages where they got, for example, priority to water rights and such. Ushaku-sama only appeared to bother people once every 10 or so years, so the people who lived there in the past found it to be an advantageous deal. Even hearing all that, there was no way it could be real, I thought. Of course not. Before long, my grandfather returned with an old woman in tow.
Well, haven't you gotten yourself into a fine mess? Here, take this.
The old lady said and handed me a talisman. Then she went upstairs with my grandfather to do something. My grandmother stayed behind with me. Even when I went to the toilet, she went with me and wouldn't let me close the door the whole way. For the first time since being there, I started to think.
Maybe this really is dangerous.
A short while later, they called me up to the 2nd floor and put me in a room. The windows were entirely covered over with newspaper and talismans, and there were piles of salt in all 4 corners. There was a small wooden box, not something you'd really call an altar or anything, and on top of it was a small statue of Buddha. Then, I don't know where they came from, but there were 2 bedpans prepared as well. I was supposed to go in those?
The sun's about to set. Listen, you can't leave this room until tomorrow morning. Neither myself nor your grandmother will call you or try to speak to you, okay? You must under no circumstance leave this room until 7 a.m. tomorrow. At 7 a.m. you can come out by yourself. I'll call and let your parents know.
My grandfather said with a serious look on his face. I could do nothing but nod silently in agreement.
Make sure you do exactly as was just said. Keep your talisman close as well. If anything happens, go and pray before the Buddha.
Kason said. They said it was okay to watch TV, so I turned it on. But even as I watched it, my mind wandered and I couldn't focus. Being locked in the room, I didn't feel like eating the onigiri or snacks my grandmother made for me, so I just got in the futon and lay there, trembling. At some point, I fell asleep. When I woke up, I don't remember what it was, but some late night TV program was on. When I looked at my watch, it was past 1 a.m. At this time, I didn't have a cell phone. Oh, what an awful time to wake up, I thought. When I heard something tapping at the window glass. It wasn't like a small rock hitting it. It was more like a finger wrapping across the surface. I couldn't decide whether the wind could make a sound like that or if it really was a person tapping at the window. So I tried to believe with all my might that it really was just the wind.
Go get your
Then I
grandparents,
heard my
dog.
grandfather's
The
voice.
fuck?
Hey, are you okay? Don't push yourself too hard if you're scared, okay?
Without thinking, I walked towards the door, but then I remembered what my grandfather said to me.
What's wrong? You can come out if you want.
The voice sounded exactly like my grandfather, but it wasn't him. I don't know why, but I just knew. And as I realized that, I got goosebumps. I looked over at the pile of salt in the corner, and the top had turned black.
Nice.
I ran at full speed to the Buddha and sat down in front of it. Grasping the talisman, I started to pray as hard as I could.
Please help me. Please help me.
Then, I heard the voice, and the window started rapping.
I knew she wasn't that tall, but I couldn't stop picturing her in my mind, reaching up from below and tapping on the window. There was nothing I could do but keep praying in front of the Buddha. Night felt unbelievably long, but eventually morning came, and at some point the TV that had left on started playing the morning news. The time in the corner of the screen said 7:13 a.m. I hadn't even noticed, but both the tapping on the glass and the voice had stopped. It seemed I'd either fallen asleep or lost consciousness. The pile of salt turned even more black. Just in case, I looked at my own watch, and it said roughly the same time.
What?
So I nervously opened the door, and my grandmother and Kason were standing there looking worried. My grandmother was crying.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
When I went downstairs, my father was also there. My grandfather appeared from outside and told me to
hurry up and get in the car.
I don't know where it came from, but when I went out into the garden, there was a minivan there. There were also several men standing in the garden. The van fit 9 people. I was put in the middle seat. Kason sat in the passenger seat, and the rest of the men in the garden got in and surrounded me. There were 9 of us in total. I was surrounded in all directions.
It's terrible, isn't it? You'll probably be curious, but I want you to close your eyes and keep your head down. We won't be able to see anything, but perhaps you will. Until we say it's okay, you keep your eyes shut.
An old man in his 50s sitting to my right.
You
said
little
to me.
shit.
Then my grandfather got into his mini truck to take the lead, followed by the van I was in, and my father followed in his car as we set off. The line of cars drove rather slowly. They probably weren't going over 20 kilometers an hour. Before long, Kason muttered,
"This is the hard part."
And the men started chanting some sort of Buddhist prayer. I heard that voice again. I gripped the talisman Kason gave me, closed my eyes, and put my head down like I was told, but for some reason I opened my eyes just a little and looked outside. I saw a white dress.
Dumbass.
It was moving alongside the car. She was following with such long strides. Hey, her head was outside the window, so I couldn't see it. But she started bobbing her head down like she was trying to see inside the car.
God, fuck that.
Gosh, dude. Imagine that you see the dress, and then you start to see a huge chin.
Like a giant neck
peer
too,
down the
right?
top of the window. Yeah. Like above it, trying to look. It reminds me of, what's that Ito one? The model?
Yeah.
The supermodel or whatever? The really terrifying girl who comes for the pictures and she's like a monster or whatever. She
Yeah.
has this monstrous proportion.
There's also a sexy one where like a guy in the fog is like walking the alleyways. Reminds me of that one too, by Ito.
Oh, I don't think I know that one. Unconsciously, I let out a sound.
Don't look!
The man next to me raised his voice. In a panic, I squeezed my eyes shut and gripped the talisman even tighter. Kotsu, kotsu, kotsu. A tapping sound on the window began. The people in the car around me also gasped in fear. Even though they couldn't see her or hear her voice, they could hear the sound on the window. Kason started praying even harder. Finally, when I thought the voice and sounds had stopped, Kason said,
"We gotta wait."
They've been around me. We've been quiet until that point where relieved and said,
"Thank goodness."
Soon after, the van stopped in a wide part of the road and I got into my father's car. As my father and grandfather bowed to the other men, Kason came over and said,
"Show me the talisman."
I was still unconsciously gripping it. When I looked at it, it had turned entirely black.
Nice.
Kason said,
"I think it's all okay now. But just in case, you should keep this for a little while longer."
and gave me a new talisman. After that, I returned home with my father. A few days later, my grandfather and one of his neighbors brought my bike back. Apparently, my father also knew about Hoshaku-sama, and he told me about one of his childhood friends who was possessed by her and then killed. He even knew of people that had to move away and live in other places because of her. The men who rode in the car were all related to my grandfather in some way, which meant that they were all very loosely my blood relatives as well. Of course, my grandfather riding in the front and my father riding in the back were connected by blood as well, so they were all meant to confuse Hoshaku-sama somewhat from me. My father's brothers, my uncles, were unable to come over in a single night, so they gathered whatever blood relatives they could, no matter how loosely related we were. But Of course, it was still impossible to get so
This
many
was a
together so
stupid
quickly.
spot to put.
Thinking it much
Oof.
safer to leave during the day than at
Oh,
night,
well.
I was imprisoned in that room for the night. The worst case scenario, apparently, both my grandfather and father were prepared to sacrifice themselves for me as we escaped as well. Now, as I explained above, I make sure not to go back there anymore.
Oh, what the fuck?
After I returned home, I spoke to my grandfather on the phone. And
Nah,
asked him
fuck
if
that.
he
Let's go
spoke
kill
to
it.
me on that night, but he said that he didn't. So it really was. I got chills down my spine thinking about it again. Ashaku-sama targeted youths yet to come of age, and children often saw her as well. When youths and children are feeling extremely anxious and they hear the voice of someone from their family, I think they quickly let their guard down. 10 years passed, and just as I was about to forget those events, something terrible happened.
Nice.
The Jizo statues keeping Ashoka-sama in the village broke. It's the one on the road leading towards your house.
Grandmother told me over the phone. My grandfather died 2 years earlier, and of course I wasn't able to go to his funeral. Even when my grandfather was no longer able to get out of bed, he said for me not to come. Even now, as I'm telling myself that it's just a superstition, I find myself getting more and more worried when I think about hearing that voice again.
What a wonderful story.
That is a great little horror story. I love that.
That was by
trying to confuse it as you drive out of the border that it can't pass.
That was
that's awesome.
That was by Tara A. Devlin, and she actually has a book called Kawabana: True Japanese Scary Stories from Around the Internet, Volume 1. Just want to say we'll link that in the we'll link that in the description as well. I am picking up mine right now because that was fucking sweet.
She has several. It looks like she has a collection of 3. Very cool. Oh no! Wait, books 1 through 10. Oh my gosh, she got a bunch of these things, man. Yeah, we'll link that in the description. That was cool. I enjoyed that.
I liked that one a lot.
That was good. That was well paced. It got me a little bit with when he's in the room and you hear the tapping and stuff, and he was praying. That was pretty good.
This idea of a possession story of someone also just being like, I always love deception and stuff in these horror stories, and the idea of somebody being like, you cannot open this door till 7 a.m. And then it's like, also this idea this is before I had a smartphone. Holy fuck! What if my watch was off? I'd be fucking going insane.
You step out at 6:58. Oh
Yeah.
no!
He's like, oh shit. Yeah. Should we move on to the next one?
Yeah, we can move on to the next one. So the next one is, how would you pronounce that? Kisaragi?
Yeah, Kisaragi Station.
Kisaragi Station. For the description of this one on Creepypasta Wiki, it says, the following is a translated transcript of an actual thread posted on the Japanese message board 2 channel in 2004. 2004. This is ancient internet horror. The stated topic was, post about strange occurrences around you. The poster was anonymous at first before using the name Hasumi not long into the discussion. And Hasumi indicate post made by the thread creator. The hashtag 2channel indicates a post made by another 2chan user. They are not the same. They are not all the same person. Okay, so when we see the question mark, it's like a comment on 4chan,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Or not 4chan.
Anonymous
2chan.
stuff.
Anonymous, yeah. So anonymous post, and then people replying, asking questions.
What are you
So
fucking doing?
Do you want? You can be Hasumi, the person talking, and I can be
Yeah,
the
I'll
poster
be
replies. or-
question mark
Okay.
in the Hasumi, and you'll be 2CH.
So for everyone, when I'm voicing, it's not just the same person. It's just all the commenters replying to Hasumi. Yeah.
This may be my imagination. Can I post it anyway?
Go ahead. What's going on?
I've been riding a certain train for a while, but something seems off. I always take this train to work, but it hasn't stopped at any station for the past 20 minutes or so. It usually takes 5 minutes, 7 or 8 at worst. Oh, and there's 5 other passengers.
Did I already hear
They're all
this one?
sleeping.
Did you take the express train by mistake? Is it a high-speed train?
Well, it's possible I may have missed my stop. I'll wait a little longer. If anything else strange occurs, I might bring it up here.
Try going to the car on the end to see the conductor, maybe? It'd be really bad if the driver had an epileptic fit or something. You should check on the conductor.
Still no sign of stopping, so alright, I'll take a look. There were blinds or something covering the window, so couldn't see the conductor or the driver. The route is a private railway in Shizuoka.
Knock on the window?
I tried that, but nobody answered.
Can you see out the window? Names of stations you're passing, etc.?
We came out of a tunnel, so we're dropping speed slightly. There usually aren't any tunnels, though. It's a train for Shin Hamamatsu. Looks like we're finally stopping at a station.
You weren't going to get off there, are you?
We're stopped at Kisagari Station. I wonder if I should get off. I've never heard of this place before.
Definitely check it out. No, stay on until the last stop. Oh, but it's probably already departing now. When did you get on the train?
I've gotten off the train. The station's unmanned. I believe they got off the train at 11:40.
I'm not finding any information on Kisaragi Station. And Hasumi, your train was going for over an hour. Well, that's really strange. Yeah, I'm not getting any results for Kisaragi Station.
I'm looking for a schedule so I can get back, but I can't find one. The train is still stopped, so it'd probably be safest to get back on. Well, it left while I was writing that.
Is there anyone nearby or any buildings? It's cold out, so be careful.
I'll look for a taxi from the station. Thank you very much.
Sounds good. Take care. Way past the last train at an unmanned station. Really questionable if you'll have any luck finding a taxi there. And so Hasumi became an inhabitant of the two-dimensional world. It doesn't matter what time period of the internet it is. There's going to be someone out there saying you're about to die.
There don't seem to be any taxis anywhere.
Call 110, which is a Japanese number for police. Call the taxi company. If there's a telephone booth nearby, look up the taxi company in the phone book and call.
I called home and asked to be picked up, but neither of my parents seem to know where Kisaragi Station is. They'll look for it on the map so they can come get me. But I'm getting a little scared now.
What about the others? Are you the only one who got off the train? I checked online too. The name Kisaragi Station isn't coming up. Am I wrong in assuming it's around Shin Hamamatsu? I'll check Yahoo.
I looked for a public phone, but there's nothing. No one else got off. So I'm alone now. It's definitely called Kisaragi.
This is good, man. I love this. Someone posted just an abandoned train station, or an unmanned train station. It's like the last stop before eternity. Sometimes they have phones outside the station.
Looking into it. Apparently it's written with the kanji for devil, but it reads Kisaragi.
Devil Station? Yikes.
You know, shit, dude. Fuck that.
So, well, bye forever, assuming. Are you a gaming nerd? Because a game comes up if you Google it. Tell us the names of the stations before and after Kisaragi.
What do you mean, a game? It doesn't say what the next and previous stations are.
Walk back along the track. That's an awesome suggestion. Just start walking into the woods. If you start running now, you might catch up to the train. There must be houses around the station, right?
Yes, there are. I didn't quite notice since I was panicking. I waited for my parents to call while walking along the track. I tried checking town information on iMode, but it gave me a point error or something. I want to go home. There's really just nothing around here. All I can see are fields and mountains. I think I'll be able
How
to
the
make it
fuck
back if
is
I
this
go down
still
the track.
whatever?
Keep
Am I
pushing on.
reinforced? Maybe.
Thank you very much. Treat this as a joke, if you will, but can I come to you if I encounter any more trouble?
Of course. Just be careful out there. Sure. Just make sure you don't run out of battery. Your phone's your lifeline right now. Don't get lost. And be careful in the tunnel. You can get a signal out of the middle of nowhere? I kind of think you shouldn't stray far from the station. All alone on a cold night at a station with no attendants. Soon the lights could go out and it'll be pitch black. It really might be the safest to wait for daybreak at the station though. Oh geez, this sounds bad.
Got a call from my father, and he had many questions, but simply couldn't find my location. I've been told to call 110, which I'm a little opposed to doing. I'll try asking him to help me now.
So, Hunter, if you were on a train, and the train drops you off somewhere, and you're just alone, no one else, not a soul at the station, what would you do?
God, well, I mean, first off, I would never get off. There's no way. I would live on that train, I feel like. Honestly, though, realistically, if I would probably just stay at the station. At least wait till at least wait till morning. I mean, I would just turn
You're just gonna walk through the darkness of the woods?
Yeah,
Absolutely not.
No. I'm not gonna walk on the tracks or do whatever and hope to. I'm just gonna wait, because then also too, I'm at a train station we just got off. Even if it takes a while, maybe there's another one. I'll just wait, get on that one.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. There's gotta be something better. Yeah. I really think you should wait until it gets lighter out before you do anything. Waiting all alone in the dead of night and in some ominous place? Yikes. Going through a tunnel alone in the dead of night and on some ominous train line? Yikes.
I called 110 and tried my absolute best to explain the situation, but they thought it was all a joke and got angry at me. So I got scared and apologized.
Now that would be me. That'd be me. Like, I'm sorry, actually. No, I don't need anything. It's okay.
I definitely would just be calling back, being
What?
like, "Hey, listen, this is real."
So it said this was 2004, but he has a mobile phone?
Yeah, it wasn't. I think Blackberries were around by then.
In 04? Really?
I think so. Let me see.
There's your...
Yeah, 99 is when Blackberries came out.
Whoa, that's crazy. And you could like
Blackberry.
browse the internet with them.
The BlackBerry
Those boards.
smartphone, the BlackBerry smartphone, the 5810 arrived in 2002. So yeah, like right at the beginning.
Whoa,
Because I know
that's crazy.
I know that they were pretty early on.
I didn't think they showed up till like 06, 07.
No, that's when the iPhone dropped.
Yeah, I guess it is when the first touchscreens came out.
That killed the BlackBerry.
But you got to realize I was born in '99, so all this is like ancient lore to
Wait,
me.
what?
Right.
I do remember being like 6 or 7 and playing on my parents' BlackBerry.
Wait, I'm older
so I guess
than.
in my mind,
Ain't no shot.
the iPhone wasn't out for a long time after that, but it was.
Nah.
Yeah, it's true. Apologize for what? Should probably give up for today. Wait for the first train. What's it like around the station? What's there?
I hear what sounds like a beating drum mixed with some kind of bell way off in the distance. Honestly, I have no idea what to do at this point. Okay, so you're in hell, buddy.
Yeah, they're gonna, brother, they're gonna box you up and send you off.
Damn, dude.
So,
holy hell.
Dude, you hear
This is the literal
and a
beginning of
bell?
the first Onimusha game. Good fucking luck, bud. You are fucked.
They done pieced that man up. He is gone forever. He's going straight to the mansion from the last episode. Get back to the station for now, Hasumi. It's best to return to where you started when you're lost. Here's where... I love these comments that are egging it on. Here's where it gets going. Are they having a festival or what?
You might think I'm kidding, but I'm too scared to look behind me. I don't want to go back to the station, but I don't dare turn around.
Run and don't look back. You can't go back to the station now. Run through the tunnel. I'm sure you'll find you're not far.
Someone behind me just yelled, "Hey, don't walk on the track, that's dangerous." I looked around expecting to see an attendant and saw a one-legged old man, but he vanished. I think I'm too scared to move.
Bro, one-legged old man, middle of the woods at night.
Hey,
yelling at you on the
asshole! At least I'd be
man.
kind of stoked on that. I'd be like, well, at least I can beat this old man's ass. Fuck you up,
Yeah.
old man. Call him Tic Tac. Boom!
There's some call him Tic Tac. There's something so menacing about a lot of these Japanese stories, like their folklore, where it's like you said, just someone standing there, but there's such, I don't know, there's such maliciousness associated with it so often. It's like, yeah, it's just one-legged old man but with the drums and everything. It's like, that might be the devil, dude. I told you not to look back. Run. Calm down and listen to Big Bro, okay? Check out where the drum's coming from. There's this dude's big dogging him. Calm down and listen to Big Bro, okay? Check out where the drum's coming from. There's bound to be somebody playing it. That's how drums work. Where the hell are you planning to take Hasumi? Why'd you know it was an old man if it just had a single leg? I think Hasumi meant an old man who lost one of his legs. Yeah, it wasn't just a leg floating in the distance. Must have been an old man who died and lost a leg after walking along the track.
I can't walk around any further. The drumming sounds like it's getting a little closer.
Wait for dawn. It won't be scary in the daylight. I'm glad I stayed on the train.
I'm still alive, but I fell and started bleeding and I broke a heel. So I'm sitting still in the ground. I don't want to die now.
It should be safe if you leave the tunnel. Once you get out of there, call for help immediately.
I called home. Dad's calling the police, but the sound keeps getting closer.
I hope to God that's not the sound of a train, but it might be too late.
I finally managed to make it to the front of the tunnel. The name says Misanuki. The sound's still getting closer, so I'm gonna have to leave the tunnel. If I'm safe once I get out of the tunnel, I'll post again.
Good luck. This is the end. Forget about trains and stations. Forget about going back. Forget about someone chasing you. Sound you're hearing is just something you imagined. Run out of the tunnel. If you stop, you'll only succumb to something which does not belong in this world.
I left the tunnel. There's someone up ahead. It looks like all your advice was right after all. Thank you so much. My face is such a mess from tears. He might just mistake me for a monster.
Wait, Hasumi, don't die on us. Stop, that can't be good. Someone there this late at night? That's suspicious.
He seems gentle and was worried for me.
He called for a train to take me to the nearest station. Apparently there's some kind of business hotel there. Truly, truly thankful to all of you.
Asumi, please answer me this one thing. Can you ask that man what that place is? Is he really gentle? He sounds kind of scary from what you said. That guy's no good. Why is he by the track at this hour? He must have been a corpse or something. Asumi, run.
I asked him what it was, and he said it was Hina. Seems extremely unlikely, though.
Asumi, get off the train. Excuse me, Asumi, where's Hina?
We've been headed toward the mountains for some time. It really doesn't strike me as a place where trains would go. And he stopped talking to me entirely.
Probably because you're constantly messing with your phone. Asumi, oh no. Did you contact your parents after you got out of the tunnel and received aid from this guy? Asumi, please call 110. This might be your last chance.
My battery's almost run out. Things are getting strange. So I think I'm gonna make a run for it. He's been talking to himself about bizarre things for a while now.
Well, y'all fucking capture this thing already? Holy
My
shit.
last post for now.
Afterward, Asumi was never heard from again.
I love that shit, dude.
That's fun. That's really fun.
I love that shit.
He he got on a train that crossed over to the afterworld, and he's just walking through like the final stops. It almost feels like an evil version of Spirited Away.
Yeah. I love this idea of, you get transported into a spirit world unknowingly. You're kind of just like, wait, what the fuck? Yeah, no, I love that Ted the Caver shit of like, hey, maybe you'll hear from me again, and that's where the post ends. That being on a random message board rules.
Yep.
That's just like
the whole thing put together, and it's old too.
I wonder back then if people really knew about, like, not necessarily trolls, but I wonder if it's so much more where people were like, I believe this. Like, I have no reason to believe that this guy is lying to me, like it is now. Now, if anybody says anything online, you're just like, what the fuck ever, dude, shut up. You know what I mean? So I feel like at least I want to believe at this time that people were just so invested, freaking out. And that's the funniest thing is, too, is you don't even know who the commenters are. Those people could be, I like to think, too, like when I went to Japan, I mean, you travel everywhere on trains. That's what you do. There's like no way to get around without it. So I like to think how many of these people were on trains commenting and being like, oh my fucking God, you know?
It's like, oh, what if I'm... Yeah, because a lot of the best urban legends tie into like real fears or worries people have. It's like, what if... Because when you get on a train, you're completely at the will of the conductor, right?
Yeah.
What if one day you got onto a train and you didn't stop? What if you went somewhere else? How could you get off? What would you do?
Yeah.
The next looks like it was actually adapted into a little... It kind of looks low budget, but a horror movie.
Well, it's fun.
Kizagari Station. It's pretty cool.
We're going back to Tara again. Thank God. She's doing... She's doing it's a story called Kune Kune.
Yep. There's another one by her beneath this called The Note My Brother Left Behind, which looks pretty... Anyway. Yeah, Kune Kune. Seems like she's put together a bunch of bangers from the looks of it.
Yeah, I mean, I legit, while we were sitting there, I ordered her book on Amazon. It looks really good.
Look,
yeah,
looks sick. All right, well, are you ready for... Wait, hold on. Where was the... Where did I read that last one? Where did we read that last story at?
Was that not on Creepypasta Wiki?
That's Creepypasta. You're right. I was making sure that wasn't her that recorded it. Yeah. That's Creepypasta Wiki. All right, so another Tara one. Kune Kune. Is that how you'd pronounce that? Kune?
I think so. I mean, that's what I pictured as.
A couple of dumb genius.
Yeah.
A southerner and a midwesterner.
I also had the dumbest thing I've ever said in my life. Was said like 30 minutes ago or however long, you know. It feels like a lifetime ago now.
It was an hour and 10 minutes ago, but
yeah.
That was not the dumbest thing you've ever said in your life. Don't worry.
Oh, thank you.
You've said far dumber.
Wow.
Welcome.
Oh, that's kind.
This happened when I went to visit my grandmother's house as a child. We only went to visit my grandmother's house once a year during Oban. So as soon as we got there, I took off at full speed with my older brother to play outside. It's entirely different to the city. The air is so fresh and clean. I took in the refreshing breeze as my brother and I ran around the rice fields. Then, as the sun rose high in the sky and stood right above us, the wind suddenly stopped. Well, that's what I thought. But then a disgustingly warm breeze blew instead.
It's already hot at the best of times.
Why is it such a warm breeze blowing now?
I complained, angry that the cool breeze had been snatched away from me. I noticed my brother was looking in another direction, towards a scarecrow in the distance.
What's up with that?
I asked him.
No, not that. Past that.
He replied, strained his eyes even harder to see. I wanted to see as well and looked intently over the rice fields. Then I saw...
Welcome to the rice fields.
What was that? It was far in the distance, so I couldn't tell what it was. It was about the size of a human, but it was white and swaying to and fro. I don't like that, dude.
No.
I don't like that. And now, you know, the moment I read that, it's storming right now.
See, I'm telling
and
you.
And out my window right here, out my window right here to the left, where this tree limb is, it keeps like bowing in and out. And I'd thought of that as soon as I read that it was swaying about the size of it. I hate the sentence, it was about the size of a human. There's so many assumptions there. Like, why are you calling it it? What do you mean about? Which way is it about? Why is... So it's not a human then? Like...
Even just the thing of swaying to and fro, like almost like a dance or something, is just, I don't know.
Yeah. I also hate that because it's like, it makes me think that it's going to take off towards you at any moment. You know, there was nothing around here but rice fields. No reason for any people to be nearby. For a moment I felt strange, but then I tried to explain it.
Isn't that just a new type of scarecrow? It has to be. Until now, scarecrows have never moved, so a farmer or someone must have thought it up. It probably just started moving with that wind just before.
My brother's expression said that he agreed with my precise explanation, but in an instant, it disappeared. The wind had stopped, and yet the white thing in the distance was
Where's
still
bro
swaying.
going?
Hey, that thing's still moving. What the hell is it?
He said, surprise in his voice. He wanted to know what it was, so he returned to the house and came back with a pair of binoculars. He seemed excited.
I'm going to take a look at first, so just wait a minute.
He said and eagerly peered through the binoculars. Then, suddenly, his face changed. Before my eyes, he started to turn blue and broke out into a cold sweat. Finally, he dropped the binoculars he was holding. Terrified of my brother's transformation, I asked him.
What was it?
He answered me very slowly.
You're better off not knowing.
Gosh. It wasn't my brother's voice. Just like that, he turned and steadily returned to the house. I went to pick up the binoculars.
Fuck, what time is
My
it?
brother's face instantly
12:45. Holy shit.
Perhaps because of what he said, I couldn't find the courage to
We
do it.
ballin'.
But something was bothering me. From far away, it just looked like something white, swaying strangely. It was a little weird, but other than that, it wasn't especially scary. But my brother... I had to look. I had to see what my brother saw. You're that scary, huh? Well, I'll decide that with my own two eyes. I picked up the fallen binoculars and went to look. My father suddenly came running towards me. Before I could even ask,
"What's wrong?"
my father rushed towards me.
Don't look at that white thing! Did you see it? Did you look at it through the binoculars? No, not yet.
I replied, confused.
No, thank God.
My father said, falling to the ground in relief. We went back to the house. I had no idea what was going on. When we got back, everyone was crying. Was this because of me? No, not me. When I looked closer, I could see my brother laughing like a madman. He was moving about like that white thing, swaying.
What the fuck?
Swaying. Seeing my brother like that, he was
this
scarier
is
than whatever
annoying
that
as
white
shit.
thing was. Then, when it was time for us to return home, my grandmother said,
It would be better for everyone if you left him here. It'll be easier for him to live here. The place is small, and if you think about your neighbors, they won't wait even a few days before leave him here. The best thing to do is to release him into the rice fields after a few years.
My fucking lord.
Oh my gosh, dude.
God damn. All right, Granny, fuck's sakes, dude.
Hearing those words, I broke out into tears.
Yeah,
I never
fuck it,
see my
whatever.
brother like he was again. Even if we came back again the following year, that wouldn't be my brother. Why did this happen? We were just playing around, having fun. Why? I furiously wiped my tears, got in the car, and we left the house behind. As our grandparents waved goodbye, just for a moment, I thought I saw my brother wave too. As we got further away, I wanted to see my brother's face one more time. So I looked through the binoculars, and he was most definitely crying. His expression was that of laughter, but it was the first and last time he would smile so sadly again. Then as we turned the corner,
God damn, hurry the fuck up.
Broke out into tears once more, not taking my eyes away from the binoculars.
One day you'll come back, right?
I thought. I looked out over the green fields while remembering and missing my brother. Then, while I was thinking about my brother, I looked through the binoculars. That was when it happened. I saw the thing up close that I knew I should never see.
And what a great one, man.
Man, that got me.
What a great one.
Just like the thing in the field. So there's a recurring thing in a lot of these stories about like adults knowing something that the kid's exposed to, you know?
I just like never...
And then panicking or having to do something to help.
Never fully given the reader
Alright,
the
you know
full
what? I'm just gonna retreat to here and...
Honestly, I think that's a great one to end on. I think that's a really, really fun one.
I really like a lot, again, how a lot of the Japanese legends have so much weight behind them. There's so much you can do with them. And a lot of them are just so brutal. Like the train station to hell, or that takes you to the afterlife. And Tomino's Hell, of course, that one's a classic. But then you also have stuff like the one we just read, where it's something unspeakable in the fields, or the kind of the same vibe that the Hashaku-sama does, where it's this tall woman. And there's some other popular Japanese legends too, like there's a slit-mouthed woman who approaches you and she has a mask on. She says, "Want to see my smile?" And she pulls it down and her face is cut open and she kills you. There's the other one, the Teke Teke, which is the woman who, if I believe in most regards, was run over by a train, or someone threw her on the train tracks and she was run over. So she's just an upper torso with arms that like chases you down the road at night, but she can move really fast. There's so many really brutal ones. It's interesting how you can take these horror concepts and do so much with them that makes them so much more than just the initial scare or premise. Like the white thing in the field, like the white swaying thing in the field's enough, but then seeing what it does to the brother and things like that, terrifying. Like, dude, it's like you said earlier, if there's one group who knows how to keep you up at night, it's the Japanese.
Just so much good shit today. Beautiful poetry. Also, I will say, I am very, very curious to keep reading Tara's work. Tara A. Devlin, once again, we'll link her Amazon shop or just some books or whatever in the description. Both stories you read by her were phenomenal. Also, too, I really love just even the screenplay format of the, or not screenplay, but just like, it's nothing but comments. I mean, I feel like we haven't done that since, is that kind of how my girlfriend messaged me on Facebook? Is that kind of the similar of like the comment section? Or not really?
I can't remember. I think that one was just longer posts, but
I see.
Yeah, but we've done some before that are comment sections like that. Yeah,
I always like that back and forth. It's really, really fun, and I think that once again, just these things of, it's just a fun way of doing, like, we're not seeing the horror, we're kind of like experiencing it with the commenters. I think that's a lot of fun. I liked all of them though. I mean, I don't know if I have a favorite one out of all of them. I mean, I think the Hashaku-sama, I really like that one.
Where the
like just the tall woman, just the bobbing of the head. I think the setup is good. I like the kind of like ritualistic. Also, two different stories from Tara here, where it's like generational horror of like a dad at the end of Kune Kune running up and being like, "Don't fucking look at that."
What are you doing?
While
Go,
the grandfather
stupid.
in Hashaku-sama was pretty much like, "Well, fuck, I guess I gotta go kill a demon, or gotta go exorcise you or something."
Well, it's kind of like that thing with there's so much history behind all the horror, it stands to reason that generations would be affected by it, you know?
Yeah. No, it also seems like things that are just like undeniable, or like they're totally you have no control over it is one, but then also it's like things that don't just affect every generation. Like that's one thing I really liked with Hashaku-sama is it's a spirit that does possess people, but you're just hoping it's like a cancer. or something. You're just praying to God that it's like does not affect you, you know, which I thought was really just a lot of fun. I don't know. Also, too, just as this themed grab bag was just really fucking fun. I feel like we need to do more themed grab bags.
Yeah, well, normally we try to put some theme to them, but yeah, you're right. The Japanese ones have been pretty cool.
I guess just even culturally. I think that maybe just the cultural grab bag. Like maybe next time we can do something just from, you know what I mean? Stories that are fixated in other people's culture that are all specifically the same versus just like, you know, subject matter, like, you know, oh, they're all ghost stories or something. I think that doing more cultural grab bags would be a lot of fun. Yeah. Well, thank you all so much for listening to Creepcast today. We hope you enjoyed this one. Thank you to all of our audio listeners on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, and also thank you to our patrons who have been getting some exclusive streams, been watching episodes before they come out, getting exclusive episodes that you won't see up on the YouTube. So we appreciate you as well for checking that out and supporting us. Until next time, guys, stay creeped. Bye-bye.
Stay creeped out, and you know what? Maybe because of his appreciation for it, the Japanese can forgive Hunter. We'll see. We'll find out. We'll see if he murders any more women. Time will tell. Bye.
What the fuck? Oh my god, you stupid dumb motherfucker. Did I not have him fucking retreat? Oh my god, this fucking game.
I flinch. When she says my name, it's censored with the same beep they use to censor explicit songs. I watch her lips, but nothing. My name? What's my name? Pause. She's hiding something. Don't be silly isn't a response. No, really, Stacy, that's not a response to my question. She takes a moment, theatrically examines her nails, runs her tongue over her glossy teeth, takes another sugar cube from the bowl, examines it, drops it into her cup. There's something strange about it. The flat, square planes of the cube disappearing into the black liquid.
Stupid questions get stupid answers.
There's something in her voice. Something shaking. Something broken and weeping and desperate, but it's just beneath the surface. Only appearing in tremors and ticks and...
Should I try
she starts scratching her...
Should I try to do her line again, except more shaky?
I think what you were doing was good, where it's like stereotypical, like bimbo,
Valley Girl kind of
Valley Girl,
yeah.
But put a little like
twinge on it.
Ooh, on it, yeah.
Stupid question gets stupid answers.
Can I just restart? No, okay.
Somewhere between the two takes. I think. See, now with the live audience, they get to see us workshop this.
You don't
we'll do this in episodes a lot, where there will be a line. And I just saw Where's the Windy Tummy Cam. I hate what you've done here. I hate...
Hurry the fuck up. Holy shit. Dude, I'm in such a fucking bad mood now.
That was good. That was it.
Matt,
that was it right there.
yeah, bad mood. Yeah.
That's it
English.
right there. So we do this a lot where we'll workshop little like sentences and stuff. Be like, I'll put this inflection on it, change that. Now you all get to see it, but all they care about is... But can I have the hairy windy tummy? Okay. There's something in her voice, something shaking, something broken and weeping and desperate, but it's just beneath the surface, only appearing in tremors and ticks, and she starts scratching her face. Stacy, what's going on? She looks panicked for a second, as if somewhere someone has said her name. Eyes wide, she leans forward, slams her forehead against the glass table in front of us once. The table shakes, coffee spills. The table is fractured, and there are small shards in her forehead. She pats at the rivulets of blood with the tips of her fingers, then, as if tasting a salad dressing, licks them clean. Somewhere in the distance, phone rings. Bill's eyes go wide. He looks at me. Cut to laundromat.
What do you think?
I think it's so. It depends on the nature of what this is. If this is like an alternate reality or just like some weird like purgatory or whatever. I think it's the whole thing about like if you're in a coma, you hear a voice or you pick up a phone and you hear like someone from the outside. I think it's something like that.
Yeah, there's this movie that kind of harks on that idea that came out during the COVID era, like 2019, 2020 era, called Come True. Really fun film, but it kind of has a similar vibe, very dreamlike kind of quality, which would kind of explain this weird, surreal dream that this person is in. Even though, too, I can't tell, is our protagonist, are they just like totally bought in that they're in this sitcom, or are they still like, what the fuck is this? Because the only thing that they've said so far,
they still don't know what's going on. They understand they get that it's a sitcom because they're like, it's canned studio laughter, they can imagine it, so they understand the format, but they don't know what's happening because he's like, how did I get here? Why is Bill? Does this person know me? Like, he still is trying to figure out the logistics of it. I also really like how when she said his name, it was a bleep, like a censorship. It's like whatever has him in here is trying to indoctrinate him to be a part of this. Similarly to how Stacy and Bill probably are, where you see their cracks for a second, but then they go back to the formula.
Losing their own identity would be fucking horrifying. Yeah. Almost to the point where, there has not been, the protagonist has not said their name once. So it's kind of fun.
So far, I really like the setup where it's like, because he's acting completely reasonable, being like, what's wrong with you? What are we doing? But it's in the backdrop of a sitcom, so it's so out of place. Or like that one where he says like, what's wrong with your nails? And there's laughter. He's like, that's not an answer, quit. Like, he's shaking it off almost to continue deliberating. So it's a fun setup. I like the premise a lot. Cut to laundromat. I sit on a chair reading a magazine. Since when do people read magazines? Or go to laundromats? Something hurts behind my eyes. Presses against the cornea and drapes itself over the front of my brain.
Okay, well.
Kathy has her hands on her hips, looking at me. As she talks, she stuffs the wedding dress after wedding dress into the open, chrome mouth of the machine. It seems endless, as if the chrome mouth leads to chrome guts, some great rusted interior, coiled steel intestines, and whistling iron lungs, and a throat that continues forever and ever. Iron lung? Iron lung reference?
Well, I don't know what to say.
What?
If you like her, you should just ask her out the old-fashioned way.
She keeps putting wedding dresses in, and with each new dress, they become progressively more and more soiled, covered in dirt and blood and yellow stains I can't identify, and they just keep coming. They keep coming.
They don't stop coming, and they don't.
Like some perverse marital magician, she just keeps pulling these wedding dresses out of a small plastic laundry box, and now they're ripped, just a bundle of blood-stained threads, a handful of dust. I half expect her to pull a rabbit out of the open mouth of another machine, some half-dead gray thing, drowned and stomach-filled with the suds and cheap detergent. I imagine her smoothing its wet, matted fur, patting at the clumps of bubbles the color of an oil slick.
That's sweet.
I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know how I got here. My head hurts. I can taste blood. I think I'm gonna be sick.
I think I'm gonna be sick if you keep running away from your problems. She seems perfect. Made for you.
I don't think I know you. I don't think I know anyone. I think my skin's too thin and it's stretched over the wrong bones, and she looks at me. Something passes over her face, puts it in shadow for a moment, like the reflection of clouds moving across the surface of a lake.
It's always been like this. Always.
Woo! I hit him with the applause effect again.
Oh, good. Good.
I think that this is stellar so far. I really like the thing. I think my skin's too thin and I think it's stretched over my bones. And then she's like, it's always been like this. And then it's like the studio, which is representative of the force that has them trapped there, goes wild. Like, it's like they're still treating it like it's a part of the sitcom or it's some big like revelatory moment or joke. It's almost, with the crowd goes wild, it's almost described like at near the end of sitcom seasons where like the two characters finally kiss or something and you hear everyone cheer and applause. It's kind of like that, but it's like the stand-in is one character recognizing to another that they're trapped there, that this is just how things are. That's pretty cool. Cut to living room.
My head hurts, spins a little. I'm set on a couch and I reach down, grip the edge of the cushion with both my hands and hold on tight, as if at any moment it might throw me off, as if it's the only connection I have to the real world. Faux leather bowl. I imagine a large brass ring around the bridge of my nose.
That's the thing about men, really. They want a certain version of you. And on a date, you get to choose which version that is. So you go get it, girl. Dressed to kill.
That's when I see it. There, in the bathroom. A woman. Visible from the living room through an open door. Slumped against the wall, limbs splayed. Her neck's red and the wall behind her is covered in thin arcs of blood. Elegant splatters that make a pattern behind her. Her throat's been slit. One of her hands is missing a finger. Her blood's running over the floor in the space between the white, perfectly square tiles. My stomach turns. Her eyes are so empty, so glassy and vacant. I can almost see the struggle, the brutality of her last moments, the short, nasty violence that ended her life.
And that's what I said. If you're gonna go wear this season's Prada, then you might as well wear... Fuck! And that's what I said. If you're not gonna wear this season's Prada, then you might as well wear nada.
There's a dead body in the bathroom. That's such a good. Okay, so that.
I love that juxtaposition.
That is such a good turn of beat for the story. You might as well wear nada. There is a dead body in the bathroom.
There's a dead body in the bathroom.
I'm on baby duty now, so if you hear the baby scream or freak out or whatnot, it's part of the plan. So, I love you.
Oh God, PDA, dude, keep it out of the fucking stream, man.
Yeah, everyone's saying baby Tonka. Yeah, that's a great. Isn't that right, Tonka? Love that name.
Wait, is the baby on stream?
No. We don't. I'm not gonna put her on stream, but she's off. She's in a bassinet over here to the side. She's witness to the stream. And there it goes. There goes the baby crying.
I hear the baby doing. Can I do an impression of your baby?
Go ahead.
So talk to me as if I'm your baby.
Hi, baby.
Is that what you say to your daughter?
Hi, sweetie. Hello.
Is that? Is that good?
That was awful.
Keep it going. Give me another one, dude. Give me another one. Just
No,
one more.
I don't want
Just
to.
one more.
Hello, how are you? It's just clipping out on the microphone.
Isn't this supposed to like make them whatever?
Did you like that?
So off. I can't wait for you to get canceled over something. I've got books of info to destroy to just bring up. I can't wait for the expose video in a year where it's like he would go on podcast in the Patreon server and he would pretend to be his co-host's newborn child.
And he would sit there and he would pretend to be a baby.
And everyone in the chat would be urging him on with sexual euphemisms. Yeah, one day it'll happen. Okay. There's a dead body in the bathroom. Her skin is pallid, drained, and has taken on a waxy quality. A muted sheen.
D-text. Alright.
It's just your line, no rush. I might have lost him. It shows he's still on the Discord call. Maybe he had to mute his mic for a
Why?
second.
Fucking goddamn it. Oh, because should I just delete everyone?
Dating's hard work for women. You think I shop all the time just to look good for me?
I think someone's been murdered and their body's in the bathroom and it's covered in blood.
Aww. Hey, dating isn't easy for guys either. There are 3 things I need to make a date worth it: food, beer, and more beer.
You are so Bill. I can see through the open door to the bedroom, a room lit by a dim red light, and there I can see a shadow moving, shifting. It seems to grow small and sways as if dancing. As if, I think, someone is in that room, and they're moving their body to a rhythm we cannot hear. Their skin shifting and riding up their leg like a dress, and their mouth half open. Blood begins to pool around the body's legs. I can see that the incision on her throat was wild, sloppy. From the bedroom, there's the sound of a muffled moan. I don't think we're alone. I think whoever murdered that girl is still here, and I want them to leave. I want them to leave. I want them to leave.
Woo!
So this story's actually really well paced. I like how the scenes go on, and there's like a presence here, and now there's like this woman lying dead over there. I really think this is awesome. It's a shame the story is, getting hindered with, me being pregnant and you talking about the baby and stuff like that.
That is
really rough.
And I'll legitimately, I have fucked up this story. I'm sorry. It is actually good. I'm not gonna. I'll stop.
Well, I don't think you should stop per se. I just more so want to outline that it's your fault. I think
legitimately, I agree. I fucked it up.
Well, no, I think that this show, because if someone really wants to read the story directly, they can go read it. That's why we pointed there. I think a lot of the appeal to this show is that we are going to ruin the story sometimes, and they're going to be for absurdist reasons. So I think that that's fine. I mean, I'm just sitting here pulling concrete out of my hand. So,
Have you showed them your update?
Oh yeah,
on your
you
hand?
guys haven't seen that episode. It's updated. It's looking better. Now I wrecked my dirt bike, and absolutely skinned my hands open. Like this hand was just like you could see the muscle striations, and there was blood everywhere.
Yeah.
And in a couple of the last podcast recordings, I've had these really thick gauze and bandages on them.
So funny.
Yeah. Yeah, I have the video. So I have the video on the security cam of the house of me wrecking.
So good.
Yeah, Hunter loved it. Hunter really liked that video of me.
You guys are getting ready. You're getting ready to get a lot of Isaiah media. You haven't even seen his dentist photos yet. Wait till you see his dentist photos. Oh
yeah,
my God! You'll see this. You'll see this Sunday. I'm not even joking. It is unbelievable. Unreal.
Yeah. I actually I have that photo right here. Do we want to give him a sneak peek?
You could give us sneak. I would love to see it again. It's it's unreal. First off, I just want to say this is a dentist photo. It might be one of the most sexual photos I've ever seen in my life. First off, look how tiny it is. Look how extremely tiny. God, look at it. Looks like a donkey got Botox. It is unreal. Wow. It is criminal that they did this to you. Also, did they take this photo in a closet? Where the fuck did they take this photo? Oh, you're going to be stealing. This is your dentist. You're going to be stealing when we take these photos for research purposes. It looks like a Sabrina Carpenter album cover. 1,000,000%.
I'm a bad bitch.
When I showed Hunter this photo for the first time, he was hollering.
Oh my God! Legitimately, in the episode, you'll hear how genuine my reaction is. It is unbelievable. Also, just zoom it out to its normal size, Isaiah.
Someone said, "Can we put it on a T-shirt?"
I want it to be the thumbnail. I want it to be the thumbnail of the episode.
T-shirt with that in the center of it. That's its original size.
There's a lot of stuff going on with this. There's a lot of stuff going on with this.
I think I lost connection for a second. I should be back now. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm back.
Is it out?
We're back now. What were you saying? There's a lot of stuff going on with what?
Are you sure? I don't see it on the live.
Well, I'll give it a sec. People are saying the lips were so powerful it crashed the stream.
There it is.
Yeah.
One thing about this photo, and we should get back to the story, is the What I don't understand about you, how many teeth are in the human mouth? Is it 20, 28?
No, it's 32, I think.
Also,
Kinda
people
wisdom
are immediately making it their profile pictures. It's really funny. The,
I've seen like
Are you fucking
I just want to say there are supposed to be 32 teeth in a mouth. Zoom in on this. There is like I don't know why, but your teeth, it just doesn't feel like you have enough teeth in your mouth. It seems like they just cover far too much room. It seems like in Isaiah's mouth there might be 12 to 16 teeth instead of the normal 32. At this site in Rage, this fucking photo is just unbelievable.
What the fuck are they doing? What? Why?
It is unbelievable to give this. Wait, hold on. Send me that
What?
photo really quick. I have to do something.
It's in your server.
Oh, they're destroying it. What the fuck are they just?
I have to do something because this is actually gonna blow your fucking mind. One second. It's in the.
It's like 3 messages back.
Sorry, I see it. Hold on a second.
Okay.
This is gonna. I'm gonna send you something back, and I want you to be sure and show this.
Okay. The context for everyone is I got a new dentist lately, and the new dentist was like, okay, we just need your records from the old dentist. So the old dentist sends the records, and the records, quote unquote, was a Word document that had every like x-ray and every dental picture I had on one page. Like they had just copy pasted all of the pictures onto one page. So all of them were like super small, and the new dentist was like, yeah, we can't use these. But in the midst of all of the x-rays, in the dead center of the page was just this photograph that I guess they just held the camera up to my face and took a flash shot, I guess.
Hold on a second. Look at this.
Okay. What do you? I don't see anything yet.
Hold on a second. Just give me. I'm sitting. I just have to. This is very quick. I'd want to do another pass, okay. but we should unironically make this a photo. Look at this, dude.
Okay. Where are you sending this? You're cracking up. You're dying over this.
I'm sending it here. Okay. I wish I took more time. I need more time.
You sound like you're dying. Just a little more time.
Here, I sent your Discord. There you go. I need more time to actually draw something good. I was like, I'm wondering, this is exactly what it looks like outside of the photo.
This is exactly what did you say?
Oh my god.
What did you say? This exactly what?
This is exactly what, because I was like, I would kill to have the rest of his face to see what your face looked like during the photo. Oh god. Someone needs to put this on a shirt with a dog. This is just Smile Dog is all it is. Hold on, let me look up a German Shepherd. Let me get something real quick. Look at this. I'm doing the Lord's work right now. Holy hell.
Can we do merch that's just this on a white t-shirt?
I don't see why not.
Oh my God.
Man, you know what, man? Dude, this is what you need to tell people too. Chat, this is what you gotta tell people. You'll be like, you'll say, people will be like, what makes creepypastas aren't scary? You're like, oh yeah, look at this. And then just show them this.
Oh. Okay. Are we dog.
So stupid. God. Oh, God.
Spread the word. You guys, like, spread the word. Oh. And then there's another one that's photo negative. That's like the hidden picture they find. At the end, it's okay. All right. Should we go back to the sitcom story now? Someone said this is my persona.
This is my persona.
Just a German Shepherd with super realistic huge lips.
Hold on a second. I got one more.
Okay, all right. Chat's not getting bored, so we can edit this down in the final cut.
Yeah, this won't be in there. This is where it's. Yeah, this is the good shit here.
This is the good shit. Anytime we record with the stream chat, it just becomes their show, which is fine for them. But like, the final recording is not gonna be decipherable. Oh.
You gotta make this your profile picture on Twitter or on Instagram.
The number. A bunch of people have now changed their picture to the drawing of me with the lips. Okay, this is Hunter's newest work of art. I like taking an actual image of me and then being like, no, this is what he looks like. It's my lips blown up like 1,000 times.
Oh, barely blown up.
Okay, all right. My lips are pretty big in that picture. I will admit.
I love the idea that they're like, all right, just relax. This is what you do with your mouth. All right, just kind of give us a little smile.
I like how you titled. I like how you titled it "His Lips Not JPEG." That sounds like the name of a creepypasta.
That is legitimately a creepypasta name. His lips.jpg is such a.
Okay, hold on.
Oh God.
Is that here we go.
His lips.jpg is so good. God damn.
Okay. All right. I want you to go look at Twitter now.
Is it up there?
Just go look at my account.
Let me see. Yeah, dude, it looks so good. It looks so good. That's such a good profile picture. There you go. Yeah. That's the good stuff.
Okay.
There you go. All right. Hallway.
For a bit.
Hallway.
All right. Yeah. Back to the story. Cut to hallway. Mark pushes past me towards the door. He has a coat on.
Sorry. Okay.
Hold on.
Hey, sorry, didn't see you there.
He looks out of the window.
It's starting to rain.
Where are you going?
Nowhere important.
He shifts on his feet, looks side to side.
Don't worry about it.
Cut to car. I'm driving a small car. A car that I recognize as mine. The wheel is cool in my hands, and as the car banks left, someone in the passenger seat falls against me. The radio plays, soft, calm newsreader's voice. It washes over me. Slowly, I tune into the individual words. I reach to turn it up.
Thank you for joining us this evening. Reports of an arson attack are reaching us, and despite the heavy rain, a whole family was burnt to a crisp. Eyewitnesses say they could see members of the household trying to unlock the upstairs windows, but to no avail.
Stacy, asleep in the passenger seat, shifts so that she's now leaning against the window. The rain licks at the glass behind her head. Windscreen wipers scrape a dull rhythm in front of me. There's a spade resting between her legs. She wakes up, her eyes pinned open, leans forward, and retches into the footwell.
Hold on.
What now?
You cannot show this one though.
Okay. Are you just sitting here doing this instead of being? participating in the story.
I'm sorry. This is actually the last one. Okay.
You're such a sick freak. Can I describe it? I can describe it, right?
Yeah.
It's the he's sent me. It's the picture. It's the picture from Nikocado Avocado's OnlyFans of his butthole, but he changed it to my face.
Even you just saying that sentence is so funny. Nigga got avocado's butthole.
My teeth just bared.
You might as well show them when they paid for the fucking Patreon. You might as well show them.
I don't think
it's
I can.
covered.
Can
It's covered. There's nothing bad
Isn't
in
that
it.
showing someone's? You know, wouldn't we hypothetically get in trouble for that?
I don't know, but
I
maybe.
guess it's a meme.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing actually. It's
Okay,
the.
I'll show it here in the stream. Well, no, because you can kind of see. No, let's not. You can see some detail on the edges of the teeth aren't big enough. So we'll say no to that one.
Yeah, probably.
You can imagine. Yeah, you can imagine. Okay, all right. Can you read your line now?
Yeah, petrol burns.
You've made my daughter cry. Good job,
Petrol burns even when it rains, and the flesh catches like kindling.
They're coming. We had a deal. They're coming for us. And oh God, when they find us, oh God.
She checks the rearview mirror. It's true. I can see a long road behind us. Empty, except for a pair of headlights that are slowly gaining on us.
And I, for one, can't wait.
We can't run forever. Oh my God. Do you have any idea what they'll do when they catch us? Skin's only so thick. It's only so thick.
Skin. There's that mention of skin again about being tight. The headlights are getting closer. Can you just lock in for 5 minutes? Can you just?
You can't fucking just have your follow be. There's a thing about the skin being tied.
Yeah, because earlier he said that it feels like my skin's thin, like it's being stretched, and there she said skin's only so thick. It's only so thick.
All right.
So yes, I can do that. The headlights are getting closer. The beams illuminating the drops of rain like motes of dust in the sun. I can almost make out a figure behind the wheel. It looks half familiar.
Slip out used like an old wedding dress stuffed in the attic. Slit wide open.
Okay.
Stacy starts to cry. Then, as I try and fail to read what the sign we just passed reads, I hear it. A shrill, mechanical ringing. I check the rearview mirror, and there, on the back seat, is an old-fashioned black rotary phone. The receiver laid flat on top of the black casing, the strange numbered circle beneath. A dial. I believe it's called the dial.
Answer it.
Stacy retches again into the footwell. Looks at me.
Don't.
Cut to hotel.
Don't you remember?
I shake my head. I was just in the car with Stacy, and there was someone behind us and a phone. Phone on the back seat. Remember what?
Think about it. Don't you remember?
The lobby hums with a quiet energy. I realize that I've been holding my breath. It's deserted. A huge empty space, like some giant underground cavern except with carpeted floors, a ceiling that extends up seemingly forever. I can't hear anything. That dim, sterile hotel light, sickly, pale. My mouth feels dry. I feel so small. Like when you finally make it out of the city and you realize that the horizon stretches on so much further than you thought, and it continues almost into infinity, that you can watch it go. There's paper on the table in front of me, empty, like an invitation, crisscrossed with pale gray lines. I start walking away from the reception desk, through the lobby, and my feet don't make a sound against the floor, and it seems as if this room extends forever. No windows, same strange pattern on the carpet, Circles and stars and numbers, repeated until my eyes hurt. I'm dwarfed, infinitely small as the lobby stretches out away from me in all directions. It's so empty, and I can't help but feel if there was someone else here, someone else treading the same pattern, it might not be so. I'm trying hard to remember, but I don't know what, and I could feel my face being pulled in all sorts of strange directions, and it's only then that I realize I'm crying. My cheeks are hot with tears, and I'm breathing in short, frantic bursts. Somewhere behind me, an elevator chimes. Doors slide open. I love the way this thing's written. You have these like otherwise mundane moments, settings of the hotel, the car, stuff like that, but you get these little clues in each set piece of some history behind, like the receptionist telling him, no, you have to remember. And then like the mentions of skin and stuff like that. Like you get these little breadcrumbs. And then here, he's starting to see something like through this haze he's in. It's almost like I said earlier, he's in a coma and he's able to look out of it. Like the infinite hallway and the infinite lobby of the hotels, he's starting to realize the illusion.
Yeah, it's like a personalized hell, pretty much.
Yeah. Cut to nightclub. Bill slouches against the wall in an alley, lit by red neon from behind, the dirty orange of streetlights from the front. He's smoking, black eye, front tooth missing, shirt's brown with blood. I think he's waiting for someone.
I need to tell you something. You need to know this. It's important.
I raise an eyebrow. What?
When they come, you mustn't listen. They don't know all of it. The whole story. Right?
He wipes his face.
That's right. They don't know the whole story.
He holds out the palm of his hand, and in the center is a small hole, ragged at the edges, wet, red. Slowly, he raises it to his face, till I can see his eye through it. It started to rain.
I can see you.
Then quiet. So quiet I almost can't hear. A stage whisper.
I wouldn't hurt myself. I can't sleep at night. I stay awake and I look at the ceiling and I dream of hurting myself. It makes me feel sick and excited. Like sex.
Someone walks past and Bill flinches.
Like what?
A woman in a tight black t-shirt. Can't see her face, but she seems familiar. I've seen her somewhere before. There's some sort of design on the back of her shirt. Screen printed in red. A pentagram. Each point of the star numbered. The star contained within a circle of its own. A numbered circle. When she's gone, it's quiet again. Bill drinks from a hip flask, his hands shaking. I can hear footsteps behind me.
They're here.
Okay, man, this is so cool. So Bill, like, is also in the delusion. He's like, they don't know the whole story.
He's putting on a character for the show.
He's putting on a character for the show, and then by putting up the napkin and looking at him through the hole, it's like breaking the fourth wall. Yeah. It's like he's hiding his face.
BRB. I'm upset with myself because I didn't grab milk, but fuck it. Whatever. You look silly.
So that he can speak honestly for a moment, and then when someone walks by, immediately he goes away. That's so fun. And then like the woman goes by wearing the pentagram with the numbers on it, almost like it's a spell or a ritual. So maybe this is demonic or satanic or like pagan or whatever, which would make sense with the alliteration to red from earlier, like the red room at the end of the hall, and then her, like the woman being bled out. Perhaps it's some kind of ritual that's being performed.
Right.
Man, that's so cool. Cut to restaurant. I'm sitting opposite the girl from the coffee shop. She's so pretty, I think. She smiles again. Mouth full of sugar cubes. She says her name is Ida.
This place is so nice.
I don't know where I am. I don't know how I got here. I think something very, very bad is happening.
You'd do anything for me, wouldn't you?
I don't know you. I don't know who I am or how I got here.
Aww.
I look around the restaurant. It's empty. I love the sitcom audience being a part of it too. Between the laughter and then like the aw when he says he doesn't know how he got here. Yeah. It reminds me, you know that short film that made a lot of rounds. I think it was at Cannes a few years back, but the one about the girl who's trapped in the Red Lobster commercial.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and like everyone was super hyped because it wasn't out for a while. It kind of reminds me of that, where each time the commercial goes by, she's like asking more questions. And then I think it's one of the other guys in the commercial.
I do not
like,
remember
speak,
these Doritos being this hot.
Like
what the hell?
That's controlling the whole thing. It reminds me of that a lot.
Last time I had them, they were not hot, and they taste like shit.
The descriptions here translate so well visually. I look around the restaurant. It's
fuck,
empty.
I might actually have to go and get some milk. Goddamn.
The other tables are set. Cutlery, plates, napkins folded, wine glasses catching the light. But it's just us. I think maybe if I strain, I can hear the quiet murmur of conversation, like the hum of a fridge in the background. It only surfaces if I really think about it, if I really concentrate.
I know you. I know who you are and how you got here.
I take another look around the restaurant, praying that someone else will walk in. A waitress or waiter, holding a menu or a bottle of wine. But it's just us. Circular tables evenly spaced around us in every direction. The same tablecloth on each one. The same chairs. Stretching, I realize now, as far as the eye can see. I cannot see where the tables end, and for a moment, I have a feeling like vertigo. Like I'm standing at the edge of something vast and dangerous, a pine forest that stretches itself over the horizon, a swollen sea that laps hungrily at the boat. Promise, potential, something out there, moving in the spaces you cannot see. It's overwhelming. My head spins. The pattern on the floor looks familiar, I think. And the tables go on until the eye cannot distinguish between them anymore, and they're just a blur, pattern of their own, imprinted on the edge of my vision. I picture myself, for a moment, wandering between these tables for an eternity, searching for someone, anyone. I don't know what could be more terrifying. The realization I am alone, or the realization that I am not. A quiet cough. I turn back to Ida. She's holding a black rotary phone, holding the base in her left hand, the receiver in her right. She extends her right hand towards me, so that's in front of my face. She smiles. Printed paper.
It's for you.
Laughter, applause, cheers, silence, dead air, static.
Or your applause sound effect.
Oh, there you go.
And then silence, dead air, static. Wow. That was cool. I really enjoyed that one.
What a weird way. Do you think by answering it, do you think it seals their fate, or do you think that you have to connect? Like, I'm wondering, what do you think is on the phone?
So to me, this sounds like the way the receptionist was saying, you have to remember. Hold on, what's the exact? She said, don't you remember? Remember what? And she says, don't you remember? And then the lobby hums with energy. It's sort of quiet. But all the things we see around, because he doesn't remember how he got here, but all the things we see around it are very brutal, right? Like the red rooms, the woman bleeding. It's not just like a coma dream. It's like there's some entity here with them. And the woman in the pentagram with the numbers on it. So typically when you number a pentagram, it's like the order to draw it, right? Like where the stuff goes, like a ritualistic pentagram. So perhaps he did a ritual, or perhaps he tried to invoke something for some reason. So it's like maybe he performed a ritual to get something and then got more than he bargained for. And instead of this creature giving him what he wants, or like this demon or whatever giving him what he wants, it's kind of trapped him in this purgatory, or this like...
Yeah, I like the idea of it being that we are seeing the aftermath of the repercussion of something that we don't know. You know, some kind of bargain. I think is interesting. It was good, man. I do think it was a fun one. I think I like Max's stuff a lot.
Yeah, this guy, like over here, this guy does a great job of like taking in the other two stories we read, of taking these concepts that seem kind of basic on surface level, like creepy kids and a creepy mansion, or like trapped.
Well,
in a
also just rituals are
so much with them.
Rituals are ceremonies too, like
rituals.
Rat King and
rituals,
all that kind of stuff. Unknown kind of rituals, and I like that he just drops you in the center of it. It's just like, this is just what it is. You know, have fun. I think it's cool, but.
What's going on?
And if you think the idea of a couple of horror podcasters being terrified in front of their audience is something cool, then boy do I have the movie for you. Because I'm very proud to announce that this video is sponsored by A24's Undertone. Undertone follows Evie, played by Dina Carey, as she tries to continue her horror podcast called Undertone after moving back to her very religious mother's home to take care of her in her final days. But then she begins to realize that the things she's covering in the podcast begin to match the things that are happening in the house. Personally, I was blown away with how effective some of the scares were, how inventive they are with the setting. The movie advertises itself as the scariest movie you'll ever hear, and I see why. So many cool things were done, from the sound design, to backmasking lyrics, to some pretty phenomenal voice acting. Not a lot scares me nowadays, but there were a few moments in this that certainly got to me. Especially when the movie started to incorporate real names of demons and satanic figures in history, which you know how I feel about that. Undertone hits theaters March 13th, so if you're looking to have a good time and a terrible night's sleep, then I highly recommend you check it out. Thank you to A24 for sponsoring the show. Hopefully you guys check out Undertone while it's in theaters, and we are now back to the episode.
Huh. Cool.
I think I really like, so going off that implication, I think the person on the other end of the phone is either someone who wasn't taken to this place like everyone else was. I also like the idea that everyone else who is in here had the same fate, right? Like maybe similar, it actually reminds me of Hellraiser. Like in Hellraiser, they all get the box and they perform the spell to bring the Cenobites, and then they're all in that dimension with the Cenobites and can interact with each other there, even though they're from different times. So maybe like Bill's been here for a long time. He was some occultist or something like that, and he's like real gung-ho type of guy until he speaks truthfully for a moment. He's like, I want to hurt myself. I can't sleep at night. I stay awake. I look at the ceiling. I dream of hurting myself. It makes me feel, oh. Actually, you know what?
What?
This could be people here who have hurt themselves.
Like the feed the pig kind of meme?
Like feed the pig. Yeah.
Could be.
That those who take their own life end up here, because you also have the woman who had the blood and dirt in her fingernails, right? Which that could just be digging, or that could have been she was doing a ritual, or she did something to hurt herself. And you have the woman in the bathroom who's bled out with her throat cut open, right? Maybe that's what he can't remember. And then you have these people speak honestly of themselves for a second. And then what was that line she said in the car where she says, you have the person on the radio talking about a family that's burning up in a house, which felt very reminiscent of Silent Hills in the PT demo, where you're walking through and you hear the guy on the radio talking about a family annihilator. Do you have any idea when they catch us? The skin's only so thick, it's only so thick. It's almost like they're running out. Maybe that's what was implied by the dirt and the blood underneath the fingernails, that they're deteriorating as they go through this. And they're trying to run for something, they're going to be caught. The radio wants him to answer the phone, but Stacy says it's a bad idea for him to answer the phone. And then there was, at the end of the restaurant, Ida says, this place is so nice. And Ida says, you'd do anything for me, wouldn't you? And he says, I don't know you. And then Ida says, I know you, I know who you are and how you got here. My head spins, and then at the end she hands. Okay, so Ida, the people in the car, Bill and Stacy, didn't want him to answer the phone, but this Ida character, and also the voice on the radio, wants him to answer the phone. So
I
they're
didn't even
probably
fucking
the
click on
powers
that.
at
God damn
hand.
it.
So there in the end, when she says, I know how you got here, and he imagines for a second, infinitely wandering through this restaurant, and then she hands him the phone and says, it's for you. I think she's probably one of the spirits that's part of this, or the thing that was his target originally. Maybe Ida's his dead wife, or maybe it's something he lost on, or like some love he wanted to use a sacrifice or a spell to get to. So now, even though he doesn't remember her, this is the object of his affection. That would also make sense because she's the only one in the story described as beautiful back in the coffee shop, right? So it's like she's being subtly planted there for him to see. And then at the end, when she says it's for you, perhaps this is either him facing the repercussions of what he's done or going to the afterlife, because the alternative to answering the phone is the vision he saw of infinitely walking through the restaurant. Whatever's on the other end of the phone, it can't be worse than that. So yeah, perhaps this is people that hurt themselves, or perhaps this is people that have committed a ritual, or both. And now they're stuck here, and now they have to play the part until they move on. And I think a lot of people can't move on, like Bill, like Stacy, and stuff like that. But Ida is giving him the option to do so. That is so much lore packed into like a fun format, short little horror story like this. I love that.
That's what we liked about Max's other stories, though, too, is the way that you're able to run wild kind of with ideas and thoughts just based off how he just throws you in.
Rat King was which is the story going up this weekend, guys. Rat King was an excellent example of that, where like there's so many theories you could come up with off of like a 20-minute little story. Because he does such a great job at sprinkling the world. The dialogue was great too, like the little moments of breaks.
Yeah, when we weren't joking and stuff, and in between all this stuff, this is one that I would recommend that like read it without two obnoxious hosts just like giggling and shitting their pants the entire time. I think it'd be good. But I'm glad that we're reading more of Max's stuff.
Max Voynich, I'd love to see some support for. So he posted a ton of stories.
I love Wendigoon. He yaps way too fucking
a
much.
Compilation or like a master post of a bunch of the stories he has to read, and we read 3 so far, and they've all been phenomenal. But I would like to see him come back. I'd like to see this guy write more stuff. Oh, there's activity on the board now. Oh, this is in r/Max Voynich. Not, he has his own subreddit, not the user Max Voynich. That's right, my bad. The user Max Voynich hasn't posted in 6 years, I don't believe. So I would like to see him come back because he's a great writer. But yeah, that was the story. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, sick, man. Well, I think this is where we'll end our live today. Sorry we didn't schedule this. If also too, once this live goes, once this live is done, it'll take a second for it to process on Patreon. That's why it's just not immediately live after we're done. But I'm sure we'll post this one live and just have it up for you guys to listen to, or we'll just wait for it to be edited. No big deal. It was just a little on the whim kind of live stream. So we will see you guys soon. Thank you guys so much for listening to this week's episode. We will catch you in the next one.
See you guys in the next one. I had a point to make at the end of this. Can't remember what it is now, so I guess it doesn't matter. Hunter is absolutely impossible to work with, and one day when I finally do it, he will be responsible.
I'd go back in and I would say, what are you doing with this? That's what I'd say. I'd go back. I'd demand it. He's like, you want some floss? I'm like, no, put the fucking floss away from me. I'm like, what are you doing with these pictures? I'm like, I go to a dentist and this is 80% lip. I'm like, there's barely any teeth in this.
Yeah, what are you getting with this picture? There's 40 X-rays. What does this do for you?
This is such an anomaly too. Your bottom row of teeth, there's like 4 teeth there.
Okay, we don't need to get into this level of detail. I'm pretty sure this violates HIPAA at this point.
This is like, God. I've never seen teeth look so big yet so small. It's so uncanny. It's like a goddamn Salvador Dali painting.
Okay,
like,
all right.
Good Lord. All right, we're fucking reading a story. You should have never sent that picture to me. You should have never sent that. Because I'll tell you what, that's just for my own personal hell. I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do with that. I downloaded it too. I can't.
I'm glad you're getting so much mileage out of this.
I can't picture. I can't go a world without having that picture. If you deleted that, I'd freak out. Okay. Oh God.
Oh God. Okay. Well. Yeah. Glad we had that aside. So, the story, the Rat King. I like the setup with the younger brother sick. And I really like that one line they said where they were describing like the cough and everything. And it's like, I don't want to stop playing either. The second cough drops to his knees. Kings don't get sick, but little brothers do. So it establishes like this very idyllic world. And it's a very simple way to give us some weight to the characters and their connection. Like the older brother wants to be stronger for the little brother. And the little brother's ill, but he doesn't want to stop like this world he has with the older brother, and it gives us a lot of relationship context very quickly. And also just like we were talking about with the tunnel and stuff like that, the idea of people underneath the town, like, you know, subterranean people. It's just a cool idea. What?
All I'm picturing is that big white lip flapping up and down, dude. Being able to form words that's actually people can understand. I'm like, you must have so much muscle in your face to flap those big fucking beaks around.
I'll admit, the picture looks pretty rough. Okay, but when you look at me in the face, it makes sense in context. Okay. It's fine. You were really, I mean, people have been like, oh, you have big lips, but you're the first person I met that's really honed in on that. It's like a thing.
Unavoidable.
Unavoidable. Okay.
You're like the kid in class who shit his pants and everyone's trying to pretend they can't smell it. Bullshit. I'm like, look at this. Look at these lips flapping around. Unbelievable. This photo. I'm telling you. I mean, we're in February and I feel like it's Christmas. And this is a treat. This is a true gift you just gave me right here. Wow.
Why does that mean so much to you?
I've already sent it to Harry. I've done all kinds of stuff. I think this is gonna pop up in all corners of the internet before too long.
This is an insane invasion of my privacy. You don't even care. You just send it out. Just go. It's show up. It's gonna show up in a Meat Canyon cartoon.
It's done.
Like, okay.
There's no avoiding it.
What have you done with it?
This picture was promised to me 3,000 years ago.
This picture was promised. What all have you done with it?
Where are we even at?
We're in the story.
Yeah, where at? Are we at some? Oh, God.
I was trying to get back on course, and you took us
We're back. I'm back on course.
Okay.
Ugh.
I was talking about how I like the dynamic. Of
I heard all that. I'm saying, where are we at on the text deal?
Okay.
It's time to talk about something
God damn it.
scary. Your health. I know I
True.
don't go in the doctor.
The episode. Whatever the truth is, there's something below the surface. Something wrong. Something that makes the children sick and the adults weary and paranoid. When we get home, my parents rush my brother to the hospital, and he stays there for several days whilst they run all kinds of tests. I'm allowed to visit on the third day, and I find my mother sat in the waiting room, holding his twig crown in her hands. She gestures to the crown.
Contamination risk.
My brother seems to have somehow shrunk in the past 3 days, although perhaps that's just perspective.
Could have
He is,
swore the
after
boss
all,
and or
surrounded by
the
huge
fucking.
machines that whir and beep, tubes that loop over the
The
side
fuck
of his
is
bed.
he, anyways?
He smiles when he sees me, makes a movement to give me a hug, but the doctor calmly puts his hand on his chest. No sudden movements. I try and hold it together to be the best big sister I can be, kissing his forehead, stroking his hair, telling him he's gonna be all right. I try and ignore the look in the doctor's face. At the end of the third day, they take my parents into a separate room, and I can only make out their silhouettes through the misted glass. I can see my mother put her head in her hands. My father put his arm around her.
Shit.
They don't say anything until we get home, where my father calmly takes every plate out of the drawer, smashes them against the wall.
Nice.
Dozen
Calmly.
porcelain explosions, and he collapses to the floor with huge animal sobs. I cook dinner, and we eat it out of the pan. I understand. Our life
Hey,
has
that
become
rhymed.
a series of trips to and from the hospital, and I'm entrusted with carrying out tasks that were meant for my brother. It's strange, although he was far younger than me, 6 years to be precise. There must have been some tradition about these falling about the man in the family. Each week, I take bundles of food and water to several spots just upstream from various tunnels or sewer entrances. There I place them in the water and watch as they follow the course of the water, down and round, and eventually disappear into the black mouths of the tunnels. Sometimes, if I leave it until it gets dark, I can hear things coming from these entrances. Paranoid whispers, muted wails, something like humming. It's as if 100 people are speaking all at once, 1,000 miles away, and the echo of the echo of the echo of their voices is drifting out into the night. So is she saying that it's part of the family? Like the men are supposed to go feed whatever's down this river?
Well, I think that it's saying that. Well, I think she's saying that the men in the family are like ones that get sick, or they're the ones that are being like. It seems like men in this family are the ones. At least that's how I read it. Are people that are appearing like. That's why it's affecting her brother.
I
now,
gotcha,
which
okay.
I want to say I do love that line. How creepy is that to like? You take the bundles of food down to the tunnels, whatever, and then from there, you can hear like the echo of an echo of an echo of like thousands of like tons of people talking thousands of miles away. Just such an interesting like picturing that in your head, just hearing it. It's so soft and so like just like a slight whisper into your ear. Really fun.
Yeah. Whenever I visit my brother, I bring him strawberries, his favorite food, till he grows too weak to eat them, till I have to cut them up with a knife and fork into small, bite-sized pieces which I feed to him. We pretend for a while that he's still the king, and I'm just a knight who's making sure my king is fed and healthy. But it soon becomes too painful. It's a reminder of the years spent outside, long summers, of the promise that we both might someday grow old. Around a month later, he comes home. He's almost skin and bone at this point, but we still make the effort to have a little welcome home party. My father acts strange at dinner. I can see it in the way he moves, the redness around his eyes, and that suggests he's been crying.
A boy like that shouldn't have to face death. He shouldn't have to grapple with it, to try and understand it, to rationalize it.
He looks to me.
A boy like that should live forever.
My brother was always the favorite, and I knew that. I didn't mind. He was my favorite too. That's a heartbreaking line. That's so sad.
It's heartbreaking but sweet given the context.
Yeah,
but yeah, I mean it's I think that it's I don't think it's supposed to be something where it's malicious, or it's not supposed to be something where it's like the parents are obviously loving the child more. I think it's just that like this is a being that is impossible not to love. To the, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I also, it does remind me of what is that
A woman
thing with there's a word for it, but kids who was raised with a sick sibling, while the attention was directed towards the sick sibling, so because of that they're kind of neglected. There's a word they have for it, but it kind of reminds me of that. Which I don't know. I may be just paranoid, but something about the father's line, a boy like that should live forever. It makes me feel a little suspicious.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It's it's a weird line, but also if your son is dying of cancer, or
I mean, it's a but like outside of the context of it being a no sleep story, yeah, that's perfectly reasonable. But because it's in a no sleep story,
I mean, it's a red herring, or it's a sign that's coming.
That night, I hear a rustling, hush whispers, and the lock to the back door spring open. Curious, I peek out my blinds and see, still partially illuminated by the light from inside, my father, and in his arms, a bundle of white cloth and a face. My brother.
Bundle of White Claws?
Immediately, I get dressed,
Bro's gonna get
make my
fucked
way
up.
noiselessly downstairs and out the house, following as best I can in the dark. I follow him down the back roads, through the fields, and eventually to the mouth of a tunnel. The roar of the water coming from it muffles my movements, and I lurk at the very edge of my father's glow as we enter. Thankfully, he does not look back often. When he does, he seems to be in a trance, eyes glazed over, a grim expression on his face. It gets quieter as we get further and further into the tunnels, and I have to take care not to make any sound, holding my breath, making exaggerated, short steps. There are noises, though. My father holds an old-fashioned lantern in his hand, which casts a small sphere of light across the tunnel, and every now and again he'll freeze and hold it in front of him, as if challenging someone to come out from the dark. Whispers bounce off the walls of the tunnel, saying all sorts of strange and horrible things. I hear the faint sound of manic laughter over some tuneless hum. My father carries something that makes strange, periodic clicking noises, and every so often starts clicking rapidly until he moves on. There's writing on the walls, and the further we get, the more demented it gets. It goes from teenagers' graffiti to genuine warnings, telling people to stay away, that they must not go any further, welcoming us to hell. Then smaller, stranger writing, and scrawled almost childish letters, stay a while. I think about the rats we were warned about. Imagine them as a pack stalking me in the same way I'm following my father, milky-eyed and hungry, peering at me from crevices in the wall and from under the surface of the water. We start going down an incline and I have to hang further back, trying to time my steps with my father so he doesn't hear me, crouching and covering my face whenever he turns around. Voices are getting louder now and more manic. There's so many of them. I can hear arguments, confessions, laughter, songs, monologues.
You never told me I never wanted to hear it. I loved him, I loved him, you told me I loved him.
It makes me wince. Sounds like all the thoughts of an asylum. And the smell starts to reek not only of shit, but of sweat and bile and curdled milk.
That's hot.
I wonder if it's the rats speaking or if it's some great mind leaking. Their worries and anxieties and desires spilling out and into our world.
Mind leak.
My father pushes on and we get deeper. The tunnels turn from brick to concrete and the graffiti turns to actual printed text. Plaza, 1 mile approximately. Oh, so I guess that does point to the idea that there was a city down here at one point, right?
Yeah, like
there's like road signs.
Yeah.
The noise starts to hit me like a wall, and
I was gonna pause it and get some more
Standing up
chips.
straight,
But
there's no way he can hear me over this.
Fucking why did they leave me here? Why did they leave all this place surrounded by this? Idiots and not gone into what does this?
yeah, what he said.
Incomprehensible. So many words layered over each other. It sounds like TV static. And then we emerge into this vast underground chamber. It seems to be illuminated by small lights around the edge, although they're so faint it takes a while for my eyes to adjust. But even in the dim light, I can see how big this thing is, how massive. As if each light is a star, hinting at unknowable depth and height. Something changes as we enter. My clothes and skin have the texture of used gum.
Ugh.
Everything becomes sticky, like a leather seat on a hot day. Vision swims.
Yeah.
A wall of stale heat hits me. The temperature of sweat, hot breath. Whatever it is, it's here. It's emanating into the room and reality around us. It stinks. The voices are deafening. I can see the bundle of clothes in my father's arms start to wiggle and shake, and he holds his lamp up and I can see it first as a wall the color of pallid skin, until I can make out familiar shapes. Hands, arms, faces, all coming from, attached to this wall. Legs and ears and fingers all bursting from this wall like spots or growths. Hundreds of mouths moving, hands endlessly grasping at nothing. Legs spasming and trying to move along the slick ground, and some shapes are more defined than others. You can see some bodies that are half absorbed by this wall, some that still have the shape of a human, shoulders, bellies, and some that have been completely absorbed, so that all that's left is facial features spread out of a mass of skin. And it occurs to me that these were people. And the sound and the stenches coming from this thing, whatever it is, this thing that laughs and screams and whoops and mutters and spits, until it dawns on me that it's not just a wall, because somehow, slowly and with great effort, it's moving, swaying and stumbling, and fraction by fraction it starts to make its way towards us. The eyes that litter its surface fixed on the white bundle in my father's arms, the mouth filled with yellow teeth hollering and wailing, fingers across the surface contracting and spasming like dying insects. And frozen in horror, it's all I can do to watch my father take my brother out from the bundle of clothes and hold him out with the grabbing hands and flailing arms until they take him, pull him in, and he's too weak to resist. And the voices seem to reach a fever pitch, united for just a second as he joins, and I can hear him scream louder and louder till I lose his voice amongst the others.
The fuck?
We watch for a while, trying to keep track of my brother's body, before the thing shifts and wobbles and new faces appear. Well, as once my brother disappears into the dark, my father turns around, walks straight towards me, grabs my hand and pulls.
We have to go now.
I have so many questions. How did he know I was here? What is this thing? Is my brother okay? But he's stronger than me, and when he tugs on my hand, I stumble after him. He says only one thing to me, once we're far enough away for the sound to turn back to whispers. He says it with tears in his eyes, and for a moment, I could see that he's not just a man, but also a boy, deep down. And that he's just as scared and hurt and confused as I am.
That thing, it does not die. It does not age.
A pause as he wipes the tears from his cheeks.
We're all just wise children.
When we return home, my mother is falling asleep at the kitchen table waiting for us. When we wake her, she looks at us as if we had killed him ourselves. I think on my father's words. He will not die down there. I wonder if, perhaps, death might have been better. Bro, oh my gosh.
Bruv.
We're almost over, then I'll talk about, man. I still do the jobs that were meant for my brother, the strange rituals that were meant for the man of the family. I still pack and send the bundles of food into the tunnels. But now that I know what's down there, I take a few extra steps. I make sure to put strawberries amongst the food, picking the biggest and juiciest I can find. If I've got a spare hour or so, I'll make a little crown from twigs and string and hope that it finds him somehow in the dark. And if I get close enough to hear the whispers and shrieks and laughter, sometimes I can make out his voice amongst them.
That's fucked.
The voice of my little king, my rat king. Oh, brother.
Bravo.
Oh, I forgot about the title of the story. It gave me chills there at the end. Oh, that was sick. Bro.
I love this. I really like in horror. You kind of see this with I'm a huge Cronenberg fan, and with stuff like The Fly, and these horror narratives or these things were stories where the main character is, it's like somebody's just dying in front of you and there's nothing you can do. The kind of moral dilemma of people having of like, well, do you, like the dad giving his son off to this creature, this thing in the sewers, this rat king itself. It's like a pet cemetery. It's just like it's a fun act of desperation and the unwillingness to be able to let go and be able to say goodbye is such a personal and human thing that I feel like everybody would have, so many people would have a different response to that, what that dad did. I think some people would be like, well, I would do anything to keep my child alive as well. But I think that like it does, you know, even in the story they do have there's literally the pet cemetery line of sometimes dead is better, you know. It's like that kind of thing. But I love that.
I think the context is a little different because I agree with the sister at the end where she's like, maybe, you know, sometimes dead is better, versus becoming a part of this amalgamation of eternal flesh, right? But I think important context is the mention that one of the theories people have around this thing is that it was started by a cult sometime in the past, right? That they conjured up something so awful and now people are trapped down there, which seems to be
100%
this doesn't
is
sound
the
like a
dad is a part
nuclear
of that
test
cult.
or something. The dad's a part of that cult, and the family has been for generations.
Yeah, the family's definitely a part of it, and I think even that's why the mom is like, you might as well have just killed him because she knows exactly what
she knows what it is. I mean, they're the one. It says the men of the family take the food to the river, right?
Yep.
And they feed whatever's down there the whole time. So it's different for him, who is a part of this cult and has seen this thing for generations, possibly. To be like, oh, we'll give it to the eternal mass rather than, you know, let him die. Which goes back to that line the dad said where he's like, a boy like that should live forever, where he comes to the decision of like, I guess I'm going to give him to the mass, right? But man, the opening where the sister was like, they were playing pretend and he was a king. And then at the end, she put strawberries in the crown on the food she sends is so heartbreaking. But that last line, "My Rat King," oh my gosh, dude!
Well, it's a fun idea of that you're playing Dungeons and Dragons at the beginning, and then you literally go into a sewer that is like a dungeon, and that's where he gets to be his king. You know what I mean?
And then there's like the description where he's talking about, or the sister is talking about how she was his knight. She would bring him food and take care of him while he was sick in his hospital bed, and now she's continuing to do that as he's a part of the mass.
This is one of those stories where sometimes, you know, sometimes when these stories, because this was a nice short story, sometimes after we read these short stories, I'm always like, man, I wish that there was more. But with this story, I just really loved how everything was approached. You know, you got to understand the child was sick. You get a little element of the cult. Like nothing was ever overstepping itself, and you got just enough of information to make it satisfying. Like I really do feel like this is just like a perfect link for this type of concept and the way that they executed. I think Max did a great job.
Yeah. This was this is the first story we read by this guy, and that was a banger. Like down to the pacing of it and the execution. I like how the father knew she was there the whole time, but was like, I guess she has to see this at some point, especially if she's going to be the one feeding this down here, right?
Well, yeah.
So he lets her follow.
I always love in these in these stories where somebody knows about a monster or they're dealing with a monster. We kind of had this in the story where the moth with the moth OC.
Yeah, very similar.
The moth. I love when there's a character, even in the Moth OC episode, it was like there was the father who even kind of knew what the son had to do. It's this thing of like when you have your beliefs and it's hard to swallow, and it's like even the dad at the end, I don't think that he's particularly stoked that his son is just a part of this monster, this amalgamation. No,
he's not.
You know, but it's a thing that they obviously still believe in, they take care of, and they do that. So in a way, I like that because it's justifiable why he would be like, you know, it's better than death in his eyes, because it's obviously something that he cares about, that he takes care of. So it's just
still
fun.
like he can't let go of his son yet. So now he's like, oh well, if I do this, my son will be there in some way, right?
Yeah.
Even if I don't get to see him directly, I know I'm still taking care of him. I know he's still in the dark somewhere, right? I also like the subtle kind of world building stuff, where it's like they go down there and there was a plaza. So it's like, was their city down here, or is this all part of whatever this spell, this ritual is? But then the description of the room, where there's lights in the distance that might as well be stars because they give off impossible depth to the space. It reminded me of not John Milton, the other John, the guy that did the Paradise Lost depiction. Hold on. There is one piece of art from Paradise Lost that I think about all the time. John Martin's who I'm thinking of. John Martin. John Milton was the author of Paradise Lost. Yeah, Pandemonium. Okay, hold on. Let me send you this image real quick. So, when describing hell and Satan's throne in Paradise Lost, John Milton gave this depiction of it. And what I love about this image is you see Satan on the throne, and then you see like the rows of people behind, but you see the lights hanging on the ceiling, and you kind of have a sense of depth on the first row of how far back they go, but then there's rows and rows of lights, and it's like this room he's in is impossibly large, right? So when she talked about walking into the room and then seeing lights that were impossible depth, it reminded me of this. And now I'm thinking maybe the author, because the author is Max Voynich, named after Voynich manuscript. He's obviously into like some weird esoteric stuff. Maybe that's kind of the idea he was conjuring, the idea of this underground like circle of demons, this infinite cask of like the devil and his power, and that probably ties back into the cult and like the creatures is made. But all that's done. But the point I'm trying to say is I got all these ideas off of a sign that said plaza and then a description of how big the room was. And it's like, oh, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. And he does so much with so little by using the time he has to get these really cool ideas across, and like maybe these cool theories, theory crafting you could do with the little pieces he gives. It's like he has a cohesive idea of where this stuff came from, how it all came to be, but he just sprinkles clues of it so you can try to put it together. And I think that's really neat.
Yeah,
I really love this story. I thought it was awesome.
The use of the body horror too at the end is awesome. I eat that shit up all day, but it's also something where it's a fine line you gotta ride, because sometimes that shit it all sounds the exact same. So sometimes you have to just be, and I feel like that it was just enough to give you a fun understanding of this like actual rat that is tied together in a literal flesh sense, without just being something that's like generic. You know, it served its purpose in a great way that lends itself to the story, versus trying to take the limelight and be like, isn't this crazy? It's just like a fun accent to the story, which was nice. But I'm excited that we get to read another one from him.
Yeah, and like I said, we'll have his stuff linked in the description. This guy has a ton of stories on his Reddit. It's a shame he hasn't posted in 6 years. I want him to keep writing.
Who knows? Maybe with some support here, and maybe with once he sees this, it could be something too. Maybe he's cooking something huge. Who knows?
Could be. But it would be very cool if you like this, to show him some support, so that
No,
that'd be cool.
No, I'm just kidding.
Or he gets to making more stuff or something, because I want more of this. Anyway, our second story from him today is called "If We Misbehaved as Children, We Had to Stand in the Shed. Something Else Stood With Us." So,
Jesus.
Let's do it.
It was as simple as that. You misbehaved, you stood in the shed. As I've grown older, I've come to realize that it wasn't just if we were naughty, but if our parents wanted some space, some time alone to get rid of us when they had guests over. They were always throwing these lavish and expensive dinners with services in Latin, incense, and all the guests masked and dressed in black. They needed us gone. The shed
Swimmer
itself was
party?
rotting, an old wet structure that sat at the bottom of our garden, maybe 3 or 4 minutes walk from the main house. Sure, that might not sound like the longest time, but try walking for 4 minutes in any direction you choose and see how far you get. Go on, time it. I think you'd be surprised. So after we'd made the mistake, chewed with our mouth open, asked a rude question, used the wrong cutlery, we were sent off. If we were together, Naomi, my younger sister, and I, the walk didn't seem too long. We could talk, try to take our minds off the shed, off the fact that it had its own wail, the fact that sometimes it was so dark you couldn't see one end from the other. We try and ignore the fact that sometimes the tapping on the windows sounded less like branches and more like some form of echolocation, like some giant and curious creature on the other side trying to draw us out. We'd stand there, shaking hand in hand, humming songs we could half remember, whispering stories to each other. anything to make the time pass.
That's
Tried to keep her
sad.
spirits up to make sure she wasn't as terrified as I felt, as I couldn't let on that I felt. Sometimes she'd repay the favor and she'd tell me about her favorite animals, how big they were, what they ate, where I might find them if I was interested. It helped. The quiet, focused tone of her voice, the obvious pleasure she took in naming them all, despite our situation. I was much worse behaved than Naomi. She was all blonde hair and smiles, ribbons, long and looping handwriting, and pristine diaries. I wasn't interested in any of that. Being a boy, and being so proud of being a boy, brandishing my scraped knees and torn clothes, refusing to bathe until my father would hold me down and force me upstairs.
That's gross. They ain't
As such, I
manly.
spent a lot
fuck?
longer in that shed than she did. As time passed, I began to realize there was something wrong with it.
Something wrong
Sure,
with
the
you.
air in there was colder, stiller than the air outside. Sure, rats and mice lived under the floorboards, squealing and gnawing and climbing over each other in the dark. Sure, if you came in the daylight, you'd see a flock of crows talk to each other as you entered, trading little caws as if discussing you. But there was something else. A sense that you were never truly alone there. A sense that, shivering and hidden in the dark, something was watching you. I like, again, Max does a really good job in the two examples we've seen of giving you so much with so little. Because there's a little description of the parents where it's like when they needed, they sent us out whenever they needed time to their self. And it has a mention that they'd throw lavish and expensive dinners with incense and all the guests masked and dressed in black. So it's like, okay, their parents are some cult, something like that. But then you have this shed
it's
that's
a
probably
swinger
related
party.
to whatever their practices is. And there's a ton of weird stuff that happens around it, like the crow showing up and things like that. So it's like, how much of that is supernatural and how much of that is just like the eeriness that he feels being around a structure like this.
I think
it's almost interesting how, from a kid's perspective, the math.
I'm gonna get more chips. Damn it. Fucking, I forgot milk. Cool. Epic. I don't want to go all the way back downstairs just for fucking milk. Frick it.
The masquerade parties your parents throw, like the ritual stuff, isn't the interesting thing. it's the shed, but because of the masquerade, we're almost positive there's something supernatural about the shed, right?
Yeah, well, coming from the perspective of like a younger kid, teenager, these things that are so normalized in their life are said in such a way that seems like, well, of course, yeah, they're in a mass party. You know, as like it's said so matter of fact that it isn't drawn out to be some kind of like creepy big thing. I just like how normalized it feels, and it just is it's a piece of vital information that you could easily miss, which I think is kind of fun.
Yeah. I want to take a moment to thank today's sponsor, Harry's Razors. Anyone here now, back to the episode. My suspicions were confirmed when Naomi was sent one evening, before I'd even had a chance to misbehave, and as such, I'd been sent to my room preemptively. The dinner they were hosting seemed special, and my mother spent the whole week fretting about who was sitting where and what to serve, and if they'd be able to find the house, old and crooked as it was, nestled on the edge of thick black woods that had no obvious markings to tourists. Something else, though. Frenzy in the kitchens. My father holding a set of keys I'd never seen before, heavy and brass. Dogs locked in the kennels, my mother's hands covered in paint. They had wanted us out. Interesting, okay. Dogs in kennels, paint on her hands, or maybe blood, and then a set of brass keys. Also, when it said the house at the edge of the woods, dark and decrepit, I thought of the house where I saw the can man.
God.
So the stories become far more disturbing to me, far more scary. And so I spent the evening in my room, head against the window, watching the guests come in, their long and pointed masks, the lanterns they carried, and the way they bowed as they met my mother at the door. There was a goat tied to a post a few feet from the entrance, and I was trying to work out why each guest would take a moment to say something to the goat, or bending to kiss its horns. I'd never seen the goat before, and I remember wondering if it was a gift, or if my parents had brought it for some sort of game. I felt sorry.
I'm gonna go get milk. God damn it.
For Naomi in the shed, wind beginning to howl, which I knew brought strange, lifelike noises from the holes in the old wood, made the window rattle, and the rat shelter between the floorboards. Felt sorry for how alone she must have felt. That is, till I saw her. When Naomi came back, her hair was braided. It was tied into one long plait that curled around her head, the hair bound together by neat red ribbons. wildflowers punctuating the plat every so often to give her the impression of a wild princess. Her nose and cheeks were flushed from the cold, and she spoke in between sniffles, wrinkling her nose each time, still shaking. I asked her where she learned to do her hair. Our mother was never one for anything like that, preferring either military ponytails or simply combing it until Naomi could fight back tears. And I thought perhaps Naomi had read it in a book somewhere. She loved books, but was clumsy, able to name all the animals of the forest, but forever scaring them off with her heavy footfall. She shook her head.
No, it wasn't me. Someone at the party?
I asked, knowing full well that she wasn't supposed to attend, but that often guests couldn't resist saying at least a hello to the little blonde girl on the stairs. She shook her head again. Something turned in my stomach, caught in my throat.
Who, Naomi?
I asked, trying to hold back the panic in my voice. Pointed to herself, did this strange rasping voice, and on the in-breath, spoke her name in syllables.
Me.
Dude. Bro. Okay, imagine there was a little girl, right? And you're like, oh, hey, Sarah, how are you doing? And she points herself, she's like, Sarah. It's like, no, we got... Sorry, hey, your daughter's dead.
Yeah, cool.
Sorry that your daughter died.
I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
I'm so sorry for y'all's loss. You should burn that thing. Anyway, bye.
Your dress is so cute. I have to go take a shit. I'll be right back. That's where I'd run.
Yep, crawl out the window.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant I have to go do that at home. I have to go all the way home. But it's my home because I'm leaving the state now. I said it again, firmer this time, the tone I'd used when I scolded her.
Who did this? Who was in there with you? Who put the ribbons and flowers in your hair?
The reply was the same on the in-breath.
Naomi.
I knew neither of us could go back, and although I was on my best behavior, Naomi didn't seem to care. Seemed to be oblivious as to what waited at the bottom of the garden for us. My mother said the party was a success, that she'd be having another one. She seemed younger, thought. Crow's feet by her eyes had smoothed, and her mouth seemed fuller. I tried to beg for her to hold off, but she replied by looking out the window towards the shed, and I have no choice but to shut up. Interesting. So it seems like they're doing this as like a rejuvenation spell, right? Stay young. I wonder then how old they are and if this is even their kids, right? Because they clearly have a contempt for them, like they brush her hair till she cries and like super strict and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, they almost seem like sacrificial victims or something.
Yeah, maybe they're just like fattening them up, so to speak, for some eventual ritual. Might have already done it if Naomi's now possessed by a skinwalker or whatever.
Yeah.
I asked about the goat and was told that there was no goat, that I must have imagined it. And when I pushed her on this, she slapped me hard in the face till I tasted blood and said that boys who lied spent weeks in the shed and had their food slid under the door until they knew better. The shed hung at the bottom of the garden, hidden in shadow. I tried not to look at it, terrified I'd see faces in the window, pressed up against the glass, staring back at me. I thought that maybe, somehow, if I tried as hard as I could to pretend it didn't exist, I'd be safe. I was wrong. My parents were looking for any excuse the night of the party. Before I even knew I'd done something wrong, I was sent to the shed. I tried to find Naomi, tried to ask if she was there, but she was nowhere to be found. My parents' patience grew thin. They said if I didn't go right this minute, I'd be sorry. My father's lip shook like it did when he was angry or drunk, when he wanted to use his hands or his belt to bruise. The walk to the shed had me breathless. My whole body was shaking in fear, in anticipation of something I didn't understand. I could feel my knees weak as each step took me closer. The sun was beginning to set, and the trees cast long shadows on the grass. Crows were quiet this evening, strutting down branches to watch. The door to the shed was already ajar, and for a moment, I thought I caught motion inside. I was still, silent, until I heard the flapping of wings, the patter of rats. I took a breath. I was going to be okay. There was nothing in the shed that could hurt me. Naomi had learned to braid her own hair. I decided upon entering that I would do what any boy should do, what any man should do. I slowly paced around the walls. I thought that this would dispel any ideas I had about something else being in there with me, about anything sharing this space. My footsteps were marked by the groan of old floorboards, a faint echo as they bounced from the wall. Each footstep followed by an echo. A slight delay, and so after I'd walk 3 paces, I'd pause and hear step, step, step. I'd walk 3 more, same thing. Step, step, step. Except I realized it wasn't an echo. It was the sound of something behind me. Something
Nice.
mimicking me. Following my exact footsteps for fear of being heard, I felt sweat begin to break out on my back. My mouth went dry. Couldn't breathe. Whatever was behind me knew I'd be listening out. A noise startled me, made me gasp, and I realized I hadn't taken a breath in almost a minute. The window in front of me. Something was tapping against it. I still had the impression of something behind me, something huge, something watching, and part of me knew I had to turn around, but I couldn't bring myself to. I think I had it somewhere in my head that maybe I could still pretend this was all a game or a mistake, that by turning around I'd somehow make my fears real. Tapping on the window continued. I squinted to see better. There, against the window, was a crow. Feathers, dark beady eyes, a huge and sharp beak. But it seemed bigger than I thought possible, dwarfing my reflection, and I thought maybe it was because I was still some paces from the window. And then the tapping came again, and I realized that the sound wasn't the crow. Couldn't be the crow, because the crow was completely still. And I could see it now. A long and low branch that actually was tapping. And I realized that what I thought was the crow was actually something behind. Something huge and dark and still, and I turned around. It must have been about 8 feet tall. Huge and with thin limbs covered in black robes. Robes so dark that unless you were really looking for them, really aware of their presence, they'd have seemed invisible. And emerging from the hood, a long and pointed beak, 2 eyes that only appeared as glints. We stared at each other for a while. I could feel my heart beating so fast it hurt, a tension in the left side of my chest that grew and grew. Slowly, the bird thing lifted its hand, pointing a long and gnarled finger at me. It opened its beak to speak, and the sound reminded me of a parrot Father's friend had, mimicking human speech, uncertain, grating as if the words were not meant for it. I shook my head. It was all I could do. The thing cawed and the crow screamed in response. It asked again.
No.
Was all I could manage.
No.
Then the thing seemed to fly into a panic, all limbs in frantic movement, bending itself, folding itself through the door and out into the forest. And as my eyes followed, I could see the faint glow that it headed for, some glow that threw shafts of orange light between the trees, and the sound of drums. Man, this is sick. Like
giant crow
so
god
cool.
that's crow god that's friends with Naomi.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like
Naomi?
the parents are like this ancient, like, you know, religious practice, which I also like how the thing that made the mom younger was that her crow's feet went away, haha. But it's like, and the thing I said earlier, it's like, are the crows supernatural, or is that just a thing the kid's noticing because the shed's creepy? But no, the crows are part of the supernatural aesthetic of this whole thing. And you have the family that's part of this dark cult and does these rituals to stay young, and then you have this crow god, and there's this group of people in the forest with drums and stuff. It's so cool. It's sick. I followed as fast as I could. My knees and shins whipped until they bled by wild grass, thickets, slow bushes, but I kept on pushing on. Something in its tone had disturbed me, some sense of panic or purpose, and I had only the safety of my sister in mind. I ran until the glow turned into a deep light that cast its own shadows in the dark. It illuminated pale figures standing in a circle around it, a fire, surrounded by naked figures who wore masks made from thin branches and reeds, crude shapes who were all flesh, some with drums made from bone with leather stretched, some empty-handed, some holding books and totems and lanterns. There, unconscious, in a chair in front of the fire, in a red robe with a crown of wildflowers. Naomi. Some would come forward from the crowd on the beat of the drum and kiss her forehead gently, the way you might do to a baby. She sat bolt upright, eyes closed, as she dreamed the figure in front of her read something from a book. Her voice echoed by the crowd, growing louder and louder in a language I could not understand. The drums grew faster now, as if drawing in on something, converging, and the voices grew excited, and I saw in the figure's hands something glint in the light. A knife, a long and thin knife they were slowly raising. I wanted so much to do something to stop this, but my limbs seemed to freeze, to stop. It all happened so fast. There was a caw, angry and clipped. And then the caw echoed around the woods, coming from every angle, from the roots to the boughs to the tops of the trees, from behind me and above me. And then the fire was snuffled out like a candle. A commotion, screams. People began to run, only lit by the dim light of the lanterns, and I could see that somehow Naomi was gone, her robe and crown all gone. Revelers began to run towards me, heading into the forest to get away from whatever this was. Faces still covered by masks, screaming, and I had no other choice. I couldn't tell what they'd do if they'd found me, if they'd run past or if they'd grab me too, taking me to wherever they were sheltering, and I ran until I was sure my lungs would collapse, and then ran some more. I ran until the spit dried in my mouth and in my lungs, and every breath made me shake. I ran until I was 2 towns over, covered in blood and my feet torn. They found me on all fours in the town center, retching onto the cobblestones. It took 2 days for me to finally speak. When they finally took me back, they made an effort to disprove the parts of my story they didn't believe, although even then I could tell they were holding back. They could not find my parents or the guests at the party. They found evidence of a bonfire, but no masks. They could not find Naomi either, and the case would stay open for years, decades. No one had seen anyone like her description come through, and it was assumed that for one reason or another, she had disappeared with my parents. They did comment on the sheer number of crows in the garden. It took me years after that to finally return to that house. It took enough time for me to have children of my own, undergo years of therapy. I found things that helped me piece together what happened. Hidden rooms, stone slabs, runes carved wall, old books that smelled like rot and had strange diagrams in them. But I never found her. I like to think whatever took her saved her. Although, if I'm honest, I can't be sure. I like to think that she roams the forest now, with her crown of wildflowers and her red robe, passing her blessing over all the creatures she loves so much. And although the shed has been demolished now, floorboards and walls removed to reveal the bones of livestock, sometimes I'll hear it. When I'm walking in the woods, working in my room, whispered by the wind, cries of birds. Man,
that is
2 for 2, dude.
Yeah, what I liked about both of these two is like, well, it's hard to say. This one seems like it has a bit of a darker ending. Well, both of them have like a darker ending, but
yeah,
like
the first one was
creature,
super happy with the kid getting absorbed by the flesh wall.
The creature, like the crow, I don't think that the 8-foot tall crow dude was like a bad entity.
He just wanted Naomi and then he left. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like his buddy. So then when Naomi wasn't there, he was like, wait, what the fuck? And it seemed like he went out, was freaking out. It looked like it seemed like the cult was going to sacrifice her.
Yeah, they were going to stab her, but then when the crow god saw her in the chair, it screamed, and then the crows came from everywhere, and the fire snuffed out, and everyone ran into panic.
Yeah.
And Naomi was just gone. She wasn't dead or anything. She was just gone from the chair. So it's like the crow took her.
Well, I'm
like
wondering
it wanted
if,
to be with her.
Yeah, I'm wondering if she, like, it's just an interesting.
I think it braiding her hair is a good note. I think it's the idea that it
He just
cares
needs to
about
speak,
her
bro. Like,
and doesn't wish her harm.
The ending makes me think, and it feels similar to 2. Well, what's interesting is it's 2 children that are afflicted by something. In the end, it seems like they are joining in on what the cult is worshiping. To me, it just seems like the crow is the god that those people are worshiping. The mask, I assume. I kind of was thinking of like a plague doctor's beak kind of mask and stuff. But I do wonder if she was able to ascend. Like, this is a happier version of the last story. Like, it seems like this is like maybe she was able to join in, or like maybe she was transformed in some way. That is like not in a flesh wall, but more so maybe she becomes a crow herself, or does something that is acclimating her into the nature that she loves so much, you know? Because it seems like the entity or the god really seemed like they liked her a lot.
Well, I will say that her life was miserable, right?
Yes.
Like, these parents were cultist monsters and they abused her and all this stuff. So it's almost like when the crow god was probably summoned here by whatever was going on, it sees her and then it braids her hair and then it takes her away from this, right? So it's like it wanted to save her from what the parents, especially right before they were about to kill her, or before her own parents were about to kill her. I also like the end where it's like the sheer number of crows in the garden was alarming. It's like, did the cultists get turned into crows? Is that the implication why more and more crows show up? Or maybe it's just like, you know, there are crows around the crow god.
That, or did the cultists get like, did they get a comeuppings, and that like, are the crows positive spirits? Are they positive entities? You know what I mean? It's I mean, like, it probably makes more sense that the entire cult got turned into crows of some kind, but regardless, it seems almost like the cult was going, it seemed like the crow god was blessing the girl, and it seemed like they were gonna like sacrifice her, and because she was blessed in some kind of way. I mean, I'm reaching, but that's just kind of what I'm taking from it. But once again, a really fun story. Max, fun stuff. Very fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I think what's interesting is the similarities between both of those stories, because they're both about an older sibling who is protective over a younger sibling, who both of them are the victims of some cult or some practice that their parents are a part of, who their parents in one story give them over or try to give them over to these dark forces for their own gain or their own selfishness in some way, even if in the first story it was just the selfishness of wanting your kid to live forever. And then it ends with the older sibling reminiscing on hoping the younger sibling's okay.
Yeah, it seems like the first family in the Rat King story actually loved their children versus this story. I don't know if you felt it this way too, but it seemed like almost like the children were just literally a commodity to be sacrificed.
They were
the mother turning and not even like acknowledging the child.
I was like, all right. Cool. Yeah, it is.
Gross.
It is,
I'm done.
The fatted calf. They were just saving them for the ritual whenever it was to come. Whereas in the first story, the father still did the wrong thing, and he was still part of a cult that, you know, turns your kids into these like flesh amalgamations. But it came out of a point of wanting his son to live, not out of like wanting to be younger.
Right. Well, should we?
Those are both excellent stories. So check out Max Voynich. Again, he hasn't posted well. I really want to see more stuff out of him. We'll post his account in the description, and we'll also post the Max Voynich subreddit where people discuss his stories and stuff like that. So be sure to show this guy some love. And Max, if you're watching this, make more stuff. This is awesome. I enjoyed it. All right. So. With that, are you ready to move on to Dopamine?
Yeah, let's finish off with the Dopamine story, which is they told me I was nothing but a dog.
Yep.
At
the beginning, we're all familiar with Dopamine. Wrote the incredible story, The Dead Girl in My Yard Was the Best Friend I Ever Had, which is, it might be a top 10 we've ever covered on this show, to be honest. Because I think about that story a lot.
I know fans love it. I know that we had a great time reading it. So much emotional depth. It's hard not to fall in love with the character, like that girl character, the spirit, this entity, and just kind of the crazy. I don't want to reveal too much in case we have our new viewers. If you haven't read that story or heard us talk about it, please listen to that episode or go read the story for yourself, because it is it's really fun. So I'm excited.
There were so many good, like, the dialogue moments where the dead girl's describing like, well, the birds came with the trees and the first summers and stuff. It was so magical,
hauntingly like beautiful, like tragic.
In my head, it takes up the same real estate as things like Chronicles of Narnia and Where the Wild Things Are. Like, it's like a child's almost imagination of this road they were on, but it has such a like a undertone of death. I mean, she's a dead girl, but also with his sick brother or sick mother and stuff like that. Like, gosh, it was just such a good story. But yeah, so Dopamine killed it, and now we're reading another story from them. This was posted 7 years ago, and it's called "They Told Me I Was Nothing But a Dog." Once again, Dopamine, their account has been deleted because Reddit's lame. But we're going to link their Substack, and we're going to link the subreddit for the North American. What's the name of that big series they write? The North American Pantheon. We'll have that linked in the description, all their stuff. And I'll verify that Dopa Beans is their new account, but if it is, we'll link that too. So be sure to show them some support, especially now when they need it. So that out of the way, they told me I was nothing but a dog. My father named me Leica because when I was born, my grandfather told him to treat me like a bad dog. Father, Leica was synonymous with dog. He used the name to remind me of my place in the hierarchy. Lesser, beneath, inferior, nothing but a dog. Leica's the dog the cosmonaut sent up. Kayla has a Leica tattoo on her arm. When they were born, the father said, treat nothing but a bad dog. That's an insane thing for any human to say.
Very, not a healthy relationship right now. No.
A newborn's there and your father shows up, like, treat that nothing but a dog. Like a bad dog. My father meant to humiliate and degrade me with such a name, but he honored me instead. You see, Leica was a stray dog from Moscow. On the 3rd of November, 1957, the Soviet Union put her on Sputnik 2 and launched her into space. She was the very first animal to orbit Earth. The Soviets knew how to put a rocket into space, but they didn't know how to bring it back. This made Leica's mission a death sentence. Shortly after reaching orbit, the interior of Sputnik 2 became catastrophically hot, far too hot for mammals to tolerate. Mere hours after launch, Leica died an agonizing death. She perished the same way she'd lived.
That's sad.
Lesser, beneath, inferior, abandoned, unloved. Nothing but a dog. I spent many hours imagining her terror, pain, and loneliness. How would it feel, spending my last hours hurtling through divine darkness in a metal bucket? What must it be like to not understand what I was seeing? Why it was suddenly so loud and so hot? What must it be like to not understand why? After being plucked from cruel streets and dropped into a bustling world of kindness, I was now alone. Perhaps I wouldn't think I'd been a bad dog. Perhaps I'd think this was my punishment.
Jesus Christ, I'm
punishment
sad.
Do what?
I said, Jesus Christ, I'm sad. I was like, God, I'm so sad now. I'm like, good Lord,
This
dude.
is an insanely heavy opening to a story.
I have to pull up the picture of your lips and
Does that make you feel better?
Slightly. Actually, it kind of made me even more depressed, honestly.
Why did the lips make you more depressed?
We just gotta keep going.
All right. Leica is such a tragic tale. I think about her a lot.
Such a cute dog.
It's like she was just used for, our understanding of something, but she was a casualty from the beginning, and that had to be so scary for little dog. Didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
Tragic. That made you feel better, right? Me saying that just
No, I was like, yeah, I'm in a good fucking headspace. 22 is just like now, just sitting here quietly thinking about existentialism and stuff. It's pretty fun.
Do you know the song Holland 1945?
I love that one.
Yeah, that's my favorite song. I'm not crazy about Neutral Milk Hotel, but I love that song. But I see people attribute the end of the chorus to her all the time, where it's like, and now she rides a comet's flame and never coming back again. The world seems better from a star, right down from where you are. Yeah, I see all this stuff. It'll be like Kayla's tattoo is Leica, the dog with an astronaut helmet on her.
That's cute.
It's a sweet. What I like about Leica so much is it was such a tragic moment and it's such a terrible thing in history where it's like let's just kill things, let's just ruin creation for our understanding of it. Which I understand, like disease research, stuff like that. There's a greater purpose, there's an end. But in Leica's case, it really was just for our knowledge, for our getting to know something. Some life was lost, and it's tragic. But now there's this reinvigoration of her where people see her as kind of a symbol of tragedy and what was lost. And because of that, they make her beautiful. There's drawings of dogs with helmets and floating through space and on comments and stuff like that. I don't know. I like seeing the art, like the beauty that comes out of it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Now you're in a good headspace. now you're really ready to go. Punishment is my mother tongue. I know what it was like to be punished for transgressions I cannot remember or understand. When you hurt so badly, my heart rate triples, my mind flies out the window and soars into the stars. Retracing Leica's doomed flight while my husk squirms and weeps on the floor of a dirty house 68 miles below. Even so, I adapted to punishment. As I said, it eventually becomes a language. Given enough time, anyone can learn a language. What I could not adapt to was fear. As a child, I was afraid of everything. You see, in the deepest, most forgotten parts of the world, there are things that most people cannot believe, and even fewer would understand. Old ways, old things, old truths, and old monsters. Monsters like my father and my grandfather. How can I describe this in a way you will believe? Maybe I can't. Maybe I shouldn't try. So instead, I'll describe my grandfather. He was called Paddle. By the time I turned 9, he had gone through 6 bodies. By this, I mean he inhabited them, using a variant of blood magic perfected by my forebears across many centuries. He leapt from body to body.
Okay.
He was not a spirit. He had a corporeal body of his own, twisted, monstrous thing covered in scars and hard, glittering skin. A body that could shrink to the size of a garden snake or expand to the size of a house. But for all its marvels, its body was weak. Sunlight burned its eyes and blistered its flesh, so it entered other bodies, like a hand inside a puppet, and wore them until they rotted away. I'll never forget the sight of him, with many hymns, in different bodies, his flesh degraded and fell away in wet, discolored strings, or the way his eyes, hard, round, yellow eyes, blended deep within their stolen sockets. Grandfather preferred the bodies of men, but sometimes chose women or children. Once he even wore the body of my mother. I was very young then, perhaps 3, and the sight of her familiar form standing before the fire sent me into such transports of joy that I bawled from sheer ecstasy. Yes, Kayla just stepped in. We're talking about Leica the dog, actually. This episode, can you show your tattoo? Hold it up. Yeah. Right. Look at that. He got a little helmet. He's wearing the helmet. He's up in space. Oh, Leica. Okay, thank you. Then she turned around, and in her bruised sockets I saw my grandfather's eyes. Flat, glittering yellow, like rotted gold. I reared back, screaming. My father, who had been stroking a pair of old baby shoes, looked at me with contempt so deep it scorched my heart.
Shut up, dog!
I cringed. This was a mistake. His contempt exploded into disgust. He shot out of his chair and stomped upon me. Dirty, squirmy pain exploded across my abdomen. I hobbled away, whimpering, and hid under the stairs. I lay there alone for many hours. Eventually, my mind left my body and soared into the sky. A reverse dive into a sea of stars. I drifted away, dreaming of diamond-colored constellations and red nebula. At my side was a curly-tailed dog with a striped face, my namesake, Leica. Aw. Gosh. That made me really sad, the idea of an abused kid thinking about being in the stars with Leica. It's really... I remember that there was this one, this little poem I saw where someone was talking about how Leica is up in space and kind of serves as like a River Styx figure almost for like all astronauts and animals lost in space. Leica the Guardian, Leica the Guide. Man. Gosh, that's sad. That's so rough to read about kids. Man. Not in and the story handles it in like a way where it's like part of it and it feels very respectful and like and it understands the weight of the subject matter, but still. Phew. So why would you, as a grandfather, possess your son's wife, or at least your son's like concubine?
I don't know. It's very odd. Doesn't it seem like some weird incest stuff would happen?
Yeah, that seems weird. That seems very, or just to know. What if right now, Hunter, Allison was like, "Hey, yesterday I was your dad."
I'd probably kill myself.
That's the only option, right? Like
which I mean, to be fair, he is like a fucking immortal blood wizard or whatever. So who knows? Who knows what in the mind of a blood wizard, Twilight vampire, sparkling guy would do?
knows? It's true. Who knows? When I woke, I felt her, furry and warm, chest rising and falling under my hand. I opened my eyes. For just an instant, I saw her in the shadows. Then she shrank away, sinking into the ground. I tried to grab her, but the floor swallowed her. My fingers closed on cold, hard floorboards. I covered my eyes and wept. Several months later, grandfather within mother gave birth to a child. Okay, see? Like, that's weird, right? It's a little... Hey, son, I possessed your wife while she gave birth to your child.
Treat your kid like a dog and come over here and have sex with me.
Treat your kid like a dog and let me birth my grandchild.
I'm pregnant, son.
I'm pregnant with your baby. Yeah, this guy's a freak. Aside from being like a multi-dimensional spirit demon or whatever, he's just weird. A baby boy with yellow eyes and my father's curly black hair. Mere minutes after the birth, father picked up the baby and took him outside. He returned an hour later, empty-handed. Spurred by horror, I immediately ran out into the night. The cold was brutal, once invigorating and exhausting. I searched until I found the baby, whimpering weakly beside a snowdrift. He was still covered in birth blood.
Ew.
I named him Alexander and brought him home. When I walked in, father immediately slapped me. I reeled back as stars rocketed across my vision.
Never!
He hissed, contempt dripping from every syllable.
Never disobey me again. Give him to me now.
He reached for Alexander. Grandfather stopped him. I looked up and swallowed a whimper. Grandfather stared back at me through my mother's rotting face, the mouth puffy and discolored, with an oddly detached look, quirked into a smile.
No. Let the dog keep her pup. We have other concerns.
They certainly did. They worked together, and they worked constantly. Father kidnapped victims, and grandfather used them. Whenever father brought a new victim to the cabin, grandfather used his hands, long, hideous things marked with scars and covered in strange, glittering flesh, to tear out the victim's tongue and crush their feet. Then he would wait until nightfall, because remember, sunlight burned grandfather's eyes and blistered his skin, and carried them to his chapel. His chapel was an ancient stone structure at the base of a wooded hill. Within the chapel, 3 red windows and 6 rough-hewn pews. At the end of each pew sat desiccated corpses facing the altar like sentries. I hated grandfather's chapel. The very air weighed upon me whenever I entered, crushing my heart and poisoning my lungs. The worst part was the fear, electric and paralyzing, inescapable. Luckily, I was just a dog. Dogs do not spend much time inside chapels. But dogs hear screams, even screams from far away, echoing down forested mountains long into the night. Grandfather did not often leave his chapel, but when he did, it was always in the wee hours of the morning. I know this because my father and I were required to hold vigil until he walked through our door. Whenever grandfather came back from his chapel, he looked human again. Smooth skin, wide smile, good proportions. Sometimes he looked a bit like father. Sometimes he looked like his victim. It was as incomprehensible to me as outer space would have been to Leica. The stream of grandfather's victims never ended. Vagrants, the elderly, travelers, orphans fleeing violence. There were so many. So many. You think that maybe it's saying that oh, that was a good stretch. Pop something. You think that it's saying that this isn't actually a grandfather, this is like a demon or something that the father invited in years ago and I was just kind of worshiping?
It seemed. I mean, it's got to be something like that. I mean, I'm still wondering why this motherfucker even had a kid. Like, why even have?
Why keep one? Why keep one?
The only thing I'm thinking is that if during the man's, when he was with his wife during the pregnancy, they had the kid, and then between that moment and when the kid was born, he had made some deal with some kind of monster to where then the monster was just like, yeah, you got to treat that thing like a fucking dog, or whatever. You know.
Or,
otherwise, why would it be this generational thing?
Or, unless it's similar to our last story, coincidentally, the crow one, and they need the kid for something.
Yeah,
once like it gets to a certain age, they're needed for a ritual.
Well, with the continuous theme and callback of Laika, I mean, it is going to be some kind of sacrifice for some kind of exploration or some kind of, you know, in this case, you know, a ritual or something.
You weren't supposed to give that away. You just told the audience what the theme for the episode is. I can't figure that out yet.
Okay, well, it's been 2 episodes, and we're talking about Laika, which was sacrificed for science, I guess, if you want to call it that.
You mean the real religion?
Yeah, well, the people's religion.
I saw a Reddit post the other day. Some lady posted, it was in like whatever town she was in, San Francisco, Denver, whatever. She was like, hey, my kid is really interested in Christianity and she wants to go to Sunday school. I'm not a Christian and my husband used to be, so we were just wondering if there's any churches in the area. Thanks. And the top reply, someone said, you should check out the local science center.
Well,
maybe teach your kid a real religion. Anyway, if it weren't for Alexander, I would have withered into nothing. He was more than a brother to me. For all intents and purposes, he was my son. Neither father nor grandfather cared for him. Didn't even feed or clothe him. I had to feed and dress him with what little I had. Despite my best efforts, he never learned to speak. That isn't to say he couldn't communicate. He could, with gestures and facial expressions and nonsense syllables. The language eluded him. But it was all right. He grew into a sweet, curious boy with freckles and long, delicate hands. Over time, his terrible yellow eyes mellowed to a clear, bright green. He was my life. He was my heart. But he wasn't enough. One night, as the little girl's screams came shrieking down the mountain from grandfather's chapel, I finally went to my father. I lay prostrate at his feet, which is how he taught me to approach him. The wooden floor was rough and painfully cold under my fingers.
Why, Father? Why do you do this?
Sat in his chair watching the fire. In his hands, he held a pair of white baby shoes.
Because your grandfather and I must live, little dog.
Will I have to do this to live?
Yes.
Then I don't want to live.
I understand.
He said, his grip tightened on the shoes.
But you do not have a choice.
I choked back a sob and waited for the dismissal. I could not come to him without crawling, and I could not leave until he told me so. Instead, he said,
Stand up, Laika.
Hearing my name was like being doused in ice water. Never used it. By that point, in fact, I'd almost forgotten I had a name.
I said stand up, Laika.
It was a struggle to obey. Fear made my bones rubbery and my muscles weak. Father held out the baby shoes.
What do you see?
Shoes? Old baby shoes?
Those shoes belong to my sister, Alexandra. I loved her more than anything. More than life, more than my parents, more than your mother, more than you.
Jeez.
She was my heart.
I watched him. The firelight threw his face into relief, creating crevices out of wrinkles. His curly black hair shifted like smoke, and his long, sharp nose looked strange and monstrous. Paralytic electricity swarmed my skin, so much like the chapel that I could have wept.
On my 12th birthday, your grandfather boiled a pot of oil and called Alexandra to him. She and I were going to pick wildflowers later, so she dressed in her finest clothes, a blue dress and white shoes. These shoes.
Father did not speak for a very long while.
She was my heart.
He finally repeated.
When my heart broke, I broke it. It made me like grandfather. Someday I will be just like him. I will live forever. You will too.
That night I had a nightmare of a little girl with sunken yellow eyes melting into blisters as my mother's rotted body doused her with boiling oil. I woke screaming. Moonlight streamed through the window, drenching my room in celestial silver. My heart thumped so wildly that I could see my nightshirt moving. I wanted to escape. I wanted it to escape too, because without it I would die. When I was dead, I could sail the stars with the other Leica. Small, warm hands touched my face. I turned, expecting Alexander. Instead, I saw my nightmare. Great inflamed blisters bubbled and burst, sending rivulets of pus down her tiny, raw face. The skin around its mouth had burned away, leaving neat rows of milk teeth fully exposed. Burned scalp and dull bone glinted through black, curly hair. A blue dress clung to her body, oil dripped from them, soaking my blanket.
Don't cry,
he whispered. Alexander stirred between us.
Get out.
The girl's blistered chin quivered.
But you made me come here. Please let me sleep.
All right,
I whispered, because I did not know what else to say. The girl burrowed under my blanket. I watched, aghast, as she threw a bony, burnt arm across Alexander and drifted to sleep. That night, I did not sail the stars with Leica. Instead, I sat awake, watching the apparition with mingled excitement and fear. Just before dawn, my door creaked open. I tried to shield the girl as my father stepped into the room.
What is that?
Please. Please don't.
The girl shifted and, incredibly, began to shrink. Her body flattened into nothing, leaving her dress crumpled on the floor. That sank away too, leaving the cold, empty floor in its wake.
What was that?
I saw it in my sleep.
Her! Her, not it!
I saw her in my sleep. When I woke up, she was here.
Sweat gleamed on Father's skin, reminding me of stars.
Get dressed. You must see your grandfather immediately.
Felt my hands and knees and crawled to him.
No! Stand up! Bring the boy.
Because they did that, I imagine now that it's time for their turn where they have to sacrifice Alexander.
The Leica's gonna have to sacrifice Alexander.
Yeah. Alexander wept angrily when I picked him up. I ignored him and followed Father into the dark forest. Full glory of early spring bathed the landscape.
Wait, did I? Yeah.
Pale beams of light shafted through the canopy, cutting the thick shadows with gold. Vermin crept through the undergrowth and deer watched from a distance. The forest was always full of animals. Grandfather was no danger to the birds or beasts after all. Soon the chapel came into view. An ancient little church with a black spire, red windows, and frost-encrusted stones. There's been a ton of videos or episodes we've done that revolve around like an old steeple church in the woods, like spire in the woods and stuff. And I always love it, especially like in Deep Woods, the first part of Deep Woods, where you get the impression that hundreds of years back, there was some ritual that was performed here, or there was some spell, and now everything we see is the influence of that.
Yeah, the
this is like
aftermath,
back
for
where
sure.
it all began. Yeah, I love that trope. It gets me every time. Father ushered us inside. The moment I crossed the threshold, my skin began to crawl. Dread and fear swept over me. Alexander burst into tears. Father shoved me toward the altar. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the sentry corpses twitching. Chests rose and fell in jagged, senseless rhythms. One especially tall corpse with long copper hair turned as I passed. I covered Alexander's eyes and stopped at the altar. Shadows thickened and writhed against the back wall. Back in the pews, bones clattered and dried joints creaked. Something blinked in the darkness behind the altar. Great flat eyes like golden moons shining in the cold shadows. Grandfather.
The dog.
Grandfather intoned.
And Pop.
He snarled, a deep bone-shaking rumble like that of a tiger. Teeth glinted in the shadows, a shining ivory arc wider than Father's entire head.
Pavel, she had a nightmare. When she woke, it followed her out of the dream. It came alive. I saw it. Oh. Our little dog has talent after all. All good and well. She loves her pup. Do you love your pup, dog?
Reared up from the shadows, twisted and sinewy and utterly inhuman.
Do you love him? Or do you feel obligated to him?
I opened my mouth to answer. Instead, I burst into tears. Grandfather laughed, a low roar that shook dust from the rafters overhead.
A weak bitch indeed. Our hope is in the boy, Mikhail. It was always in the boy. That is why we made him. Now go.
Those great yellow eyes flicked to the pews.
I do not like to tempt my sentries. Not when they are hungry as they are.
Fear and disbelief battled across Father's weathered face.
Do you not understand what I've told you? She creates life from thoughts. A poor substitute from what we require. Leave, Mikhail.
But Grandfather rocketed out of the shadows, a rippling mass of glittering skin and malformed limbs, and knocked Father to the stones. The corpse sentries uttered a deep sigh and continued to twitch.
Never!
Grandfather snarled. Sunlight poured through the crimson windows, imbuing his strange hide with a red glow. He looked like the sky, a starry piece of outer space.
Never defy me!
I waited breathlessly for Grandfather's eyes to burst and his skin to sizzle. He was, after all, exposed to daylight, but it did not. Many moments later, Grandfather struck Father across the face and whipped back into the darkness. We left. Father did not speak again until the cottage came into sight. Then he grabbed me and dragged me off the path.
Listen, Will. I can protect you from him. Ben.
He looked down at Alexander, eyes blazing with disgust.
When the time comes, I can protect you from him, too. But only if you help me.
Why should I need protection? He's small and loves me as a mother.
Do you remember the story of Alexandra?
I nodded.
Your story is coming. Only Alexandra will be me. And you will be Alexandra.
My heart fell to the cold earth. Carefully pressed Alexander's head into my shoulder, shielding his face from Father.
Listen, dog. When next you dream of my sister.
His voice broke. Pulled away and ran his fingers through his hair. Tears shone in his eyes, which were huge and miserable over his quivering mouth.
When she comes again, bring her to me.
All right, Father.
I'd never seen him before. The sight was frightening and curiously thrilling.
I will.
Father nodded curtly and left. I nearly followed, but thought better of it. Instead, stayed in the forest with Alexander. Interesting. So it's like there's this discrepancy between father and grandfather, where he thinks that Alexander's not worthy, I guess, and he would rather it be his daughter, even though he hates her, because, I don't know. Interesting. I will say, I really love when it was describing his flesh, the red flesh, and said it looked like the nebula of space. That worked so well with the lake metaphor the story's been chasing, where like space was this unknowable impossibility to Leica, and now we see that same image
For much of the Dark Crusade, gratefully supplied.
Such a
the orbit lanes above the battlefield of Cronus, using their firepower to ground long-range fights. Guardians and heretics alike had to fight.
He ran forward.
Heretics alike had to fight meter by bloody meter, with great battle fleets exchanging the fire across the system. It seemed an immutable fact of life for commanders on the ground. All this changed with the Battle of Pavonis. The spaceport featured an ancient adept mechanicus tracking system merging with the alien technologies of the Tau Air caste. The system was sensitive enough to block courses that evaded orbital fire, making strikes deep into enemy territory possible. A tech priest had discovered that technological marvel and left his servitors to examine it in detail. Whichever force was able to recover this bionic servant would gain control of the station and be able to launch strikes attacks Cronus. Okay.
The tune of his own composition. Shadow and sunlight dappled his skin, turning him into a woodland sprite. Trees were in full bloom. Petals drifted down like snow, carpeting the earth in glistening white. Alexander pulled ahead. After a while, I couldn't hear or see him. He drifted away, slipping into the deep shadows. Panic overtook me.
Alexander? Alexander!
I rushed ahead, grimacing against the pain in my chest. My heart thumped wildly, so hard I could see my shirt move. Wanted to escape then.
Alexander!
He darted from between the trees. I halted, overcome with relief so powerful I took my breath away. Petals covered his head and shoulders. As I watched, one drifted down and settled on his nose. Wide green eyes glimmered above it, bright as the promise of spring. For the first time in my life, my heart was so full that I wept. That night, Alexandra came to me again, blistered flesh dripping down her face. Her eyes had melted away, leaving raw, swollen masses of flesh in her melted sockets. Remembering my instructions, I sat up.
Okay.
Father?
I quivered. Alexandra reached for me blindly, ruined hands closing on shadows.
Father!
Father burst into my room, gasping.
Alexandra!
He shot forward, arms extended as if to sweep her up. She turned. Father froze. Alexandra tottered towards him.
Mikael, my eyes hurt.
Father collapsed and covered his eyes as Alexandra approached. She left a trail of pus and oil, shining like a tiny river in the moonlight.
Or sorry,
Mikael, my hands hurt.
Father wheezed miserably.
Mikael, my skin is on fire and it drips away.
She stopped before him and crouched. Father whimpered and whined like a beaten dog, twisting away from her hands. She set her small hand on his cheek. Father squalled and writhed, but couldn't break away from her.
Mikael.
She wept.
You are just like him now.
She jerked and began to shrink, to sink, disappearing into the floor. The moment her hand fell away, Father leapt up to his feet and ran. After that, he did not ask to see Alexandra. This is good, because I did not see her in my dreams after that. I only saw Leica. Oh, that makes sense as to why earlier in the story she saw the vision of the dog. I didn't put that together till just now. That the reason she saw the dog is because she has this power to bring life.
Yeah.
I spent most nights drifting among the stars with that dear, doomed dog at my side. Imagined or not, sights were glorious. Incomprehensibly beautiful star formations, planets, great multicolored expanses of celestial mists. Sometimes I woke, bleary and incoherent, felt her fur against my skin. By the time I opened my eyes, there was nothing. One winter morning, I woke very early. My stomach growled immediately, and no wonder. Father hadn't fed me for days. I fed Alexander with table scraps and tree bark. That, I decided, would change today. I crept into the kitchen. There wasn't much, there never was, but I scraped together what little I could and turned around. My grandfather sat at the table, great golden eyes shimmering in his terrible face.
Little bitch, what have you done to your father? He no longer hunts. He no longer eats. He no longer obeys.
I felt like I was back in his chapel, crushed by darkness, heavy with dread, on the verge of panic.
Your ability has not been seen on this earth for 1,000 years or more.
Of course, the ability wasn't of Earth. I no doubt come across it while sailing through space and breathing stardust.
It's just nightmares.
No. You take the dark things of the world, the fear, the hate, the pain, and channel them into physical form. And that is just the beginning. You will be able to do anything. You will make bodies permanent, perfect bodies for me, and for you.
Oh, I see. Then why be so dismissive? of her if she can make you a perfect body, idiot.
I think that if you are like, this is an omnipotent being, I think he probably wants to, it's kind of like Zeus, or it's like Kronos being afraid of Zeus or something. It's like almost like this thing's going to kill and replace me, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he's just like making Leica feel lower than what it actually is, potentially.
Yeah, because his whole thing is subservience, I guess. So it's like you have to continue to make it a dog so it doesn't get ideas.
But also, he also probably just didn't know that she had that power
until now.
Yeah.
Yeah. The relish in his voice made me sick. He said,
"Our women have always been weak and talentless. I thought the same of you, little bitch."
Tears pricked my eyes and my bones thrummed as if struggling to break through flesh and run away. It was no use. Destiny had already bloomed between my grandfather and I, heavy and foul with the promise of despair. Grandfather whispered,
"Listen closely, for you will only hear this once. I was wrong."
He left. I ran to the window and watched him hurtle through the trees as sunrise threatened, back to his chapel. I waited until the sun was up, then I ran to my room, bundled Alexander in every bit of clothing I could find, and left. I followed the path for many miles. Our home was hours and hours from the nearest town. Couldn't reach it until long past nightfall. I could only hope the grandfather wouldn't notice our absence until the following day. It wasn't an unlikely hope. Grandfather spent most of his time in the chapel. The second this thought crossed my mind, a glittering dark shape leapt out of the trees and knocked Alexander from my arms. I caught a blur of twisted limbs and nightmarish hands, of great yellow eyes like flattened moons. Alexander screamed as a torrent of blood splattered across the snow. It sank quickly, melting red canyons through the pristine white. Grandfather at me, narrowing sides heaving. Then he leaned down, tore out Alexander's throat.
Ooh.
Screamed. Birds took flight and mammals ran through the undergrowth. The piercing note echoed off the mountains. The pain within it should have ended the world, but there was no one to hear, no one to care. Grandfather grinned. Alexander's blood and sinews clung to his teeth. I broke. I felt it. Crushing weight of sorrow, the almost physical sensation of my spirit tearing and bleeding out into my guts. I fell to my knees and cradled Alexander's head for hours. My father finally found us around nightfall. He had a heel of bread and an oily chicken leg. He pressed them both into my hands, then left. I tore the bread into pieces and dropped them, one by one, into Alexander's mouth. When he did not wake, I burst into tears and hurled the chicken leg into the woods. The moon rose into the cruel, dark sky. Stars glimmered through the bare branches overhead, creating a breathtaking fractal pattern. I plopped down beside Alexander, pulling him to my body. He was cold, terribly cold. I held him anyway, keeping my eyes trained on the stars. My mind detached with great difficulty, like it was trapped in tar. Finally, it wrenched itself free and sailed upward, disappearing into a silvery sea of sky and stars, rocketing ever higher until I saw the earth spinning below. Leica's rocket zoomed past. I reached out and caught one of the metal bars near the nose. I could sense Leica within. Her terror vibrated through the craft and leached into my bloodstream.
I'm fast as fuck, boy.
It's all right, Leica. I'm here. When you land, I will help you out and we'll play together.
Her fear diminished, and so did her pain. So did mine. Together we sailed the stars, looking upon the earth and marveling at the incomprehensible beauty around us. I woke cold, sore, and in more pain than I can describe. Man, something about story, just the idea of a child being in such a awful, I mean, obviously this is like a supernatural abusive situation, but the idea of a child being in like a, you know, such a physically distressing, you know, painful position and taking comfort in a dog who had to go through something like that too, and then not only having the dog as a comfort but wanting to comfort it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just the idea of something being like understand. It's also more tragic too that it's understanding how horrible its situation is.
Yeah.
And like looking up to something being like, "Don't worry, we'll get through this and we'll play together." It's just heartbreaking.
Yeah. I woke cold, sore, and in more pain than I can describe. I sat up. Alexander's stiff body broke away from mine. I reached for him blindly. A thin scrim of ice covered his eyes. The wound in his throat was an open horror, one I couldn't look at for long. I drew my knees to my chin and wept. After a while, something warm bumped my hand. Wet nose touched my palm. I knew what I would see long before I opened my eyes. Like a striped face and dear curly tail made me smile, even through my tears. Stars glimmered through the fur.
I think Wendigoon is about to cry.
Grandfather's voice echoed through the trees. Rage flowed through my blood, exquisitely corrosive. Hate, I learned then, is pleasurable. It is fury and it is the basis of power. Grandfather erupted from the darkness, scalded skin shimmering like a river under the moonlight.
You waste your talent on a mutt. Not even on your own pup. No matter. I will correct you.
Leica reared up and leapt, snout piercing one of Grandfather's flat moon eyes. He screamed and shook his head back and forth. Leica fell to the snow, twisting and quickly righted herself. Then she bit his foot. Her teeth sank through that impenetrable, immortal hide like butter. Leica was not large enough or strong enough to kill him, but she tore holes in him the way a match scorches holes in paper. Soon Grandfather was on his knees, mere feet from Alexander's corpse. Leica came to me, panting, and collapsed in my lap. She bled from 1,000 wounds, some small, some undoubtedly mortal.
Good dog.
My voice broke. I stroked her gently, willing those wounds to close. I was a monster. I used Leica just like the others had, calling her down on false pretenses, filling her with hope, before throwing her into the void.
Good girl.
I looked up as Grandfather's good eyes slid to my dead brother. Something dark bloomed there. A wicked, corrupted hope. He curled in on himself, twisted body shrinking to a withered husk, and slid down Alexander's throat.
Ew.
I screamed as Alexander's body twitched and shuddered. Then he sat up, bones creaking and frozen sinews cracking. He smiled. His eyes shone like molten gold in a forge. Leica attacked again. Alexander's face curled into a snarl as she bit and tore his skin, exhibiting an energy at odds with her awful wounds. I watched, helpless and hoping and hurting, wishing I could detach and fly into the stars once more. Except there would be nothing there for me now. I'd called Leica down from the stars and doomed her.
Easy game.
Snow crunched behind me. I whirled around.
Easy game.
Father stood there, watching me with contempt. In his hands was a sword.
It's a fucking one.
Shotgun.
Oofed.
Relief and horror engulfed me. This was the end. My mind would detach, forever this time. The fear would finally end. Like a bit down on Grandfather within Alexander, who hit her. She whined, but it held fast. Father stalked past me and cocked the gun.
No! Don't hurt her! Don't hurt her!
Father pointed the gun at Alexander's head and fired.
No.
Blood and viscera and dark, glittering flesh exploded across the snow. Father fired again, then reloaded and fired again and again. Alexander's head evaporated into red mist. Finally, his body lurched, and Grandfather, small, bleeding, scaled Grandfather, slithered out of his throat. Leica caught and held him. Father pressed the barrel of the gun against his good eye and pulled the trigger as the sun broke over the mountains. Father stepped back. I reached for him, drunk on hope and gratitude, but he recoiled from me. In his withered face, I saw despair, rage, and contempt. He kept his eyes trained on mine as he placed the gun in his mouth.
No!
He pulled the trigger. Half his head evaporated, leaving a glistening mass like a fleshy geode. His body stumbled forward a step and crumpled to the snow. It took a very long time for the sun to burn Grandfather down to dirty oil. Leica held on until the last scrap of skin melted. Then she stumbled to me and collapsed. I stroked her until her body shrank and sank into the ground. leaving nothing but a scattering of tiny, dim orbs. The stars I'd seen in her fur. I touched one. It was pleasantly hot. I gathered them up and slipped them into my pocket. I went to Alexander's body, ravaged beyond description, broken in ways that did not seem entirely real, and sat with him until nightfall. Then I stood, walked away, and life went on. At first, I brought them back from my nightmares. Alexander, father, grandfather, even Alexandra. But I quickly taught myself to starve and eventually kill my ability. It's not a good power. It's born of rage, despair, selfishness, and fear. And I cannot tolerate fear. Besides, dogs do not have such awful powers. It is good to be a dog, because they're not necromancers, they're not monsters. They're nothing more or less than the simplest and most loving of creatures. That's why I'll always be Lake of the Dog.
And that is the end. Wow.
Yeah.
What a great one, man.
Yeah.
What I love about Dopamine stuff is that the way that they write, it almost feels like these are like entirely fantasy. Like they're like, it almost feels like you're in the fucking landscape of like a Ghibli film or something.
Yeah.
We're obviously in these times where at least the Russian experiment went, so at least we're in the 50s, at most 60s. But it feels like these things, like just being in the woods and having the chapel, it's not like it really like addresses it. I mean, like we hear about it and we know it's there, but in my mind, the way that they write about nature, especially like the mammals and the animals that live in nature, it just makes it sound so fantastical. And these stories always wind up being these kind of like grand, fantastical conclusions as well. I mean, I kept picturing the grandfather as just this giant. I mean, like I don't know why I kept picturing the giant, like the bathhouse owner in Spirited Away, like the big nose and, you know, flying around and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, the witch.
Yeah, it makes me think.
Yeah.
It makes me think of that. It's really very interesting too. The parallels too with Like of the Dog, and even the narrator calling the dog at the end and using it the same way that like the Russians did, obviously in a different context, but feeling that kind of like guilt and shame at the end was just so touching. And also too, what a fun way for the author to be able to write a way of like Laika being able to come in and like bite and help kill the people that sent her out to space, you know? In a lot of ways, in so many different ways, this would be so hard to pull off of being like, yes, literally Laika the dog shows up and helps defeat the monster. Like that sentence alone sounds so absurd, but I was so bought in, and I love that the way that they just set it up, that yes, the person can conjure these things from their dreams to help them. It just was just wonderful, just really, really wonderful. Dopamine has such a great way of writing, and it's just such a treat every time we get to read it.
I like the parallels between the Laika story and like what's happening here, and I like how grandfather's kind of a stand-in for the Russians. What was his name? Pavel? Yeah,
almost. I thought it was Pavel, or it was. I thought it was Pavlov for a second, which I thought was like a
the dog. Yeah,
the dog. Yeah.
Pavel cultism. I feel like that's a name from something. No, maybe not. But it's interesting. Like I feel like the name Pavel would mean something, but
sounds like a demonic entity. Pavel.
Yeah, which I looked up, and I'm not seeing anything immediately. What happens if I put in Pavel?
To be fair, it's just something from a different time. I mean, it even references that, you know, this Earth hasn't seen your power in thousands of years or more. So he would have to know about that. Maybe he isn't that old, but in my mind when I read that, I was like, this is like an immortal being that has been around for thousands of years.
Yeah, very well could be. But man, it always obviously is heavy, like children, you know, being put in stressful situations. But I think this was done respectfully. I think it was done with an appropriate way, and I like the connection between like this suffering and then like Like of the Dog suffering and stuff like that. And like you said, all the stuff that had to come together for it to make sense and not seem like jumping the shark to have Laika show up in the story and help at the end. but it was set up appropriately that I think it worked.
Yeah, no, I think it worked really well. I think that it handles the themes in a great way, in a very influenced way that's just a lot of fun. And I just, like I said, every time we get to read Dopamine, I mean, this is just the second story, but it's just such a fantastical big experience that they just feel so tonally its own, you know, like it just feels, it dives into that fantastical territory in such a way that it almost instantly, I'm just like, oh yeah, this is a Dopamine story, which I think is just really, really fun.
Yeah, like I said, it feels very like Narnia, very like otherworldly, you know, legendary journey the kids go on kind of thing. There was something I was going to say about, I also kind of like how the ending of the story almost goes with what I was saying earlier, how Leica is such an interesting figure because she was one thing, but now culturally she's been made into something so different, almost as a way of saying sorry to what she originally was. And here at the end of the story, we have our Leica, the person, physically call down Leica the dog, and then even then it suffers. So it's almost like Dopamine may have not been going for this at all, but it's almost like a statement about the line at the end. It's good to be a dog because they're not necromancers. The idea of bringing back these old tragedies for your own use or your own purpose, it's almost better to just be something that shows compassion rather than something that twists meaning and desire for one's own purpose, even if the purpose is altruistic.
Well,
I don't know. I feel like there's something there.
Abandoning the powers and the line of dogs aren't necromancers, to me it just seems that dogs are the epitome of innocence, and man, no matter good or bad, will always have corruption. Like the power is fueled off hatred. I think it's just another thing that just shows that like man is like it's better to be that of a dog than it is a man or whatever, just because they are at its core good. You know, I think that's kind of the idea. But man, you know, for a theme today of being sacrificed, what a fun 3 stories we got to read. Really enjoyed getting to get in on Max's stories for the first time, and those are a lot of fun. But all in all, it's always fun to do a grab bag, and I feel like all of these today were just great, really, really great, especially after some last week's debacle. So, you know, nice little palate cleanser. Thank you so much to our audio listeners over on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And of course, thank you to our patrons who do support the channel as well and get a little bit of extra content on the side. Until next time, guys, stay safe. And hey, pet your dog. Pet your dog on the head. All right. Needs a little pet. Go ahead. We'll take a little break for a second. All right. There you go. Thank you, guys.
And also be sure to support Dopamine at the links in the description. Again, they lost the Reddit account, so support them while they need it. And also check out all of Max Voynich's stuff. Incredible authors. Always like supporting people that write good stories because I like seeing more good stories get made. So be sure to show them some love if you can. It would mean the world. And also be sure to not show Hunter love. And if you see the picture of my lips anywhere from my dentist appointment, go ahead and report it as an invasion of privacy under HIPAA laws. He can't do that. It's illegal and a federal crime. So call the police and get him reported. That would be great. Thanks.
All right. It's bedtime. How long did I fucking play this shit? Holy fuck. All right. Goodbye.